us how this laser could hit the target if the Earth was a ball with a radius of 3959, right? Because you're just asserting it does because of your quote-unquote calculations. There are no demonstrations of light bending over a
Well,
ball.
it's
Just
it's
your
like a
assertions.
it's like an appeal to authority. You know how earlier I heard someone saying, if if only an expert can argue it, right? Then only an expert can agree to it. And I feel like this is what they do to appeal to authority. They'll start wandering off into the math and weeds and but it is an appeal to authority what they're doing, you know, with the math, trying to manipulate all these things in it. Does that make sense? Because if what the question is, does it take an expert to know the Earth is a ball or flat? And if the answer is yes, then that means everybody should just shut up and listen to the experts, right?
Yeah, that's what I get all. That's what I get all the time. It's I'm sure there's an explanation for that. You know.
But it doesn't. It doesn't take an expert to know the Earth is not a ball. It doesn't take an expert to know that there is a God and we didn't come from monkeys or from an explosion. You know, it doesn't take an expert. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think we were created like that. You know, or that.
It's just ridiculous, right? It's just nullifying every military on Earth, right? Because the laser, if they see a target at 30, 40 miles and they pinpoint it with a laser, it's not actually there. It's just a hologram, right? It's just the laser is hitting a hologram, right?
Listen, in the desert, I laser targeted a target from 3/4 of a mile away, and nobody said refraction. We didn't account for refraction when they bombed the motherfucking place.
Yeah, but they just claim with dry eyes that this laser will hit a hologram because it's not actually there. It's beyond the curve, right? But we can see it.
The bomb's not going to hit a hologram, though. The railgun's not going to hit a hologram. There's so many laser targeting systems on Earth that it's impossible that lasers refract at the rate they say they do. If they did, it wouldn't be a precise targeting system. We wouldn't use it. We wouldn't use it.
So why do people believe the silly idea that it's a ball? I mean, it's like they're like, it has to be a ball and it has to work this way because it's a ball.
It's pride. They want to believe they're smarter than somebody else because somebody else told them they were.
Or the appeal to authority, right?
Listen, it's like those people who got nothing else to talk about, but they go around telling you what the weatherman told you. It's going to rain today, like that makes them smart. I'm smart. I know it's going to rain today. And then it never rains. Then it never rains.
Yeah, or they'll say you can't really trust your eyes to make these kinds of decisions. You have to ask an expert, you know, who had the proper.
Or those idiots that watch commercials and political shit, political news, CNN, and they think all of a sudden there's some kind of political analyst, you know, because they have the opinion of a fucking reporter.
Right. Are you a doctor? I was like, no. Then you should wear a mask and listen to the doctors. It's like,
yeah, that kind of crap.
Yeah.
No, my doctor didn't tell me to wear a mask. He said, Mike, it's up to you.
But you're not an expert, so I'm not going to listen to you. You know what I mean? As if it takes an expert to know if I'm sick or not.
My doctor's a TO. He's an osteopathic doctor. He's not playing the bullshit that they are.
Your doctor knows your body better than you or your wife. Something's wrong, man. Like, what the hell?
Like, I had one too many physicals, Doc. You know me better than my wife. I'm going to have to divorce her and get a new one. After 2 physicals and a prostate exam, it's over.
That's just creepy, man. It's like, what the hell do you do then? Like, who owns your body?
Oh
But the
my
doctor
God.
looks after it, and who owns it? Who tells your body what to do? Who runs the brain?
The shit they do in the name of early warning, man, they try to make people do, and they try to, if you say no to it and they know your insurance is going to pay them $25,000 to shove 2 fingers in the test tube up your ass, they're going to try to do that.
Like, I know you think that's a doctor, but really it's a vet. It's a veterinarian. You know how vets look after their animals? Yeah, that's how they look after their animals, which is us. That's what a human is. Beast of the field. Yeah.
We're
Isn't that
Leviathan.
cool?
We're beasts of the sea, bro. We're surrounded by sea and we're under admiralty law.
Yeah. Animal Farm. You guys ever read that? This is the Animal Farm. You didn't really think animals could talk. It's inspired you. Go ahead, Roger.
Yeah, we have a new member, Zushi. Zushi, you're unmuted. What's up?
Welcome, Zushi.
You have control of your mic? How are you doing?
Ni hao.
Zushi.
It's a lovely day here. Sun is shining. 0 clouds.
Nice night for a walk.
Zushi, if you're not gonna respond, I'm gonna mute you again. There? Because I can see your mic light up.
Yo.
Yo.
Hello?
I'm not the guy. Sorry, I just have a question. Did the guy delete his own comments, or did one of the mods go through and delete the dude's comments?
I didn't delete anything.
I think he might have just pussied out
Why,
and deleted
Savvy?
his comments.
No.
You know the one you were arguing with, the one who
I know. I said no. He didn't delete his own comments. I didn't ask him to give me Snell's law for 2 media. I asked him to show me how our math was incorrect, and he couldn't do it. Snell's law for two media.
Got rid of the
Listen, Snell's law for 2 media doesn't address the
yeah, I understand that. I was just
the
curious
equations for a transition zone.
Okay,
Integration is done when you're applying Snell's law to 3 different media or 2 different media. Then you have to integrate. But when you're in one, hold up.
Question. Hand it back to Roger, please.
Yeah. So when you're in one media that has changing densities, you don't integrate.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it doesn't really, right? It's negligible, whatever.
Well, you come up with a value. The value will be the differential. So they'll come up with a differential, and that'll be part of the equation.
Yeah.
And it's called the deviation.
Right. It's like all the pixels.
Deviation.
Yeah, it's like the pixels.
Well, we accounted for that. At the transition zone is where you get the angle of deviation. In other words, when you go from one density to the next, the angle of the beam will deviate because it transitions from one density to the next. That was equated for. It doesn't have to be integrated because you're not going to 2 separate media. You're going through the same media with a varying density.
I was gonna ask Battlemon.
Too often, man.
Was he saying that the Snell's law, the way you see a straw like in a cup of water, is that what he was saying was happening?
No, he's posting the math for integration between 2 medias, from diamond to ruby, ruby to glass.
I don't understand how
glass
he was
to crystal.
applying.
He's saying you have to integrate it because
it was just begging an imaginary question.
Glass has one refractive index, and then diamond has another. So you'll have an integration variable where it'll change course as it goes from each media. But in the transition zone, it's one density another. You'll have an angle of deviation. Same as you do from media to media. It'll just be at a higher rate when you go from media, not just a varying density.
Yeah, it's so funny because they chop their own. They chop their own argument down because they say, well, there's no straight lines, right? There is no straight lines. It's all curved. How can you measure a globe if it's all curved?
I don't know, man. When I go from 24 FPS to 60 FPS, it looks all choppy and weird, man. I'm like, nah, I'm just gonna stick with the 20.
It's like scoring an own goal and then going, yeah, I won.
Double the FPS. It's like pixels. It's like shades of red, man. And you're talking about one pixel, man. It's like it doesn't really matter, man. It's not like it's going from red to blue. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's just red.
So Zushi, are you still there? I'm about to mute you again because you're not responding. I see your mic lighting up, but maybe you're asleep or whatever. Zushi? Yeah. Okay, no. Well, unfortunately. Have you seen Witsit flat smacking Times Square? That was fun.
Yeah, I was gonna watch it
Yeah,
again later.
I caught a little bit of it. Did he have many interactions with individuals? Because
A
I only
few.
saw like 10 minutes.
A few. But what he does is really funny, right? What he does is he says, well, come and win $100 if you can answer 3 basic questions.
You see that, Bong?
Ballin'.
Bong. John. Am I really supposed to call you John
Roger.
now?
No, I'm ballin'.
Roger,
Sorry.
it's the
Go
inflation.
ahead,
$100 isn't what it used to be.
Yeah, well, what's funny is that he asked normies to answer 3 basic questions about the globe. So, like, how many times does the globe Earth turns in 24 hours, the circumference, and the distance to the sun? So nobody gets that, right? Nobody gets it correctly. But there was one guy, and he gets it all. So yeah, here's your. This is the first guy that wins the $100 here, and it's actually a flat earther, right? Because he watches the streams and he went. So it was a flat earther that won the $100. It's so funny.
That's perfect. That's the finesse of the century right there.
Yeah, he gave it back. I'm like, no, man, I follow your stream. I'm a flat earther.
And what's
Troll
funny
flat
about that is
earther.
it shows the other side up for what they are. A bunch of clowns. They don't even have the desire to know what team they're on.
Right.
Imagine being a football supporter and not even knowing where the stadium is, not knowing what color their jersey is.
Yeah, and Witsit said it correctly. That's why we are flat earthers, because we research this shit and figure out that it isn't a ball.
Any globies though? Did any globies come up?
No, just the usual questions. Why would they lie? Satellites. No.
I think those questions are the big ones. Why would they lie? Satellites. Why? So why would they lie? Of course, it's why people ask that. But satellites, people ask about satellites because phones, and devices. So clearing that up might open more doors. But it had to be a flat earther that answered it correctly, right? Like,
And these are just basic questions. Distance to the sun, the circumference, the radius. But he's doing an awesome job, man.
Even if the alien stories started building up, people still wouldn't know, like, oh, the radius of the Earth. It would be like unrelated to the topic of aliens.
Yeah, when the aliens land, I want to debate them.
There you go. See, you flat earthers. Even when aliens come down and you still don't believe, like, how much more proof do you need? No curvature, guys. When are
Prove
we
me
gonna
that you're
attack?
real. Evidence, citation, right now.
Alien. Hey, alien.
Out of
Where's the
curiosity,
curvature?
how much of this is a meme right now? Would you guys really?
No, I'm saying, like, they'll still be avoiding it. You know what I mean? Like, even a topic or an issue like aliens, as close as it is to our topic, they'll still say, they'll still point to the alien as proof rather than address curvature. You know what I mean? Like, that's how ridiculous it is.
Yeah, and the alien's gonna come with some nonsense like, dude, we have pictures from space. And I'd be like, all right, well, first you have to
The alien
explain,
points to
and then,
NASA.
we go through the routine again. Try again.
Does anyone actually want to talk about NASA? I don't know the deal with NASA.
Aliens are gonna be like, I thought you
Bunch of
took care of
degenerates.
this.
Simple as.
NASA's like,
Because aliens, man.
we don't know.
Aliens, man.
Don't know how to prove curvature, alien.
Aliens.
You didn't really
Alien.
give us that technology. Yeah, alien.
Yeah, tell me, what did NASA do for humanity? Right? What big inventions did they make? A pen
One
that
big
came right upside down?
small step, right? Big leap for mankind, some shit like that. What do you say?
I would say, like, also the USSR beat America to space. So for this to be true, you have to prove that the two strongest global superpowers that have ever existed, who hated each other more than anything,
You gotta
were
prove
able
space,
to
man. Whoa. You've
agree
never
on the
been to
same thing.
space. I've been
Yeah.
in airplanes, but I've never went into the where air does not exist ever because airplanes don't fly there. So, have you?
Yeah, and you
when
assume
the
that they
alien-
have.
I've been up in the air, yeah. Into space? Nah, man, not there yet. I'll let you know if I ever go.
When the alien arrives, sorry, mate, your existence is a violation
yeah.
of the second law.
Aliens.
Move to strike. See ya.
Right. I'll just remember that I brought this up and everyone was just memeing around. It's okay, guys. You don't have to talk about it.
It's the other
I
way
was
You
serious,
around,
brought
man.
up space. Space literally is a meme.
Yeah.
Just show me. Give me something. Do you
What
even
you
know
guys
what the
think about
second law of
Project
thermodynamics
Bluebeam?
is?
I'm just saying if my answer is I trust that the authorities of the USSR or of the United States, and I believe that it exists because they showed me, right? I feel like you should be able to prove your conspiracy that both of these global superpowers
No.
who
I'm not the one
absolutely
making the
hated each
claim.
other.
I'm not the one making the claim. You said space?
Yes.
Show me space. It's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Have fun with that.
I could
Show
just post
unicorns.
a photo. Wait. I could just post a
pictures of
photo from
unicorns.
NASA,
Yes, hold on.
and that's
Let me
just
post
fine
pictures.
to you guys?
Dude,
No,
I just took some pictures
hold
of
up.
unicorns.
Cyrus, I got this.
gotcha.
I got this.
NASA's
So
fake and
I
satanic.
told you that you made a claim, right? And I said, show me. Because your claim is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. When did I say that showing me a photo of some make-believe fairy tale land is going to prove anything? I didn't. So you have to demonstrate. When I say show, I mean demonstrate, because clearly you're not paying attention. How your little fairy tale thing, which is a violation of natural law, can exist in the first place. And then I said, have fun with that, because you will never be able to do it.
I guess I have to concede. I don't think I'll ever be able to prove it to you. I just think it's funny that, like, the whole conspiracy here, the whole thing, hinges on that both the USSR and both the USA would lie
no.
about the same thing.
You fundamentally weren't paying attention. You missed the point.
I mean, I feel the same about we're talking past each other. You completely, totally didn't address anything I said.
Conspiracy does not hinge on what you just said. The whole
Okay.
claim of those guys and your claim alongside it hinges on a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Address that first. That's the foundation. If you can't address that, then nothing else after the fact has any value whatsoever.
So, if I just cite things NASA says, are they a valid source?
They don't trump thermodynamics. That's
this
for
guy
sure.
doesn't understand what he's talking about. How many times do I have to tell you? If you're gonna invoke outer space, you gotta demonstrate it. It's a violation of natural law. If you can't address that, then anything else associated with that is a myth.
Okay, space station. The space station, I can show you videos of the space station. Then.
Let me just hold on real quick. Let me add this.
I got the video.
To answer your question, right? Is NASA valid? Well, let me ask you a question. For example,
like, I don't get it.
Hold up. Listen, pay attention.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go on.
I've already demonstrated
NASA showed me
multiple
real quick.
times.
If NASA showed me an image of Santa Claus, right, and I knew Santa Claus didn't exist, but yet everyone believed, this is an extreme example, but everyone believed that Santa existed because of the image, right? But I didn't, right? Would I consider NASA a valid source, even though everyone does? Of course I wouldn't, right? That's what we mean, right? When you ask your question, well, what do you think? Do you think that what NASA is showing you is possible? I just wanted to add that. Go ahead.
I guess that yeah, I haven't seen reason not to believe NASA or the USSR, so I believe them.
Right. So you believe Santa exists? Great, awesome.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Man, you're falling apart like all over the place, dude. What happened to you? Did you bump your head this morning?
Have you ever looked into the moon landing conspiracies or anything like that? Since you brought up NASA, like have you looked at what opposition says? That's all I'm asking.
You know what? I will give you the credit here. I mean, that's why I'm here, right? I try to be pretty cordial when I'm in here. I don't try to spend most of my time.
What do you think the violation?
What
do you think the violation of the first law of thermodynamics means? That's what Santa is. Okay.
Second law.
What do you think it means?
We're circling to that. We're circling. Oh, you don't? Okay, or you?
Wait, yeah, I don't know what it means.
Okay.
I feel like someone else asked me a question that I missed.
So that is submission, yes? You have submitted. Moon landing, yeah, we're talking about
moon landing. Right.
Yeah,
the only thing I know about the moon landing is what was on the John Oliver section of it. You guys have seen that. I could post it in chat if you want.
Yeah, go for it. Not sure who.
So now you
John
know
Oliver is.
that NASA is showing us. NASA is showing us the violation of the law of thermodynamics, the first law. And we know that Santa doesn't exist. What they are showing us is Santa Claus, right? How are they doing it, right? How are they violating the law of first law of thermodynamics, right?
I have to say that this feels like an incredible straw man of what the USSR beating.
You said that there's no reason for you not to trust NASA. Well, here's the reason.
You must let him finish.
Go ahead.
Right, I just want to finish because beating one of the countries in the space race really meant a lot. It showed that the USSR had the power to launch a rocket anywhere in the world.
Santa Claus is what we're talking about here, right? Before we can talk about
no, it's fine. Just have fun memeing around, dude.
The Santa Claus problem.
Holy shit.
Oh, okay. So you were told that they're enemies, correct? Or have you verified that at the time? Right? This duel. This guy versus that guy. That was okay. Were you like in on it? Who you were betting on? And how'd you verify that this fight was going down, sort of thing? You know what I mean? We've all been told the same story, bro. I'm just saying, I'm being more open-minded where, like, okay, these guys never actually fought, you know, and they talk, and life is good, actually. No. You know, and they trade with each other. You know, like on eBay, you can find some Russian stuff and stuff like that. You can buy it from Russia. We're cool with each other. So it's like, oh, okay, dope. So what's going on? Nothing. Okay, it's just propaganda, right? Joseph Goebbels, right? You know, sort of thing. You know,
Gobble gobble.
gobble gobble.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's funny that you don't trust, for example, Fox News, but what the USSR and America is telling you, yeah, but that's legit,
Oh,
man.
yeah, for sure.
Wow.
Friends in space.
Yeah.
That's buddies
I
in
mean,
space.
I was just hoping that you guys had like a reason to not believe them, and it doesn't even sound like you guys do.
The violation
we
of the
do.
first law of thermodynamics. That's
Okay.
what we were talking
Okay.
about, man.
Ab
Go
yet.
ahead.
Yet. How many times did I address it, and how many times did you fail to address the point?
Point
Or
something about
understand the
Santa
point?
Claus.
Like in the moon landing.
No,
You want to
It
talk
was the
about the
fact.
moon
It was
landing?
the fact that everything you're talking about hinges on outer space, right? Outer space is a violation of natural law. So I don't have to entertain any of their stories, any of their claims, any of their blah blah blah, because what they're fundamentally saying goes against natural law. So if you don't address the foundations, then everything else is irrelevant. Do you
Sure.
actually understand that? Could you articulate that?
Yeah. So your essential claim, right? If I to try to steelman what I think you believe, and if I get this wrong, please correct me because I'm trying to be as good faith as I can here. Your argument is I don't have to pay attention to these sources because they don't make any sense with the world as I perceive it according to the second law of thermodynamics. Is that like roughly true?
No,
That's very
not
basic,
as you
roughly,
perceive it,
but it's not
as it
perception.
is.
It's natural law, right? So it's got nothing to do with my interpretation. It's just natural
Okay,
law.
sure.
So do you
So
understand
when
what
you're
that
talking
violation
about
is?
when you're talking about like the conspiracy stuff, so ultimately, who gives a monkeys? Because their claim goes against reality. And then if you want to like if you don't understand the second law of thermodynamics, go and look it up. These people can educate you. There's notes downstairs in the rooms. But we can just
Yeah.
go from a logic. We can just go from a logical assessment. So are you currently a married man?
No, not currently.
All right. So when the USSR show you a picture of your wife, does that make you a married man?
No, it doesn't, I guess.
All right. Simple.
I mean, if the USSR does it, maybe,
Simple.
because they'll throw you in the fucking gulag, right?
But see, now you're just clowning yourself. See, I just gave you a very
I'm
simple,
memeing
logical
around though. I'm just having some fun. All right. I'll be more serious with
Yeah,
it.
it's cool,
But it
man.
does. I don't care about that.
Beaming
But
around.
you understand that everything
Yeah.
else you were saying, aside the point of the natural law thing, the stuff that you're talking with the other man with, I can just break that down by that simple, logical presentation of the wife that you don't have. So everything you're trying to like, okay, they've shown me this. They sent this guy to here. They send it. It's like, okay, if they send you somewhere that you've never been, does it mean you've gone there? No. It's just It's just an image. It's just a story. You can go to the cinema. You can watch a whole movie about your life, but if it didn't happen in your actual life, it didn't happen at all. It's just a movie. You have to be able to apply, even if you're taking the mic, right? You still have to be able to apply critical thinking to the way you're taking the mic.
Yeah. Sure. I just the basis of this conversation is when I decide to start looking into this. What sources can I use to try to build an argument? What sources should I even bother looking into? And today I've learned that everyone here would accept NASA as a valid source. So that's like
no.
really.
No, what?
You really
Well, then
haven't
why?
been paying
What?
attention.
No, you're
Why
serious now.
shouldn't I trust NASA?
All right.
Wrong
Now,
question. Why should you trust?
Can I take this one?
wait.
Please let him take that one.
Yes,
Anyone,
please
go ahead. Go ahead, man.
Because I knock at all this from a different perspective.
Okay.
I have verifiable evidence that they have a private sector bank. They're committing securities and bonds fraud, and they're bankrolling that through the court systems and the stock market. That's one good reason.
Is they NASA?
Yes, they has their own bank.
Okay. And because they have a profit motive, you don't trust them?
No. Securities fraud. Bonds fraud. They're in things that they're not supposed to be in, like the Chris system. I have evidence of this. It's still on YouTube right now, which is blowing my mind.
Okay. So because NASA
how about this?
has No, this is really important. Please I wanna hear this guy out. I just want to understand. So like if somebody double dips in a second venture, even if it's a government program, because multiple government programs do this, that means that we shouldn't listen to them. I don't know why them dealing with banking and bonds and stuff matters as far as their
Let's say, hold on, wait. Let's say they were lying about what they're doing. Then would it matter?
Oh, if they're lying about their banking stuff?
No.
So basically,
everything they do.
Yeah, you're saying that.
What if you found out they were? What if you found out they were? Would it make a difference?
Yeah, that would make a difference. Yeah, if you guys prove like, hey, this is why you shouldn't listen to NASA.
You have some comments. Let me just say, I just put something. I put a link in the chat for you, and I also sent you a message with some other links of information as well. Bathroom tour for the ISS, and then the toilet. There, just look at the shot of the toilet. Imagine yourself using that toilet once, like just once, let alone months on end. Okay, like think about it. They're
the space body.
They're not. They're making fun of us. Yeah, the space body. Just look at what. There's no seat. You're gonna hover over that with no gravity, try to have explosive diarrhea. I mean, it's just ridiculous. That's all you really need to see the eye.
Not only that, look at the hair, bro. Look at the hair. It's hair sprayed up, bro. If you're
don't
in
see the
pool,
Jupiter light when you watch that. I don't know.
Yeah, she's laughing all around. But the hair also gives it away, man.
That's
just hairspray.
Why would they have? Why would they? You see the way they have the thing wired with like they're playing with water. I mean, come on, think about it. They're like, if you believe this, then we don't feel bad.
We could go to the moon landing, right? Where they got busted lying, like back in the days, right? Because this is where the distrust begins. Like, because that's where we really find out about it. It's like, oh, okay, what's going on here?
But those aren't the pictures you're talking about. The pictures you're talking about are the pictures of the Earth from space, right?
It could be any picture from space,
because
right?
that's what we're talking about.
Exist,
we're talking about
right?
curvature. We're talking about curvature. Because without curvature, who cares about these pictures from the ISS, right? So a lot of the Globers, when they say pictures from space, they're referring to the blue marble or some, or the ISS looking down at the Earth, right? But that's a fisheye lens. That's not real. How do we know it's not real?
Do you know how these photos are made or not?
I mean, if as long as I'm allowed to trust NASA, I would say that they're just real photos.
Okay, so do you have?
As long as you're allowed to.
Right.
As long as I'm allowed to, until I'm proven that I shouldn't trust them.
Well,
I would like to address. Roger said that this is hairspray. I think that's a little too. I think it's a little too movie. Like it moves a little bit too much to be hairspray. Usually hairspray is harder than that.
Does that toilet look like you could use that toilet? Would you want to use that toilet for months on end?
I mean, God, if I had to, fuck.
Look.
Why would they make it that way?
Wait.
Have you seen the skills of the electricians?
Wait, let me say this.
Have you seen the skills, man? Like the electricians in the ISS? Have you seen how messy the wiring is? It's like a fire hazard. Like, you actually just look at it. But anyways, go bong. Sorry, man. Go ahead.
But the hair that he's talking about, sometimes you can it looks like they're upside down. Sometimes when you look at their face, right, it looks like the blood is going to their eyes and their freaking head is turning red, and it looks like they're upside down. Right? So sometimes it's not even consistent. Sometimes it looks like hairspray, but maybe that wasn't working well, so they tried the upside down, and that looked dumb. So they tried. They've got all kinds of shots with the hair, but nothing looks properly. Yeah.
There's a bunch of popular harness video. Look in the lobby. Look at this.
Yeah. Like we got a bunch of those gifts here, I forgot the bot commands for him.
Oh God, that's
Rusty
40
as fuck.
minutes. If you give me a
Like we're all
timestamp,
just
Cuddle.
paranoid people that we think it looks. We're just trying to find flaws in it. Is that what you think? Like we're just looking for something that like seems out of the ordinary, so we can start this whole movement of trying to figure out what the truth is. Like we're all stupid. We just don't have enough belief for NASA.
No, I don't think you guys are stupid. I think you guys are really conspiratorial, and I like that. That's why
I
I'm
watch
here.
movies.
Conspiratorial, actually. We're just trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. And
Yeah.
Did you realize
conspiratorial
we're
there's
not
an
the ones
edge that we're
conspiring
looking
here,
for
right?
Conspire, we're only looking for conspiracies rather than, I mean, conspiring is just two people getting together and figuring out a plan, right? We know that happens all the time.
Sorry to interrupt your new perspective, but you are very muffled.
Thanks for telling him. I was gonna tell him.
That's my headphones. I gotta go anyway, but real quick, you guys, I'm gonna leave. You guys checked out the Lost History of Flat Earth? Just watch episode 7 of 7. You guys were talking about, some other possibilities of UFOs. There's a whole lot more to this world than we've been shown, it seems. So check that out. I'll put the link in it.
UFOs are all holograms.
All right, bro.
UFOs are all holograms.
Maybe.
Oh dear. Dude, just because you've never seen a helicopter before.
Do you guys believe in Project Bluebeam?
What is Project Bluebeam? You said it a couple times. I've never heard of it before.
No, 1 second. So have you? I've sent you a demonstration of a girl in a zero G plane. You seen that?
Can you give me like a timestamp you want me to see? I don't really want to like. You guys have just sent me in the past 3 minutes.
3 minutes, around 3 minutes.
Thanks, Roger. I appreciate it.
So the difference, right? You see her hair, quote unquote, dance, right? It moves around like it's underwater. You get it? But when we get these astronauts, it's always looking like a like a troll with the hair sticking up. It's always sticking up, like a troll. They're just trolling you.
Why are the astronauts?
There's no gravity, so it goes the other way, right? It has to, for some reason.
They call it microgravity. They call it microgravity, right? It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I have a legitimate question. Why are the actual quote unquote astronauts so ugly?
CGI, I think, is going to change all that because
you can't change
computers.
That kind of ugly.
Well, computers are powerful now to simulate hair real time, and with 5G, we're going to have the bandwidth to do it real time with holograms or whatever they think of to. But
yeah,
it's going to change.
They'll clean up their act in the future. Yep. I bet.
It only takes a generation
to get better CGI technicians. Then maybe they'll get them from Hollywood or something, where these guys have always been ahead.
That's where I think they need to stay consistent, right? So they showed us all this crappy shit, so they need to stay consistent. That's why they keep showing us this crappy shit, because then flat earthers will say, well, look at this. How come it's now this and it was this? That's why they never went back to the moon. They never went
upgraded.
back to the moon, because they need to stay consistent, right? They need to, because if they fuck up with one thing at the moon landing, people will notice.
Well, we're going back, right?
Yeah.
Soon, yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, fire up the CGI the GPUs, graphics cards. Let's render.
Well, we're going back to the future, are we?
Roger, I just want to say that I feel like the two videos here, I don't feel like look different enough to me. I don't have experience with it. I don't know what the hair could look like. I'm just gonna say it's just not.
So we have this...
having weird hair doesn't.
Can I give you a cool point? Cool point.
Having weird hair doesn't seem to like go against the narrative, like why the USSR and the USA would both agree to have this to lie about the flat Earth, and this is like the evidence you want to go against like all of history. I just it doesn't like meet the burden of proof for me.
So
it's one of thousands, right?
look,
The most important one is one second. The most important one is Earth measures flat always. The water of the surface of Earth measures flat. That is the most important part of this all, right? Then you have the second law of thermodynamics, which states that entropy will occur. So there cannot be gas pressure without a container. So we can go into the weeds and we can show you all these thousands of fuck-ups they made, right? Well, that wouldn't convince you because you have this bias that you are spinning around on this ball Earth, right? It doesn't. The only thing that will convince you is that you yourself go out and measure the surface of the Earth. That is the only thing that will convince you.
I just want to know because I've stated that I live in a pretty mountainous area. It'd be a 3-hour drive for me to get anywhere flat to test it. And as far as like the case of building an argument goes, I want because eventually you guys are gonna hold my feet to the fire and you're gonna say, Aviat, you're always in here, you're always goofing off, you're always talking about Marxism. Talk about the flat Earth. And I want to know, can I trust NASA? Can I trust the USSR? Can I trust global? Right. But I want to know why I can't.
No, because they're not looking after because you're all the governments. You know what the United Nations is? The United Nations is something that should not have happened, but it happened. Okay, it tried to happen earlier, but people stopped it, and then some people fell asleep, and then it happened, and now everyone's asleep. Okay, what is it? What is the United Nations? Okay, what is the United Nations? You know what it is, right? What is the Antarctic Treaty? You know what it is. What is this Star Wars program where we're all friends in space and we put lasers in space and monitors and surveillance the whole Earth? What is the New World Order? Do you know about these things?
I know about some of these things. I don't know what the New World Order is.
So you know that. Do you know what a Russia, communism doesn't exist and capitalism doesn't exist. Okay.
Capitalism
Let me
exists.
ask you a question. Do you think that Russian people who are living in communist Russia or China or Chinese people living in do you think they're evil people?
No, I
Do you
don't
think
think
they're
that
evil
people.
people? Do you think they're just normal people like you?
I don't think they're normal like me. I think I'm a kind of
Don't
weird
think they're
guy.
normal. Do you
But
think
probably
they want the
decently
same
normal.
things that you want for their families and in their lives? Yes or
Yeah,
no?
absolutely. Most people
Of
do.
course. Yeah. Yes. So you're the same kind of people, right? You're exactly the same then, right?
As who? I'm a neo-Marxist. I'm really different. I don't know.
If that family moved and lived next to you, would you then be the same? Or if you had to go live there, would you then be the same? Or are you going to go there and claim you're a capitalist living in communism? You see what I mean? None of these things are real. It's all false. It's a false dichotomy.
Capitalism
Like, Republican, Democratic. Okay, the 49ers versus the Cowboys. Okay, it's not real.
What do you mean by
it up
real?
so you can. They made it up so you can pick a side, so you can cheer for this side versus that side. Okay, you don't want to eat. You don't want to eat poop.
I'm telling
Okay,
you.
so you must want vomit, right, for lunch. It's like, no, I don't want vomit. Okay, you must want poop then. No. You see what they do to you?
It's an excellent rebuttal to the two-party system in America. I agree.
It's in the world. Yeah, it's the whole world. The whole world. It's the New
because
World
we don't
Order,
have
man.
any real far left options.
Guys,
am I right, fellow leftists?
No, Aviat. So we have a multi-party system based on consensus, right? So I'm in the Netherlands. We have multiple parties, but the biggest always rule the country, right? So they just when we vote, right? Then the parties get their people in the chambers, and then they make coalitions. Right, and if one party doesn't suit the other party, then they won't make a coalition with them. So it's just a scam either way. If you have two parties, multiple parties, they will pick which ones are going into the government, right? Doesn't even matter if you have 2 or multiple. It's even worse if you have multiple, because then your votes is going to be scattered even more.
I mean, they do ranked choice voting, so I would say that it's still more democratic, but I don't know if that's what you mean by worse.
Yeah, democratic, man. If you have a party that's has only one person in the chamber, what is he going to do? Nothing, right? So all these votes that went for this one person is just thrown away, right? Because the biggest parties with the most money, who can push out the most propaganda, will get the most votes. So they will, and then if there's a bunch of smaller parties, they will pick which one they're going to go into the chamber with. So it's
Now,
just a
I
farce
don't
either way.
particularly agree in the idea of the free marketplace of ideas, but I think that to some degree, having your voice heard in your parliament is still valuable, even if you don't have enough voice to make change. You at least have enough voice to try to fight your opposition and push like your country in a direction that you would.
And then again, then you have opposition, right? Then the ruling parties can give, they throw the opposition a bone, right? Here you go, we've done this for you, and then they're happy again. So it's just, opposition cannot do anything, because the biggest party will vote if there is a motion of discontent, they will vote it away. Nothing will ever happen, bro. My government fell last September because they were fraudulent with tax money. They ruined lives of thousands of people. People were evicted. They committed suicide. They were they stepped down, and we already have had elections, but there's still no new government because of the Rona, right? Because they just stretch it because they can then implement. So imagine this government we have, it does not have any power because it is not in control, because it stepped down, yet it is still implementing laws because of the Rona, right? This is how it works in the Netherlands now. We don't have a government, but it's still our government.
And that sounds really terrible. I hope you guys get your democracy back. But as capitalism fails all around us, either socialism or fascism will take over, and I don't think socialism's going to win, boys.
Democracy is also it's not real, one, right? And the idea is stupid too, right? The idea of democracy opens it up for all kinds of corruption, right? Because accountability.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's a lose-lose.
You know what's a really good example of democracy at its like worst is a lynch mob, because they can vote on the person they hang, and yeah, it's democratic if they all the majority. So if you get 6 out of 10 votes to hang him, they hang him. So it's ridiculous. So that's democratic for but it's not.
Yeah, that's a good example of the flaws of democracy. But any sort of way in which you were to construct power even less than giving it in the hands of everybody would have worse outcomes.
Democracy
because there wasn't democracy.
Well,
that's almost a really base take. What do you mean? What's communism to you?
All the isms are the same. They all lead to the same point.
That's not true.
Collectivism, where the majority is more, sovereign than the minority.
What about this ism? What about this ism? Villageism.
What's that villageism?
Or familyism.
Bong-saoism. Bong-saoism. I'll subscribe to
what
that.
about familyism? Is that natural?
Yeah.
I think that's the right form of government. You know what I mean? I think they call it village. When families meet, right? Like heads of families, dads meet, right?
Call it, right?
The reason why families work is because dads like when they meet up to form a council, they'll probably want to do what's best for all their families, because they're all dads. You know what I'm saying? Like, anyways, that's just the most basic unit, like that I can think of that works. What do you guys think?
Wait,
are we?
Is it still a democracy if all these dads have to vote?
Maybe
or
a
is it the
republic.
dad with the biggest army with the most sons that calls the shots?
Yeah, I bet it's that guy. I'll put my money on that guy. That's for sure.
Well, it looks
That's
like
me.
I've got more sons than you.
If I had to bet, if I was a betting man, well, I'll bet on the dude with the fucking most army. So yeah, that's a champ right here.
You with what army, right?
So, let me get this straight though. You guys believe there's like a global. I'm not going to use the word cabal, but I imagine some of you would.
We use the word global.
If dads do it, then of course they would do it.
Sure.
I mean, look at us. We're dads.
There's a worldwide group that control everything that are lying to you in secret.
No, it's earthwide.
Earthwide. Sure.
Yeah,
or whatever you guys want to go with. All right. So
I have
there's
an idea.
Earthwide.
What if
every
we put our
country.
sons together, our armies together? Hey,
Can I talk, my guy?
go ahead.
No,
Sorry.
man, this is bonked out, dog. You know.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
All right. Thanks, man. So I just want to kind of like, as far as like us talking about democracy, because wouldn't that be good if everybody got a vote? If everybody got to have an honest conversation, you guys would have the platform in which you could actually push your narrative for the flat Earth.
If every
troll gets a vote,
it's pushing your narrative things like okay.
No, man.
If everybody actually had an intelligent say in what was going on, you would have a republic, and bad ideas wouldn't be getting shoved through the mill and kicked out into the public.
Wait, so is that your issue with republics?
In a so-called true republic, as far as my studies in law, if 10 people propose a bill together, and that bill is going to cause harm to the environment or to other people downstream, upwind, whatever. If I can articulate how it's going to cause harm, injury, or loss, the bill falls before it even goes to the House. That's a republic. In a democracy, I can prove that that is bad, and those same 10 people get that crap passed, and then I have to deal with the consequences, even though I proved to them it was going to hurt me before they implemented it.
Sure, that would be a criticism of republics.
So nobody has a free government. Nobody.
I agree. I'm a communist.
Freedom is an illusion.
Oh, you're the
Freedom
communist.
is not an illusion.
It's a delusion.
Amish?
You're a Babylonian.
As the man puts his boot on your face, you're like, freedom is not an illusion. As he presses down on your face with his boot.
I would be against that.
As six cops draw their guns on you for a minor traffic infraction, you just get to go freedom. I'm free, man. You don't.
You can say freedom is real and say we don't have it. Someone was saying freedom isn't real.
And you don't. Most people don't have real freedom. Someone will come along and tell you what you can and can't do. And if you do try to defend yourself in certain circumstances, someone will then still come in behind you and tell you what you can and can't do and what was right and what was wrong about what you did do. That's not freedom.
what are you not free to do that you would like to be free to do? What freedom are you free to do? What free from what? Are you
Go to the
enslaved?
north. Go south any direction I'd like. I'm not free to walk across the border into Mexico. Definitely, I'd get shot at the border. Can't go to
You're not
Canada
free.
either.
Can't dig a
agreeing
well without
total here.
permission.
Yep, all of these things. A good
just
example
walk
of
up
not
there.
having freedom. Yep, borders suck.
I can't cross the street without when it's the red light, right? Even though there are no cars, I have to wait. I'm not free to
Well,
just
that's
cross, right? I have to wait for the light, even though there are no cars. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning.
well. I
Like,
mean, bro.
what are you doing?
Just go, man.
I don't know.
That's a moot point,
Just
though.
drive.
The road. What is this?
That is a
drive,
moot
man.
point. Because if you were on a plane and a freaking herd of buffalo was coming across the plane and you needed to go through the herd of buffalo, you'd still have to wait for the herd of buffalo. It doesn't mean you're not free.
Right.
That
But
just
what if
means,
there are no herd of
it means
buffaloes?
there's a consequence if you
imaginary
step
buffalo.
into the buffalo.
The
What's wrong
buffalo's
with
step
imaginary.
into
Why is he just
traffic.
standing there? He's waiting for the light.
You stand
So-
in, you
Why?
step into traffic while they're moving, and you're gonna get the buffalo.
Oh, my guy, communist dude. I wanted to tell you
What's
something
up?
since you're a communist.
Go
I
for it,
don't
man. I don't think you know what communism means, but go for it.
Okay, you say, hey, you claimed it. You claimed it. I'm not gonna argue communism with you. You can educate me on it
China
later.
number
Cool.
one.
Yeah, I'll hold you to that, my guy.
Listen, man. Check this out.
Yeah.
So on the moon landing,
it.
yeah, the lander, there was no blast crater underneath the rocket, that propelled the lander, because as the lander is falling to the moon, right, there's a rocket underneath to slow down the descent, and then you know what I'm saying. So after you land, there's like sand, not sand, like the surface of the moon is dusty. You can see it in the video as they're running around and they kick it around. So you'd get a crater, right, and there is no crater there at all. It's perfect, pristine. So for me, that's it. I'm done. I'm right here. And even there's an engineer from Rocketdyne. He's the one that pointed this out. And I was like, oh, because I like engineers, because I studied engineering, so I'm biased. It's like, engineer, yeah, cool. Well, what are you saying?
And that's the fault. And that's the director. That's the director's fault. Because in the industry, they call that continuity. We all know that, right? Like, when you spot, like, hey, what happened? Why that moved? That's not supposed to. Didn't he just go? You know what I mean? Like continuity. Yeah, there's no. So yeah, it's such a simple thing to do, but what a lazy director. What the
lazy director for sure. Well,
isn't it that the moon doesn't have an atmosphere, so there would be no air that would get blown from the moon landing?
Well, how the hell does the airplane go up?
Wait. Okay.
How does the rocket go up?
Okay.
Where does
now,
the thrust?
What kind of propulsion do you have in space, sir? Yeah, perfect. Thank you. See, now this is the type of conversation I like. Hell yeah. So what kind of propulsion can you have in space? Do you know what kind of propulsion we have on Earth? So it's called fluid propulsion, if you don't know, in water or air, both, right? Because you're pushing off of fluids. So in space, what kind of propulsion you got? Because I studied fluid mechanics. So it's like, okay, I can rock and roll with this. What kind of propulsion? Exactly, not sure. So what's
what NASA said?
What?
I've never been to the moon. How would I know?
Oh, you're right, but there is stuff coming out of the exhaust because you have mass, right? You have material that's being ignited. It's a fuel, and so it's producing thrust, and that mass that's coming out, that's what they claim that propels them. So we're going to take their argument, that mass, and you using Newton's second law, that's what they claim. Fantastic. So that dust shall move. Perfect. Bingo. That's it. Period. That's it. End the story. There has to be a blast crater. There is no blast crater. So how did the lander get there? You have to. That's it. So how did they land?
I'll have to look up what NASA said about this. I don't know, my guy.
Stage is called a stage designer.
Fair enough, man.
Yeah,
Fair,
that's
but
what
you,
they're
you
called.
see where I'm getting at? This is where I started with this, the NASA, because you were asking about NASA if you could trust them, and I never got to put my 2 cents in for like 2 hours. So now kind of things calmed down, and I'm telling you, this is my like single cent or half a penny for a quarter penny. You know, blast crater, a Rocketdyne engineer.
If you want to go for it, everyone else just kind of said that it didn't fit with their worldview, and it's against the second law of thermodynamics. Which, as I said, I don't know shit about science. That doesn't mean anything to me.
That was space. That was talking about space, yeah. So
right,
I'm with
but
that. I'm with that for sure, yeah. 100%.
Yeah. So why can't I trust NASA?
I just told you. The
Why
moon
was that?
landing, right? A blast crater. That was
The moon
staged
landing
because
blast
there's
Okay.
no blast crater underneath the lander. Thus, that's a fake landing. It's never happened because there's no dust on nothing. It's pristine, and it cannot be, man. Just look at a launch. Look at a fucking rocket launch, and there you go. Just do that in reverse as it's falling down. Perfect. That's it. It's the same effect. Look at the thrust. Yeah, nothing. No evidence of any of that shit.
There's no atmosphere, so I don't know. I imagine it would be different.
What they removed the craters before they took the picture. Hey, let's remove the blast crater because it looks like shit. Really, dog?
Asking why you shouldn't trust NASA means you don't understand who NASA is. Do you know what the project
Nazis.
Paperclip.
The paperclip? Yeah. Have you heard of Project Paperclip?
No, I haven't. What's Project Paperclip?
You guys want to have a go?
Go ahead, man.
But yeah, Nazis. Yeah, Nazi scientists, right? Like there's this guy named Werner von Braun.
This is where they ended up. They took him from Germany and they brought him here, and it's legit and it's declassified. So you can just Google Project Paperclip and get it from the CIA.gov. All right, this is where you go on and you download it.
Yeah,
sorry, that's the source, dog. And if you think that's I trust that source is lying or whatever. But this is what they're saying, and this is the only person that. Anyways, but Werner von Braun or whatnot, they brought them here.
So the United States got a Nazi scientist, so I can't trust.
Yes.
No, not just any Nazi scientists.
Hitler's.
During the war, Hitler's scientists, but not just any. These guys were communing with what they're calling aliens today, right? But it's something called real society, right? I think it's evil spirits. I think it's demons, the same spirits, from John Dee and all that crap. But anyways, these scientists were brought over here, right? And NASA is created. Okay, NASA, when you look at it, you think it's a space agency, but really they're a very powerful agency in the government. What they do is they tell you that we're going to space and all this stuff, but who knows what they're doing? Why shouldn't you trust NASA? Like, it means you don't know who they are and what
The question is,
what
why
the
should you
history
trust NASA?
Because the fakery,
and the occult, and that they dabble in the occult. With Aleister Crowley Aleister Crowley, right? Type of stuff, okay? Type of shit, like.
Sure, what?
You know what I mean? Like some talking to demons and spirits. Okay?
I know what it is.
Information on what
I know. Right, I know it sounds crazy, okay? But you know what's not crazy? UFOs and aliens in the news again, okay? The president's talking about, we're talking to aliens. That's not crazy, okay? So that's why I'm saying, like, you don't know who NASA is or what space is and what we're doing, what it really is versus what they're telling us.
Hey, you know what? I think if NASA's talking about the occult, that might be a reason not to trust them. What occult stuff has NASA said? You said it, Nick. I just want to know.
I'm the blast critter guy. I'm not the guy about way. He was just giving you different points.
I got it.
So
I'll put it in the lounge.
There's so much, man. It's so much.
There's a lot of stuff.
There's the atomic bomb. There's the rocket propulsion. There's the technology. There's the But there's the wars, okay? The world wars, the
Whoever said they were
testing,
gonna
the
put it in the
masks.
lounge, could you put it in the live stream voice text? Because I don't.
There
There's like a
is.
billion channels.
I
There
can't.
don't know
always-
which one.
I can't do that. I can't upload images in it.
Oh shoot! Can you PM me?
There's
Go to
Antarctica.
lobby. Go to the lobby chat.
Yeah. Was it high jump? Is it high jump operation?
Which one was that
High
one?
jump.
High jump.
And these
Yeah.
Satanists
wall,
that
yeah,
make all this,
Antarctica.
these Nazis that do all the space stuff, they're not even making their own plans. They're just given instructions, are doing it because the Satanists control them, the Jesuits.
Okay. Did you post it in lobby?
I'm trying to find it real quick.
All right. All right. And what was that? These Nazi guys are Satanists. I mean, I already don't like them.
I don't really want to sound crazy. I'd rather you do the research yourself so that you can make up your own mind instead of you know what I mean? You just sitting here listening to some guy go on about.
Unfortunately, you're my primary source.
Well, there you go. Just look up the history of NASA, and that'll lead you all the
Wait,
way.
who's the one that wants the thing?
Right.
I'm gonna DM a website too.
Yeah, I think we got some.
My name's Aviat. I'm the spooky green demon mask.
I think if you scroll down, dude, we might have some rooms with some information that'll get you started.
I'm giving him everything he needs. Here you go.
Okay, thank you.
Thetruthfolder.com.
Yep. Go to there and there's Space Lies, Flat Earth, New World Order, Depopulation, Jesuits, Illuminati. It's all a part of it.
Is there a man? This is real general. Is there anything that's specifically about NASA? Is that under media?
Go to Space Lies and then go to there's astronaut CGI, fisheye lens, ISS, Mars, meteors, moon landing, NASA, Red Bull jump, rockets, satellite space, Tesla car, all fake.
Okay. This also doesn't cover. Oh, is this just images?
A ton of GIFs made.
Okay.
Yeah, me and my buddies work on it.
Well, that's cool, man. I'm glad you're having fun with your buddies.
We have a NASA room. If you scroll down, I'll type it in hashtag NASA. There's some more rooms down there, but
oh, I see it. A little.
Yeah.
Wait, can I get the Christian roll? I don't got the Christian roll.
God, 42 minutes.
Who is asking? Josiah?
Yeah.
What kind of role?
A Christian roll. Jesus
Christian?
believer. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I gotcha. I heard Christian, like not Christian, like okay. What's a Christian? What is that? I must know.
Is that the one you're asking for? Check.
Yep.
Do you want King James Bible believer?
I think KJV is corrupt. I do ESV.
Okay.
And I'm making my own Bible canon right now.
All right, we'll skip that one then.
I study the Orthodox Jewish Bible. The OJB.
Orthodox is.
No, I was just kidding, man. Well, however, like I like to look, I like to look up stuff in there. I'm not a Christian, so you know, but I don't know. Just to kind of pick up the Hebrew, you know, it's extremely difficult to understand anything, but it's like it's okay.
I got you here. I'll send you the website also.
I gave you link and image and bedroll. Maybe now you can post links and pictures.
All right, cool.
God of Chaos. You want that one? I'm just kidding.
So I heard in the Bible it says the Earth is a ball.
It says it's flat. I'll give you the verses. Look in the
Yeah, I'm messing with you, man.
Josiah, I'd love to get.
I was trolling you.
I'd love to get biblical verses about the Earth being flat. By the way, that'd be awesome.
Look in the
There
live
you
stream
go.
what voice says.
Look, he posted it, man. He's on it, dude. Serious man. Honest dude. He said, just check this out, and boom.
Dude, saving that.
I got more for
All right, so does anyone else have anything to say about NASA before I go?
Yeah, actually, we
they're
have a
full of shit.
lot
They are full of shit.
to say about NASA.
Nas holes. Never a straight answer. You know. yeah.
Do you know who
That's what
Michelle Thaller is?
That's what it stands for, man. Never a
Do you
straight
know who-
answer.
Do you know who Michelle Thaller is? Michelle Thaller from NASA?
Oh, telemetry data, man. About the moon. Oh, dog, man.
Michelle
Yeah,
Thaller.
it burned, or we lost it.
Michelle
yeah.
Thaller said it's not okay to think that the Earth is flat. And then she said she's a complicated rock and all this other crazy stuff.
Oh, her.
But yeah.
She's a
Rock,
Nazi.
From NASA. Yeah. She said it's not okay to think that the Earth is flat. What does that mean?
I mean, she's a Nazi.
No. We didn't say that. We're talking about Werner von Braun, man.
You know
the
what
Rocket
NASA
Man.
says about the NASA says about the globe? Okay.
That it's our
My
home.
bad, I reconnected. You know what NASA says about the globe? Avate?
That it's a globe?
No, they said it's Photoshop, but it has to be.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Sure.
Sure.
That's what. Yeah.
Sure. What do you
guy that
mean,
gave
sure,
us-
sir?
There's this picture called the
Sure.
blue marble, right? It used to be on all the textbooks growing up in your elementary schools. You know, it's what all the kids used to look at, you know, when they looked at the globe. And this is the guy that made it. That made that photo for NASA. So it's not like NASA took a photo with all their spacecrafts and cameras out there with the Hubble. It's not like they just pointed to the camera and took a photo. No, this guy had to make it, and this is how he explained he made it. He had to take a bunch of photos, pictures from strips of them, and wrap them around a
Right,
ball
isn't it?
and Photoshop it. Yeah,
Look in the live stream, VC.
right.
This is
Okay.
this is your
Rob.
famous blue marble.
Rob
Rob Simmons, yeah.
Simmons.
Rob Simmons. Yeah, the interviews just there on YouTube.
Those
But
were
the
his
audio.
words. I've never been. These are his words. I don't know what it's like. I've never been to space, so yeah, it's Photoshop because it has to be. Because it has to be photoshopped. Because if you know, it's not like he can take a photo in space, right? Even he's saying that even if I was in space, I'd still have to like put these strips of images and wrap them around a ball. It's like, what are you guys saying? That you can't take a photo of the Earth from space? That even if you were in space, you'd still have to Photoshop it, but this is your best effort?
I'm sure that the goal was to have a nice, pretty picture of Earth, and
Of
it just
course.
wasn't pretty enough, right?
Well, of
No,
course.
that's not the
They
goal,
made it
man.
too pretty.
Of
This
course.
is all CGI.
But what about first
They
you need
might
a
have made it
picture,
too pretty.
right?
You could even
First you
try
need
to.
a picture. Look, first you need the picture of someone's face before you can make it pretty on Photoshop, right? You don't go and get strips of something else and try to form it into a face the best as you can, right? You don't go cut out. Do you get what I'm saying? There's no photo of the Earth, of the actual Earth, to enhance or Photoshop.
Bong,
It
bro.
had to be. Yeah.
Bong, I must stop you. I agree with you,
ahead.
man. I heard you like a couple hours ago. You were like, if you can't detect, like CGI with your eyes, like you're fucked, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm looking at that. What is it? What is it? Take your time. It says right there. And look at the moon, right? That picture they took 1,000,000 miles away, where the moon is in front of you. If your eyes can't detect the CGI, like, what the fuck, man? How can I tell you that? It's like, dude,
Well, with our good, well, with everybody having access to Photoshop and it being so common and everybody using it, right? This is so amateur when you look at this, right? But because NASA did it, they don't even look at it. And even if they do look at it and see it all messed up, they won't accept that it's Photoshopped. And they themselves are Photoshopped experts.
Do I get to say that the big blue marble photo is a racism because they made Africa smaller? Do I get to say that?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes,
That's a racism.
Dude, at one time it was like half of Earth, more than half of Earth was Africa at one point, but then it shrank. I'm not sure what year that was. Yeah, you guys know what I'm talking about.
Well, we're saying it's photoshopped. I mean, people have talked about.
Have you seen the transitions?
Our current map makes
someone
Africa
post
look
that?
smaller than it does in real life because they just want to make Africa look smaller to try to make
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
That's different. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But I think that argument still kind of applies to the blue marble here. But if anything, I feel like that could be a really strong argument for that.
I mean, for whatever reason, it's not a real photo. You know, that's the point. It's not a real photo. Whatever their marketing, branding, propaganding purposes, you know, that's besides.
Can someone post that? The transition to the blue marble over the years? I don't have that one. Handy, like I got it. Yeah, if someone's got it, just toss
I can't
it up there
remember
for
the
him to
meme
see.
for that one, man.
Yeah, it's badass, man. That one is gangster. You know, it's like, look, man, look, come on. The marble is the same size, but the continents are fucking shifting sizes. Like, what's going on here, dude? Tell me. Refraction? What is this? Answer me now.
Yeah, it's in the
Wait.
Livestream VC. Look at it. I got 2 videos uploading.
Yeah, sure. They probably edit the pictures to make them prettier. That's what the guy said they do. I don't think that means that they're not actual pictures of the Earth.
You're not getting it. To make what prettier? To
Why
make what
can't they just
prettier?
post them as is? I mean, like, what's the problem,
Bro,
man?
if they put CGI on it, that's a big red flag to show that they're doing something a little bit sketch, don't you think?
Right. So you go up in the sky, right, with your drone. You point the camera down. You take photos of flat land, and then you give it to this guy. This guy takes those photos and wraps it around a ball as best as he can, and then he does his then he makes it look nice. That's what he's saying. He's saying he's wrapping flat photos around a ball. Strips. Do you get it?
Right? Isn't it strips of data?
He's projecting a flat image onto a spherical model.
It's
not an image of the it's not an image of the globe at all. It's a lie.
Right.
Go ahead.
They're high altitude shots of flat strips of data, and then they just wrap them around a ball.
Yeah. You're saying that lie, right, is okay, right? That's okay to do that. To lie to you like that.
Yeah, and then they add colors and clouds and all that to make you think it's real.
It's about as much lying as makeup is.
It's not. It's not like he took a photo of the Earth, right? The actual Earth, and then added some color, turned up the saturation, whatever. That's not what he did.
They change whole continent sizes. Like what?
I think that's a racism.
Look, listen. You can't get high enough, okay, to ever see a globe. So the best thing you're going to get is this. Right, this is as far as we can go up, and this is as far as our cameras can see out that way and that way. But it's never going to be a ball, or else they'd take the photo of a ball. So what they do is take the best photos they can, as far up as they can. They wrap it around an actual ball in the computer. There is no ball. That's what we're telling you. Do you get it?
I get that's what you're saying, sure.
All right.
I get that you vehemently agree or believe it. I don't think you're lying to me at all.
It's not that we... Yeah, go ahead, man.
So you're saying, right? You're saying that they are lying to us, right, about how they make the photos, the images of the Earth. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that some of their photos are photoshopped because they want to
Some
put a
other-
pretty photo on a textbook.
Hey, look at the one I posted, man.
So you're saying
What
it looks like a fucking potato, and they don't want to show those photos. That's what you say. Right? So they got some guy, some artist. Ambition. That's what you're saying. Hey, look,
Yeah, sure, why not?
no, we can't let people know we live on this. It's fucking
spinning
hideous.
potato.
Get an artist to do it. Is that what you're
Absolutely,
saying?
that's what they do. Yeah.
Oh my god.
You need a pretty photo for the pretty book. What are you talking about?
It's
You're
a
gonna put an
pear
ugly
then.
photo
It's
on
a
the
pear.
ugly
Oh
book.
my god. It is a pear.
Potato. Oh my god. Imagine if they actually post that shit. Like, oh, this is where you live. It would have like everyone would have swallowed it just fine. They should have fucking done that shit. It doesn't matter, man, what shape they fucking choose. They just post it over and over again, and we would have all believed that shit. Yes, they gotta make it prettier. Yeah, clean up the potato a bit, trim it.
Oh man, wow.
A little chubbier on the equator.
Is that easier though to believe? Is it easier to just
Because it's
ignore?
really hard to believe that every country and every warring state would keep up the same lie. That's
if I told you-
really hard to believe.
And what if I told you that was by design? That is
It's all
how it was.
controlled by the
So that
Jesuits. It's called the Jesuit
the-
theater. It's all a
that's
setup.
how
illusion.
you're supposed to react. You're
all
supposed to
acting.
think that.
Yeah, you think they're separate countries and they're enemies and all that? No, man, there's none of that shit.
Yeah, they're all working
No,
together because they want to start the new world order.
Look, yeah, let
You
me
just
tell you
see
how
all that
crazy.
on TV. Outside of TV, you do not actually see any of that. So
I know
just in
exactly how
TV
you
land.
feel because I felt like that. Every day I kept waking up smiling. I had this smirk on my face, right? Like, is the earth
Batman showed
still
up to your house, right?
flat? Right? I like, is the earth still flat? Like, oh my god, it is still flat. It's been 2 days. I can't believe it. And I did what you did. I was like, I can't believe it. What does this mean? This means the world is fucking crazy, stupid. What does this mean? Does this mean I'm crazy? You know, right? 3 days later, 4, 5 days, 7. It's been 5 years, man. It's been 5 years for me.
I'm sorry to hear that. I think
I know.
I lost.
It's okay. I'm fine with it now. I'm comfortable.
That's
I'm
funny.
used to it. Yeah. Like I wake up and I'm like,
I like you, communist guy. You're a funny guy.
I mean,
chill.
yeah, right. You
appreciate it,
wake
thanks.
up and
For
you're
sure,
like,
bro.
oh my gosh, people are not wearing. They're wearing masks now, and they're beating up people who aren't. Oh, yeah, look at that guy. He said, "You know how many people die because you don't wear your mask?" I was like, "Is this real? Is this happening? Is this real?" And I go out and I see it, and I'm like,
Who's
wow, and the earth is flat.
What's your name, communist guy? Who am I talking to?
I go by Aviate or Aviate, whichever you prefer.
All right, cool. Okay, I just wanted to know.
This is my fellow communist friend.
Dude, do I get to
I'm
say
a
you call
communist
you
too.
comrade?
Yeah.
Dude,
Comrade.
face.
Comrade.
Comrade. Hey.
Tavarosh. Давай, Tavarosh. There you go. Some Russian comrade stuff for you.
Why is it hard for you to believe that Russia and America can be friends in space?
Because they were challenging each other to a duel.
I just want to say it while we talk about the USSR that I think they're an authoritarian regime and I don't agree with anything they did. I just want to get that out of the way.
That's probably what they think about you too.
I mean, yeah, probably they did kill the anarchists. So
I mean, what I'm saying is like, how are they friends in space? You know the Star Wars program. That's what it's about. Ronald Reagan. Okay, look, the Cold War threat was, if somebody fires a nuclear weapon, we're all gonna die, and we don't want that to happen, right? The Cuban Missile Crisis, all that. Okay, so listen, we fight, and then we go to space. We race to space, even the Russians and America. Okay, and then all of a sudden, oh, we're walking on the moon. We won. Oh yeah, you get it. Remember, it was a win for everyone. One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. That includes Russia.
That's right.
Right. So think about it now. What was it all about? It was about controlling nuclear war and threats, right? But it was, and how did they do that? By building a weapon that they can put in the sky, right? So that if anyone shoots a missile, we can shoot it down. So what if I told you that that weapon, right, is actually a surveillance system, right, to monitor the whole Earth? Would that be hard to believe, or do you think that it's easier to believe for us to keep fighting and blowing each other up like a bunch of idiots and then claim we're so smart we have iPhones and all this crap? Like, which one is easier to believe? That we're being surveillanced? That it was all a lie to control us? Or
yeah, I think it's really hard to believe that it wasn't all a lie to control us. I mean, there's a lot of lies to control us. I don't like America, don't get me wrong. I think they lied to us a lot. But right, that saying that the whole global narrative for decades was a lie. And that's just like in modern history.
It is. It's
Is that new?
Freemasons. They're all Freemasons.
Is that a new idea to
They're all
you?
working together. They want to bring us into New World Order and control. I mean, we technically already are in the New World Order. They're already controlling us. But like, they're gonna establish it down when martial law occurs.
How long until they establish martial law? Why haven't they done that already? If they can lie about the Earth,
They're already establishing. They're shutting down Walmarts. And they're gonna be using it. They're updating all these buildings so they can use them as concentration camps. They got billions of coffins in America right now, so they can dispose us in them. I can send you stuff. Look in the website I sent you, and go to New World Order, and then go to like Europe up.
I'm sorry. This is just. I don't think something I can change my mind on. That all history is wrong, and that
all it is. Look up
I
the
don't think
Jesuits. The Jesuits had been in the history
I
the
know.
entire time. They've been controlling
By
us.
the victor's hand, man.
Yeah,
So, there you go.
we all felt like that. Hey, is this information new to you though? That there's secret society. Do you know about the secret societies that have been controlling the world and families that go all the way back to Rothschilds, all the way back to the Merovingian family? You know, all these bloodlines. Do you know about any of these?
Click that link I sent you, AVN.
Powers?
It's all about the Jesuits. The Jesuits have been here like before the Catholic Church was even established.
Okay.
You know about the Catholic Church in Rome?
100 page.
Jesuit.
Is there a certain one you want me to go
Look at
through
all
here?
of
Because
it.
you're kind of
If you're truly
sending a
wanting
ton
to
of
seek
content.
truth, if you truly want to seek truth about how messed up this world is and how much they just want to control us, look through this entire thing.
Okay.
It's just that you want to control your mind, to be specific. That's it. They just want you to think about what you see on TV.
Wait. Can I just say, as a communist, I really agree with that take that they absolutely want to control your mind. That people are more like it's easier for people here to question the shape of the Earth than it is for people to question our economic means. I think that's kind of crazy.
That's
Well,
all
see, hold up.
politics. Politics is all control, bro. You don't even have to look at economics. Look
No,
at
I agree. I agree. Politics is all
Wait,
control.
man. We're still on the war. So look. You keep talking about Russia versus U.S. and we picking up where we left off. Data, okay, is what controls you. Your data tells them your behavior. This is how you control people's behavior. You study people so you can understand people, so you can manipulate their behavior. That's what data is. That's what data collection is, and that's what Facebook is. And that's what social media is. It's not like you're being remote controlled. No, you think your thoughts are your own thoughts, but they're not. Go ahead. I just want to throw that in before it gets all messy.
what side of the political party are you on?
I'm far left. Far left.
far left. You're a Biden supporter. Do you want me to show you how Biden's a Freemason?
I mean, I hate Biden a lot. I voted for him and it disgusted me. But I don't want to call myself a supporter. I liked Bernie a lot.
Stop voting.
Stop voting.
Hey,
Why are you
everybody
voting?
that
It's all
votes
rigged.
right, stop voting.
You're partaking in the Jesuit theater. Stop partaking in the Jesuit theater. It's cringe.
I know a lot of Marxists that feel the same way.
Know why you bother?
Why you bother with this economy and the society, especially in America? America's already doomed to fall because it's all planned out.
Because America's doomed to fall, and when it falls, I don't want to see a fascist government. I want to see a socialist government.
Dude, it's gonna be fascist, whether you like it or not. It's gonna be like Nazi
Fuck,
Germany.
you're so right, though.
Wait.
But
But
when
see,
the New World Order happens, it's gonna be fascist.
you thinking, you believing that voting or participating or in the system, believing that's what they rely on to keep it going, right? But are you ever gonna get what you want?
Nope.
Other than poop or vomit,
They
because that's
tell
all
you
the
what you
people
want, but you
serving
don't
us.
get it.
Yeah.
I mean, they
Poop.
haven't shown me
You
what
know
I want,
about
though.
the chugga machine?
What have they given you? Higher gas, like prices?
Yeah. Why is McDonald's ice cream machine always broken?
Now that's a
Real
conspiracy
problems. What are we talking about? I lost the plot.
Chugga. How they make coffee on the ISS? Are you familiar with that process?
How does the ISS not crash into the Earth? Deboomed.
Well, they poop into this cone, right? And it goes into this machine, and the machine goes chugga, and you get a cup of coffee at the other end.
Dang.
That is a direct quote of Don Pettit, the astronaut.
So that's why the coffee tastes like shit.
I'm gonna head out, guys. It was a lot of fun. I want to personally thank Josiah for all the content you've given me to look through. I'll read through some of this stuff. I'll DM you about it. I'm excited to have like open dialogue and have some more conversations in the future. To everyone else in the server, I got a lot of people in here that actually said, "Oh, thanks for the friends request. I appreciate it." I got a lot of other people in here that said NASA is a valid source. So the next time someone tries to hold my feet to the fire to argue the shape of the Earth, I'll make sure to use NASA as the source.
If you look at that website for a good week, because it'll take that long, because it's huge, your mind will.
Yeah, it's a lot of content here. Maybe. Is there a certain section before I leave that you would like me to look through here? Like, which is like your favorite section that you're the most proud of? Where do I start? You want me to start with point one or?
The scientific method, gas
Curvature.
pressure, curvature, long
This
distance
question
observations.
is actually just for Mr. Josiah.
Oh.
Because he
he's
sent me
banned now,
the
so
big thing.
Don't worry about it.
That's probably for the best.
Anything that says curvature, start there.
All right. I hope
click
you
on
guys
it,
have a great night, okay?
You too, man. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah,
Peace, man. Have a good
it's
one.
been a pleasure. Yeah, man. Come back later.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I always like
for
talking
sure.
with you guys. You're fun.
It's been a good time.
Yeah. Have a good one, Nevitt.
Yep, you too.
Later,
Bye.
man.
Later.
What's everyone doing?
I'm about to get ready to sleep, man.
Another happy customer.
Dabbed myself to sleep tonight.
Playing with the globies in the lobby.
This got started.
I was in Gen Panda server, and everyone in there is such an asshole, and so I thought, you know what? I'm ready to capitulate, and I'm ready to convert to the flat Earth.
Dude, yeah, man.
You're ready for some new friends.
So, what phrase do I have to say? Who do I have to accept into my heart? Teach me.
Okay, all you have to do is just send me $30 a month through my PayPal account, and I'll give you gold status right now.
I'll do
like
it for
and subscribe to my
25,
channel.
and I'll
do it for
25, and
I got competition. No.
I'll do it.
$5 discount.
I'll do it for a like and subscribe.
Oh fuck! No.
Sorry,
Dude,
boys.
Thank you.
Come on,
That's
$5.99. Shit.
Hey, welcome to the server, man. What have you heard about flat Earth?
Welcome to the flatness.
How do you feel about it?
Well, I heard that.
Any questions?
I heard that the horizon always rises to eye level, and water always finds its level. And let's see, the moon is cold or something.
The moon is cold. The sun is hot. Damn, dog.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Yeah, that's fucking hot. I like that. I like that. That's dope as fuck.
Is the
What
sun
about
hot?
the disc in space? Have you heard of the disc in space?
No, which one, Saturn or?
Well, that's good. I think it's good.
That's
because
really good. Yep, he
it's
doesn't
good.
know about it.
At least you don't know about that. We'll just come back to that later. Yeah,
We'll
just leave
circle
that
back.
Yeah. So what else, man? What about water? What about what do you think about water? The oceans.
Wet.
Water. Be water.
Water.
Yeah, water is an interesting concept. It's like, does it? Because it looks pretty flat, but on the other hand, you know, if would it conform to a giant ball? I'm not sure.
Well, it's not a concept, so
Can we test?
you can actually look at it. Yeah.
Can we test against that? Yeah, with like a straight edge to see, like, you know, with a laser as a straight edge and see if it does conform to a ball or not.
Well,
Because it has to.
why would he? Why would you ask that question in the first place? I mean, if you see water is flat in your cup, flat in your pool, in the lake, in the ocean, like why would you?
Just in
You know what I
case, you
mean?
know, let's say, okay, it goes against your intuition. Well, yeah, of course it's flat, but then these guys tell you, oh, no, it appears flat because it's a big ball. Then, all right, let's see then. You know, big straight edge then. You know.
How big? How big is it?
25 miles big. You know, straight edge or whatever the laser test was.
So
the longest one.
Water always forms a flat level plane. Do lasers always form a straight line?
When do they form a curved line? In like air, right? Not in like some funky sugar water or something.
Right. We're talking about a specific kind of curve, right? Curving up the curve of the Earth, of this
8
ball
inches per
Earth.
mile square or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, roughly plus or minus, you know.
Yeah. That's what we're saying the water is conforming to when you say the Earth is a globe, right? When they say the Earth is a globe. So that's what we're also looking for when we shoot the laser.
My server went, or my Wi-Fi went out.
Oh, yeah. Did you hear what we said?
No.
We're looking for the curvature of the Earth. So if the laser is going to curve as the curve according to the Earth's curvature, because when people say the Earth is a ball, they're saying the water, the oceans, are conforming to the surface to the ball, right? So that's if it curves, that's the curve we're looking for, right?
Oh, it's non-existent. LOL.
So the laser hits the target at 25 miles. What does that mean? How big is the Earth again? Is the globe again?
It's like
45,000 miles around or something like that.
It has a radius. It's 25,000 miles. It's a radius of 3,959 miles.
Yeah.
Which means the
roughly
rate,
4,000.
right? Which means every mile this laser travels out, there should be a rate of curvature, right? It should be curving at a certain rate, yeah. Which is
my progress.
8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, roughly. Yeah, 8 inches per mile square. 7.98 or whatever some people complain. So at 25 miles, and it still hits the target, is the Earth flat or is the laser curving around?
Well, is there any phenomenon that would cause a laser to bend at 8 inches per mile squared?
Well, we can't measure it. Obviously, it's always going to be flat and level when we measure it or observe it. And if we see the laser appears to travel in a straight line and hit the target, then we say it appears to travel in a straight line and hits the target, right? That's what we say, right? But, and it's a big but.
Because it's traveling in a straight line, it must be curving.
But
is
because
good,
the
man.
Earth is a ball, right? That's a
It
really
looks
bad.
flat. It looks flat. It measures flat. It's practically used as flat and motionless. Therefore, it's a spinning globe.
It has to be. It must
Right.
be
I
moving.
mean, what do we do about this, right? Do we?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with how lasers work over miles of atmosphere.
Are you familiar with curvature or just refraction and stuff?
A basketball? Do you know? Are you familiar with a basketball and how it looks, feels?
Yeah, I'm not very athletic, but I have held a basketball a few times.
Then you're very familiar with curves, then, right? You know how it works, right? If you put a ruler on the ball, right, you understand that the ruler is a straight line, right, and the ball is curving. You know what I mean? You understand that?
Absolutely.
Right?
But sometimes the ruler's floppy.
Right. But so instead of the ruler doing what the ruler's doing, pretend it's a laser, right? Pretend it's a laser. And what we're saying is that the Earth is not a ball because the laser is hitting the target. In other words, this ruler is hitting the target. But what they're saying is, what's actually happening is that the ruler is bending around the basketball, the ball, okay? Or the laser is bending around the ball. Your eyes are bending around the ball. That's what they're saying. That's what they want us to believe. Which one makes sense to you?
Eyes are bending around the ball. That's why every time I look out, I see my ass. Boom, because of
My brain is
refraction.
bending.
Okay.
Yeah,
Remember,
correct.
remember, we're saying straight lines exist. Remember that? That's what we're saying, right? We're saying this is a straight line and this is a curved line, right? But what they're saying is actually straight lines don't exist. But here we are measuring flat and level, serving flat and level, saying it's flat and level. Basically, they're saying, well, virtually it exists. It's like, well, it doesn't get any more real than this, but okay, for whatever. Because the Earth is a
Flat and
ball.
level is an illusion.
Right. That's what they're telling us, yeah.
Forgive my ignorance, but someone once mentioned something about standard refraction. Is that plausible?
What about
Yes.
what about it?
Yeah,
what about
refraction
that?
works on a flat Earth.
Well,
Sure.
How much would that account for? Yeah. Cool.
Supposedly,
How much would the beam refract over that distance? Given
was
the
like-
conditions, right? And the ambient conditions. So we can calculate it. And actually test against it and see what we get, So yeah. It's not enough.
Well,
Dude, it's not nowhere near enough.
What does that? Yeah, but remember there's no curve, right? We've all
Right.
already agreed there's no curve, so you can't say it's refracting around the curvature of the Earth. But we've already established there is no curve.
Got to prove the curve first, and then we could talk about refraction.
Exactly.
If we're using lasers, we'd have to know if that laser was bending at all, right?
Dude, the light doesn't bend. It travels in a cone, in a conical
Yeah,
beam.
light can't bend.
It doesn't. Hey man, they would give you like a Nobel Prize or something if you can demonstrate that shit. It's like what?
If you do witchcraft, maybe.
That's just
Right,
how it travels. Yeah.
Yeah, it's cause of it bending around the globe. That's kind of like way down the. You know what I mean? The proving. Like first, you got to prove it's curving,
Gravity pulls in light.
and then we know it's curving, then we can see. Oh wait, why is the light curving? Then we can ask those questions, right? And some magician might say, "Oh, it's gravity," and whatever. Who cares? Right? That's in Narnia. Yeah.
Magician,
Right now,
yeah, that's exactly it.
Right now, it's a straight line. Line of sight, is what they call it in the military, or whoever works with line of sight equipment, telecommunications, or surveyors, or snipers, or riflemen. They call it line of sight, and lasers are used.
So, what would be the most efficient way for me to personally verify whether or not there's an 8-inch per mile squared curvature or a 0-inch per mile curvature?
That's what we're asking, and we can't find any way to do it because we get refraction, gravity. So we leave it to the people who think that there is a curve, and we just go round and round in circles. Bendy circles.
So it's inconclusive?
Well, not to us.
It
looks flat. It doesn't move. Sun moves. Everything moves. Flat. Why should we think it's a ball?
It's still flat.
That's all there is to it.
Yeah. It was always flat, and it's still. They tried to say it's a ball, but we went to check if what they were giving us was right, and it's like, whoa, this doesn't make any sense at all, man. So it's still flat. It hasn't been.
Gravity just didn't come out of nowhere and make it round,
Yeah, I would agree that the Earth appears to be flat. But however, the only thing that kind of confuses me is when the sun sets, it appears to maintain the same angular size as it sets behind the horizon.
Actually, no, I'll show you a video. That's not true.
If it's it depends. It depends on the humidity. It depends on the water in the air, the atmosphere that you're looking at the sun through.
Look
You
at
know what I mean?
the Livestream VC.
Well, I guess with like the lens flare, it's a little hard to tell, but I guess the moon would probably be a better one to look at. Do they have?
No, here we go. Here's a video.
I think it also depends on the angle you're observing this. Because when I'm on on a high elevation and I look at the sunset from there, the sun looks huge, versus if I look at it from a lower elevation. Same thing with the moon. Like when I go up higher in elevation, and the moon can be in the sky. And sometimes the moon, some nights the moon looks huge as it's rising on the horizon.
Look at the video.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting because I noticed with the naked eye, the moon does appear larger the closer it is to the horizon. But if it was coming closer, wouldn't it be getting bigger as it goes higher?
It depends on the conditions. And actually, when the moon and the sun are in the horizon and the stars are closer to the horizon, there's more atmosphere between you and it. But when it's directly above you, you're looking directly through the medium rather than across it, like in a diagonal. You know what I mean? That's why it depends on how much atmosphere is there, how much water is there, how big or how small. Because there's more stuff between you and towards the horizon versus directly above you. There's less atmosphere or whatever, air. Does that make sense? So it acts like a lens, it acts like a a magnifying lens, like you're looking through water or something. Like you're looking through a denser medium. That's why it looks bigger at the horizon sometimes. But it changes. Sometimes it gets really small, the sun, at certain places. I've seen it. Discovery Channel.
So what's this disc in the sky, or whatever you're talking about? Disc in space.
You don't know about the disc. Yeah, do you not know about the disc in space?
I should not have said anything, man. Oh gosh.
Damn long.
So yeah, man. There's so Barack Obama, right? One day, I think it was like mid to almost like around 2000. Anyways, Barack Obama was on TV and he said, "We do not have time for a meeting with the Flat Earth Society." And I was like, WTF? Like, what the hell? Who cares? What are you talking about? You know what I mean? Years later, I find out about Flat Earth. And there's a society, they're called the Flat Earth Society. Okay. When
Flat Earth
you
Society's a shill.
when you look up Flat Earth on the internet, first thing that'll come up is Flat Earth Society, right? And if not Flat Earth Society, if you're looking it up on YouTube, it'll be something like Vsauce, influencer channels, these big channels, big channels. And what they do is they attack the Flat Earth Society's model, okay? And they make fun of it and call them all these crazy names. Now, Flat Earth gets associated with this group called the Flat Earth Society, which is a controlled opposition. Do you know what controlled opposition is? Stalin, or was it Lenin? Lenin or Stalin? One of them said that if you want to win, you have to control the opposition. You have to pretend to be the enemy and make them look stupid, and then people will decide against it. You know what I mean? So that's why I asked. And their model is a disk in space. Okay. In other words, it's still a heliocentric model. They just replaced the ball with the disk, and then make fun of it, make it look stupid. That's why you have all these trolls. And can't believe you haven't heard of it.
Interesting. Yeah, I didn't realize that they claimed it was yeah, because I always thought the model for flat Earth was the what is it called, the firmament, right? Like the waters above, and then there's like a dome, right? Is that the consensus?
Yeah, that's why we're really
That's the Hebrew
sensitive about the word model. You'll hear a lot of flat earthers say there's no model. Stop saying that. Because they don't want to be boxed into any of these crazy groups going around saying stuff. But yeah, it's the Bible. Yeah, Bible says, or some of these ancient cultures. They all have similar. Even Egypt, all the way back to Babylon. And it's the Saros cycle from Babylon that we use today to tell time, the calendars, and people think it's the heliocentric model, but it's not.
Bunch of lies.
Yeah, firmament. That's the word. We'll say sulfur hexafluoride.
Yes. So the base of this dome, do we have an estimate or even like a guess of approximately how far into the ice wall the base of this dome is situated?
Probably NASA would know, right? That's probably is a reason to keep people in. Like how? No, I don't think anyone knows. I think people that know.
Are the elites.
Yeah.
Because I was curious, like if we were to make an unscheduled or what's it called when you
expedition.
Yeah, expedition. Like, I wonder how far we would have to hike in to find it.
Wait, find what? I wasn't listening.
Like if let's say we snuck into Antarctica and then
That's impossible.
tried to find the dome.
Yeah, there's no way. If you cannot fly all the way to Antarctica, when you got to go through the entire ocean, which is a havoc. You have to have signal, and also the UN nations guard the Antarctica, and no one's allowed to go to Antarctica.
Because the ice wall is pretty big, right? Like it circles the entire diameter, circumference, right?
But they could probably get notified of when someone is approaching. I mean, they got technology that's far beyond.
Yeah, I know there was like a Norwegian guy who tried, but I guess they like killed all of his friends or something. Is that true?
Probably.
Or we could take a submarine and send some drones in.
You have $1 million?
All right.
Come scoop me up, man, whenever you get that sub.
No, right.
We'll up in the sub. I got you, Doug.
Captain Nemo on duty.
Hell yeah. That'd be dope as hell. You got a sub? All right, man. Cool. I'm in.
And some drones, submersibles, some drones, and that's it. No need to get out there and get shot at. Just
right.
Technology, bro. Science.
Yeah, man.
Just set up some towers and.
That is actually what it takes. Like one smart dude that has enough money, right? Like we were talking yesterday, like how that's why, like, if you're rich, right, this is one thing you can actually do, right? You can maybe make a vehicle that you can go there on your own. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. Of course, man. If you got enough dough, you're rich as fuck. Tony Stark.
Just need one Tony Stark and one Bruce Wayne, and we're good. Yeah.
That's it, man. That's it. I am Batman. That's.
Are there no flat Earth millionaires who could help fund this endeavor?
I mean,
hopefully, man, that's the idea. One day,
Dr. Disrespect.
Like myself, talk about myself, like that's the idea. I'm not gonna rely on another millionaire to give me $1 million. Like, all right, I realize I gotta go get it.
Maybe we should red pill Bill Gates.
Good luck. He'll vaccinate you. He'll force vaccinate you.
Let's red pill the Satanist.
Bill Gates.
I would be willing to risk my life and break the law if it means I get to go and find the dome. Because I will march right into Antarctica. I don't even care.
It's harsh, man. Like, how are you going to survive just the climate? Like,
yeah,
just it's ridiculous. Like, what? Go ahead. Okay, your ship. Now this ice wall, so-called whatever, or you just landed, and now you enter into the frozen tundra. Well, okay, do you have a vehicle, and did you bring enough fuel, and is it snow, and it's like, it's harsh, man. Unknown conditions. Like, all right, and it's really fucking cold. So that's why it's like resources. So if you're well equipped and maybe you go there once and you're like, your buggy, your Moonlander buggy doesn't take you in very. Hey, look, if they made it with that buggy on the moon, I think I could weld something up, dog. Yeah. I guess I'll just wear what they wore, right? If I wear what they wore, I'll live, yeah? That's it, man. And how many people here live in the north where it snows, or it's cold here, That's it. If you wear an astronaut suit, wouldn't you fucking freeze to death outside? Everyone knows it. Yes, you would. Yes, you would, motherfuckers. It's like, how come they didn't freeze to death on the moon? It's minus what? I don't even know. Minus what? It's minus ridiculousness. You know, it's like, all right, this is what you claim space is. You know, really cold. So
there's actually a battery-powered heated winter coat you can buy. It's pretty cool.
yeah, but the amount of watts, right? If you do like the math, like you know how many joules are leaving your body, and versus how many you're producing or your heater until your battery runs out. Sure, like yeah, you can build a heater into your jacket, carry a battery, but how many kilowatt hours was the battery and how many watts was the heater?
Like you get a solar panel to charge it.
But they didn't.
Can you use your body? Charge
like
it. Is it
maybe
possible to use your body's heat or some to harness the body's electricity or heat source or some kind of energy source to sure they could do
yeah,
that.
you can, but the idea is like that the environment is trying to kill you, right? You're fucking cold, so you want to save your energy. You don't want to harness it, like you want to keep it inside.
Like the wetsuit
And,
or the dry suit. You guys remember how the dry suit?
Yeah.
It's got that layer that keeps the water, warms the water. Anyways,
yeah.
Well, an easier method rather than marching into the ice wall is what we could do is we could get a sailboat and just skim around the edge of it, and if it's always turning in one particular direction, we'll either know, you know, if it's going left, then it's an ice wall, but if it's going right, then it's a continent because it would have to wrap around.
Okay,
That's it.
theoretically,
Grab the sailboat and come scoop me up.
we're not taking a
That could be a
sailboat.
good one. A big ass
What? We're gonna get shot at, man. We're not.
Whatever. I'll take that risk. I'll go. It'll be fun. You know.
Yeah, there's gonna be like an AC 130 right above you, ready to blow you up.
You never know. It'll be interesting.
Well,
interesting voyage.
I think the
We're
ice
gonna
ring
have-
is misdirection. I think that they actually want us not to be looking towards the north, and they want us to be going outward on this white rabbit hunt into the darkness.
I believe the Garden of Eden is in the North Pole.
Yeah, I think we should go in.
We should
North
go
is,
in.
dude.
We go
Yeah.
to the source of the problem, which is in the middle.
Have you guys
This
watched
is
that
where,
Lost History of
where the
Flat Earth?
compass points, huh?
Can you post it if you have the link?
Yeah, Dave, DITRH, he's put all the videos on his Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app. It's a YouTube channel, and he's got all the way up to part 13 of that Lost History of Flat Earth. And that Erewhon, that flat earther who's done the narrating of that thing, he really ties up a lot of loose ends about Perdisha in the center, also being Meru, being the Garden of Eden, being Shambhala, but that at the center there's this gigantic magnetic rock, and any ship that's made of metal was not able to overcome the attractive force, and that there's actually a whirlpool which they call Virgelmere in the Nordic history. They call it Virgelmere, that there's this giant whirlpool at the center. They call it the Earth's navel or the sea's navel. If you think about everything that's birthed or created has a navel, has that little central point on all creation, there has to be something at the center. And I think part of this whole flat earth thing has always been about where's the edge. So they want us to be turning around, facing outward, walking towards inhospitable lands. Whereas if we were going towards the north, we would have to be thinking of new technology that's not magnetic to be able to escape that magnetic field. It makes me wonder, like all those airplanes that fly, quote unquote, over the North Pole, obviously don't. They're obviously taking some other detour because otherwise they would start to be attracted towards this North Pole. It really is a mind-blowing series. I would recommend that everyone watch it.
What if the dome isn't solid, but what if it's actually this sort of transportation thing that teleports you to the exact opposite end of the flat Earth, right? So that it feels like you're just walking around a globe, but actually you were teleported.
I think
They
the
call that
dome
the
is like a
Pac-Man
bubble.
theory. The
I think it
Pac-Man
has
theory
like
that as you go off the one
No,
side, you come back on the other.
no, no, no.
I think the dome is like squishy. You can like go like a bubble, but that can't be popped, and you can't go through it.
Maybe you gotta go and just let us know, man. Could be all the above or none. Don't know. I'm open to whatever. I would love to know. You know,
The book,
is it like
the Book of
glass?
Enoch.
Is it like what is it? What is this stuff?
Yeah, the Book
Cool.
of Enoch describes it as a molten-looking glass, but also that you can see where it meets the ground, where it meets the earth in the Book of Enoch, and it describes the pillars that hold up the sky. So it's as though
No, it says the pillars hold up the foundation.
it said both. I'll look for the actual quote.
Okay.
It spoke about the foundation of the earth, but also the foundation of the heavens.
All right, guys. I'm gonna check out. I'm done for the night. You guys have a good night.
A good one, mate.
Laters, man.
Yeah, I think
Malu? What is it, Malu?
there's no
Malu?
doubt the Garden of Eden is in the
Malo.
North Pole.
Malu?
If you know how what the colors of like the auroras
Ufa.
above the North Pole are?
Ufa. There you go. Ufa, motherfucker.
No. Tofa means goodbye. Okay, tofa. Tofa.
Oh,
Tofa.
okay.
Tofa. Tofa. Soifu.
Tufa.
Goodbye. To.
Tufa.
To. To.
T. Okay.
To. To. Say to. Yeah. Fa.
Tofa.
Not to. Not to. To.
To. To.
To. Not to. To. Fa.
Okay.
Fa. Yeah. To fa. Soifu. Have a good one, mate. Thanks.
Yeah,
We'll see you
all right,
tomorrow,
man, for sure.
Cyrus. Yep. Yep.
See ya, man. Peace.
Nah, bro. Sorry to interrupt. This guy was.
Yeah, look what I'm about to post in the live stream, BC.
That looks like fun.
Hmm?
That looks like fun.
But isn't the Tigris? I think it was the Tigris, or was it the Euphrates? Wasn't it mentioned in the Genesis as one of the rivers?
Revelation 4:3 depicts the aurora lights above the North Pole. It's crazy.
What?
Revelation 4:3 depicts the colors of the aurora lights.
Wow. So the waters above, do the waters extend like for infinity, or is there like a finite amount of water above?
Who knows? We can't observe it.
The only thing I have is Genesis 1. And as far as I can tell from the different versions that I've read, that they're there and we don't know how much of it there is. Right? But we're in it. We're a little speck. We're an air bubble
We're a snow globe underwater.
Pretty much.
You know what's funny is even NASA had to admit that the moon is within Earth's atmosphere. Have you guys heard about that?
But then they tried to say that the atmosphere was like 200,000, blah blah blah. Like it's bigger than we originally thought it was because now we have to bring the moon closer. But if it's in our atmosphere and it was 100 million miles away, what? Oh no, we were wrong that it was that far away. So somehow we took that money for all that fuel that we didn't use, and we just didn't tell you about it, and we didn't give it back, but we didn't use the fuel. I saw that video on YouTube, and I just I started cracking up.
What video?
The one where they're saying that the moon is in our atmosphere.
Oh.
I mean, they can say whatever they like. I got proof that they're doing things that they're not supposed to be doing, period. Whether it's rockets or anything else.
What's next? Mars is in our atmosphere.
I think the stars that you see in the sky are angels.
Now, Mars isn't going to be in our atmosphere, but it's going to be closer to our atmosphere than they originally anticipated.
What do you guys think the stars are?
Windows.
Oh, really? I think they're angels. I'll show you.
Angels walk around here with us, though.
Nah, it says they're cherubs. I'll show you. Yeah, I'm
Right?
posting
No,
this.
I got it.
The Bible describes that God knows each of the stars by name and that they sing his praises. And when you start to think about the whole sonoluminescence, cymatic patterns that are created through sound waves in water, it fits in with the whole singing praises or some kind of a vibrational aspect. And when you look at each of them, they often say that how they twinkle, the red and blue and all those different colors we see, they say that's due to optics or the atmosphere that's causing obstruction. But we never see that same effect on multiple stars. It's always this star is flashing red and blue, and this one's flashing green and yellow, and this one's flashing. But they make it out as though it's atmospheric distortion that's causing that cymatic pattern of like pulsing light. But if you think about that, they've all been in their place, that they potentially are set in the firmament. You know, Elijah was discussing it the other day, where he said, how do we control light here on the earth? We have a light socket, and then we screw something into that socket. So why would we presume that the stars are anything different than some sort of a socket point that something is now using that energy to create illumination? Like, why is it more strange to think that the sky could actually be physical sockets that these bulbs are connected into, or that are manifesting that energy around a certain inlet point or a power point? But we have been told that they're burning balls of gas, and that's more probable than the fact that the sky could be physical and they could actually be like outlets. And the same when you look at like those what do you call it, those comets, when you see a comet, it moves in line with all the other stars. It doesn't move away from its tail. So it doesn't look like the tail is where it came from and that it's moving towards the brighter spot. It almost moves sideways around the sky in the same locked pattern as the rest of the stars. So even those comets are very interesting. And that video that I was just talking about now, he describes it as like this could be a shining of light coming through the firmament, and we see that as a comet. The way that when you look up through a swimming pool or through an ocean and you see that bright light coming through the water, it creates a very similar optical phenomenon where there's this brightness point and then it kind of just fades into a tail. But it's one of the big questions. What are stars?
One thing you can use as a argument is that comets have trails. Why doesn't the sun have a trail? If the sun would move faster than a comet, like Halley's comet.
Yeah, boat.
I think comets are the signs from the heavens. I think they depict some shows the signs.
I got to watch that last so-called comet pass, and looked like a boat to me, going over water.
Yeah, they claim that comets are made of ice, but how the hell did ice get up in space? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If Get-B gets even close to right, which, I mean, I got nothing against it. Helium-3, super cold, superfluous. I mean,
But they're going fast, and they show that they have like a fire trail on them. How they not like light on fire and then disappearing if they're made of ice?
And what happens to H2O in a vacuum? It becomes a gas. So even ice would become a gas, and it would basically boil off in the low pressure state of the vacuum. So like you say, how could it ever build up enough ice to remain ice?
And how did the oceans, how did the earth, where did the water on earth come from? The oceans, they say it came from asteroids and comets that had water on them, and they all kind of hit the earth and formed the oceans.
The lies. That's when God opened the floodgates from Noah.
I remember thinking that was one of the most ludicrous things. Like I repeated it. I would tell people, yes, the water was deposited here by asteroids, but in your mind, you'd kind of think like the vastness of the ocean. You really want to tell me that got deposited one rock at a time, holding a little bit of moisture around its exterior? Like, yeah, I'll pull my other one.
Yeah. Claim that all the material, all the different elements and things come from exploding stars, far away or something. But how are you going to get water out of an exploding star?
Yep. Where does water come from? The essence of life.
How the heck do you get something out of exploding something else? I mean, I like explosives, but I don't see creating something with an explosive.
Great destruction.
I've hoped and prayed that when I was, blowing up a little G.I. Joe man or something, that, I'd have something else. But he just went to pieces, and that was it.
So basically, everything crashed against each other. Then humans appeared.
I mean, I know it's kind of, it sounds like a coincidence and might, but what if the idea is order out of chaos? It's not really scientific. It's just esoteric. You know what I mean? It's like turning lead to gold. We don't really mean literally, right? Like what if it's that, right?
Whose order and what kind of chaos?
Right. Because the same idea applies for why is the Earth going around the sun again now? Well, because the lesser should serve the greater. That's the explanation. That's why.
For the Bible thumpers.
Well, it's esoteric, right? What is gravity? Gravitas. You know what I mean? It's like seriousness, but to me it sounds more like influence, right? Because it's almost like it's the pull, right? It's your pull on you know how heavy, how influential you are in society, right? So the sun having the most gravitas, where everybody around revolves around them. See, so you are a planet and you revolve around whoever is your gravity, you know, like whether you're gravitated towards. You know what I mean? Like that. I don't know. I know I'm like this is not scientific at all, but what the hell, man? This is some like Freemason stuff. Sorry, Cyrus, if you're listening. You know what I mean? Like esoteric stuff.
Yeah, and I think it also stems from the whole idea that this creation was not perfect and that it needs to be improved. It's that order from chaos. The way that the esoteric often puts it is like, you know, we're a mistake of a human being. We need a little bit of manipulation. You know, we need to get rid of some of these bad genes in our genetics. And this whole idea is that if man in his wisdom can just come and fix the errors of the creator, you know, it's the same way that trying to structure this galaxy or whatever, that the sun's at the center and the earth is spinning, and you know it's trying to create chaos trying to create order from an initial point of chaos, you know, the big bang, the explosion and all that crap, and then suddenly, you know, the human eye just evolves and it's more powerful than any camera technology that we can still create today. But no, don't worry, it was just an accident, and it happened through multiple generations of mutations, and then eventually one eye was working, and then suddenly we just made a second eye also.
Right. That it's up to man, it's up to you, right, to make sense of it all, right? It's up to you to lead humanity into the future. You know, there is no God. We are the God. You know, it's an ideal. You know that yeah, the world is chaotic, but you are the one who has to, and if it means doing these things to progress humanity, you know, because we're out here in the middle of nowhere, of space, lost, no God, you know, the idea of you becoming that God, knowledge and whatever lies. Aliens feel like Lovecraft, you know. Aliens feel like the actual movie Aliens. You know, this idea of UFO and aliens. You know, it's coming from that, you know, cosmic horror. I was like, what is cosmic horror? Well, you know the universe. You know, it was like, yeah, but before the Earth was a ball, what was cosmic horror then? You know, it's yeah. So when an asteroid is coming to destroy the Earth, that's cosmic horror, is it not? Right? Aren't we all waiting for the next asteroid to bring on the next ice age, and that's why we got to hurry up and move into space?
No, I'm enjoying listening to all the rocks praise God.
Have you guys heard about the gorilla theory?
No. What is it?
Evolution, or what do you mean?
Well, I once talked to this flat earther, and he suggested that gorillas don't exist, and they're actually just animatronic, and that they were put here to like basically trick us into believing in evolution.
Whoa!
I've seen real gorillas.
Well, yeah, like the ones in the zoo, like he claims that they're actually just robots. I don't know how common this belief is, or if it was just unique for him exclusively.
First time I've heard of it out of anybody.
Why
Yeah.
gorillas?
I think that, you know, when you come to this type of information, it's very easy to throw the baby out with the bathwater, and want to sort of start again right from scratch. What could be deception? What could be truth? If you look at the amount of sapient species, or you know, the amount of bipedal hominid type things, there's hundreds of different monkeys and different baboons, and then when you get to the great apes, those are the ones that appear the most human-like. But I've never heard someone say that they're all animatronic. I think that there was probably even greater species that we've lost out on when we discover those fossils of, like, you know, the great bears that roamed the United States, and you know, these mammals that were 3, 4, 5 times larger than an elephant. I think that there's been a lot of deliberate misleading of information. But I also think that, you know, the whole idea that we go through these extinction events, once again, it's kind of like Noah's Ark. God put enough genetic purity in one spot that was able to recreate these things. So what they've shown, even with animals, like breeding of dogs, you would breed these type of dogs and then breed that offspring with this type of dog, and eventually after about 10 or 20 different breedings, you get a long-eared, short-tailed, blah blah blah, whatever it is. And then if that thing did disappear for whatever reason, you could still recreate it because you've still got the genetic recipe. You've still got the original blueprint that you can still make these manipulations from. It's the same like the scientists would always run horticultural experiments, breeding peas and you know, all these different plants to see how genetics was transferred, and how to basically develop a stronger type of a tomato, or a more drought hardy cucumber, or it's all present in this genetic code, and the human just simply exploits that code to bring out certain benefits. So it's the same thing within this animal kingdom. They have this core genetic code that I think that those other species which we consider are extinct could be brought back through careful breeding or selective breeding to highlight certain genetic traits, kind of like how they're doing with cannabis at the moment. You know, trying to breed these rock star variants through mixing of certain strains that have different qualities that you're looking for, and then eventually coming up with something which they think is brand new, but it's been present in the genetics always. It just hasn't ever been brought to the full or brought out, you know.
Yeah.
So with gorillas and stuff like that, I think that there's probably even more amazing things that we and with the other lands which we don't know about. For example, when Darwin went to the Galapagos, and he saw for the first time the Komodo dragons, that are 3 or 4 meter long lizards that, you know, have this poison in their saliva, and There's nothing like it anywhere else on the earth, except for this chain of islands. So imagine how many other chains of islands we don't even know about, and what kind of species could exist there.
Very true. Yeah, I just posted a video that he sent me to. He was trying to show how realistic they could get these, fake gorillas.
On the stars, though, I do like looking at all of this from a builder's perspective because I like building stuff. It's what I grew up doing. And if you set something into something else, that's kind of a specific way to do something in building.
So creepy. What the heck?
Any agenda for tonight? Or, well, shoot, for me it's still tonight.
Huh?
I said, was there any agenda for tonight?
This is the same agenda we have every night. Take over the world.
Right.
Uh,
Spread the truth of flat Earth and God.
We should actually try to take over the world. What if we installed like a flat Earth authoritarian government? That way, we could counteract the propaganda that they've instilled in everyone.
You're gonna have to.
Society V2.
I'm about to say you're gonna have to beat them to the punch because right now they're about 80% done with taking over the whole world and doing that whole one world giggity goo.
Yeah, we gotta do it right now while we have the chance. Let's start a huge social media account where there's like 30 flat earthers governing it with truth, and spread it to everyone and annoy them with it.
So all you have to do is start an Instagram account, and you can take over the world.
Exactly.
Well, they
Or a TikTok
want
account.
one. They want a one world government, and I don't know what the heck a world is. But we have Earth, so let's make a one Earth government, and boom, they got competition now.
I'm already doing that. I got 3,154 followers on TikTok, and I'm posting videos and doing flat Earth series.
But see, the trick is, we don't even tell them about flat Earth. We just take over, and then once we're in power, then we put it in the school system, the curriculum.
I mean,
that's smart. I think that could work.
I mean, what's normal? Are we trying to like?
Let's start a fascist society based around God.
Yeah, what are we trying to do exactly, right? When we take over the world, after we win the war, right, and we have taken over the world, like what's kind of the goal? Like, what was the goal? Like now what? What do we do now? Like,
well, we're not gonna be able to because the tribulation's about to start soon. Same with the rapture because they're doing the Project Bluebeam. So all the Christians are gonna be taken.
So what do we do now? Do we just pick an island and like how do we do this? How do we split this? Like,
I already got an island pick out. You guys want to see it?
Yeah, of course.
Epstein Island doesn't count, man.
No, show. Hold up.
Like, yeah, I got dibs on this mansion. You know what? I got dibs on this whole island.
Really, you really got to look at the other islands though and see who your neighbors are.
As long as they're flat earthers, right?
Right. Well, I mean, the best thing is to buy a group of islands. That way you know who your neighbors are.
Do you get a bulk discount for buying multiple islands at once?
I would like to think you could. I'm pretty sure it's plausible. I've never negotiated trying to buy a outlying island.
This website's near a Baptist church, and it's like in Louisiana. I'm about to show.
I always try to imagine what the new world order looks like. You know, after it's all done and everybody's like happy, right? Like, what does it look like? Like, what does it mean? Like, you know, is it like on that? Yep. Go ahead.
I can't screen share. I would show it, but we actually have an actual island set out that's like in the middle of nowhere when everything goes down.
I'm wondering, so if you guys, let's say NASA came to you in private and told you, you know what, you're right about all this flat Earth stuff, and we'd like to shut you up, so we're going to offer you this amount of money. What's the minimum you would take to sell out the flat Earth?
I got this one. 3 submarines.
Who cares about money?
5 submarines. 5 battleships. You know, like a couple of tanks. You know, like a whole fleet. Yeah, and guns. Lots of guns with bullets.
There you go. I posted the island in the chat.
Then I'll sell out. Yeah.
$900 trillion. Because I'm gonna take $2 trillion and I'm gonna go buy Russia, and I'm gonna take $1 trillion. I'm gonna go buy China, and then we're gonna have our own flat Earth nation.
Oh yeah, no, you buy out the world and then do it.
Right.
And then you take over. That's what we gotta do. We gotta sell it out.
I'll just buy the countries and install the mods somewhere to take care of things, and we're good.
Exactly.
I don't even have to touch it anymore. All I have to do is buy the country and say, hey, buddy, I got a place for you to take care of.
For me, I think my price would be, I would like a mega yacht, fully staffed, with a high-class escort from every nationality.
Dude, $900 trillion.
That's not going to work.
$900 trillion.
Infinite money.
$900 trillion. Just $900 trillion. That's all you need. You're going to be able to do anything you want with that kind of money.
Buy out
minus
the world, start a
leaving the
society
dome.
Based around flat Earth. Easy. Make your own military.
Buy a couple of countries, reform the whole system. Boom.
But that's the sad thing is that, you know, effectively that question about how much you would need to be paid to sell out is the age-old question of how much does it cost for you to give up your soul? And many people in this place are giving up their souls for fame, for a little bit of temporary wealth. But if a man gains the world and loses his soul, what has he gained?
Well, my answer, look, my answer was, you're gonna have to give me an army, you know, that I can use to, you know, take over the world with. You know, which means pretty much there's no price. You know, it's a war. Your surrender. Yeah.
I think that not believing in the flat Earth. Do you think that's a sin to not have that belief? Is that like a central?
No, it's not a sin. But the more you discover truth, the more rewards you'll get in heaven.
It's not like after he gives me my submarines, it's not like I'm gonna honor my word. I lied. You know, I'm just gonna be like, look, I lied. but thanks for the submarines. You know what I mean?
I
Like,
like where you're going with that, but then that would bring me to the eighth commandment.
well, this is war. You know, it doesn't like all is fair
I'm talking about
in love and war. You know what I mean?
What the other guy said.
What?
Because submarines can get us to Antarctica or North.
No,
or,
no, not you. The other guy.
Yep.
Me?
How much do you think NASA paid that one guy who tried to make a fool of us on the that documentary?
Mike, Mad Mike.
Yeah, how much did they pay him?
Probably a lot.
Because wasn't he like a loyal believer before that, and then all of a sudden he just went off the rails?
Nope.
Nah, they're always
He's a
shills.
stunt man. He's a stunt man.
No, he was
Isn't
he was he was a
Just like
stuntman,
George
and he
Floyd.
just said if they paid him money, he'd slap any sticker on his rocket. It was about making money. So then they said, "Can we put a flat Earth sticker?" And then he said, "Oh yeah, I'm a flat earther also." So
yeah,
if you're a flat earther, firstly you'd know that a steam powered rocket that goes 3,000 feet is not going to show you anything that a 127,000 foot hot air balloon hasn't, or weather balloon hasn't already shown us that it's level and not rotating underneath us. So, but what's peculiar about this whole thing and seeing the glober side of this is really, I think it boils down to whether you have the Holy Spirit inside you to be able to see the stuff. And if you don't have the Holy Spirit, you simply don't have the eyes to see. And what we've seen now with these globers is that they'll defend this for years and decades. I'm sure most of them are not even being paid, but it's through a belief set that they guard. It's kind of like your Karens shouting at everyone who's not wearing a mask. They use the population to actually enforce policy change on the citizens without even needing to offer finances. They create an ideology, and that ideology is so powerful that it infects and spreads.
Mob mentality, yeah. That guy, that penguin guy too, you know, he's behind that. What's that flat earther, that penguin guy? Creepy dude.
Infinite Plane Society.
Yeah,
IPS.
him. Yeah, he was behind that whole stunt. It's
I trust question though, because it was a good question. I will withdraw my previous statement and rephrase it. Intent of the individual will determine what comes between you and God. I know people that have the Holy Spirit that believe they're on a spinning ball. They don't believe that they came from monkeys, but they still have that narrative in their head. But they have the Holy Spirit and they love God with all their heart.
Think about this, okay? If they're given the truth of the flat earth and they reject it, that's just ignorance is a sin in the Bible. So if you're being ignorant to the subject, that's a sin. If you're never given the knowledge, though, then that's different.
No, it doesn't say that at all. It says if you sin out of ignorance. So that means ignorance cannot be a sin. If you don't know, you don't know. Sometimes it's hard for people to get.
Yeah, that's invisible ignorance. That's what I was saying.
No, but you were saying ignorance is a sin. No. Now, if they find it hard to understand or whatever, cool. But like the man was saying, it's the intent. But if they're doing what you're not you, let me phrase it differently. If they're doing what one isn't doing, that is, you know, loving their neighbor, caring for the orphan and the widow, and they just happen to be confused about what they're living on. They're the ones who will be honored, not the one who knows what he's living on yet rejects his neighbor. That's the crux of what Cuddles was talking about.
But what about if believing in the ball weakens your faith? Because I think that's what that's why I've never seen miracles, you know, in these so-called churches. You know, You know,
That's
what
what I'm
if
getting at,
believing in
buddy.
the ball? Yeah, what if believing in the ball weakens people's faith, makes it hard, it becomes a stumbling block, you know, to a lot of because
Yeah.
when you realize the earth is flat, you also, it's like the Bible opens up to you
It
and
does.
all
Yeah.
the
That is true.
possibilities.
Oh.
Yeah.
The more you are to the truth, the more convinced you are, the higher the faith.
Yes, but I will of course reiterate the whole if you have this and that, but you have not love, you're a gong, you're an empty symbol, right? It's just meaningless. But what Bong is saying is correct because, you know, my people suffer for a lack of knowledge. So that's just logic, right? That's just you reap what you sow. So if you if you don't go and dig into what is, you know, sensible to dig into, of course you're gonna suffer. I mean, everyone knows this with health, for instance. Everyone knows this if they go. Everyone can understand this if they go into a wild forest without going prepared, without knowing what the landscape's going to be like. You're going to suffer. But I think it's having the balance of putting two and two together, and then considering, okay, these people are a bit confused. They are suffering, whether they know it or not. How can we reach them?
Gently.
Yeah, because I think obviously we get these knuckleheads who come in here like arguing with their nonsense points. Sure, have fun with that. But with the people who aren't knuckleheads and who are just a bit confused, we really should be trying to reach people with peace, right? Because with a child, you're not going to tell a child to tell what you would tell to your best mate who you've known for like 30 years. Like him, when he starts doing something stupid, you're just going to be like, "Oi, mate, stop that noise." But with a child, you have to be a bit more careful. You have to approach the fact that he's not gonna, or she, the child's not gonna understand that like that. Now, if you're a parent, yes, you got to discipline. But I'm just giving two opposite ends of the scale to realize that even though one thing is true, it's the way in which you approach the individual that's important. Because if it's not out of love and peace, then you're
The
butting
child
your head.
doesn't know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
the
gonna
child doesn't know
end
he's
up
done wrong.
reaping. Right. Yeah, exact. That too, as well, right? The innocence of a child too. So the approach is very, very much important. And I think that's where self-reflection can actually help to be of more use. Because ultimately, unless you have selfish desires, then obviously you will have your own selves to blame for that. But if your desire is for these people just to understand what you know is true and has helped you, then your approach will be better, right? Because the motive is pure.
When the Bible says, if I tell you about earthly things and you cannot believe, then how can I ever tell you about heavenly things? And, you know, going back to that whole, that Holy Spirit inside you, I've also got lots of Christian friends who, they know God, they love God, they devote themselves, but they still believe they're on a spinning ball. They don't want to hear this topic. And to me, I kind of feel like if we're talking about the same creator, say we're talking about Leonardo da Vinci, and I start telling you about something that Leonardo created, and you're fascinated about Leonardo, but you don't want to know what Leonardo created, are you really fascinated in Leonardo? Or are you just holding on to a set narrative? And it's not that I'm questioning their faith. I'm just saying, do they really know the creator if they think the creator created something different?
I think the best way to answer that is reading what Messiah said. He said, "If you love me, if you love my Father, you will do as he commanded." Semi-paraphrasing, but those who know should get the gist. If you don't, go and read what he said. So that's the marker, right? You'll know those who love me because they will do my commandments, and they will know you by your deeds and by your fruits. So it's how you actually treat other people. Because I mean, ultimately, what does it matter if he returns and we're like, oh, it was flat all along. But I did, and you were correct, right? And you knew that, but you had no fruit to show for it. Oh, congratulations, you played yourself. But the guy who was confused and who was actually caring about his neighbor, and just for whatever reason wasn't able to get to that level of self-reflection because maybe he wasn't designed to be a leader and he just didn't know what the deal was. But he has the fruit. He's the one who was helping his neighbor. He was the one who goes, you know, good and faithful servant. You're a little confused, but good job. That's the. I mean, if you're gonna pick a toss up, I'm talking to the guys who believe. The rest of you lot, that's your own business, right? But if you're gonna pick a toss up, I'd rather be the guy who's slightly confused and who had good fruit than the guy who knew everything and was just a waste man.
Right. Well, see, that's the thing.
This is where oh, pardon me. Go ahead.
The answer, some 30, some 60, some 100. Now, how you are 30%, that's your mixed bag. You make that, whatever it is. You put into that chunk of 30%, whatever's there. You're the ultimate end of what's in that section. 60-fold, same thing, but there's going to be more self-reflection. 100-fold, well, pretty much the same thing, but there's way more, infinitely more than what was in the 60-fold or in the 30-fold.
Yeah.
And this is I think maybe directed at what Flat Earth Solar was saying. With these people who reject it, and it's not just like a hatred rejection, but it just can't enter their cranium, right? Cognitive dissonance, whatever. But the rest of the stuff, so you're talking about, you know, the good characteristics, the good things of faith and stuff, and they're on board there, you know, just to lay the foundation. So we're not talking foundations. We're not talking about some obscure hypothetical. I think in that situation, one, having patience with them, because you know yourself the benefit you've gained from understanding the fullness, or at least a bigger fullness than what you consider them to have. I think if we can apply patience to them and go, oh, look, they're not all bad, they're just a little confused. That's where, like, the teacher doesn't just write. I mean, a good teacher doesn't just write off his students because the student's a little confused. He'll have patience. He'll be like, all right, well, he didn't get it that time. Maybe I can show him something else. And that in itself kind of takes it off of us, takes it off of what's our personal motives, what's our own, like, selfishness, right? It's actually applying to the others, you know, treating others as you would them treat you, right? So patience, that's a fruit of the spirit. So I know it can be incredibly difficult with some people who just refuse to just, you know, read the thing for what it says. But if we can have the patience and go, maybe I'll just try the other angle. He really likes, I don't know, caring for the needy, or whatever good thing you can find in his character. Let me go down that angle. And then let me talk, at least from myself. The blessings and the understandings that I've gained, talk from a testimonial point of view of what understanding this truth has led me. And that actually the good things you see in my character kind of stem from the fact that my eyes were open to this. And don't make it about yourself. Always point to where it came from. Because any of the understanding that we have currently will only ever come from the Creator. So if we boast in ourselves, we've missed the trick, right? So if we can do that, and we can show them, look, I've actually been able to improve my character because the Most High revealed this to me, because I was willing to be humble to it or whatever, right? And then you can, and this is obviously over a course of time with someone that you actually care about and who actually gives you their ear, right? 10 years down the line, who knows? They might have been able to go, oh, finally, I was able to deal with whatever was blocking me. Thank you for your patience with me. And then they're on board, and then boom, look what else you could achieve from there. I mean, the limits are endless, I would imagine. But I want to leave that there because I could talk on these kind of things for too long, and it's not my room.
Yeah. Well, you're giving credit to where credit is due, right? I mean, I get it. It's like he's sharing an experience with you, and then you give credit. This is what I learned from doing it this way.
Yeah, I could maybe put it in an easier form. If the Most High decided to just write me off how some people may unintentionally or intentionally be doing with some of these knuckleheads, right? If he wrote me off just because I rejected it the first time, I'd be finished. But he had the patience with me to this point. So I think we owe every other creature the same level of attention and care that the Creator gave us, because otherwise it's just disrespectful, isn't it?
But I
Right,
think it's
no,
powerful
right.
what you said there, Seva, Elisha, in terms of how we need to be different and how we need to take that patient, loving approach to our brothers and sisters, and not a warlike confrontation of accept it or die. In that, a lot of us go into these debates like it's life or death, and they have to accept it, otherwise that's the end of them. And with these Christians that I was talking about earlier, they will say that they believe God's word, and then when you start reading them God's word, like for example, that was the morning and the evening of the first day, and then they want to tell you, but first day could be a billion years to fit in with the whole evolutionary paradigm, and then when you say to them, but do you believe those words where it said that was the morning and the night, or the night and the morning was the first day? We know what morning and night is. We've had it consistently since the creation began. And then when you talk about like the firmament dividing the waters, then they start making it all about analogy, and that it's not real, that you don't have to take that part literally. And these are admirable Christians who've done great works, but they're starting to unpick the Bible because it doesn't fit what they believe in their mind. And that's I think what Cuddles was also talking about, could it be something that actually prevents them from attaining a deeper level of faith or a closer bond? But like you say, if God gave up on us after the first time that we didn't get his message,
when new
where
information
would we be?
contradicts a core belief, they can't accept it. They just ignore it.
Yeah, well, very well said. And you know what? I was curious what you guys thought. Do you think that Elon Musk is in on it? Does he know the
Oh
truth?
yeah. Oh
Because
yeah, he does. He definitely knows Earth is flat.
No idea. I've never spoken to the man.
when I
Definitely
look
knows.
into his eyes, and he's speaking, I can see that childlike merriment that I once had about space, and I feel like he's genuine. Like maybe NASA's duping him into he's a useful idiot for them.
I mean, looks are deceiving.
Always fake that too. I mean,
When you listen to some
acting.
of these other,
Okay, but one thing about it is he did the Elon Musk car in space, and that was obviously fake. He's definitely a part of it.
Well, he's smarter than most. You know how, like what's the word? Public. When it comes to public relations, he knows what to say.
Well, yeah, it's easy to manipulate people when you control their education.
Like in Alice in Wonderland, where the queen realizes that they've been painting her roses red, and she gets all mad. That's what I think about Elon Musk. Is maybe all his little engineers are just like trying to appease him and make him happy by like creating these CGI effects for him, so that he can enjoy them and pretend like they're real.
I think they're doing. I think they're building stuff. I think they're doing something, but not space stuff. Something.
Weapons.
Yeah, and
Energy
probably something to
weapons.
do with surveillance and the new technology that's rolling out, 5G.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
They have a electricity generator that uses plasma, and you feed it garbage, and the garbage feeds the plasma, and the plasma feeds the machine electricity.
Really? Do you have some link on that, maybe?
Not offhand, no. I got the information from a friend of mine, and I had to catch back up with them. But this is stuff. I got friends that are different places, so I get different things every once in a while. But that's one of the things that they have.
Mm-hmm.
As far as I'm told. Now, looking at tech suppression and the things that have been before me, I could see that because we can make plasma, we can create an electromagnetic field and hold it in place.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I'm heading out to bed. God bless you guys.
Have a good one.
All right.
Later.
I can't believe I'm still up, but I was having fun in the lobby.
What did you do?
I was talking to people in the lobby. Turned
Lobby.
out,
Interesting place.
yeah, it is. But I guess it's easier to see. I mean, it's easy to see who's trolling. By the third question, when they're asking something that's completely off topic, it's generally a troll. Or they're obfuscating, or they're subverting, or they're dismissing. I got a guy that doesn't believe in the ball, but he's an engineer. He works in Spain. He believes in CERN and all that mumbo jumbo, but he knows the Earth is not a ball, but he doesn't believe it's flat, which blows my mind.
Then what is it, according to him?
He hasn't formulated his hypothesis yet. He hasn't made up his mind what it is.
Oh my god.
Right. But like I show him, he talks about math and we're looking for a way to predict things with math. And I'm like, dude, all you have to do is just ask me. I give you a bunch of predictions that can be spot on next week. Watch. But I showed him that his math idols were Jesuits. They come straight from the Vatican.
That's not the basis for their problem. The real basis for their problem is they would need to look into the math, where it derives from. Is it an observation, or is it just an abstraction of some theory? There's a huge difference, between math and math. So.
Right, but he doesn't care. He's trying to predict things. He's trying to find ways to predict things.
Yeah.
He wants to tell the future.
Yeah.
Biomagic ball.
He wants to be able to predict human behavior. So he needs to collect a lot of data, right? Because the more data they collect.
To do that for hundreds of years, and
right.
it never worked out.
Right. So now they've got the math. They've got the math and the data now to predict human behavior. Like, what's this guy going to buy?
But I tell you what, if you only have one certain company's product on the shelf, then that's what I'm going to buy. It's that easy.
It's that simple.
There are no other choices, then what the hell should I buy?
Yeah. Kind of like the president, like these elections, right? If there are only two choices,
exactly.
That's all you got. Yeah, it's kind of easy.
Wasn't the Catholic Church the only church to actually defend the geocentric model, though?
When?
Well, because like they, like these people who are like promoting the heliocentric model, like Copernicus and Galileo or whatever, the Catholic Church threw them in prison.
No. So the Catholic Church controls the science, or what people believe in, the models, right? The Royal Society is what they're called today, and it was flat. Ptolemy, okay, it was flat. So until Copernicus developed a model that the church thought is good enough to bring in the ball Earth model, that's when they changed it. So the Catholic Church was always in control of what people believed in.
What? Mic check.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
But
good.
All right.
the Catholics threw Copernicus in prison.
Yeah,
Well,
they.
that's what you're told, right? You think he's a hero, right? You think Galileo is a hero. I mean, these are all stories, epic tales for. Yeah, of course, giants. These are the giants that we stand on the shoulders of. Of course, they're going to tell stories like that. They control the history too.
They tortured people, killed people, threw them in prison for just for not believing. And then these guys say that the earth isn't what it says it is in the Bible, and all they do is go to jail. So you tell me.
Right. So basically, the way I see it though is like if we could go back in time and arrest the first person to have ever came up with the globe model, and protect all those people from believing in a falsehood, wouldn't it be?
Yeah, that's the Pope. You'd have to
I'm
arrest the
sorry,
Pope.
I'm trying not to laugh, but that was too hilarious, bro. How are we gonna go back and capture the first person that told
You don't
everybody
have
that the
to.
globe was a lie?
You can find him now. It's the Pope. All you gotta do is go and arrest the Pope and take down the Catholic Church and the
Bro, if
Vatican
we go after
and the
the Pope, then we
UK
would have to be
and
going
then the
after the Pope
US.
before him. You know what I mean?
No, it's the Pope now. It's the same Pope now. It's the same people that control science and everything we know about it. The
Well,
Pope
there was a
controls
Pope
the world.
before the Pope, right? There was a Pope before him, right?
Yeah, but those are just men. You know what I mean? They're just they're just things.
I'm
That,
sorry.
that are there, and we're talking about the actual power, the
point is,
authority.
the Catholic Church.
Right. What?
The Catholic Church.
So would we agree that the Catholicism has like the power over the whole world right now, like convincing the whole world is a globe?
Of course, there's something called unum sanctum. See, that allows the Pope pretty much claims the whole world as his, and nobody has challenged it,
So
and
like
that's
the
why you
Pope
pay
and the
taxes. Right?
Freemasons,
This is why taxes. Yes, this is why the taxes are paid. They all work together. See, it's all Rome. It's all Roman. So the Pope is the religion. It's what controls the people. So that's how you control the people, is with religion. America is the military might of the New World Order, and the UK is the financial. The banker, the money.
And listening to the Globers constantly talking about the globe being a sphere, it's so hilarious because like if you look at our atoms, I think the fact that they look at our atoms and the fact that the atoms in our body is a sphere, they think that the world is a sphere because apparently we are each made out of all different types of atoms that coagulate to apparently the whole universe is connected. You know what I mean? And
the atom.
apparently
That
we're a
model.
sphere.
That model comes from India. Comes from Hinduism. The atom, the uncuttable, the actual model, right, comes from India, and that model is the same model that this heliocentric model looks like. You've got a
Right,
nucleus and
which is, I mean, they keep
orbits.
talking about the same things
Right.
over again, right? And they also worship the cow as well.
And these are models, right? So and now quantum mechanics is bringing it right back to Hinduism and the Kabbalah. So they believe Michio Kaku and all these science guys says that the Kabbalah and science and quantum mechanics is probably where it's at, and everything we know about science and physics is probably going to be turned on its head, upside down. Is wrong. It's like, what? Are you serious?
It's already been turned upside down.
Yeah.
Yeah, have you heard the phrase "as above, so below"?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, what's interesting, the Catholic Church historically has always stated that the earth is immovable, stationary, and it's in the center of the earth, or center of the universe.
It's funny when you look at the movie as above and so is below. Like it's crazy how that coagulates with everything as well too. I'm talking about like everything fitting in together.
I haven't seen that. I don't remember seeing that one.
Yeah, it's about some kids going into a demonic sanctuary down into to a cathedral, and they go into this burial ground, right? And they go and it's over in the I believe in the in the UK area, or so somewhere in that area. And they basically go into this church down beneath the sewer line. Like, they find this sewer area that goes into the burial ground, and oh my goodness, bro, there are so many like bones. Like, it's ridiculous, bro. It's called, the movie is called As Above, So Below, or something like that. It's on Netflix. What?
Yeah. Yeah.
Have you guys heard
I
of
mean, if
John
you want to
Titor?
look into whole like demonic, like if you're interested in like the whole demonic scene and trying to find out about demons and angels and stuff, like that's one of the stuff. Like, I think that's one of the movies that will let you know about the demons and stuff
Well,
that
that's
are now
what
roaming around.
that's what science is all about. You know that, right? Or where do you think
Hundreds of movies
science?
like that.
Yeah. Where do you think science comes from? Where does knowledge come from?
Imagination. Einstein told you, imagination is more
But,
important than
well,
observation.
in the Bible, when you see when you read it in Revelations, right? When you read in the New Testament in Matthews, it tells you about how our imagination is deceitful, and how our heart is deceitful of all things, right? What?
Yeah.
What's up with the whistling?
Our own enemy is our imagination, and basically is what God's telling us.
Is that just a habit though? You whistling when you talk, or?
No, I have Tourette syndrome. What? It's
Oh, sorry.
involuntary.
Okay,
Yeah.
my bad.
No worries, bro.
Have you guys heard of Have you guys heard of Have you heard of John?
That's all right.
Have you guys heard of John Titor?
John Titor?
Yeah, John Titor. He's this guy that posts online sometimes, and he claims to be from the future, but he's actually predicted like a lot of future events.
Oh my god.
Well, yeah, like that. Go ahead.
Why the oh my god for?
Because it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I saw some guy on IG too, talking about he's from 2025, and there's nobody on the streets, and he's walking around, and people believe it. It's like, oh man.
Show me one of his revelations.
I mean, I believe I'm a reincarnation of Bruce Lee, but I don't go around telling people that. What? Ooh-wee. I'm just
Well,
kidding.
he'll leave stuff around, and people will find it, or people will leave things around, and he'll find it. And he's streaming it. It's like people think he's in the year 2025. He's stuck there by himself, no people.
He says he's stuck in the year 2025.
Yeah, and the only proof is like some clock on his computer.
What?
Yeah, it's weird. I forget. I ignored it. I was like, I'll come back to this later when I find reason to come back.
Ridiculous.
I mean, to claim that you're from the future and you're from 2025, you would have to make some claims, right? That events that chain of events would be happening from now till 2025. So if he's
Well, that's the
claiming
thing.
that he's from
He woke up.
2025, what?
He woke. He. That's the thing. He woke up one day and he was just in there, right? And now he's stuck there, living his life there, streaming this. Just him, nobody. Everyone disappeared. That's the thing. I'm like, I can't believe people are watching this. Anyways.
So he's right now.
Wait, like, so he's recording where he's at, and there's like nobody
Yes.
there.
Yeah, and people will tell him to go to places that are busy, like the airport, or go to this place, places you
How
can't
is
just
he
walk
streaming
into,
that?
right?
And he would
Through
go, and there's
IG.
no one there.
Through IG, yeah. Well, I don't know. He doesn't stream. He'll do the video and then he'll upload it to IG. So it's not always. I've never checked it or watched it live.
So it's not
What
always
is IG?
live. It's not live then.
Instagram. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I watched the video on YouTube. You can. I'm not sure. I can't find it. I just stumbled upon
Okay,
it one day.
I will look into it. It's quite easy to do something like that in After Effects, by the way.
Yes, that's what I thought. Like,
it's
I
quite
can't
easy.
believe.
It's called
Yeah, it's like,
rotoscoping to
yes, yes,
mess out people, and it's quite good now.
yes.
Yeah, what's
It's like-
interesting, this John Teeter guy, he actually claims that CERN secretly controls the world, and that he came back in time to try to defeat CERN before they gained too much power.
The script
Wait,
of the
is that the same guy
Strange.
that you said is from 2025?
He's actually from, let me see here.
That's literally the script of the Terminator.
He's from,
No, I thought he was saying it was the same. What?
If you believe you're on a if you believe
Endgame.
in a spinning water ball, right? Then surely this isn't that.
Hey man, are you trolling me right now? Are you trolling me?
I posted the link
Telling me
to.
that there's some dude saying that he's in the future.
This is what people are doing. Yeah, of course.
And
Yes.
uploads to Instagram in 2021. Yeah.
Oh no, man! I think
Is
you're
it?
trolling me, bro.
But is it on TikTok or Instagram though? Which one?
I don't know, bro.
It depends. If it's on TikTok, nah, that's a prank. You know,
Nah,
if it's on
it's not on
Instagram,
TikTok because if
I
he was
don't
on
know.
TikTok, bro, this dude would be made fun of so hard.
I mean,
Like,
yeah.
get off the drugs, bro.
No,
Yeah,
he's making money
especially-
probably. If he's on Instagram, you can make money with these kind of videos very easily. You know. So.
Yep. Yep.
I mean, bro, if you're gonna claim, I don't know, it just the claims that you're from the future. That's just a very hard claim. That's a very hard claim, bro. What?
That's hard.
You know what I
bro.
mean?
You should
It's
be
a
a
very
millionaire.
hard claim, bro.
You should be a billionaire.
For real, right? You would have to make bets on shit that would be happening in like that's gonna be coming up happening, and you were like, "Hey, man, I bet you this is gonna happen," and then boom, it happens, and you're like, "What?" You know what I mean?
Actually, bet in Unibet, like for the greatest events in sports. What the fuck? It should be
I
that
mean,
easy.
I can understand trying to claim somebody that's back, like that's from the past, like claiming to be reincarnated, right? I can understand that because then you would have to have knowledge of that lifetime, right?
But that would
I
be
can't
like
understand
that would be
either,
like
by the way.
that would be like the stupidest time traveler ever. If you think about it, right?
Wait, to
If
go
you
back
travel,
in time or to go from
well,
past from future to present?
no, to go back in time and announce to the people in that time that you're from the future. I mean, how dumb is that? Why would you do that?
So you're saying the 2025 guy is being silly?
No, I'm saying anyone who announces that he is from the future, or the 2020 guys on Instagram. So that's not
Right.
No, who says he's physically
for real?
right? It's like, why are you telling people this though? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're going to get arrested. First of all, you're going to get arrested by whoever's interested in squeezing as much information, the truth out of you. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, but why would he?
put
Okay,
yourself.
first of
If
all,
you
I
think
want to
about
know why
yourself,
he would.
right? If you think about yourself as a time traveler, you will put yourself in so much harm by saying something like that when you travel back in time. Then what we talk about all the time, if we went back in time and started using our phone to do stuff, people would think you were a witch and would probably burn you, right? People would get confused and be afraid of
Well,
you,
not
or
only
they
that,
might worship you and think you're a god, right?
Not only that, the people that you knew, right, back then, and then you try to come to them and let them know, hey, I'm from the future. Like you're gonna be damaging people that you knew. You know,
space time continuum.
Yeah, you basically break the space time continuum. You're basically altering the space time continuum when you do
Timeline,
that.
right?
Yeah, you're altering the timeline. It's like the butterfly effect, right? You smash an ant, and then like all of a sudden the whole thing
Right.
changes.
And now a new timeline starts off, branches off, right? Now you're stuck in space time. Now you're lost in
Right.
space time.
Right. What?
I'm a space time traveler.
Right,
Wait,
right.
so
I'm
you're not a
sorry,
time
this
traveler?
is too funny
No,
to
I'm
me, bro.
space time
What?
traveler.
What's funny is like I like to tell people that like, where are you from? I'm like, I'm from space and time, and they're like, what?
This is my space time machine.
Yeah, we're in the space time continuum. Follow the sun. Sorry. What? The Earth is flat.
Space-time travel.
And then you need a car that can produce 1.1800 gigawatts or whatever.
I was thinking, because CERN is also our enemy. Maybe he, just in case he actually really is a time traveler, he might be a good ally to the flat Earth movement.
Wow, who is this guy? Who is CERN? I need to educate myself about this person. Send me the link.
Our enemy. I mean, you believe you're on a globe, right?
Well, I'm open-minded and I'm warming up to the possibility that it might actually be flat.
We both consider CERN our enemies. So maybe you're closer to a flat earther than a globe earth.
I'm sorry, John Kimball. You gotta educate me with this CERN guy. What?
I don't know. I don't know the CERN guy. Someone else was talking about him. What's up with him? What's the story?
Yeah. What's the story of this guy? What?
So there's this apocalyptic future where CERN has taken over fully and has just basically enslaved mankind with artificial intelligence. And so he came back from the year.
How do you spell his name?
John, John Titor.
IDIOT. That's how you spell it.
Made a lot of really accurate predictions that have actually held up.
Yeah, show me one, please. Just one.
What? TERNUS? Wait, John, what?
Teeter. I posted the Wikipedia in the voice text, but yeah, Titor.
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 Oh, he's claiming to be an American military time traveler. What?
Yeah.
From 2036. What?
And I'm Superman. Yeah.
Dude, this is funny. Like, this guy's real?
Yeah, he had to come back to get he had to get an IBM 5100 from the year 1975 so that he could debug programs in the future.
Ooh. No way, this guy's serious, bro. Yo, I'm afraid to Google myself, dude, what they say about myself. What? International imbecile with Tourette syndrome. Uh-oh, and believes the earth is flat. Sorry, what?
Yeah, so he actually predicted the mad cow disease outbreak in the early 2000s.
Where is the article before the event happening? Come on, guys. You cannot be serious.
You said he predicted the mad cow disease at what?
Yeah, I don't believe in time. I mean,
when did the mad cow disease come out? What?
The idea of time travel or any of these stories supports all these theories from alternate universes and all these silly aliens. Once again, aliens.
Multiverse.
Yeah, multiverse. Right. They put it in the movies, especially lately. Marvel Comics, all these crazy. It's everywhere. It seems every story they revamp, they add these. But time travel? No, come on, man.
Yeah, it's called science fiction, by the way.
Right.
The word satellite became around in some science fiction book, by the way, in the early 1910s, way before they were even trying to produce something like that. I don't know if you guys heard about that. So the word satellite existed way before the object was ever made.
Yeah.
And it was in a science fiction book. So.
Yeah.
But what's scary about that whole mad cow disease thing is that we know that they're using aborted fetus tissue in the manufacture of vaccination. So if allowing cows to consume cow meat gave them mad cow disease, what's going to happen to the human population when we're all being injected with blended body parts, you know?
What? What? No. What the fuck? No. Who subscribes to that kind of idea?
What do you mean? It's one of the ingredients.
Who will actually do it? Who will actually do it, you know? Injecting
So they use
liquid body parts into yourself. What the fuck?
That is what is presently being, they call it an adjuvant, meaning that it causes a reaction inside the body. They use monkey DNA, they use aborted fetus tissue, they use...
Well, I'm not sure
now
if
they're
that's
using
even true,
graphene.
but...
Using stem cells to self regenerating, so the cells can regenerate. So it's basically using abominations to. It's the pharmaceutical industry and the medical industry and all the research, the DNA research, blah blah blah, transhumanism, and now we have, I don't know, AI. Is what they're talking about, cybernetics. Like, instead of can we turn a person into a machine, like literally? That's the question. I hear a lot of people, amputees who lose their limbs, the prosthetics that they're getting now are way better than having the real thing. Like, they can do like way more, and they're thinking, why not the whole body? You know what I mean? So there's a lot of research being your arm, when you lose your arm, there's still the nerves are still there reaching out. They say that they feel like they've made prosthetics that they can almost feel with. I don't know if the skin sense is there yet, but just a matter of time. Yeah, go ahead.
I think they like to pitch it that prosthetic can do more, but I don't think it could even do half of what the original limb could have done. I think it just can do different things. So potentially it might have a slightly more tensile strength, or might be able to, like, say it's a foot amputation or a foot prosthetic. You may be able to insert like a blade or a spring system that can give you a little bit more jump. But effectively, to be able to pivot on a toe the way that a ballerina can, that prosthetic would never be able to achieve half of what an actual limb could. But they pitch it as, you're going to be an improved version of yourself because the creator created you wrong. So here, man, in their infinite wisdom, will just do it better than the creator did it. Well, that's the deception, at least.
Frost Knight, can I talk to you for a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so you are posting an @times.in article, right?
Yeah, that's the one I just found when I was Google searching it.
Okay, where is the original claim of this guy? So did he make like an article in some journal? Did he make a note on his computer or something like that? Where is the original claim?
He posted on a forum.
Are you kidding me? Do you know that you can change, especially a forum's dates, whenever you want? And it's not even shown in this article, by the way. So even if you claim that it exists, it's not shown in here. This is a story.
Damn,
This is
dude.
science fiction. Come on. Cannot be serious, man. But the problem is that I do know a few persons in real life whom actually would fall for this. So I'm not sure if you are trolling or not. That's why I'm asking you, you know.
There are too many holes in that plot in your story, you know. It's like it's not as good as Back to the Future, but it needs some work.
It needs M. Scott Weech, probably. To write up the script, you know.
I know, right? It needs conflict, drama, not holes in the
Yeah.
science. Yeah.
And some symbology also, by the way.
Yeah,
Symbology.
yeah.
Don't forget that.
Symbology.
It's very
Yeah, that's
important.
like the icing on the cake. Yeah.
Some, you know, G or some 666 or I don't know, the checker table or an obelisk or something, an eye, you know, just one eye. I don't see any of that.
Stuffy? Which way? What? What? Huh? Oh shit.
So when did you guys first like have a realization about the flat Earth?
About 6 years ago, when I first saw Paul on the plains, forensic proving that NASA images are actually all fake. And they are admittedly fake, by the way. If you dig deep into the websites of NASA or the Russian Space Agency or anybody's, you will see that those are admitted composites. So
That's
that
true.
was the first clue.
I was sitting in my living room watching cowboy movies, watching John Wayne do. Is that you, John Wayne?
Have you seen the sex cloud on the NASA photograph?
What?
Well, that too, yeah.
Yeah, NASA put like the word, you know, letters SEX in the clouds on one of their composites.
Oh no, that's just being perverted. What?
Obviously. That's what symbology means to these guys. Perverting reality. Let me show it to you.
Yeah, at first I didn't believe it, and I actually looked it up on the NASA website, and it was there on the NASA website. Like they were proud of it. You know, here's our image.
But it's not it's the blue marbles from I don't know which year, and if you turn it around a little bit, then that's what shows you in the clouds. So you need to turn it around. The original one, I mean. Yeah, this one is a better image of this, because it tells you that this is supposedly a blue marble from the year 2015. It's called the Epic Earth image. And if you turn it around, the original one, you can read sex in the clouds. Now that's even a bigger coincidence than a Big Bang making everything not chaotic, right? So
What would you believe is more real, Bigfoot or Nessie?
Who is Nessie or what?
Nessie's a Loch Ness monster. I'm just saying, who would you believe is more?
But that's a
Big.
false dilemma, you know that, right? You know what a false dilemma is, right?
I mean,
A
I'm
false
just saying,
dilemma.
if Bigfoot
A
was
false
real, I
dilemma
would be
is
more scared of him because he's capable of walking around everywhere. All he has to do is just shave his body and he'll look like one of us, maybe more like a
so.
with a fucked up
so
face. You know what I mean? All he has to do is just get shave his head.
trying to teach you something for thinking and logical thinking and critical thinking. So false dilemma means when
I
you
mean,
ask
if you look
something
at
like,
people, I mean, I would say that Bigfoot's everywhere because everywhere I look,
"Oh my
man,
god,
like there's people that have big feet, and I'm just like, Bigfoot had made kids, bruh, and there's just
I would
he
say
manifests.
the Loch Ness monster because they claim we know, quote unquote, know right more about space than the oceans.
I don't know about that, man. I mean, the only reason why I would be like afraid of the Loch Ness monster is if I was in the ocean because that's a torpedo coming at you.
I think it's almost like a misdirection type of thing. Like if you ever see an ape-like creature, right? Instead of wondering what it could
Right.
be, I want you to think of the Bigfoot. Oh, it's the Bigfoot. You know what I mean? Instead of thinking about what you're looking at. If you see an animal in the ocean that's huge and you can't explain, think of this. You know what I mean? I think that's what these
Yeah.
photos
So
both
it's
are.
are
just
promoting
they're just
evolution,
creatures
both are PR
that we
for
have
evolution.
named.
That's it."
Yeah, I'm just saying they claim we know more about quote unquote space than we know about our own Earth, right? Which is true.
I mean, why should we be going out to explore the fucking space if we don't even know the fucking 90% of the world yet? We don't even know half. We don't even know the majority. We don't even know half of the ocean, let alone what's in the forest.
Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday. I think it's what 6% of all land in America. That's only how much is populated, 6% or something like that. Then when you think about the world, and then they say it's overpopulated, but really, it's not even fully explored. Like,
Yeah,
what's
that's
out
what
there?
I was like. How are you gonna say that the world is overpopulated and people need to die or something like that when we haven't even been around the whole world at all? If the world was overpopulated, then there should be places in the desert that like, come on, we should have like
Oh
houses.
yeah,
Come on, you know what I mean? If
it's
we
an,
are overpopulated, the desert
You
would
know
be
what I mean?
overpopulated with thousands of people.
Well,
Come on.
why don't we just put people on the ice wall? You think they could like survive if we give them some like wood to burn?
Come on, man.
can't put people anywhere. I mean,
I mean,
we're the
once you
ones
put them
getting
in,
put.
I mean, you put people in
Being
the
put.
desert. Once you put people there, it's like never coming back out ever. You go there,
We
it's like
can't put people in.
never coming
We
back
are
out.
the people. We are the people that are being put wherever we are put. You know,
What?
we're not putting people on Mars. Okay? They're putting people on Mars or whatever
Like
on the
how
moon.
how
No
much
one
of the
puts
desert
people
has
on
been
Mars.
covered?
We didn't move. We didn't migrate people out of the Middle East to America or to Europe or to Australia, right? They did it, right? Like we don't. We're
I'm
just
not
The
part
day,
of
who's they?
whoever the powers that be, whoever. Because we can't go to the ice wall, so we can't
That's
put
true.
people
Yeah.
anywhere. Like so. I think who does the putting?
I mean, like the
But
royal we.
why can't we have I mean, besides like the Sahara Desert, like the damn it. Ooh-wee. Like I'm not gonna
Like
I know how we have like Latin, like people that live in the desert, but I mean, like how much of the desert have we gone and like searched through? Like what the percentage of how much have we covered, as well as the ocean? I don't think we've covered everything as well as we would. I mean, all of the deserts as well as we covered the ocean. What
oh,
we
we
didn't
we
even cover
can't
the ocean. We
we
can't
can't
cover.
because we have to stay close to each other, as a community, right? Services and stuff. Like it looks like we're designed to stay close to cities, roads and stuff, right? Because if you try to go out there by yourself, well, then you're out there by yourself.
If you were to
So
look out at the desert, it's like endless of nothing. Endless nothing.
Roads are designed to get you from the factory back to your bed, back. You know what I mean? Like what roads are for, right? Main roads are for transporting goods that you make to.
Have we ever measured the desert? Have we measured the desert?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to figure out if we've measured the curvature.
Some people say that there are actually other alternative continents outside, like beyond the ice wall.
Could be, right?
Right.
Maybe.
What's peculiar is that they say that they've measured most of this place using a wheel method. So as you roll the wheel and it makes one rotation, it's now measured a meter. But yet, when you look at land, we know there's hills and valleys and, even deserts, there's going to be dunes and there's going to be flat sections. So,
right. So if we measured the desert, how big is the desert? How many? What's the number? What's the number of the measurement of the desert?
Oh, how big
well,
is the
they
Sahara
normally
Desert?
they put it into square kilometers, so that once again you can't even fathom the size or the scale of it. And it's usually, I think, in terms of continent sizes, from say left side of the continent to the right side of the continent, there must be some accurate way to actually determine that through flying over it and then traveling over it and using laser or GPS or specific known markers. You could measure the distances between the markers and then eventually add them all together and roughly what that is.
You're saying what we could do, what can be done, but how come we didn't do that already though? How come we made videos and episodes about how to survive in the desert, yet we didn't do any measurements of the desert? Like why is that? Like if we were to do measurements of anything, period, like why haven't we measured how big the ocean was or how big it is from one area to another area? Just from one
Well,
point
they
to another.
have.
How come we haven't done that?
So they did geodesic surveys and geodetic surveys, whereby they put these little concrete markers every so many miles. It was part of I think it was in the 1800s or the late 1800s that they did this on all continents, and these little markers are found in specific locations where they would measure to that point and then use that as the reference for the next measurement.
Wait, they physically like
they
taking a
physically
measurement?
measured, correct, yes.
They physically measured the desert from one point from where it was started to another point?
Apparently across entire continents this has been done.
They have. We've done that.
Yeah, called geodetic surveys or geodesic surveys. So they would actually go and measure and then place these little markers that indicated latitude and longitude, and it indicated distance to the next markers. And then they would move on to the next one and do the next and do the next. But through that process,
I never knew that.
there's always a drop.
Was curious to how the world was even measured in the first place. I mean, we like to sit here and measure how we want to talk about measuring the distance about how we would see the curvature of where we would see the curvature, but we haven't even measured. That's why I thought we didn't even measure the desert. And so yeah, you're telling me that we have measured the grids or whatever, but it's just crazy when you look at it, right? It doesn't look like it exists at all. It's just an endless nothing if you go there. I'm scared to go up to the desert.
Where it does become really sort of variable is once we get to ocean, because the moment you try and measure across an ocean, you could be drifting leftward while traveling northward, and you don't really notice that you've drifted off course by 10 miles or 15 miles. And then you could inadvertently add that to your distance that you're trying to capture over water. So it's the same thing like with air. We use a little pendulous vane inside the aeroplane that spins up and it calculates the speed that you're traveling through the air or the known pressure that you're moving through. But it's always still an estimate, because it's not the same way that we can over land lay down a measuring tape. We know exactly the distance between 2 points on that land. In the ocean, it generally is a lot more challenging. But then when they laid the undersea cables, there they had to be very precise. So wherever those cables are laid, those distances, I would say, are fairly accurate. But we know that there are slivers of ocean that are excluded from what we're allowed to know about. So we've got pieces of a land that can be calculated, but then when you start to go cross-continent or continent to continent, at that point it all starts to become back to probabilities or within so much tolerance or so much percent out. Or
because I just figured you would come back to a full circle if you were to go out to the desert and try to measure it.
Maybe for 40 years.
How do we know that the measurements that they claim the length of the cable is accurate?
Right.
Well, I think because we've got signal transmission, that means that the cable must be complete. Therefore, from one continent to another continent, there is a physical cable, which if it was injured or damaged or not complete, we wouldn't have that transfer of information. So then it's just an assumption that whatever they measured and then laid out was equivalent. But who knows? It might be 10 kilometers longer. It might be.
Exactly, because
would you be able to explain the Bermuda Triangle? Out of curiosity.
Sorry, did you say, do I believe a triangle?
No, Bermuda.
No. I said, could you explain the Bermuda Triangle? Because I mean, you were explaining from the one point to another point on measuring on the desert. So I was just curious, would you be able to explain about the Bermuda Triangle? Because of course, the stories, the planes and ships get lost in this area and then it's gone. And so how can you measure, or how could we have measured from going through that area and knowing the areas of where the Bermuda Triangle is? Like, how do we even know where the Bermuda Triangle starts or ends?
Yeah, I think that's a topic that a lot of people are quite fascinated about. The most plausible thing would be that it's off the coast of Miami, where most of the rockets are launched, and that boats going missing or sinking in the zone where rockets could be launched, or potentially maybe that the boat observed something that they're not allowed to observe and then simply had to be dealt with or whatever. I think from a map standpoint, we like to have these little precise lines that we draw sort of from that triangular area just just to the right of Florida, but we know that the projection, the model, the ball projection is not accurate. So even if they drew that triangle on a ball projection, or they drew that triangle on a flat projection, it could still be inaccurate. There is obviously no boundary line that once you enter now, you know you're in the Bermuda Triangle. It's just a general area where people have started to disappear.
So then wouldn't you say that the name would be inaccurate for calling it a Bermuda Triangle if it's not even if we don't even know if the Bermuda Triangle is a triangle?
Well, I think there's lots of different triangles. You get your isosceles, you get your equilateral, you get your... So it could be various shapes of triangle.
Then you got your acute and your obtuse.
But effectively, it's like where ships have disappeared, then they've taken those coordinates, and then it's sort of formed this zone, and then they've neatly put a triangle around that zone. Is it truly triangular? Who knows? I don't think it's really like a force of nature causing those kind of things to happen. But in the north, if there is a whirlpool like Virgelmere, like the Nordic people always said, that would make a lot more sense, that we would have lost ships and destruction towards the north, and why they're very strict with where you can sail and where you can't. And
Right, because you know the story about Odin when he went to go get the elixir from the god from the gods that knew everything, right?
No, go on.
Like, okay, so Odin, right? The story of Odin, why he went to go get the elixir of the gods, like from the gods, because basically there was these brothers that went out and they didn't know poetry, right? They didn't know poems, they didn't know songs. And they had spoken to a god, right? Quote and unquote god, but that supposedly was the only one that knew how to obtain this ability, right? And the brothers wanted to know, and well, they said the god told them, you have to get the blood, you have to drink the elixir from the god itself of and he was basically talking about himself. And basically the brothers ended up killing the god, this god of poetry, of poems and songs, and they drank his blood, they drank his elixir, they called it and it would make them drunk, and they would drink it drunk, and then they would go around and they would tell them their stories, and then they would be amazed by these brothers that that didn't know how to sing and didn't know these poems until it was told by Odin, like, because what they did was they killed somebody that was of Odin's bloodline, of his family. And so when they did that, so the story goes, when he was flying, because Odin has the ability to shapeshift, right? So he turns into an eagle, and he had the elixir, and it was said that when you drink the elixir that's bad, the bad elixir, that's when your poetry and your songs and shit, like everything comes out shitty. Because what happened was when they were chasing after Odin took a shit in their mouth. So they say, the story goes, when you hear people of bad songs and bad music and bad poetry, and it sounds like shit, that is because they drink the elixir of it, which is the shit of Odin.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry. But yeah, basically if you could kind of imagine, open your mind to what they're saying, like how I portray it is basically alcohol. The elixir is alcohol, and the fact that if you drink you know that you've drinking the wrong alcohol or the bad elixir when you sound like shit. Anyway, yeah, that's the story of Odin when he was going back from taking revenge.
Mm-hmm.
Cool story, bro.
My bad. I didn't even mean to go about the gods and shit. What? I know it went from the Bermuda Triangle into him taking a shit in somebody's mouth, but that's what I was saying. The Bermuda Triangle was coming from. He was flying over the oceans as it was happening, and basically the shit that's going down over the ocean that he was flying over is the Bermuda Triangle, and that's why like the whole Norse pagan and the mythology of that area, the north air, that from that area coming around, like it just reminded me with what you were saying.
So he just muted himself. Warlord. Deafened himself. Yeah, I'm gonna mention it again. Witsit gets it. He's in New York right now. He was flat smacking Times Square yesterday. If you wanna support him, support him. So it was awesome stuff.
I think it's just always peculiar about how much misdirection is involved in all of these different things and how they use a lot of the time just fear, like the fear of the Bermuda Triangle keeps you from sailing out there, and the fear of those sea serpents and all of those different things. They've always used this fear aspect to keep men away from truly going out there to go and test for themselves to see if this is actually the way that it is,
Guys, I apologize for cutting in. Roger, can you hop in the VC, please? Sorry,
For sure.
thanks.
Second.
Sorry, guys.
It's like, Enoch, I've just posted some pictures now of science wants us to believe that this was just a refreshing of the Egyptian pyramids and the great statues of Khufu. But when you actually go and look and you see that they were installing these things, which we're now told we have no idea how they were made. It's the same like the Stonehenge, where you see the photos of them building Stonehenge or restructuring all the rocks to be placed on top of one another. But then our narrative today tells us we don't know how they did it, but we did it less than 80 years ago in quote unquote repairing of these major sites.
I'm gonna log into my laptop. I'll be right back and check it out. You said you sent photos at what?
on Livestream voice text.
Right, the ancient pyramids. What?
So they tell us that we still to this day don't know how some of those large objects were put in place. And yet we've got photos of humans putting them in place. We're just told that it was a little bit of a revamp. But, you know, we had all the structures and the cranes and placing these giant stone heads on these stone bodies. But the narrative is we still don't know how, you know?
Yeah, it's called Ancient Aliens. I was watching it on Netflix. They were discussing about how these things were put on there. And what they said that, like, in order for those things to go on, like, in order for that to even happen, we needed to use cranes to put stuff like that. But they're saying that there was aliens. They're claiming there's aliens from outer space that came and had put these things and aligned them together, like put the structures together. And these are heavy ass shit, bro. And they're saying that this was before our time, bro.
Yeah, it's just
how ridiculous would it be if that there were there really is aliens out there in outer space? Like, I mean, I've been watching this whole like ancient alien thing and about these different areas that, you know, aliens came to Earth. And I mean, it's so hard to believe. Dude, I'm starting to believe more and more, like, okay, there probably was aliens from outer space that came over here and fucking not give us the technology. They didn't give us the technology at all, you know what I mean? But the fact that they had probably enslaved us and then left us with people that kept us enslaved, or enslaved people, you know what I mean? Because you know, we enslave ourselves. If you look at it, if you date back to history, you know, people slaving each other, and that's been going on for decades. So as far as like trying to get people to do things, I mean, that's been for decades. Manipulating, getting people to do things, right?
I would just say try open up your creative mind a little bit further than the narrative of extraterrestrials from other galaxies. Once again, what our controllers like to do is they present us with a false dichotomy. So it's either aliens or it's like extra dimensional beings. So you get to choose. Is it either the aliens or the extra dimensional beings?
The extra dimensional beings would still mean aliens, though.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that those are the two false narratives that they're putting forward to you as the only two options. Now,
you're saying false, but it's leading more into like to actual fact that there are things out there that are extraterrestrial and also intelligent, because we're not. For them, they're in space. We're not, right? So they have to be more intelligent than us. And for us to even have the luxury to be out there, like, well, I mean, think about it. We're not smart enough to be out in space. So there's a reason why we're still in the firmament, and there's a reason why we're still not out in space. So the fact that those aliens that are out there, God has them out there for a reason, you know?
So I used to follow all the ancient aliens, and I watched all that stuff with such excitement, thinking,
right. I wasn't excited. I was more on trying to disbelieve it and try to debunk it, because I was like, man, this shit's stupid. This shit's stupid.
So extraterrestrial just means a territory that's outside of our known world. So if they've drawn a little circle on a map and everything inside that circle is what we know as the Earth, and if there were continents outside of that known world, those could also be considered beings coming from extra territories. And if there were more advanced humans still on the same Earth disk or this plane that we live on, if they used different technology and came to us from other continents, we would just as equally assume that that had come from another galaxy. So the point that I was trying to make is that, do we see objects that don't quite align with what we're told are out there? Yes. Does it mean that it came from a planet 5,000 light years away and had to travel through the bending of warped space-time to achieve, to come here and then suddenly crash? So they can travel for thousands of light years, but as soon as they're near the Earth, they just happen to crash into the Earth like they're morons. Those kind of things are, once again, it's presented to you in a way that's supposed to make you feel like they've done all the thinking for you. But once again, it's only, are they extraterrestrial from another planet, or are they extra dimensional? What if they're just human beings from across the pond? What if they're from a continent double the distance away from any other continent that we know about?
What if it's your next door neighbor? I'm just kidding.
But that's the point, is that it could be other things, but they present them as only these two extraterrestrial, gray alien, three-fingered beings that, you know, don't need sex and don't need all these other things which we consider
right.
base things. But can we say with certainty? No. When you look back at the Roswell landing, they say that they recovered alien bodies. And that was one of the main cruxes of people saying, oh, it has to be extraterrestrial, like the little greys or the green Martian men or whatever, because they discovered these bodies. But it's, once again, it's a presented narrative from the same governments that lie to us about absolutely everything else. When the government was concealing the aliens, everyone was saying, you see, government's so deceptive, they're concealing it. Now the government's come forward and said aliens exist, and everyone's saying, oh, can't trust the government. So either way, it's kind of like, they're trying to mislead people deliberately. The point about me posting those photos is that we were told that those things could not have been done by man. That even to today, we still scratch our heads saying, how did they achieve it? But there's the photos of men in the early 1900s erecting those things. So this narrative that humans are incapable to do it in the first place, wrong, because there's the photos of the humans doing it. In terms of power tools, I think that's probably where the biggest deception lies, is that some of those structures that we see around the Earth are absolutely done with power tools. There's no other way that you can drill a perfectly circular hole through granite and smooth off the sides of granite to be 90 degrees, so precise, like how we see some of them in the pyramids, unless they were using some kind of machining, some kind of tool making. But once again, they want us to follow the narrative that human beings have evolved from monkeys, and therefore we're the most advanced today that we've ever been before. So therefore, having power tools back in the 1800s wouldn't fit that narrative of that you are now at the pinnacle of information. So once again, they selectively hide the equipment and then scratch their heads saying, oh, it must have been extraterrestrials then. But there is no space. So any thought
So you're confusing me. Are you saying there are extraterrestrial, or you're saying that there's no extraterrestrial by the way that we were trying to debunk it by by us putting the crane there and shit?
Look, what we've discovered here is that to have gas pressure, we need to be contained. So therefore, there must be some container above us. So any idea that starts with these beings have come from another galaxy is false. That's 100% provably false. So if there are extraterrestrials, or extra
Right, quote and
terrain.
unquote.
But I'm using the word terrestrial as in terra means land. So extra land, extra terra. So
Yeah, I see
extra
what you're
land
saying
is
because
here.
it's like saying like somebody that's from the 1900s, right? They're both from the 1900s, but I can be over in Saudi Arabia in the 1900s, and I could like have machinery come over and just build this stuff and say that in this date and time, and then just say, yeah, this was in from 300 BC. Is that what you're telling me? Is that what we did? Is that what you're saying?
I think that the timelines, yes, definitely could be distorted. But all I'm saying is that anyone that's visiting Earth is on Earth to start with.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you're saying that we never that you're saying that it was humans in the first place that had made the structures in the first place, is what you're saying.
Correct. And based on my biblical foundation, so when you go and look at the Tower of Babel, it was a time when men were capable of building amazing things. It describes that the Nephilim had come down unto the woman of man and had basically started a Nephilim race, which made human beings appear like grasshoppers to them. It's in Numbers. It actually describes that.
What if that's what God was talking about? That the Nephilim was the aliens, that the aliens were the angels that were coming down from heaven to earth to do what they have done, which is why that's what the Bible was talking about in the beginning, what the aliens were. And because the aliens had fornicated with the man when they weren't supposed to, because they were lusting after them, right? That God had saw that it was ungodly because it was not something that he allowed, and it was something that he didn't want to happen, but they made it happen to begin.
Aliens from where?
Was that what?
But like I was saying,
aliens from where?
If
Well, if heaven was outer space, right? If heaven, right, is outer space, and that's what God did, was tell them that they were not allowed to be in heaven where they were allowed, so that God had cast them out, right?
But they were still part of the Earth system. So, for example, if they were in the firmament and they were sent down from the firmament, they were still within the Earth system. And then that sort of lines back with the interdimensionality beings.
But that
angels
doesn't
are
stop
from
that.
another dimension.
Right, but that doesn't stop. That doesn't exactly. So that doesn't stop the aliens from going from outer space and then back to Earth. It doesn't stop them. Because in the flesh, because see, we talk about in spirituality that, because we talk about these stories that have happened, and then we don't really think like we would like to make these claims and state these claims, and then you're saying that there's no outer space, or there's no ancient aliens, or there's no aliens. But what if those aliens were the angels that God was talking about to begin with?
But even that word outer space, it's the space on the outer limits. It's the outer regions
it's
of
the
this flat Earth.
outer side of the firmament, that's inside where Earth is, right?
Nothing can be outside the firmament.
But outside of the firmament is heaven, correct?
Hey, well, first of all, you can't verify any of this, but that's not really the point I want to make.
Well, it says
Also,
in the Bible that the outside of the firmament is the firmament is supposed to be separating the heavens, right?
Yeah, but words in
Firmament
a book
separates
aren't
the heavens.
verification is the problem. But hey, how about this for a thought? We live inside a container. We know that.
Right.
But who's to say that this is the only container that exists? It could be the only container that exists. Could not be. And how if it's not the only container, how could one travel from one to another, if at all?
Right. That's why there's like these aliens, right, that go and travel from container to container. Because
Yeah, but again,
what is
keep in mind, we can't verify that. So that's why we need to show people first and at a mass scale
you're
that the
absolutely
earth is flat.
You're absolutely correct. I see what you're saying. You're absolutely right. I agree. Totally agree.
Yeah, along those lines, I'm gonna post in the live stream chat, text chat, a link to a YouTube video of me earlier yesterday, showing people going through the 3 points with people on the streets of downtown Portland. Post that in a second.
Right, about the curvature, the gas, and then like the gravity, right?
Yeah, it'd be the
'Cause
curvature
those are the 3 points that
measurements.
we discuss over with people, right? The 3 points are the curve and the gas like container, and then the proof of gravity, right? Or the proof that gravity doesn't exist, right?
Well, the gravity and the alleged gas pressure without a container are in a sense one and the same, just
One
because
and the
they say
same.
that gravity's doing that. But now the second point. So the first point is the curvature. The second point is evidence for axial rotation, evidence that the Earth is moving, as
Okay.
opposed to the sun moving. And then the
Right.
third one would be gas pressure without a container. Yeah.
Okay, so the second point is the rotation of the Earth's axis, is what you're saying?
Yes.
And then the third point is the gas pressure. What?
Yeah, without a container.
Okay. Yeah, I've been trying to get people on TikTok to come over into the stream and talk to us, man. But a lot of them are just saying the same things repeatedly over and over. Because they're nothing but trolls trying to say the same things. They're offended by me telling them that the Earth is flat, but they can't offend me by telling me the Earth is not flat.
Yeah, it's funny how someone can be offended by, facts and logic.
Right, because they're wrong. It's like proving a convicted felon that he's a liar, right? Or a convicted felon that he's wrong, right? What?
I was looking over this video that I just posted in the live stream a minute ago, and at the very beginning, there's like this teenage girl off on the side to my left that I didn't really notice there when I was talking and recording. And what made me laugh was the expression on her face and how it changed so abruptly as I finished asking the first point. She was like kind of shocked in a funny kind of way, the funny look on her face. Like, wait, you're asking about a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth? You mean like it might not be curvy?
So I got a question. Do we believe that dinosaurs are real?
No, dinosaurs are, as far as I can tell, more than likely just a lot of bones from various animals that existed that they've kind of mixed matched together to like
No
make
way,
things that
for
probably
real?
didn't exist. So like a T-Rex might be maybe made of bones of larger animals that existed thousands of years ago, not millions of years ago, but thousands of years ago. They just mix and match them together in a way that's just nonsensical. It's not
Yeah, the name of that animal
You
was a
can't say that,
T-Rex.
man. You just ruined my whole like my paleontology.
Well, it's not too far, if in a certain manner of speaking, as far as I can tell from what I can piece together. It in at least in one way, it's not too far from what they were telling you, the truth from the fiction that they tell you. Just because, as far as I can tell, from what I think is the truth, thousands of years ago, like 10,000 years ago, 20,000 years ago, really far in the past. It's not that dinosaurs existed and people didn't. I think people existed and all the animals that exist today existed, but everything, including the people, maybe were just larger. So a great example I use of this is Super Croc. It's the name of a skull they
Right.
found. That's just the largest crocodile ever known to exist, and it's 70 meters long. Like the head was the size of a car. But it was shaped just like a regular crocodile is today, just size of a apartment.
Right. I always wanted to study paleontology. I always wanted to study like dinosaur bones and just study dinosaur bones specifically because I always had this fascination of making a big boom and then finding dinosaur bones. So like that was always my fascination, and I was always I grew up watching Jurassic Park, and I always wanted to be like not Dr. Grant, but or is it Dr. Grant, the guy with the blue
Sam
blouse
Neill?
and the white hat? What?
You talking about Sam Neill, the actor in that movie?
No, you're thinking of
Or-
Hammond.
No, Henry Ford.
You're talking about Hammond.
Or I don't know, not Henry Ford. What's the guy? The main character.
Yeah, you had it right the first time.
Yeah, Dr.
Oh.
Grant. Yeah. He
Yeah.
was the guy with the cowboy hat.
Yeah. I mean, not the old guy with the glasses with the cane.
Yeah, but the main character. That wasn't
Yeah.
Jeff Goldblum.
Right. See, that's like a velociraptor, but different. Dinosaurs never existed. Fake model. Oh. That is funny, bro.
Dinosaur bones on display. They're all put in.
Yeah, I even read the book Jurassic Park. It's pretty good. Kind of a hard read because there's a lot of big, complicated words in there. That's how Michael Crichton writes his book.
Yeah. I have dyslexia, so I wouldn't even be able to read that book.
Yeah, not
I
that
mean,
far off
that-
from the movie.
Huh?
The book wasn't. It was kind of different from the movie, but like the general story and premise and how things played out, it was like kind of the same. I think the movie was kind of cooler though.
But what's really peculiar is that they want us to believe that giant dinosaurs walked the earth in the ancient times. But when we ask them about giant humans or giant hominids, then we're talking absolutely ludicrous.
Right, we don't
sort of
even have
things.
bones of giant humans. That's
we
what's
do.
crazy.
But
They're
we
supposed
do.
to be.
Yeah, we do.
The
Maybe
point
they
is
used some of
that
those
they're
giant
often
human bones to make the
as
T-Rex.
dinosaur. Correct.
No.
So this is the
There
crux.
was no. I was just watching
let
like
me just-
giant bones, right? And
let me
supposedly there were supposed to be giant bones from from giants like back in the day, but what they really found out from India, these bones were actually elephant bones. They were from elephant skulls. and they thought they were from human giants because it looked like it replicated the human bone, just giant, and just in a big way.
But it does.
So
And there's a book that describes how you can create 200 dinosaurs out of a chicken carcass. If you just take a chicken carcass and you rearrange the bones, you can create 200 species of dinosaur from a single chicken carcass.
no
Yeah,
way.
a whole bunch of paleontologists.
Are you
What they've arranged?
serious, bro?
Type in 200 dinosaur bones from a chicken carcass, and you'll see. The point is that when they find these bones, they find a tooth or a wrist bone, and then they manufacture the rest of the animal in accordance with what they believe they found. Now,
Right.
they've
But in
uncovered.
reality, it was just an animal.
There's hundreds of human skeletons that have been discovered, and the Smithsonian and various other agencies go and collect the bones and then store them in the basement somewhere, and then after about 10 years, they go missing. Now, the largest human femur, so just the bone between your ankle and your knee, there's a human femur where a 6-foot man is standing about a third of the way up that femur. Now, they've used that femur in other brontosaurus and various other large animals, which when you start to look at the actual functioning, the same way with like a giraffe, as a giraffe lowers its head, it needs a special valve in the heart to prevent it from passing out due to the loss of blood pressure in the cranium. Now, these long dinosaurs with necks that were hundreds of meters long, if they lowered their head scientifically through pumps and whatever, you couldn't get that animal to lift its head again because the blood pressure would not be sufficient to keep the animal awake while it lifted its head 400 meters up in the sky to start eating from certain tall trees. So when you actually start to look at this, there are hundreds of gigantic human skeletons that have been found. The deception is that they don't want us to know there were giant human type creatures. So they've created this little narrative called dinosaurs, which previously was called dragons. So we know dragons lived with humans and that King Arthur had to go slay the dragon to win the princess and blah, blah, blah. So we know there were these large reptilian creatures in all of our history books as dragons. But then in the 1800s, they invented the name dinosaur and started to put together these dinosaur bones from sometimes a single bone fragment. So even with the T-Rex, they still claim today that there's still not one complete T-Rex skull ever been found.
You mean T-Rex skeleton? But hey, I gotta say,
just
this
the skull.
Oh yeah. Well, both I guess then. But what I was gonna say is, don't forget the Glober logic. If you're saying that you're finding large human bones and dinosaur skeletons, then that's just proof that we evolved from dinosaurs.
Obviously.
So what's the proof for giant humans?
Lots of suppressed information.
Can you show me where to find
ancient articles? I would say go to BitChute and type in giants.
No, I mean like any kind of documentation, not just like a video. Like, is there anything I could read? Like from like the moment it was discovered, like the person that discovered it writing it or something like that?
That information has been neatly suppressed.
Huh.
So what people have had to do is go into ancient archives of newspapers and go and pull up all the ancient news clippings, well, not ancient, basically like over the last 100 years or so, where they've got photographic evidence of the skeletons being removed from the ground. They've got humans standing next to the skeletons. They've got certain parts of human. So when you go back to the Bible describes that the Nephilim, when they came unto the woman of men, that their offspring were the men of renown, that they were 200 ells tall, meaning sometimes up to a mile in height. Sometimes in some of the bones that they found, they've said humans could have been 36 feet tall, so more than 6 times what we presently consider a human height. And on those, the moment that it's recorded, the moment that someone actually puts it down in black and white, then it gets suppressed, like Tesla, like all those other guys. Their research gets taken away. They get dragged through the media, made to look really retarded. It's like the woman who found the soft marrow tissue inside dinosaur bones. And to find soft tissue inside a dinosaur bone means it cannot be older than, I think, about 7,000 years old. And because she found the soft tissue, she had her entire license removed. All of her work has been discredited. It doesn't change the fact she did discover soft tissue in the bones, and that multiple scientists since have also discovered soft tissue in these bones, which means they cannot be even 100,000 years old or even 50,000 years old. They have to be a much shorter timeline. But once again, there's a narrative that's been agreed upon, and any piece of information that doesn't fit that narrative will be suppressed, hidden. So in terms of when you go and look for the research, you can find all the newspaper clippings. You can find the Smithsonian discussing how many giant hominids.
Sorry, when you say newspaper clippings, I keep thinking of toilet paper like stuck to your butt cheeks. I'm sorry.
So can I interject? We have Yazid as a new
Hello.
member. Sounds like a really nice dude. He wanted to ask some questions, or maybe somebody can help him out.
Yeah, I've never been I've never talked to people who believe in flat Earth, so I'm here to ask some questions about the biggest arguments that proves the Earth is flat, and I want to discuss those arguments, and maybe we have a discussion about it.
Mm-hmm.
So, what's the biggest arguments that prove that Earth is flat, and how did you guys reach the conclusion?
Well, hey, let's just ask you. Do you know of any way in the past or the recent past that anyone has ever made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth to find the radius value of 3,959 miles?
I have never got into the science behind why Earth is a globe because I always believed since I was born, I was introduced to a society that believes that the Earth is round and the globe. So I have never got into the arguments that prove it because everybody believes it. So I went with it. But now I'm introduced to another kind of people who claim that the Earth is flat. So I want to hear the claims and how do they think that, and their biggest arguments and the way they prove that.
Well, does anyone want to post the black swan? I don't have it handy.
So I think just to summarize, because like he said, this is his first time talking to flat earthers. The crux of this matter is that we are presented with one narrative.
Yes.
And the moment that we start to find that narrative is inconsistent for any reason, it creates a little question mark.
Mm-hmm.
And what we have effectively done is that we have gotten over the initial thing of laughing and thinking everyone's insane when they bring this topic up the first time, because pretty much everyone here the first time they heard it would have also thought that this is a ridiculous topic. But there's 3 fundamental tenets to a spinning ball religion. One is that there has to be measurable curvature. So we're told that we're on a circular shape. So therefore, a circle always falls away from your feet at all directions. So therefore, there should be measurable curvature in one of these directions, and there isn't. That led us to the
spherical. Spherical. Sure.
Correct. In terms of any kind of drop away from the horizontal.
Okay. So, did anybody make the measurement happen? Like, because the other guy who, where is he? Roger. He told me that some people in this Discord have made some measures with lasers and stuff, and he probably even published a paper or a book detailing the.
They didn't measure the curvature.
Yeah, so they measured something and they didn't find a converter. That's what I'm trying to say.
Right.
Okay, so
I'd like
that would be the first. Okay, so we'll get there now. We'll start going into the detail for you. But just to give you a bit of sort of like a background as to why there could be people who are actually willing to question this, is that the moment we start doing observations, we notice that we're seeing 10 times further than what the radius should suggest. If we were on a ball with a radius of 3959, there should be 8 inches per mile squared dropping in all directions. So which means from the first mile, there should be 8 inches of curvature noticeable, measurable, and it should be repeatable, because if we're on a giant rock ball, that rock isn't expanding and contracting and changing its dimension. Its dimension would be static. So therefore, we should be able to go to a location, measure, show that it curved at exactly the rate that we expected it to curve, and then there would be none of us in this group. And the second question, the second most fundamental thing about the spinning ball religion is that it would have to be spinning on its axis, because we're told that the sun is stationary and it's the spin of the earth that causes the day-night cycle.
Yeah.
So when we start to look, has there ever been a scientific experiment or any experiment ever done that unequivocally proved that the earth underneath your feet is spinning? And once again, there is no scientific proof of that. And then the third fundamental tenet, so if we can't find curvature, we can't see this thing is spinning, and there's no way to determine that it's spinning. The third fundamental point is that we're told that space is a vacuum, and yet the earth is a high pressure system. And nowhere in nature can you ever show a high pressure existing next to a low pressure without some kind of a containment, or else equilibrium will occur. Meaning the high pressure gas will move into the low pressure space to create equilibrium. And we're told that in this world that we're on, there's only high pressure around the exterior of the rock, and that after that little bit of high pressure, it's the infinite vacuum of space, and that high pressure doesn't go to low pressure just in this one instance.
Yes.
So based on those three fundamental foundational pillars, when we find out that these pillars are non-existent entirely, or that we basically request evidence to support either of those, and there is no evidence after 6 or 7 years, then you start to scrutinize, okay, well, let's go into the measurements and let's see how far off the radius is. Let's see how far we can actually see long distance. And the world record for long distance photography is 274 miles. That's observing of a mountain over a flat body of water, 270 miles away. Like I said, after 1 mile, there should be 8 inches. After 10 miles, there should be 666 feet. And after 100 miles, there should be 6,000 feet. So more than a mile of curvature. And those objects that we're starting to measure are always visible well beyond what they should be if there was actually a hump or a curvature or a bulge between you and the observation.
I see. So there are some pillars. That's the round earther, if we can call them that they base their claims on, and you say that they did not provide good enough of a proof for their claim to stick. So that doesn't make the Earth flat right there. there needs to be some research done to prove the Earth is flat. So I'm here to listen to the arguments that they say that says the Earth is flat. I'm not here to listen to the arguments that say the Earth is not round. I'm not here for that. I'm here for the arguments that prove the Earth is flat, and I want to discuss these arguments and see if there is a published documents or proof, and I want to listen to those people who claim that.
I'm sorry. I thought he just went over the 3 points with you.
Yazid, did you
Yes.
ever feel the earth move?
No.
Did you ever see the curvature?
Except for earthquakes.
Yeah, little earthquake. I'm not asking that. Did you ever see the curvature?
I'm not sure because I went in many
But
trips.
if you're not sure, that means you didn't, because no one has.
No.
So you're
let me be-
experiencing motionless earth your whole life, and you're on level your whole life. But you're asking proof for it? Breathing?
Yeah,
Are you asking for the proof that you're breathing right now?
So the burden of proof you see is on the other side because you experience a flat plane, you experience a a motionless Earth, except for earthquakes, but those don't count. And
Yes.
so the burden of proof you see is actually on the other side. They need to prove to you that the Earth is curving at a very specific rate, and they need to construct a straight line either with a laser or a solid material of some kind, preferably with a laser because it'd be easier. But they need to construct a straight line over many miles to show you where the Earth is deviating from that straight line. The burden of proof is on their side. So do you know how anyone has ever made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth to find the radius value of 3,959 miles?
Not that. They did not provide me with a measurement, but the globe earthers say that the Earth is, to me, my biggest thing that I believe right now. I'm open to any arguments, any counter arguments. Is the videos and the pictures and the overwhelming amount of videos that they put from the International Space Station.
Yeah, so the International Space Station is kind of like Bigfoot, it's just images of things that we can't verify, So if they showed you an image of a unicorn, you wouldn't think that unicorns exist, and an image of an alien or image of a Bigfoot isn't proof that Bigfoot exists or aliens exist, because in order to prove that
Correct.
Bigfoot exists, you would have to present a Bigfoot.
Correct. What they showed is actually a huge number of videos.
Yeah, but they're from a second law of thermodynamics violation. So the second law of thermodynamics states that a high pressure system will always move to a low pressure system to find its equilibrium. So when they say that they're taking pictures in space or images from space, they say that they're going to a place that cannot exist according to the second law of thermodynamics, and they're showing you pictures taken from a place that does not exist. So you see how it's kind of like Bigfoot? You got to present the Bigfoot before you can say Bigfoot exists. You have to demonstrate gas pressure without a container existing somewhere due to gravity before you can say that the vacuum of space exists next to a pressurized system.
And the ISS is fake. Like what they show you is fake. It's Hollywood production.
Have you watched Gravity, the movie, Yazid? Have you watched
No.
Gravity?
No.
So in Gravity, Sandra Bullock's floating above the space. She's in the ISS with
I don't
George
take science
Clooney.
from movies.
So, well, that's exactly what you're doing when you're looking at the ISS as scientific, is that you're looking at a TV screen. They've got an actor on a screen in front of a blue screen or a green screen, and they're doing some demonstration to create the illusion.
Okay, that makes sense. Anyway, But when we assemble those videos with some of the things that they say, for example, the solar system and the other planets and the moon, and so all these things that they say, well, if we put it all together, it kind of makes sense to me right now. It fits.
What right? Does the Earth appearing flat and measuring flat, right? Does it make sense to you that it is flat, or that it is a ball, but it just looks flat and measures flat? Which one makes sense to you?
From my perspective, when I go to the, because I have a dirt bike, and I like to go to outside the town, and I like to go on mountains, and I like to go to higher places, and I like to sit there and stay there, and
Right. Well, let's say I'm talking about the water though, because the ocean is a good place for us to ask this question, right? And we look at the horizon, at the ocean, right? And we understand, we see that it is flat. Even the scientist says that it is measuring flat and level. Okay. Now, which one makes sense? It's
Look at
because it is flat, right? Or does it make sense that it is a ball that looks flat?
Speaking of ocean, I put a picture up of some lady posting a video of the ocean, and you can see from one point to another how flat it is.
Because you're saying when you put all these explanations together that they've given us, you're saying that it makes sense. But the first thing, right? The first thing we need to look at is the claim that what we see, right, is not what it is. That's why I say when we look at the ocean, the horizon, and it appears
yeah,
flat
from
and
our
level,
perspective, yeah, it
right?
seems like
So
that.
so what makes sense, right?
So
Is that
Occam's
it's flat,
razor.
right?
Occam's
Go ahead.
razor is the simplest explanation is usually the answer. So what's simpler? It appears flat and it measures flat, or it appears flat, measures flat, but obviously a spinning ball that you just can't figure out a curvature, can't measure it, you can't detect it. Which one's more simple to
You just asserted
accept?
that it measures flat. I don't know that yet.
It is not an assertion. This is
To me,
the
it is.
fact, right? That what we're
Have you heard
told.
of sea level? Sea level?
Yeah.
Have you heard of that? So
Sea
we know
level.
that so both sides of a continent are level. They even have it in the name called sea level because the sea is around that entire continent. Another natural physics of water is to find and maintain its level. Water presses outwards until it reaches its container, and then it creates a flat surface top,
Okay.
always conforming to the
Conforming to what?
Sea level is a horizontal plane. That's what he's trying to say. What is
Okay.
a
You cannot
horizontal
contour
plane?
into a
Do
ball.
you know? Do you know what a horizontal plane means
Yes.
in geometry?
Yes. Yes.
What does it mean?
It means a flat.
Flat, right? So in reality, we would call it flat because it's an abstract, right? It's a 2D thing. You never see 2D things because we live in a 3D space. So it's an abstract, but if we would like to recreate it in reality, the 2D plane, we would call it totally flat. So there are no bumps in it, there are no elevation differences or anything like that. You can, rotate it whatever you want, but the surface of it will be flat. So is sea level a horizontal plane or not? That's the question.
My answer would be, to us it is. To the observant eyes, it is flat. Yes.
So
Because
what is the question anymore? If the Earth is covered at least by 60% of this water?
So
us,
it makes sense that it's flat. That's what makes sense. That's what you're saying.
Let him answer. Let him answer.
there
Sorry,
is
go ahead.
multiple perspectives to what flat is.
To the flatness, there are no multiple.
level.
No.
If we build, if we build
No, to a
locks,
flat. Sorry.
or-
Please elaborate on that, because if something is flat, then it's flat, no matter where I'm looking at it. Either it's a slope, you can rotate it whatever you want, but it's still gonna be flat. So, what do you mean by what you just said?
So,
So if
level can be flat, but flat can sometimes not be level. That's the crux of this. So if something is level, meaning no side higher than another, then you can't talk about the flat mountain being level, because the flat mountain on the slope will still be sloping. One side will be higher than another. So therefore it's not level, but it can still be flat. But the point is that once something is leveled, it is flat. But it's now
yes, when
flat on
something
the
is level,
horizontal axis.
when something is level, it is flat. But not every flat surface that appears flat is actually level. So my point is, if we have a huge ball, like with a diameter of like 100 miles or 100 kilometers, and you put
Okay.
a small ant on any side, on any place of
No,
like 2
that's a
meters,
lie.
still
That's a
seem
lie. Yeah.
Okay, but then
This is
answer
the
the
biggest.
question, which has less
Right.
assumption. Which one
This is
has
the
less
biggest.
assumption?
This is the biggest lie ever that they keep telling kids and people on TV, that it's too big for you to see. Okay, the difference between the ball, the curved ball, right, and the straight line we're talking about is this constant changing, which means on a ball there are no flat surfaces, and the size, it's too small. So this is the first lie that gets you to believe when you look around you, right? If we were on a ball, as soon as you go up in elevation, the horizon should drop because
yes.
of the ball, right? But that's never happens. The horizon maintains at eye level, no matter how high, which is telling you that this is a plane and
Okay,
cannot ever be a ball. Does that make
let's
sense?
debate. Let's talk about that. How high do you have to go to prove this or this? To prove
That's
it's
what I'm
flat or to
saying.
prove
No
it's
matter
round?
the
How
size
high
of the
do you go?
ball, right? No matter the size of the ball, as you increase the ball, there will always be the dropping of the horizon. No matter how
Yes.
big you increase the ball, as soon as you increase your elevation, the horizon will start decreasing in relation to the size of the ball, right? This is how balls are. Flat surfaces will always rise to your eye level. This is, yep.
I actually, so have you ever you I'm sure a lot of you have been on the beach, right? And when you lay down, or if you see the sunset while standing up, or sorry, if you see the sunset while laying down and you stand back up, if the sun was below the horizon when you were laying down and you stand back up, you'll be able to see the peak of the sun, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
how exactly would you explain that off? That wasn't my point. I didn't want to interrupt prior, but I wanted to speak on something someone said prior about
You can see further the higher up you are, but that doesn't make it so you can see over a curve that's
It's
not
called
there.
perspective. Perspective. Have you ever studied painting, for example, or drawing? Have you ever seen a basic perspective lines? You know how to draw something. Have you ever seen that?
Yes.
Great. So does it change when you change your view? When you change your observation, elevation, or even the angle or anything? It does change, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why. Everything is converging into one point. So if you change your position in the 3D space, then your perspective changes.
I'm gonna let Yazid finish his thing, but I just wanted to speak on something I heard prior, but I didn't want to interrupt because Yazid started talking before I was gonna speak.
No problem. No
But
problem.
Just
Have you got your answer?
address what the guy just said.
yeah. So, but I was gonna say, so if it does, so you're saying perspective would affect it. How exactly?
Regardless of the shape of what you're standing on. So what he was talking about is from the observer to the observation, your altitude will change the perspective of how much of that object you can resolve. So even if the ground is flat or curved or diagonal shaped, it's irrelevant. It's you as the observer gaining altitude. This happens on both. So it happens on a flat and it happens on a ball, but it's due to the observer's height and the way that perspective brings those lines into a convergence point.
Yeah, I'm kind of new to the whole. I'm kind of new to flat Earth, so I haven't really looked at how the sun system and all work. Like I'm
No
interested,
problem. No problem.
but sorry, back to my prior thing. I was gonna
Yeah.
make a statement about someone said something about a scientist being discredited for finding live bone tissue
Soft
in
tissue. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, soft tissue. So uh I happen to know the scientist you were talking about. So it was Mary Schwitzer, right? And it was like in
Mm-hmm. Yep.
2005, and she found something similar in the 90s. I can't remember exactly when.
Correct.
It wasn't her. It wasn't her who was discredited. It was Mark Armitage, I think the name is.
It was Mark. Okay,
He
okay, I got you.
he was
There's been a few
discredited. The girl wasn't. The girl wasn't, by the way. Actually the girl was doing his first degree in biology, and for her PhD, he came up with the idea: how is it possible?
Mhm.
And that's how she got her PhD.
What did you say the name was of the guy?
Mark Armitage. I'm not sure. I'm gonna write it down.
And so no, I got it. So
Okay.
but you said essentially that he was discredited, right? Do you
He
think
was thrown out from the school that he was teaching in for several years over some made up shit, and he actually went to court against the school, and he won. So yeah.
I'm sure there's a bunch of laws around that, yeah. But so you're saying he got essentially, blackballed, but Mary Schwitzer didn't for
Discredited in
saying
the academia. Yeah.
the easiest way of saying it, but you're saying Mary Schwitzer did not for the same thing?
She wasn't. She wasn't
Uh,
because she made up a theory how it still could work within the theory of evolution and the billions of years of Earth.
I don't think she exactly did that because
Armitage didn't. The only difference both found the same thing, but how they described it to the public was different.
I think it's more so that Mary Schwitzer, if you read her paper, she did not make a conclusion based on what she had found. Essentially, she understood
No,
that there
yeah,
were
yeah, she
more
didn't.
ways
Yeah,
as to how it could have happened. And
yeah.
even she was I wouldn't say berated, but I would say not extreme. Like I'm not too sure about Mark Armitage. I'll look into him, but
Mhm.
I know even especially Mary Schwitzer at the time was by microbiologists and stuff. She was
Mhm.
still discredited because there was
She
theories about
wasn't.
contamination. There was
She
theories
wasn't
about
because she wasn't because she didn't claim anything based on what she found. See, that's the
she
basic
okay, sorry.
difference.
I said that wrong. She wasn't discredited, but her work was. So
Yeah. The finding was that it must be discredited because it's actually a proof against what we already been, found as
well,
scientists in the field of evolution and shit like that, and
not
paleontology. Yeah.
not entirely. In 2005, not trying to act like 2005 was too long ago because I don't want to make everyone feel really old. But even then, there was a lot about even now. There's a lot about preservation of soft bone tissue and soft just tissue in general that we did not know
Yeah.
about as well as we do now, right? And
For 60 millions of years, like, come on.
I think it's we don't know the decay rates precisely. There have been, depending on what
Are
kind
you
of tissue
shitting
it
me
is.
right now?
We don't. There have been, depending on what kind of tissue is used, there has
Yeah,
been
so how would you know the date? You wouldn't, right?
exactly.
You
But
just
but but
you just
assuming
conceding that you wouldn't know anything about it
no,
then.
but I'm saying assuming that it is less than a certain age
Yeah, the key
is
word is
the same as
assuming here.
no. I'm
Assuming.
saying I'm saying it was assumed that because it was found and because it was still present, it means that it
Yeah.
was the Earth is younger than or dinosaurs existed. much later in history than we prior expected.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
So is that
Go ahead.
sounded, but
Go ahead.
sorry, I lost my train of thought a little bit. So I was
So yeah, dinosaur existed. That's an assumption too, but go ahead.
Yeah, when they were putting those dinosaur skeletons together, they also lost their train of thought.
Let him talk, guys. Let him talk.
I mean, I don't think it's really productive because I've been relatively polite. I waited
ahead.
like,
Yes,
all right.
go
No,
ahead.
I'm just messing with you, man.
I
Go
got
on.
you. But I was saying, like, how come you are immediately saying that this person was blackballed because of an incorrect paper, from what I'm assuming? I'll read into it, but because of an incorrect assumption about something, or an incorrect statement
Because
about
of-
something. When you're working in an academic field, unfortunately, there's a lot of shitty
You
rules.
asked me a question and you don't want me to answer now, or what?
You go. I mean, you can interject me at any time. I don't really mind. But
And you had a question. Why would I state what I stated before? That was your basic question. So the answer to that is because of the history of how it happened. He came out with his publishing. He came out with the research that he's done. He came out with everything, like it was a paper, which means it was based on observation. It was well within the reasons of the scientific methods and shit like that. And right after that, he was kicked out of the school. That's why. So that's basic common sense. If I do something and then something else happens, then probably there is a connection in between the two, right?
what I'm saying is maybe the fact that the way he presented his conclusion for that was the reason he got.
The way, why? I
Because
thought that every scientist has their own theories and they can put it out, and then it will be peer reviewed.
Well,
It
that's
will
what
be
I was saying
debated.
about. That's what I was saying about working at an academic institution is you have
I
to.
know how it is to work in an academic institution. So yeah.
Did you?
Yeah. Yes, I
Where
did.
at? I'm genuinely asking. I'm not where at. I'm genuinely asking. I'm not like trying to be an asshole.
No, you're deviating the topic. So go on with your previous thought, please.
All I was saying is we don't know about as much about preservation of different types of tissue as
We
we.
certainly do know that it cannot take it takes way less than 60 million years.
Yeah,
to deteriorate soft tissue, right? That's nonsense. When you claim something like that, that's literally nonsense. If you would set it in any kind of university that is connected to any kind of field that deals with this kind of stuff, you will be kicked out as fuck, like within 1 millisecond. What happened there?
I think he left. Or kicked out, or I don't know.
Why did you kick him out? He was giving us gold. He was actually trying to claim that soft tissue can, be soft.
No, nobody kicked him. I think he lost
For
connection.
60 million
Anyway,
years.
yeah, let's move on to Yazid because he was
Yeah.
asking great questions about the shape of the Earth. So
Yeah.
We
so
were at sea
my-
level,
So-
by the way.
yeah.
Yeah. So my point was that there is multiple perspectives of and multiple ways to look at things. So, for example, if you put a camera in front of right in front of a sphere, the camera will not pick the spherical shape. It will pick up flat
Okay,
space.
but
So,
do you remember what I said about this? Because I already stated, but I'm not sure if you remember.
remind me.
Okay,
can
that's
I
my
can I
thought.
interject for one second? Can you speak up, Yazid, or turn up your mic? It's
The volume, yeah.
Yeah, the volume.
Just
It's also
just a
being live
little bit.
streamed. So just a little bit. Thanks.
Can you hear me better now?
30%,
Yeah, better,
maybe.
much better.
Yeah, that is better. Thank you.
Okay.
So my claim is that whenever you try to look at something that is 2D, you have to know it's an abstract. So when we are talking about a horizontal plane, that's an abstract. But if you try to make it in reality, you have to make it in 3D space. So what you do, you get your shit which you can call like a plane, flat. And we agreed on that. But when does a flat becomes curved? Why would it?
If you
Ever?
back away from it, if you create a distance between you two,
Yeah, the
between
gown.
the
It
observer.
becomes smaller. Yeah, it becomes
Yes,
smaller, but yeah.
more obvious. It will be more obvious if either it will be clear that it's a sphere, or it will stay flat.
No, no,
So you need
no. I was talking about a horizontal plane. We are not talking about if is it a sphere or a plane. I was talking about a plane. When you get
yeah,
away
a
from a
plane will
plane,
always stay a plane.
like a tabletop. Let's imagine it if it was a tabletop, right?
A
That's
tabletop
pretty
will
flat.
always stay flat.
Yeah, no matter where you make the photo of it, doesn't
Yes.
matter.
Yes.
So what do you mean by what you just
By
said?
what I said was there are multiple perspectives.
And from which perspective will be the tabletop be curved?
No way, it will never be curved.
Right.
But if it was a ball and you are standing in front of the ball, a huge ball, and you look at it, it will seem as flat.
Mate, like before the other guy came in, we agreed that the sea level is a horizontal plane.
Okay. To us, yes.
And for
But
whom it isn't. I don't get that.
I'm not claiming that it might be round to others. I'm saying that to us, yes, it is. Maybe it's not.
Yeah, right. So
Maybe Superman exists. Yeah, right.
right. So you're claiming that the same what people claim when they come here is that like, so what if you're an amoeba, right, or a bacterium, a ball? It would still look flat to you, right? But that might be true. We're not amoebas, right? They told
Yes.
us they told us the dimension of the Earth. They told us it has a radius of 3959 miles.
Yes.
So with this dimension, we can calculate curvature drop over distance and then measure if this claim is correct. And it
Yes.
isn't, right?
8
So
inches per mile squared, right?
So whatever you think about, maybe I'm too small to see the curvature, or maybe the Earth is too big, right? But that's not really at hand here. The matter of fact is that Earth presents itself as a level plane. They claim it is a ball, right? They tell you, well, yeah, it looks like it's always flat and not moving, but it is actually a ball that's turning at 1,000 miles per hour. So
my question here would be, the people who measured that there is no curvature, I want to listen to them. How did they do these measurements? And if they published a paper and a proof that, because if that's correct, I need to read how they did the measurement and what instruments were
How
used.
come you haven't already? That's my question, by the way. How come you haven't already before coming in here and asking all this stuff?
I was just introduced to this society. I have never asked these questions because most people I talk to, they believe that the Earth is round. So this is my first time here. This is my first time asking these questions.
Hey,
Well,
be careful
this
not to use
server
the
has
word round like that. Try to say spherical, because technically round can describe a penny, which would be flat, or a pizza, be flat and
Yeah,
round.
sorry about my English. I'm not a native English
no, it's
speaker. So my
nitpicking.
English.
No problem.
It's
No problem.
nitpicking. Yeah,
Yeah.
Orion is technically correct, right? It's a
Yes,
ball.
he is.
So, but it's just nitpicking. I
Yes,
understand.
he is. He is correct. I'm sorry about that. So
And
I'd like
I
to.
think you might
no
want
problem.
to also know that a little further down on this Discord server, there's a section for the laser test and information about that. I thought you might know that.
Is there any papers published?
Yeah, at least
I think
one.
attached two of them.
I know at least one is actually published paper. Yeah.
Where do I find that, please?
How I don't know how to put it in the live stream, like how to link it.
Just scroll further down until you see a section called laser test.
Okay. So I'd like to read that, and then I'd like to discuss.
Yeah, that one. Thank you. Yeah, it's in the live stream also right now.
Yeah, it's 41 kilometer laser test.
Pretty fucking good, isn't it? Yes, it 41 miles. That's like, I don't know, 60 kilometers or something like that.
Yeah, I'll read that real quick, and maybe we'll
Yeah,
talk about it.
65 kilometers, because I'm guessing that you are more familiar with kilometers, you know.
No, it's 41 kilometers, 24 miles.
Oh, sorry. Okay. That's still good. And again, Yazid, just as a thought process and a thought training, if we have 60% water on this supposed globe, but we do know that water finds its level, and level means it's a horizontal plane, then what is your question and answer? So, is that easy, by the way?
Yeah.
And you always have to remember, it doesn't matter what others say to you. It doesn't matter what I say to you. It doesn't
Yeah, I
fucking
always
matter.
try to come to a conclusion when there is overwhelming evidence that supports a claim.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
I always go to, I always try to take the claim that has the overwhelming evidence. So the claim that because all the water around the Earth is at the same level, that could, yeah, that couldn't be a proof that the Earth is
Well,
flat.
I tell you what, you can have another thought about it, because if you think about it, then only the globe side and scientists tell you that the water level curves. So have you seen anything like that ever, anywhere else?
What do you mean anywhere else?
Well, anywhere else. Have you seen the water curving? Like the surface of the water curving?
I did not really pay attention when I was in the mountains near the sea because I didn't have to. I was looked at how beautiful the sea was when I was on the mountaintop. Because as I told you before, I always go to. I have a dirt bike, and I always take trips alone to myself, and I look at things. I look at mountains. I look at the beach. I look at around. But when I was doing these trips, yeah, when I was doing these trips, I did not pay attention to Earth curvature or flatness. I did not.
Yeah, nobody does. That's crazy, right? Nobody does. But when you're
Yeah, that
pointed,
would be crazy.
when you're pointed to it, right, then you will notice it. Wow, it really looks flat, man. It's flat all around.
Yeah, maybe next time I go out, I will try to take pictures for you guys.
Oh, you will be dwelling into something even worse than the horizontal plane, by the way. Because you have to know how lenses work, right?
I'll take it with my phone. It doesn't have any lens.
So when you take a photo of anything, you know that there is a lens in between the sensor and the object you are taking the photo of.
You realize
Yeah.
there's a lens in your head? Did you realize that?
That one too, yeah.
A lens in what?
In your head.
In
On the upper
my
part,
eye.
yeah. Yeah. So have you
Wouldn't
heard
that mean
about
there's two
rectilinear
lenses in your
lenses?
head?
Yeah.
Yes.
So have you heard about rectilinear lenses?
No.
No, okay. No one did. They don't exist, by the way. It's an abstract.
Oh, okay.
Or I'm challenging anybody to show me a link to an Amazon product or anything like that that is a rectilinear lens. Anybody.
Sorry, I missed the question.
If anybody can show me a link about an actual rectilinear lens that you can buy, that would make me happy. Rectilinear.
Yeah, I'm looking.
It doesn't actually exist. So in mathematics, when you say it's 0 degrees, then it means 0 degrees, not 0.0001.
Well, we have the new 9mm lens is world widest rectilinear lens for FF cameras.
Yeah, what does actual rectilinear would mean? It means flat, as you know, as flat as it can get. But they cannot make anything like that, because then what picks up the light in the sensor?
Are you
At
saying that
least you need a little bit curve on the sides, at least. But if there is curve on the side, then it's a constant curve.
Are you saying that all lenses are curved? Is that what you're saying? And nothing is flat lenses?
If we are talking about cameras, yeah, because the light needs to be collected into the sensor, which can only be achieved by a somewhat curved surface. Yeah.
So Yazid,
It's
I
basic
wanna
physics of it.
I wanna point you to the live stream. Are you in you're in the live stream, right? So just above the link I posted with the laser test, there's an image with two oil rigs. So this is what they call the black swan argument. It derives from the fact that they thought that every swan was white, right? So until they found one black swan, then that would mean that not every swan is white, right?
Okay.
So they found a black swan, which nullifies the claim that every swan is white, because there is a white swan, a black swan. So the Earth, this is an observation taken from 1 foot observer height. It's a basic modest tolerant. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So if the Earth, I'm going through it quite fast, right? But I think you will get it. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then every horizon's distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet, Q, the geometric horizon. So the horizon in the globe model would be the leading edge of a sphere, right? So where boats and buildings should get blocked by. And if the Earth was a ball with the radius of 3959 miles, this horizon must be and cannot be further than 1.225 miles. So what we have here is an observation from with two oil rigs, and we know the distance to the oil rigs. And it is taken from a video, so it's a still shot. So we can post the video later on. You can check it in your own time. So you see this guy panning around on the beach, and he shows you where he is, and then he drops down on his belly, and he zooms in on these two oil rigs. And what we see here is that the horizon is further than the second oil rig. So it's beyond 9.4 miles. Yet the globe necessitate that it cannot be further than 1.225 miles, because this is the geometry of the globe with a radius of 3959 miles. So at 1 foot observer height, this horizon cannot be further. But it is 10 times further than this, right? Thus debunking the radius. The globe has no geometry. It is not a ball.
No, that doesn't say it's not a ball. That only that says is the number 1.22 miles is incorrect.
Well, technically, you are correct, right? Technically, it's not a ball with a radius of 3959. Okay.
Yes.
That's technically what it states. But if it is a bigger ball, then you have much more problems, because then everything in the heliocentric model collapses if you want to make it a bigger ball, right? So
And it
this
would be
radius,
like a 10 times bigger ball.
yes,
by the way.
So this radius,
at least.
it's a house of cards, if you will. So the bottom card is the radius. If you pull it out, if you pull this card out, the whole heliocentric model collapses, because everything is dependent on the radius of the globe Earth. Okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah, you gotta realize that even the orbit of the ISS that you brought up, the formulas and all the equations, they depend on that radius being that number. So if that's wrong, then there's a problem.
Right, because the
There's a
ISS,
huge problem.
if that radius is incorrect, then the ISS would be flung out into outer space.
even if it's incorrect for a few, if it's incorrect for 1,000 miles, then it wouldn't work. They need the correct radius. Everything depends on it. Day and night, seasons, orbital mechanics, right? Everything depends on this radius.
From that picture, I see the distance from the guy who's shooting the video and the oil rigs, the 6.21 miles and the 9.41 miles. Who made these measurements?
Yeah, let me pull it up. I'm going to. It's a guy called BLM.
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know who asked it, but it's a good question to ask it. Who actually measured that diameter or radius or whatever you
No,
want to measure?
I'm talking about the distance between the photographer and the oil rigs.
Yeah, these are known distances. Right. So.
Well, you can imagine because an oil rig is quite big, and it's quite small on this picture, so this must be quite far away. They are certainly not at 1.2 miles.
But anyway, what I always want to say is, don't trust us, don't believe us, right? Flat earthers are basically done with believing, right? They told us all these stories, all these claims, and we gotten tired of believing, right? So we went out and validate those claims that they made, and this is something you can do. You can test the surface of the Earth and validate if it is a globe, yes or no. And I encourage you to do so. Don't blindly follow us, right? You've been blindly following the heliocentric model. Why should you blindly follow us?
I'm not here to follow anybody. I'm
No,
just here to
but I'm
argument,
just saying.
Debate whether or not the claims
Yeah,
are.
and that's why I'm saying, right? I'm want to emphasize that we're not here to convince you. Okay, we're here to show you what we have found out, what we have seen, what we have measured, and how you can validate this on your own, right?
Okay, so question. If you are standing outside of your house and you're seeing the sun come from one direction, what direction is it coming from? And then when it goes from that direction, where is it going off to in that direction? So is it going in a straight line from one direction to that other direction? And is it going further? And is it going through a portal? Or is it just simply drifting in one whole circle?
What? Portal?
What?
This is from the east and
Yeah, man.
to the west.
Yeah, that's crazy stuff. No, the sun isn't going through a portal,
But
man.
everybody
I
else
don't
that's
know.
chasing the sun, you're just going in a circle. Get it?
It's
But
not
you're
Pac-Man
describing
Earth.
it quite bad.
Not at all. It's not Pac-Man at all. It's just like when you go outside, right? Because you're not going anywhere, right? Therefore, since you're not going anywhere, you're just at your house. It doesn't matter because whether you're on a hill or not, right? The distance from the sun, there's a distance. There's this the sun is at a distance from where we are at,
Okay.
right? So from one point to another, that sun is what going from one direction to another. So that sun has to be at a certain height, right? And it's inside.
Obviously.
It's inside. The sun has to be inside the firmament, not outside the firmament.
Okay,
Everybody keeps
no,
thinking
okay,
that
no.
the sun is outside
No.
the firmament, but it's
No, well,
not.
that's not.
The
Um,
speculation.
yeah, it's speculation. Even in the globe model, they will tell you the sun's location is an apparent location. We are not actually seeing the actual position of the sun. It's always apparent. So
Well,
even
they think the sun is a globe. I mean,
yeah,
they think the sun. They think the Earth is a globe. So when like therefore I don't know how to explain it, bro. Like
no, that comes from the
Yeah.
fact that the sun's light travels 8 light minutes to Earth, right? So it's not you're not looking at the sun, but at 8 light minutes ago, right?
I
The
mean,
Yeah.
same when they.
I just know that the sun has to be at a certain distance and the moon has to be at a certain distance as well. And they're both inside the firmament.
Yeah, but that's
Okay,
speculation.
okay.
Right? We don't know.
Yeah, the speculation, and let me rephrase your thought. Maybe it will get better if we ask, how do we know the actual distance to those?
No, we don't.
Yeah, that's a question to
I
guys
kind
like
of see
Yazid. Yeah.
I kind of see it as it going in a straight line from point A to point B, and then it
No,
cut like this.
it doesn't, by the way.
Because I'm trying to look at the sun, right? But I can't see the sun directly because there's like stuff in the way. And it comes overhead, right? When it's about noon time. Around noon, how high do you think the sun is? Because if it's
Okay, that's a
around
good
noon,
question.
I
Okay, yeah.
mean, how high, when we figure it's around noontime, when it's around noontime, why do we think that's noontime? Because the sun is above us. I mean, that's apparently that's what we think, right? Because there's 24 hours in a day. Yoo-hoo. And we look at
No, it's 24 hours and somewhat 23
what's
hours and somewhat
24
seconds.
hours? Huh?
No, it's you have two types of days, Siderean, if I'm not mistaken, which causes the if a day was truly 24 hours.
Hours, bro.
What?
Come on. There's 24 hours in the clock.
Listen,
The clock
if
is
the
counting from seconds, right?
yeah,
How many
but
seconds?
I'm explaining the heliocentric model, right? So if it was truly 24 hours, then if the Earth was then day and night would flip over if it was 6 months later, right? So you have this. It's called a Siderean day. Siderean.
Time the sun is above my head, bro. I keep seeing it. It's the same thing because that's time.
Okay, your actual question is, how do we know what's the distance to the sun? That's your actual question, by the way.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out. Yeah, the measurement, how far the sun is.
Yazid, you have any idea?
I have no idea.
How do you explain the solar eclipse?
No, wait a second. You asked us a lot of things. I just asked you one thing. How do we know the distance to the sun?
Oh, you're asking me.
Yeah.
Oh, we can never know.
How can we never? No, we don't know.
An exact distance? No, we can never.
I mean,
And what do we know then?
They say they know.
We don't agree. We don't agree on what the sun is yet. What's the sun? What it is made of, and how do we measure the
It's made of
distance?
fire and brimstone.
What?
Then let me rephrase the question.
It's
Don't
hellfire.
listen to him. He's obfuscating for some reason. I don't know. But so my question is, how do you know how an
Because I
object
came
you
from
only
hell.
see? Oh my god. So how do you know what is the distance to an object if you only see it from where you are standing? If that's your only data, like you have a
Yeah.
picture about a dot, how do you know what is the distance to that object?
So you have to make up your mind about the unit of measurement.
No,
Or
you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. You
I
cannot
honestly
know.
want to
That's the
find out.
answer. If you have only a picture about something, you have no idea how big it is. Therefore, you cannot know what's the
yes,
distance to it.
you cannot know the distance from a picture.
By
mean, well,
mathematics, by geometry, by Euclidean geometry, you have no, and you don't have enough data.
Yes.
the Globers think they
Yes,
know
nice.
how big
Okay.
the sun is,
You can,
right?
you
They
guys
know
were
how big
talking
the
about
sun
the
is,
sun,
right?
and I was reading the document you sent me, and you guys were talking about the sun, and then you asked me how do you measure the distance. So I said we can never know for sure what the distance between us and the sun. To me, we can never know. Other people may tell you that there is a distance, and the science tells you that there is a distance, and it is blah blah blah. To
So
me,
why do you believe them when they tell you that that they have some calculations that can tell you if you know basic geometry?
who
Because you
said I
were
believe?
taught as, yeah, I don't know, 16 years
Who
of
said I
age.
believe? Who said I
Nice.
believe?
Okay, thank you. Then okay, then we are on the same page. Nice.
Yeah. The other so uh, about the sun. So
Yep.
how do they know what's the sun if they have never been there? They don't have any samples.
Yeah. Exactly,
So
exactly. That's the question. That's the right question. Yeah.
so do you guys have an explanation on what the sun is?
No, not a
I
definitive
just
one.
said
No.
the sun is made up of fire and brimstone.
Oh my.
Fire
Okay.
and what?
Well, because the Bible tells you about what hell is made out of, right?
No, I'm not asking about hell, and I don't want to get into religion. I'm asking about what the sun is,
Yep.
and you said that it's fire and brimstone. What the fuck is brimstone?
Brimstone.
What is that?
I kind of want to know too, but he's just making a joke either way.
Oh, so
He
he's
is,
not
by the
serious.
way.
Okay.
I told you 5 minutes. He's obfuscating for some reason.
The answer to your question is it's unverified.
Yep. Or undefinitive. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm with that idea.
Exactly. Yeah.
Nobody can know what the sun is if you don't have
But
samples.
if we
You don't
cannot
have,
reach it, yeah.
yeah. So you can make claims. Most modern day science claim that the sun is helium and hydrogen,
So then
and
why?
they say that
So you don't believe them, right?
How do you make
they
fire?
have a claim. That, they are the only people who have a claim right now. I don't know if there is any more claims about it.
Well,
We cannot have a claim about it.
how do you make fire?
How do you
Mate.
make fire?
Yeah,
Oh my God.
what is flint made out of? What?
Is this guy
Yeah.
too serious? I have to answer him.
You don't. You do not. No.
Yeah, let's stay
But
on topic, right?
fire
That's
is plasma, and plasma is fourth matter. So there is water, gas, and solid, and there is plasma. And they say that the sun is plasma, and it's producing its energy from helium and fusion of.
Why would anyone
They
believe
say,
that?
no,
Yeah, I know. But why would anyone believe that?
claim. I
Do you know how to make
I
fire?
would love to listen to a counterclaim or another idea or another claim, but I don't see any so far. If you guys have a claim, I'd love to listen to it and debate it.
You know, there is a certain thing that we call honesty. If I wasn't at a certain event and the police comes to me and asks me about what happened, why would I say anything besides I don't know because I wasn't there?
Yes. Also, you can say it might be this and that, and that's what the
No,
other
it
side.
cannot might be because I wasn't there. That's
Yeah, I know.
my
So
starting
if I
point.
tell you, So if I tell you that I live with my, so I have 2 children. If I tell you
Yeah.
that,
Okay.
if I tell you that I put a cookie in my house and it's only me and my children in the house, and I leave the house, when I came back, you are not in my house, you've never been in my house, but when I tell you that when I came back I didn't find the cookie, you can say to a certain degree that one of the kids ate the cookie, right?
Do they have friends? Does your wife
No,
have friends?
nobody is allowed in the house except me and my kids.
Cats,
See the
mice,
problem.
cats,
See
mice.
the problem. Your view of reality is not wide enough when you claim something like that.
Yeah, I can make the claim that one of my kids, based on the experience I have with my kids, I can make a claim that one of
Within
my
5
kids ate it.
seconds, I told you 5 different things that could also happen.
Yes, they can happen too. So you can make claims even if you were not in my house. So
Why would
these
anybody
scientists,
believe me when I started with I don't know?
I'm not talking about believing. I'm talking about making the claim. You
Oh,
can
anybody
make the
can claim
claim.
anything,
Yes,
anytime.
exactly. Anybody. So the
But
other
that's a
side is
problem.
making the claim. So the other side is making the claim that the sun is made of this and this and this. I'm not saying that you should believe them. I'm not saying that I
What?
believe them. I'm not saying anything.
I,
It is a
yeah.
claim. Okay. Is there any other claim out there?
If there is a claim, it can be debunked. That's what we are doing, by the way. If they didn't say anything, we couldn't debunk them, right?
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah.
So did you debunk their
Yeah.
claim?
Of course. We just been over this. How do you know the distance to the sun? You cannot know. So when they tell you they know, they are lying. Isn't that logic right there?
Yes,
Or
it is logic. It is simple, but I'd
yeah.
like to hear.
It doesn't. By the way, I have to add something. Just because I debunked one of their claims, it doesn't mean that all of their claims are also debunked.
Exactly. So what about the
Yeah.
claim that the sun is made of hydrogen and helium?
Well, if we don't even know the fucking distance, then how do we know what it is?
So
So
they
that's
use
another
this.
other logic.
Yeah. So they
So,
claim that there is this spectrum of light, and when it's
spectrum of light. Do you have any kind of device that can actually pick up all the frequencies that are in the light?
I think they have.
Have they
They say
ever made such a device that can actually pick up every frequency that there is to the light?
they have.
Really? I would
Yes.
like to see that device. Yeah.
So when they,
Well, you just made a claim. Can you show anything for it?
I did not read the paper published. I talked to people about that, and
But mate, when you have a claim, show something for it, please.
what's my claim?
That there is a device that
No,
can pick
that's
up
not
all
my
the
claim.
frequencies of the light.
No, that's not my claim.
Where you just said you think you remember something like that. Whenever you have that information, please share it with us.
Okay. So my claim was
Thank you.
that they say that. I did not say the device
Okay.
exists. I cannot say something that I have not seen or experienced.
Yeah, that's all fine, right? And we know spectrogrammetry. My
Meter.
English is a spectrometer is being used on Earth, right? That's all fine, but they extrapolate. So they use this at the sun, but they don't know in which medium it is. They don't know the distance. They don't know They don't know the speed of light. They don't know the speed of light, so it's all based off assumptions, right?
Yes.
Yes, it
They have
actually.
yeah.
But what you should have said when I asked you if there is a device, you should have said there are multiple devices that can pick up on different lengths of the spectrum of the light. So there are multiple devices that can put together the whole picture about. That's another problem. I'm not being precise. Not even putting the multiple devices results into one big diagram or anything like that. You still do not have all the devices to describe what light is.
Yeah, so all they have is assumptions. I know.
No, that's still not precise because we can, we have sensors in our cameras, so we can pick up some range of the light, and there are other devices that can pick up other ranges of the light. But we certainly do know that there are way more attributes to light that we never made any kind of device that we can pick
I
up
agree
those.
with that.
So that was my question. Have they ever made one device that can pick up everything about light? Oh,
sure.
okay. Okay.
I'm not sure.
No, they haven't. They have multiple devices, and even with those multiple devices, it's not the whole range.
Okay, I agree with that. So
Nice. Okay.
we can say that there is a lot we don't know about the sun.
Sure. How would we?
Okay.
Yeah. There is if I may interrupt here slightly, just for a second. There is a guy who goes by the name of J. Tolan Media 1. Last month, he calculated the distance of the moving sun, right? And he calculated it. The video is there for you if you want to check it out. Okay? The distance to the
Write down
sun.
his name.
His name is J. Tolan Media 1, number 1.
Okay.
That's the name of his channel. And it's the distance to the sun has been calculated according to his methods, employing the latest optical equipment and geometry, and he's calculated the distance to the sun, to the moving sun, by the way, which is pretty good.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Yeah. So, he calculates it to be roughly 4,000 miles from Earth, the sun, which would fall right in line with Samuel Rowbotham and his entourage, basically. Definitely not 93 million miles away.
So it's roughly 6,000 kilometers. And how high up is the ISS? I always forget that one.
The ISS is supposed to be 250 miles above the Earth's surface. The ISS, that is, yeah, the LISS, I call it. Yeah, there's a highly radiated zone which they never want to talk about. It's there, still there today. The radiation level in that zone closest to Earth before you reach the Van Allen radiation belts. Supposedly, this is 25,000 rems of radiation. This is where the ISS is supposed to be, in that zone, left over
Okay.
the Operation Starfish Prime, aka fish.
Can we? Yeah. Can we jump back just for a second? That
Yes,
this guy measured. It's about 400 miles. Well, 4,000. Sorry.
4,000.
4,000 miles.
Yeah.
And the ISS is at about 250. So even it can be done with balloons. It can be certainly done with balloons, even according to the flat Earth model and the observation of the sun being at 4,000 miles high up. Yeah.
Yeah. We have to be careful of saying model, because the opposition always wants us to present a model, but we are living. So it's the flat Earth truth, is what I always say. It's already doable on the flat Earth where we live. We haven't lived on the globe. The globe is the one that has to be proven. And the model they give us is just absurd. It does not fit the reality we live. Doesn't work.
Sure, it doesn't.
To live on the ball. Yeah.
I just wanted to point out that even the ISS could be real, according to this observation and calculation about the sun.
Yeah. But it's not, because things do not fall round a spherical ball in nature. It never happens. It's a violation of nature in many ways.
But it can be attached to a balloon, so.
Yes. It can
or
be
multiple
attached to a
balloons,
balloon, yeah. Yes, the helium balloons. Yeah, fine. But the thing is, they're in a studio somewhere. Everything it's all done in a studio and augmented reality, trickery. That's what they're doing. And as we speak, that technology is being modified and modified. It's going to come a day when you can't tell the difference. It's going to come, that day is coming very soon with this technology.
Yazid, if you listen
Yes.
to what we were talking about for the past 5 minutes, what you should, if you're interested in this, fake ISS, you should look up some videos on YouTube about how do they usually call it? It's like astronauts, hoax, maybe those two words is enough.
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
just put in, but you have to change the results by, how do you do it? So when you search for something, on the right, on the YouTube, or on the top somewhere, there is a filters. So under filters, you go sort by upload date.
Yeah, I'm trying to focus here on the things point by point. So I'm actually was reading the paper you presented to me about the measurements made by this guy.
The laser one?
Yes. So in
Okay.
this paper, when you reach the measurement procedure and in this lake, because they chose this lake, what is it called? ISL. Okay. I don't know how to pronounce it.
ISO.
Okay. So they say in the paper that there was some aiming difficulties at Lake Balaton, and this guy called Mike Kavanagh made changes in the software of the satellite and developed an automatic GPS targeting system. So in that statement there, I'd like to see how this GPS works, because if he needs a GPS, a global positioning system, he needs a satellite or something high above, like a balloon or
No,
satellite.
that's assuming. Listen, so that's you assuming that the satellite is in stationary orbit around the Earth, which is
No,
just not, right?
I'm saying he needs a balloon, at least a balloon to make to make
No,
the
it doesn't need any of that. No, none of that is necessary. GPS is ground positioning system. That's the true meaning of the GPS anyway.
Yazid, have you heard about the LORAN? There is a system that was designed during the Second World War, and it's a GPS. It was a GPS system called LORAN. I will post the name of it because I might butchering the word, but LORAN. You should look it up. It's working on the same basis as
I find
the
it came in
GPS.
after the First World War. I think you'll
I
find it
posted in
came
the
in
live
just
stream
after the
chat.
First World War.
Okay, I see it.
Yeah.
LORAN.
That,
I see
yeah,
it.
that system. Yeah, that system
LORAN
came
and
in. Yeah.
DECA system. So these are just, and even now, right? You can put a ground-based GPS system in place, which just emits coordinates.
Yeah.
Okay, so he used the
Your
ground position.
GSM works the same way. GSM connection.
Yeah.
It can pinpoint you within 5 meters. The GSM alone.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have to be a satellite outside, in space.
Okay, I get it. So I might continue with this.
Satellites, as you think they are, geostationary around the supposed global ball Earth, do not exist. You're going to have to provide all. You're going to hang on. Please let me finish. You're going to have to provide all the technical data of how they work, when and how they were deployed, and video footage of deployment of said satellite geostationary. You've got to have all that information. What rocket launched it up there, it leaving the rocket, all that has to be shown. All of that. Don't know how you're going to do it. Good luck.
Well, you got all kinds of problems,
right? The existence of satellites. I'm just wondering about the targeting system used.
Yeah. The GPS is not stationary satellite, stationary orbiting satellites. First, you need the radius to get those things into orbit. So That's a huge problem. The second part would be rotation, right? Because you need to fix the stationary orbiting satellites to the rotation of Earth. Nobody has ever measured this rotation. And the third problem would be the second law of thermodynamics, entropy. So every gas law states that gas pressure is caused by particles that collide with the walls of a container, right? We cannot have gas pressure without a container.
Without physical boundaries. Yeah. Physical boundary. That's the key word.
Sorry, almost took the wrong exit.
Yeah, don't take us down the wrong road, Roger. We're following you.
And even Loran proves that the Earth is flat because they used it. I've just posted the Taboo Conspiracy video. That stuff went for hundreds and hundreds of miles.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then they have to claim these radio waves magically have to hug the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, so they have to claim after claiming that light bends, that radio waves also bend.
How would it be accurate if the radio waves bend? Oh, it would travel further because it isn't a straight line anymore.
Yeah.
Same with light. Light would travel further if it's bending. If it's bending around the ball, you got light all day.
So I can hit myself in the ass with a laser.
Yes. Come out the other side. Keep going around.
Then I can actually make a photo of my ass. Nice.
Yeah, if you have the right aperture and the right technology.
So the light cannot bend?
No,
Not
yeah,
around the ball.
it bends around the ball, dude. You didn't know this?
No, I'm serious. Let's
To
talk.
think
No,
about
it can bend. It can bend, but you know when they say that the laser hit the other target when they are doing this laser test, the laser only hit the other target because laser bends, because light bends, but it certainly coincidentally bends in such a way that it exactly hits the target. Now that's nonsense.
Now, see
Okay,
that
so
I love that. I
why
love
why
that you
why
said
does
that.
it bend?
Sorry?
Why does the light bend?
He said it doesn't. Are you not listening?
Oh my god.
It doesn't, well, technically light doesn't bend, it changes angles, right? We call it bending, but it changes angles. So
it doesn't bend.
Changes
No.
angles.
How is it so hard for some people to get?
A bending would be a
Do you know what
curvature,
bending is?
which is
Yeah.
and curvature is not made up of lines. Curvature is a constant. Every point that which is an abstract, by the way, because in reality we cannot pinpoint one point because one atom is still bigger than one abstract point. But every point would be at a different angle to the starting point.
Okay, here's a quick example. Grab a basketball or a soccer ball and shine a flashlight on it. See if it's going to bend around the soccer ball or the basketball. If it doesn't bend, light doesn't bend. It's not going to conform to a shape. Light doesn't do that. Light's not going to take on the shape of the Earth. You understand?
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Yeah, it's water and gas that can take up the space, not light.
So if we say that the Earth is flat, so what's on the other side?
Yep, that's question remains to be answered.
How would we
Well,
know? How would we know?
let me first address this, because what's on the underside probably comes from the Flat Earth Society, which I talked to you, right? This
He said
flat
other
disk
side.
flag.
I don't know if he said
Yeah,
underside. I think he
yeah.
said other side, not
I know,
underside.
I know. Other side or underside? Is it?
If you say the Earth is flat, so we are sitting on one side. What's the other
Yeah.
side? What is?
Yeah. So
Which part? What do you mean, other side? Be more specific, please.
the bottom or what?
Yeah,
Underneath.
the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah,
So yeah,
underneath.
that's why I was saying Flat Earth Society, flat disk in space, right? So nobody claims that the Earth is a flat disk in space. Flat is a description of the surface, and more technically speaking, the water, right? Because water measures flat; it's always flat and level. So what would be beneath the Earth is something that we cannot know, because we don't claim a shape. So we don't know what the shape is.
Okay.
And we cannot go there. We can't even go there. Let's get more
Yes,
specific here. We
look in
can't
the
go
live
there.
stream, please.
Wow. I mean, come on.
Yeah, the Kola super deep borehole.
That was the farthest that we could ever drill.
7.6 miles, and it took 20 years, and the diameter of that hole is 9 inches. 9 inches in diameter.
Let's
20 years.
say it's true or false. Nobody can verify they did that anyway, so it doesn't even really matter.
Yeah.
By the way, yeah, I never seen a footage about it. Yeah, so.
Yeah.
And in the
So you
real
guys
world,
have
everything needs a foundation.
the shape of the Earth.
Anything that we're trying to see above ground, typically there's got to be something underneath supporting it. If we build a building, what's under the building is a foundation. So what is underneath this earth? It must be a foundation of sorts.
Yeah. Obviously, that would
And
be
what's
true.
that
How deep
foundation
is...
sitting on?
We don't know.
Yeah,
We don't know.
come on.
How would we... Look. How would we know that? That's the question. You ask some questions that you can answer yourself. How would we know that? Can we go down there?
No.
See, here's how this is all religious, right? See, the question you're asking can only be answered by taking it on faith, right? By taking it on faith that somebody said they did it and you believing them. That's it. That's all you can do.
And even what they are showing you is like a 12,000 meter hole. It's still not enough.
Yeah, it's not enough to prove anything.
So you get what we are saying. That first of all, you have to believe that it was done, the drilling. And then, even if it was done, it's only 12,000 meters. It's only 12 kilometers. What is the diameter to this globe Earth?
It's much bigger than that.
4,000.
It's yeah. So why are they claiming there is a magma in the core that is, spitting out always these fires? Because volcanoes. These are nonsenses.
This code, you guys, I mean, you don't have a claim of a shape of Earth.
No, we don't.
So Yazid, so you are a troll actually, right?
What?
So you are a troll actually, right? After you ask us that, I have to ask you this. So you are a troll actually, right?
What do you mean?
Well, you just postpone the question that is always asked by the globe-siders, not someone that is actually just looking out for new information, which you claimed in the very beginning, by the way.
Dude, you have to.
Well, let's not jump to conclusions. After all, that's what the Globers do.
You have to understand that I'm familiarized. I am living in a society for more than 30 years. I'm 33 years old, and all my life I believed that the Earth is globe. So this is new to me. So excuse me if I sound if I don't sound
So far, no
like
problem. But why did you ask what you just asked?
Well, because it's a normal question. It's a normal question that they all ask. Let's forgive him for that. It's okay. It's not a big problem, that question.
Yeah,
Doesn't
let's
mean he's
give
a
him
troll.
the credit.
Yeah,
Okay.
of the doubt. Yeah, please. Let's not be too confrontational here, please. Try and keep it a little bit amicable.
If you say that the people who claim that the Earth is a globe are wrong and we should not believe them, you have to give me something else that makes sense to me.
Well, everything we've told you so far makes perfect logical sense. What doesn't make sense is not being able to see the curvature of the Earth, not being able to measure that curvature, not being able to measure the spin of the Earth, and not being able to explain how the Earth can be in the vacuum of space, 17 to the minus 10 torr, without a containment barrier. They're the things you need to be able to explain this heliocentric model. That's the three bases that you need to prove, and you can't prove any of those things.
I'm not here to prove those.
No. I'm just saying that's the strange one. They're the ones they're the things that are strange.
Can I just address? Can I just address something that Yazid said right at the beginning? Was that he asked us whether we were ball Earth deniers or whether we believed that the Earth is flat. And the point that I just wanted, or that we were trying to make around that point for Yazid, was that to even start to remotely comprehend that this place could be flat, you first need to disprove that it's a ball. And once you can disprove that it's a ball, you then go on your journey of, so what is this place? And then you start to uncover these truths. So I know it seems like a lot of guys don't want to throw out the flat earth claim per se, that they more want to show why the ball earth is fake, but it's very crucial to understand it's fake to be able to move on to, well, then what is it?
Yeah.
So I am on that place. So when I read this Discord's name, it says Flat Earth Discord.
Correct.
Is it logical to ask these people in this Discord what's on the other side if you say it's flat?
Yes, it is.
Of course.
It is logical. It is a logical question, even though it does sound a bit odd. It's fine to ask that question because that's the way your brain is working. Fine. And we tell you, if you think about it, how could we go down there? How would we know? What equipment do we have that would tell us that what's under? And, how would we know that? Can you see how that's an impossibility to know? Yeah?
I'm going to have to say, you can also, if you say the Earth is flat, you can also say that you can go to the border and go to the other side.
Yeah, but that's the problem.
Hang on,
That's
hang on
what
a
I wanted to
second.
say.
I'm misunderstanding what he's saying there. What do you mean you can go to the border? What border are you talking about, please?
He's meaning the edge.
The edge.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
but
you're
no.
talking
He
about-
got it right the first time. Hold on. He got it right the first time when he said end, not an edge, because an edge would be like a cliff. There is no edge to the Earth because we have gas pressure. We live inside a container. We know that we live inside a container because we have gas pressure. So whatever end that there would be out there would be an end, not an edge. It would be a place where the ceiling meets the ground. Are you asking us what's on the other side of that?
No, I'm asking you what's that and if you can go past it.
No, so we're not allowed to travel freely in Antarctica due to the Antarctic Treaty starting in 1959. So we're not allowed to verify the size of this container, the dimensions of this container, or what it is made out of. We are not allowed to verify these things at the moment because of the Antarctic Treaty. And as far as what's on the other side of it goes, your guess is as good as mine. I'm not going to claim anything about it.
Okay.
It's like
I
if you're
want
standing.
to make a point to him.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried to swim in liquid nitrogen?
No.
Can you think of what could happen if you try that?
Maybe freeze.
Yeah, it's minus 173 Celsius. But
I hate cold,
have
bro.
you
I died.
heard of liquid helium?
I heard of it, but I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, at what temperature is becoming a liquid?
I don't know.
5 Kelvin, minus 260 Celsius, 61.
Okay.
It is super cold, not cold. This temperature is cold, super cold, extreme
Okay.
cold. And if there was oxygen in that area, the oxygen will become octa-oxygen. It is solid state of the oxygen, which is beyond the frozen oxygen, the oxygen ice. And if you touch it, physically touch it, it will combust you so fast that light itself doesn't have time to make a flash.
So what happens? You just disappear?
Well, these are extreme cold temperatures. Whatever is outside there, we can see that the Antarctica is a big ice wall, and to have all that ice, there must be something cold to make
Okay.
all that ice, and where that cold is coming from.
Yeah, it's
So,
still speculation, right? Because nobody.
these are
I
just
always thought
speculations of
I
what
always
is
thought
there, what can we
can
meet.
we
Yeah,
meet? Yeah.
but these are
I always thought
scientific.
that
I
cold
mean,
is the absence of energy.
we have these low temperatures. We see the elements behavior. Yeah, we don't need superpowers and super forces to explain supernatural forces. Liquid helium does have all these supernatural forces we want to think about, which they are telling us about the vacuum of space, like extreme cold, frictionless environment, where actually it is never proven that a levitating magnetic bearing can spin forever in a vacuum chamber. It does not, actually.
So this liquid helium, does it exist in Earth?
Yes, yes. And I suggest you look at the lambda point, which is threshold. It is a barrier. Below that, liquid helium has a superfluid state. It has frictionless flow and it flows upwards. It climbs up the container and it leaks out. No other liquid does that.
Disproving
Yeah.
gravity right off the bat.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, the point is, Yazid, the longest standing treaty, one of the longest standing treaties in
yeah,
this world is the Antarctic Treaty. Almost
yeah,
all superpowers have signed this treaty that there
yeah,
cannot be free travel in Antarctica. So you need permissions. You need permissions from all the signers, right? So
yeah.
it's not
And
that
has never
we
been
don't want
broken.
to.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
yeah,
not that we don't want to, but it's just prohibited, right? People tried and got arrested. You can go to Antarctica, but that would be on a cruise. It will cost you $15,000. You can go to Deception Island, which is a funny name, right? Deception Island, and you can hop around, go to a ceremonial southern pole, and that's it, right?
yeah.
So why not
Uh,
go to another direction if you say we are living in a
Which
wait,
container?
direction?
one. I have a question. Another question. What country are you from, if you don't mind?
Algeria.
Algeria. So, do you have Algerian military
Yes.
in that country? Yeah. and they have military bases, right?
Yes.
And they have a fence and all that. Would you try to jump over that fence and go in that military base and steal the flag from them?
No, I wouldn't.
What will they do if you try that?
So they will arrest me.
Or shoot you down on sight?
No, probably arrest me.
Well, they have these soldiers that do the night watch, you know.
So they
I
guard in
think,
Antarctica.
yeah.
Trespassers will be shot.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. I have no problem with that. So my next question would be,
So
Antarctica is not the only end of the Earth. There must be more than Antarctica. So if we go to the opposite direction of Antarctica, what do we find? What's the other border, I mean?
Antarctica. It's a circle.
Ah, so it's surrounding all the Earth.
Yeah, it surrounds the world.
Oh, so Antarctica surrounds all the world. Okay, I see.
Yes.
Haven't you seen
That
it?
makes
You haven't
more
seen an
sense.
image. Okay.
You never seen a flat Earth map.
No.
Yeah, so it would
How
be the
come?
same on a globe, right? If you go north, you will go to the North Pole, quote unquote, and every direction away from north, so south, will bring you to Antarctica. That will be the same on a globe.
Ah, okay, okay. Can you show me the
Think about it like a pond. Think about it like a pond. All edges of the pond are higher than the water level. That's how the pond can form, because
Yes.
if the land is higher than the water can collect there. So
Yes.
when you go and look, this is one of the most fascinating did you know facts, but the highest lands on the earth are found in Antarctica, and they have plateaus at over 2 kilometers above sea level, and no other land mass has that type of altitude. And like Roger was saying, what's on the other side of the pond is the other edge of the pond. It's all the edge of the same pond. And
that
it
makes
doesn't matter where you try and get off this water, the water needs to be contained. So every part around the perimeter has to be higher than that water level to contain it.
Oh, I see. So this is the map, okay? So what's the center point?
North, right?
The
Every
north
compass,
will be at the center.
points to north.
Yeah.
In ancient cosmology, they used to call it the world axis at the center. And it was the axis that spun around Polaris, being
Why
that
is it
central
cold right
North Pole. Sorry?
Axis Mundi.
The
Why
axis
is it so
Mundi.
cold?
Yeah. Where? In the north?
No, in the center, because the countries that surround that center mostly are cold, very cold countries.
It's the design. It's done by it's the design of the Earth. That's how it is, isn't it? Logically, yeah. The heat can only get to certain parts of the Earth. That's it.
And when we were children, we were told that Santa lived in the North Pole and there was this ice
Yeah, I
sheet.
don't believe it.
But it was part of the deception was to make us not ever really question the North. Once you realized Santa was fake, all your ideas about the North Pole vanished because you thought it was just as fictitious. And when you look at like Google Earth doesn't even show ice at the north. It just shows sea. And when you zoom down, then you actually see there's a stitching right on the North Pole where there is ice that's being hidden and being stitched over with water, fake water. So they are trying to hide stuff at the north. And towards the south, they figured out that if they put up a fence, people would want to climb over the fence eventually. So they just wrapped that area of the known world, that word known world, the world which we know. They've wrapped that around a ball, saying if you go all the way around, you're just going to get back to where you started. So there's no point even trying in the first place.
Well, the cold in the center doesn't make sense to me right now.
It's cold in the center when it's the north, when it's the winter for the northern hemisphere. When it's the summer for the northern hemisphere, you have the 24-hour sun in places like Norway, where the sun never sets and all the ice melts. So it's seasonal that it can be cold there, but it also melts, and then all the animals come out of their hibernation. So it's not always ice, whereas the south is always ice, 24/7, all throughout the year. That Arctic ring is ice permanently. It never melts the way it would need to. If the northern hemisphere melts because of a 24-hour Arctic sun, there should be a 24-hour Antarctic sun melting the ice at the same speed. But what you notice is that the fauna and flora found at those two extremities are completely opposite.
Exactly, which is
And by the
really
way,
weird
these
because
places, sorry, Roger,
No, go ahead.
these places like the North and the South Pole are not easy to explore because minus 80 degrees Celsius is a normal temperature in these areas. And car rubber tires fail at minus 50, minus 60 Celsius.
Yeah, so that's really weird, right? Because the
Yeah.
North has so many flora and fauna, right? And they claim the Earth is on an axis of 66.6 degrees, right?
Yeah.
And then why is it that the South is always freezing cold, only penguins, and the North doesn't have that? It's so weird. Doesn't make any sense on a
And
ball.
yeah, there are
So,
no ants in the South Pole, for example.
So the picture that Jin CBR1 posted, where there is, I assume, the sun and the moon orbiting. Can I say orbiting?
Yeah, you can say orbit,
Yeah.
rotating on the
Revolving
top of the
above.
Earth. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
orbit is
Okay.
technically a correct word because it's
Okay.
hovering or it's above our heads. Yes.
Okay. So when you look at the center and the sun is shining the heat because the sun is shining heat on the center, you can make the assumption that the center always has at least some of the sun heat that is always there and
No.
never goes out. So
No,
you would
because
assume that
no. The observation is that the sun moves in and out, right? So in the 6 month, so in a period of 6 months, it will move closer to the north, and then after 6 months, it moves away from the north. It moves between the Tropic of Capricorn and Cancer. So what you're seeing in the quote unquote map is just a concept, right? It's not reality. Maps are not reality. Those are concepts, not the reality.
yeah,
So
because my first question was that why is it cold when it's always shining the sun?
yeah, it's just the idea, right?
I posted you a GIF so you can have an idea of how light is propagating. And yeah, if we have a dome above us that acts like a lens. So the sunlight is projected on like 12,000 miles distance surface area.
Yeah, approximately.
So
Well, the
I
point
assume
is
that
we don't know.
the sun and the moon
Yeah.
are in two different distances from the Earth, and sometimes
But
the moon.
in that GIF, you can see that the way that guy moves the flashlight, yeah, you have a different light shape being cast on the bottom of that dome. So yeah, you can see that on certain seasons you have like half of the surface covered with light, and on different position you have like a half circle. The light is projected as a half circle, so you have a shorter day.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what the sun is doing. It has a um, uh, two paths, concentric circles. One is closer to the north, the other one is closer to the south. So when it's moving towards the south, we get less sunlight in winter because it's further away.
Yeah, and this will show the analemma, right? The sun analemma.
Yes, it. Do you want to prove for yourself there is a dome, some kind of a glass, somewhere out there?
Do I what?
Do you want to prove it for yourself?
Prove that there is a dome?
Uh-huh. There is somewhat of a glass structure somewhere out there. You can prove it for yourself.
How would I do that?
It's quite easy. Try to remake a rainbow in a room.
Okay. And
Well, how would you go about that?
I put that. What is it called? That triangle? That.
So again,
Prism.
you are trying to recreate rainbow within a closed room.
But a prism breaks the light in straight angles.
Yeah.
It doesn't make it curve.
No. The prism has multiple layers to it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it one block or is it made up of different blocks?
It's one block.
It's one block. So there is no difference in between the density at certain parts of the prism.
Well, it's made of glass, so I don't know. It should be the same density.
So you don't know what a prism is made out of and how it's made out of.
I thought it's made of glass.
Well, not really in the first place. Okay, but even then, okay. Let's talk about it very vaguely. So the light enters the prism at one place and leaves at another side, right?
Yeah.
So there are basically how many sides to a prism?
3 sides. No, there is
What?
the entry side and exit side.
5, right? There is a bottom, and there are 4 sides on the top. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, nice. So, light enters at one side. Where does it leave?
The other side.
Okay, so you have two
polarizing surfaces.
Two faces. Two faces you have 2 planes, we can call it. You know, planes, we talked about it. So there are two planes which it interacts with. I mean the light, right?
Yes.
So that shows you that if you had only a glass of water, for example, without the water, so just a simple glass, and you shine through the same light, will it create a rainbow?
No.
No. So what does that tell you? It tells you that you need 2 faces and different mediums. Because the light, when it enters, it's in another medium than after it enters into the prism.
Yes, exactly. You need 2 mediums. Yeah.
So you probably we can even by that, vaguely talking and by using common sense, we can probably get to a result that tells us that you need multiple mediums and at least two faces of some kind of a glass.
Yes.
Yeah, to
So
summarize
will you be?
WhatsApp's saying is that you need
Yep.
these two polarizing surfaces that the light needs to refract through to then be split into the rainbow shape with the purples at the top and the blues at the bottom, or the reds at the bottom. So if you don't have those two surfaces, you never get that same structuring of white light into the rainbow light.
So it's not only the rain. It's not when you see the rainbow because of the rain or because of sparkling water around, your grass or something like that outside. Then the rain is just only one medium. What is the other one?
You need to count for the air.
No. What's the other polarizing surface?
The droplet is the first medium, and the air is the second medium. And the
First of all, it would be the other way around.
Yeah,
because first is the air and then is the rain.
Yeah,
and then is the air again.
Yes.
But if it worked like that, then every raindrop would create its own little rainbow. Which means you wouldn't see like a nice gradient. No, that's not how it works. All of the raindrops all together make up one polarizing surface. That's how it works.
Yes.
Because if what you are saying would be true, then you would only need one raindrop to create rainbow. Can you create rainbow from one raindrop?
I'm not sure. Maybe you can create
No, you cannot. The whole of the rain altogether makes up the polarizing surface, one of the polarizing surfaces. So what is the other one?
And they've
The other one is
tested
the dome.
this with artificial. They've tested this with
need the
artificial
diamond.
light. And if you're using an artificial light source, unless you have those two polarizing surfaces, you can spray as much water into the air as you like. Using a fluorescent or a fake light source without these reflective or polarizing surfaces, you cannot recreate that prism splitting of light. And then, like Roger also said, when you do shine light through a prism, you get a flat band of rainbow, but we don't get a flat rainbow. We get a curved rainbow directly in the same proportion as whatever that prism surface would be. So if I've used a flat surface of the prism, I'm going to get a flat rainbow. If I use a concave dome and I shine through that, I get a rainbow shape. I get the curved arc.
That's how we know that there is a dome. We do not know exactly where it is, by the way, but we can make an educated guess by, for example, looking up what is the ionosphere.
Excuse me, gentlemen, but the rainbow is not proof of the dome. There are complete circle halo, like total circle rainbows. The rainbow is a promise of the Creator. He'll never flood the earth again.
A rainbow is definitely proof of
What?
the firmament, 1000%.
Yeah.
I don't know
Correct.
what you're talking about.
There are complete circle rainbows.
Sun dogs also.
There's full
Flatman, can you
circle
show me,
rainbows.
please?
There
Can
are
you show
full
me,
circle
please?
rainbows. I'll try. Hold on.
This is what
Thank
No
you.
one
Thank you.
denies.
This is what we're talking about. Full circle rainbows. We're not talking about just arcs. I mean, how else
Semicircle.
would you get a full rainbow? I found a term, and I think you would call it conical refraction. That's me. I think that's what it because you have this circle, and you can kind of do that when you get like a biaxis crystal, and you shine laser through it, and you get a circular dot.
Oh my god, I think I know what you mean,
But you can
Flatman.
never get a circular rainbow out of a flat surface. If you shine any light through a prism with a flat surface, you can't not only get a semicircle, but you definitely can't get a full circle. It has to be coming through some kind of a curved, domed glass lens to be able to create that circle shape. And then that circle shape is normally cut off halfway on the land version. So we only generally see that top portion. But yes, no one denies that you do see full circular ones, especially when you're higher up or at altitude or in airplanes. It's a perspective thing.
Flatman, is this what you're talking about? That I'm showing you in the live stream voice text channel?
Yeah, hold
because
on.
this seems like
Probably.
a full circle.
Probably.
No, that's a halo.
I'm searching some myself. Hold on.
Okay, this is not
I'm like-
created by rain. This is created because of the lens of the camera.
Anyways, the rainbow itself isn't proof of what we're standing on.
Yes, it is. When it happens due to rain and in rainy conditions, yes, it is. So what I'm showing you is due to the lens of the camera itself.
You would also never get this if you had a curving surface, because you would need the light to bounce back to you, right? And you couldn't do that over a curved surface. You can even get these circular halos on the ground if the floor is reflective enough. Like if you look at like some newly laid asphalt, very easy to see the circle in that too. Looks just like a rainbow.
Anyways,
so these things, these surfaces act like a screen, if you will. But it's not the cause of the rainbow.
Yeah.
I'd rather use my observation, measurement, and my senses to know I'm on a flat plane. The rainbow is, again, like I said, it's a promise he won't flood us ever again.
Well, okay, that's another thing. We were talking about the physicality of it.
No one denies that the Bible says it was a promissory thing, but effectively, the reflection that all the guys are talking about now in terms of what proves the rainbow, when you look at a rainbow and there's actually two rainbows, there's normally a lighter one just slightly above the other one. If you actually notice carefully, you'll see that the colors are in reverse order, which means that one of them has to be a reflection of the other. So there is definitely a reflected phenomenon occurring when we do see these double rainbows. Because if there were two rainbows being formed by the same method, then their layering of the colors would be identical. So they would both have red at the top and purple at the bottom. But what we see generally with these rainbows is that the brightest one at the bottom will have red at the top, but the one above it will have red at the bottom. And when we use prisms to refract light like this, you don't get counter stacking of the colors. The colors always will appear one way. And the only way to get those to align differently is through a reflection. And not many people know or notice that those colors are in different orders when you look at the rainbow. We normally just presume there were two of identical rainbows being cast by the same ice crystals or moisture in the atmosphere or whatever effect that they normally try and associate it with. But there is a lot to the rainbow. And the rainbow could be that God's promise was that he'll never open the floodgates again, which are the floodgates located in the firmament. So potentially that rainbow could be the firmament's promise that the firmament will stay closed.
I have a couple pictures of some double rainbows that I took myself. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
And they say that like whenever there's a phenomena that is very hard to explain for the heliocentric model, they'll say that it's very rare. They say lunar eclipses are very rare, but we had about 4 of them last year. We've already had our first one this year. And it's not rare at all, but this is like what they use to say, oh, this is a spectacular event. Yes, but don't think about it too hard. So in the same way, like you got places like Birmingham and I think it's the UK, where you have like 5 days of a rainbow just like hanging out over someone's house at the same particular, like 5 o'clock in the afternoon. You got these rainbows just chilling out around, like, someone's house, and somebody caught this photo and they were like, wow, this is the 5th day and the rainbow's still out there. Like, how could that just be random, water particles working together to create the same kind of, you know? Oh, did I cut off?
No,
I'm still
you're
there.
good, Elijah.
What's fascinating is all the analogies to the rainbow. What lies at the end of a rainbow, that the rainbow was the Bifrost Bridge from Nordic time to the link between Middle Earth and the top section of Earth. They always talked about somewhere beyond the rainbow. There's a lot of mythology linked to this rainbow thing that I think it definitely requires a lot more study.
I have a question about the dome.
Go ahead.
What would
You're
it
in
be
the right
made
place.
What would it be made of?
It could be made out of some sort of crystal, but it has to be
Metallic oxygen.
reflective. 1000% has to be reflective or refractive, like glass.
And if we cannot go outside of it?
It's a bit of an unanswerable question for us. We know that they found pieces of what's it, like oxygen, solidified oxygen, like it's solid oxygen, blue stones that have been, nobody knows if it fell from the firmament, but that's a speculation when they analyze it. Again, put there by the creator, also referred to as a rakia, a hard molten glass like surface that separates the waters above from the waters below.
And how do these the comets do they come from outside this dome and they traverse it and they go through it and hit the Earth?
Comets are just light. No one's seen any comets, so called.
Correct. They're light phenomenon like lightning or ball lightning. We see them normally explode before they come anywhere near the ground. And it's usually a bit like a firework display that you watch those little pieces burn out long before there's ever contact with the ground. But we get sold the story that those asteroids have traveled around the galaxy and through the Kuiper belt and all the different asteroids and whatever, and they bump one another, and then that now gets on a trajectory with Earth, and then they come and they make an impact crater and completely decimate the entire meteor. You can never find any trace of the meteor. All you can find is like a sinkhole, but they fit together all these little assumptions, never proving one of them.
Well, what you were saying that comets are just light, when you zoom into a comet, you can see that it has a hard surface below the light. So as if it's a solid object streaming through the sky, but it also has a tail of like ice and water that go behind it.
Well, that's the story that they tell you. No one can zoom into
even
a comet.
Even an amateur astronomer could still zoom into a comet and see that it has a solid surface on it.
Incorrect.
How would you
You
determine
can't just say incorrect. There's images of it that exist.
How would you determine that anyway?
That is incorrect though. Send us like an astronomy website or a NASA website that has a photo of a comet.
And I mean, if you just use a bit of critical thinking, the tail is snow and ice. So it's a big ice ball flying through space then.
It's a
Melting.
no point.
Just about, yes.
It's a no point.
I
'Cause
think
you're
it exists out in the
you're
Kuiper Belt,
observing
which
it
is like
with
a far
one.
distance from the sun. But as it gets closer to the sun, the ice starts melting and leaves a trail behind it, and the trail stops after it leaves a certain distance to the sun.
What happens when you put ice
What's
into the
he on about?
microwave?
You hear me?
What happens when you put ice into a microwave?
What does it do?
What happens when you put ice into a microwave?
I'm waiting. I'm waiting for you to answer. I don't know.
Don't the UV rays affect it?
Well, if I would make a guess, I would assume that it probably does because it affects moisture that's in your food. That's how it cooks your food. So if the ice was somewhat melted already, which it probably would be, it probably would affect the water and heat it up.
So in the same sense, you have this ice, mind you, in the vacuum of space, and you have all of the sun's energy hitting it. And then
No.
just ice balls floating.
No, it's not all of the sun's energy.
What do you
It's
mean?
whatever amount is hitting it, and depends on how far away it is.
So in terms of a vacuum, right? Energy isn't gonna stop, right? When it doesn't meet any particles, right? So you have all of the light ever in space traveling unimpeded, right? And so where are all of these ice balls coming from if you have all of this energy out there in space?
It's not enough to melt it all instantly. That's not how it works. So, this is why you got to determine the distance. If you're talking about like a million miles versus 10 million miles, the heat will dissipate even more and it won't be as much heat. So, obviously, if this comet was like touching the sun, it would burn up instantly, but it's at a certain distance where that doesn't happen.
Specifically, Comet Neowise, right? Had a tail that was, what was it, pointed towards or pointed away from the sun?
Sorry, repeat that.
Specifically, Comet Neowise that was in the sky for like almost 3 months last year, right?
Yeah.
So the tail is off of a comet is often pointed away from the sun, right? Am I right about that?
Well, it depends because it has a large elliptical orbit. So if it got to the point where it was past the midpoint of the orbit, it would be pointing away from the direction it was traveling.
Can I get a mic check?
Yeah.
Yo.
Elijah.
Yeah. So, why are we allowing him to beg the question of all this?
I don't know.
Because he can't even determine that what he's looking at is anything other than just a light phenomena. He's looking at it in 2D as well.
He said that by looking at it, he can deduce that it's definitely a physical object and that there's
which is
definitely an
fundamentally
ice
incorrect.
tail, which is why I said to him, it's completely incorrect. It's the just so story that's been placed upon a light phenomenon in the sky, like observing
I
lightning
can't post
and
images,
saying
but I have an
it's
image
coming
of a
from
comet
Thor's
here.
hammer. Yeah, and
All
the
right, let me
lightning
ask
is
you a
coming from
question.
Thor's hammer.
Let me ask this guy a question. The image, send it to someone and they'll post it for you.
I'll send it to you.
All right, but my question is for you: is the image taken in the dark? All right.
How would that
I'll
affect
answer
it?
myself. I didn't say it would. Dude.
Okay.
If this is real, all it is black and white. It's nothing. But you know.
Is that really how you're going to dismiss that?
I'll post it for the benefit of the room because it's gonna be fun.
That's an image taken with a very powerful, from a very powerful observatory. I think it was the one in Chile, and it basically just zooms in on it, and you can see that the comet has a hard surface on it. It's pretty much a rock.
The question. The only thing you said that was correct there is that it's an image. So it's not a photo. It's an image.
Can you post it, please?
Okay, I don't think we need to really argue about my terminology I use on what a picture is.
Hold up. I posted it in the wrong chat.
Did you? I don't see anything.
That tail that Elijah
I put it in
posted.
learning curve by mistake.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, that's not real,
Yeah,
bro.
so yeah,
Like the one that I
that's what I was
posted,
laughing, dude.
that's real. The one that Elisha posted is not real.
Those are both real objects. Do you know what the difference between those two objects are?
Wait.
Those two images.
Listen to what I just said and respond to what I'm saying, not the voice you hear in your head. The difference between these two things is that one is an actual picture, one is not.
One is zoomed in much more than the other.
One is
with the naked eye from Earth, and one is with a very powerful device designed to look at objects very close in space.
Actually not a picture. Like the
You can say that it is, but that's just not true. It is a picture, and it was taken with a very powerful telescope that's able to see images in space.
Maybe of an object that's here
I
on
don't think you should take evidence from your naked eye versus a very powerful device that's meant for looking at objects
You know,
like this.
fundamentally,
They are
brother,
not
we don't
comparable.
care what you think, yeah? Do me a favor and tell me how you determine that
I
this
don't
is
care what
anything
you think.
other... Shush for a second and listen. Do me a favor and tell me how you determine that this image is anything other than just an image. Because it certainly is not a photo. And it certainly doesn't make it real. And it certainly does not
If
make
you're talking
your
about trusting
second law,
NASA
it
or whatever
certainly does not
space
make
agency
your
does
second
this.
law... I'm talking, right? So it certainly does not make your second law of thermodynamics violation claim of outer space any more real than a unicorn on a rainbow. So if you can't even determine how you even speak on this with such authority, why would we entertain it?
Well, then you could say the same for every image posted in this Discord because you haven't actually seen if it's a true image or not. I don't think that's very good logic.
I'm not talking about images. You're making a claim, and I'm holding you to it. Do me a favor and explain how you determined
I'm explaining
it.
that the way you're framing it just doesn't work.
I don't care if you don't like it, right? You're making assertions.
I didn't say
as
that.
As if you were there, as if you know the whole story, and you can't even run me through how you determined it. Go ahead. I'll be quiet.
No, I'm telling you the way you're like framing this how it's supposed to be is not how it works because then that's basically denial syndrome. You would deny everything you're looking at because you weren't there to see it. That's
so when I
bad
said
logic.
I'll be quiet, I was saying I'll be quiet to give you room to explain to us how you determined that this is anything other than what
You're forcing me to try to explain something that isn't logical to
you're
explain.
making assertions. You have to back it up. If you're going to make a claim, back it up. Otherwise, if you can't back it up, I don't have to take it on board.
But like,
if I can just add something,
trace exactly how this image was done and show you all the details and how they did it, the team that did it.
Exactly.
Even with all that, you would just say it's still CGI.
You can't even do that. So why would I entertain it? You don't even address, right? When I asked you to determine, and I said I'll be quiet. When I asked you to determine how you came to your conclusion,
is accurate if you weren't there.
Are you being rude on purpose? When I asked you to,
your logic used the other way doesn't work.
Are you being rude on purpose again?
At all.
Can I just throw something out there? I'm on the side of the globe, and Gooby, that picture is not what you say it is.
What is it?
Yeah, well, we all knew that, but this is the problem.
That image was made from a spacecraft called Rosetta that was actually launched into orbit. It's not something that was taken from Earth.
Okay, but is it
again?
If I got that wrong, that's my fault. Hold on. But what is the image first?
Gooby, listen.
No, hold on. He's trying to divert you from this. What is that image showing?
I don't care.
I'm not trying to divert anybody from anything. I'm just saying, Gooby, if you're going to present
not
something to argue the globe, please know everything about it.
Kurtz, what does that image show that I posted?
It's a comet.
Not what you claimed.
But was it taken? Hold on a second. The only thing that I'm presenting
one
is
at
that
a
it was not
fucking
taken
time,
from
gentlemen. One at a fucking time.
Yeah, I'm the one talking, so you can stop yelling now.
I got that part wrong. I just wanted to make it clear that that is a comet in that image.
No, that's what Kirst asserted. Okay, but again, he can't back it up. So I'm going to return. I did give Kirst a little moment to interject, and now I'm going to go back to what I was saying. Because Gooby, or however you say your name, you made a claim. I asked you to determine that. And instead of answering that, you just go and say, I'm framing it in a way that you don't like. Like that has any relevance. if you're going to make a claim and you can't even tell me how you determined it, how you came to the conclusion that this is anything other than just pixels on a screen, why should I entertain it?
You know
So
what
again,
my
I'm going to give you the
response to the
benefit. I'm
point
going to
was
give
when
you
I
the
said it
benefit
was-
of the doubt.
What?
I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and be quiet again for a short time, and give you room to actually run me through or run the room through how you determined what this is.
So I think you're looking at this wrong, because this was a response to when somebody said that comet was just
All right,
lights
shut
in
up.
the sky. That no,
Shut up.
listen to me.
Shut up.
Listen to
Shut
me.
up. No, because
Somebody
I
said-
gave you room to determine. I gave this guy room to determine, and he does not answer the question. He did not answer the question in any way. It's a piss take.
In a
if Curse
test, they
wants
would
to
say
join in,
justify.
because I want to have fun with Curse, because at least Curse is bold enough to answer the thing straight on, even if he's talking absolute nonsense.
You can please
So
just make
Curse,
the point
I know
that
I'm kind of poking fun at you, Curse, but go ahead and jump in, because you're the one who actually knows more about this so-called image than he does.
No, you're good. I just, the whole reason I don't talk very much is because I don't want to bring something up I don't know everything about. So when he put that image up there, and looking at that, I can know for sure it was not taken from Earth, at the very least, which he's claiming. So I'm just saying, if you're going to argue for the globe, just don't put anything out there unless you understand what you're talking about first.
All right, but what is in that image? What's that a picture of?
But claiming
Gooby,
that
look,
image was
I'm not-
taken by a
It's a comet.
satellite
Right.
or anything in orbit is
And then
just
he
as
dismissed
fallacious
my
as
point
it is from the
because
Earth.
Hold on
you
one
guys are
second.
not-
Hold it. Just
Listen,
let
this
me.
curse guy's listen. This guy's a douchebag. He's
Fraud,
been here
shut the
before.
fuck up, man.
He
Come on.
doesn't claim anything, bro. He always claims ignorance. All he's gonna do is claim ignorance the whole fucking time.
He always does this,
So
always
what, he
does that.
applies
I've only been in
wisdom,
here with you
dickhead.
once. So why don't you just shut up and let me talk?
Yeah, once they ban you, you'll see.
Yeah,
I can talk to him, like calmly.
Elisha just asked you to justify your answer. In a test, they would say, what is the answer? Now justify your answer. So give a little bit of how you got to that answer. That's all Elisha was asking you. Now, from
know what?
something like this, whether you claim it was taken by a satellite leaving the Earth's orbit or it was taken from ground level is just as fallacious. We would ask you, how did you justify, how did you reason that that was true, how you acquired that information?
Very good question.
Well, Gooby's muted and Curse knows how to play the game a little bit. So we're at a standstill.
Because if you
were you asking me something? I thought you guys were talking to Gooby. I was backing you all up. I don't know why you're attacking me.
We're not attacking you.
Oh my god.
No,
Don't
that
be
wasn't
warned.
directed at Coast. I was just saying either way, they could tell me that it was He-Man flying on a unicorn or it was Superman flying around the orbit of the Earth. They could tell me 50 different stories as to how they got the image. Point is, how would I go and prove that that image is from where they took it from? Normally, if something's really true, it's very simple to justify. It's very simple to prove. You can follow. There might have been an unedited footage till they got to that location, and this is just a single frame from that footage. That type of stuff we don't ever receive. We only ever get a static image telling us what they've seen. It's like showing a picture of Bigfoot. Now we say, how do you prove that that photo of Bigfoot is real? And you're saying, no, you're thinking about this wrong. No, we're asking you, how can you prove that that photo is real? Do you have a photo of the person who was standing there taking the shot? Or how else could you actually tangibly in a court of law prove that that photo is what you're claiming that it is?
Someone
called
unmute him,
forensic,
though,
yeah.
because he's crying foul play when he hasn't addressed it. He hasn't addressed what I rebutted with or what I asked.
Yeah, let him go.
Because this is the stuff, right? To help him out, if someone can actually unmute him, otherwise I'm just talking to the air, right? To help him out, I'd be like, okay, you're saying this is a comet. Do me a favor and determine what a comet is, or define for me what a comet is. Can you do that?
It was the person originally made the point that comets are just lights we see in the sky, and I posted an image that shows that they are not just lights in the sky. That was all my point was. I'd like to
wait a
move on.
second. I have a question.
Because again, you haven't
what
addressed
speed?
the point.
And
I
what
know this
speed
is kind of
this
getting
comet traveling?
old. I know this is getting kind of old, but if he's gonna stand there and cry wolf like this and be all he's gonna have to man up and answer, right? So first
I
of
can
all,
prove
how
it's
did you
fake.
determine? Yeah, I know. We know it's a myth, but let's hold him to what he's claiming. How do you determine that this is anything other than just an image? And tell me, if you can, what a comet is. If you don't answer those questions, then somebody's probably just going to mute you again because it's
You would
clowning
determine it
just
by
to learn.
looking at the device they use to capture the image and making sure it's a valid source. And comets are balls of either ice or rock that have long elliptical orbits from our sun that are probably located in the Oort cloud. That as they get close to the sun, the ice melts and leaves a trail behind it, and we see that on its cycle. And they usually return after a certain amount of years on a cycle because they're in an
Usually,
elliptical orbit.
probably.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm listening.
can I
I'm
have a
listening.
question?
So you know what comes
And
next?
while we
You know what comes next?
corkscrewing, while we
How did you determine
while
that? No, this is you lot are gonna get mad with me. I get it, but this guy is not listening.
I know
How
you're going
did
to
you
expect me to
determine?
give you a doctorate's degree worth of knowledge on comets to
No,
have to
because you're
determine
saying
how I
that
know
this
what it
thing
is.
is a ball of ice. Where? How did you determine?
If I say like I saw it in a space documentary comparing to other sources I've read on different things
you're not
online,
paying
you're going to say that it's all indoctrination.
You're not paying attention. I think
You
I'm gonna have to
watch
walk you through this like two hands at a time, right?
Oh, it's like I already know your
Where
answer.
where is this so-called comet situated, as you understand it?
They think that
Where?
comets come from the Oort
If you don't
cloud,
give
which
me
is
a
one of the
location, if
outer
you don't
layers
give
of
me a
Earth,
location,
the outer edges of the solar system.
okay, what's the solar system?
Oh my.
Oh my god.
Is that your answer? Because that doesn't.
Yeah,
follow.
that is
That's
my
not
answer,
correct
dude.
communication. So you're just talking nonsense then.
You not know what
I
the
asked
solar
you what the
system
solar
is?
system is, and you said, "Oh, you're God."
The solar
I think
system is
that's
our
actually the
sun
truest.
with all the
Wait, hold on,
planets and moons that orbit it, all the
I
asteroids
think
that
that's the
orbit it,
truest thing he
and
actually said.
everything
The
else
solar
contained
system
in the
is his
local
God.
area.
He worships the solar system.
I shouldn't have to explain that to you because you
So,
seem to know
Gooby,
some things about
Gooby,
Is it
space.
my? Is it my?
Gooby?
Wait a second, Gooby. You said, don't you know what the solar system is? Do you?
Just answered, yeah.
No, you don't.
I don't know what the solar system is.
No, you don't.
Oh man.
You have this.
you
you have
don't know
this
shit
story
about
inside your head. You have this story inside your head, which you have been told, but you don't know. You've never been there.
I could say
Only-
that we're saying about flat Earth,
Gooby,
Gooby.
Wait. You said you know what the solar system is. Tell me now the formula for the volume of the sphere. Regurgitate it. Fast.
It's about pi r squared.
Are you not done yet?
I don't know. I just
Oh,
told
you don't know.
No,
Then
I
what
literally
the
just
fuck
told
are
you
you
the
talking
formula.
about? You tell us
Hold
you
on,
tell us
like,
you know what
I
the
literally just
solar
told you the
system is,
formula.
and you don't know the formula
Oh my
for
God.
the volume of the sphere. Are you
Let him answer.
crazy in your head?
I said pi
Let
r
him
squared,
answer.
but that might be the radius. But there's why
The
do you need to know the
surface.
formula?
Can I have a
Surface
question
area.
about the
He said the
fucking
volume.
know the
He
formula
said
for the
volume. He
volume
said
of the
volume.
sphere.
Pay attention. Volume.
Yeah,
What does volume
volume of
mean?
the
Yep, he
sphere.
said
What does that
volume.
mean, guy?
And they're roasting you.
Okay, can
No.
I have a question about the picture? Gooby.
About the picture.
Yeah, it was there to show you that zoomed in pictures of comets exist and that they're not just lights in the sky that we see. So that's all I wanted to really show you.
Can I have a question about it?
The point of this exercise was just to
Sure,
make
I might
you
not be able to
aware
answer because
that
I'm
you're
not an
just
expert on this
believing.
particular
Okay.
image. So let's see what you need to know.
Yeah, sure. No problem. I just want to ask you, what is the supposed speed that these comets are traveling?
Probably have to look that one up.
Okay, I wait for it.
And the fact that you're all
Another
sighing
thing
right there,
you don't
trying
know.
to exaggerate it is hilarious because I don't think you expect anyone to know that by heart.
Gooby.
No. I just said I'll wait for it. That's what I said.
You just so you showed us a picture of a black dot, right? What is it?
It says about
You-
2,000 miles an hour.
Yeah.
2,000 miles
and then
an
you
hour.
and
That's
then
that's
how
pretty
did you
fast, right?
On a cosmic scale, no, that's actually
not
really
even
slow.
right.
Okay,
Come on,
for a
Gooby.
camera it is, isn't it? It's a
Oh
close-up
yeah,
view
I mean
from
that's
a
Google
comet,
says
right?
2,000 miles an hour on
It's
average.
a close-up view from a comet, which means I would suppose that the satellite that took that photo, at least this camera on the satellite, was zoomed in on it, right?
Probably.
So it was following it by what? 2,000 miles per hour. And it's not blurry at all.
Do you think there's other factors that affect that, such as the distance?
Do you see
and
the
that
problem?
parallax is less
Do you see the
exaggerated?
problem?
No, I don't think you understand that when you're far
No.
away from an object, you don't have to pan your view over as much because of parallax going down the further you go.
When you zoom into it, you have to. And this is certainly a zoomed in version because the comet almost takes up at least half of the frame,
No, but
right?
in that frame of reference, you're comparing being close to the comet versus far away and changing your angle of view. And that would be much more exaggerated if you're closer. That's what I'm talking about. There's no issue there.
All you're doing is begging the
issues.
question with
okay.
every other word. It's pathetic.
Do you
The
not see
f-stop.
where we're
I
coming
mean, if you really need to, you can compare it to like tracking a baseball in a baseball game. How the cameras can
Dude,
track
you know what?
that.
You know what's different about a
would work the
baseball?
same
I
way.
can go.
You
Look, I
don't
can
know.
grab the
You
baseball
don't know
out
what
of
the
the
baseball is.
What is the speed of a baseball? 2,000 miles per hour.
I'm
I didn't
using
know
this to
that.
help illustrate what it looks like to you because I don't think you can
No,
imagine
you can't
3D space.
you
very
can't
well.
illustrate imagination with reality. That's
I'm
not
trying
how
to help
the
you
world
understand
works.
it with an analogy,
No,
but I
I'm
don't
not the
think
one
that
who
No,
needs.
you
I'm
don't
not
need
the one
to
who
help
needs help.
us. You need to help yourself. You need to help
No,
yourself.
I
You
need
need
to
to
help
go
you a
and
lot.
learn the
You need a lot of
formula
help
for the
understanding this.
volume of the sphere first.
So I have
If you want to talk
What's
about
the volume of the
balls,
sphere?
because you don't have them.
So I
You
have
feel like talking about balls.
Hold up, please, everyone, just quiet for a second. Elijah, you're very quiet, so that's why people are talking over you. So if people could just listen to him for a second.
Yes, of course.
Well,
Go
I
ahead.
only have a question. The picture that I posted, which is obviously from Earth, that was Comet Neowise. How do they know that that looks like the image that you posted?
Wait, I
He's
don't.
not gonna be willing to answer this question. Go ahead.
How would they not know that that's the same thing?
Mm-hmm.
That's stupid. There's so many ways you could track that object. I'm like,
Then why didn't they
what
do
is
that
wrong with that?
from the ground?
Oh, really?
Well, it's probably because you can. I'm
Gooby,
assuming
Gooby.
it's because you can see better from something that's orbiting the Earth instead, as Curse pointed out.
No, why didn't they track this? You just said it's easy to make a picture like an unblurred picture of a 2,000 miles moving object. Why didn't they do the
One
same for
that's
this
large.
one?
It's large and far away, so it's not that hard. What's hard to understand about that? If it's large and closer to you, it's harder. If it's small and close to you, it's harder too. But this is large and far away. So what are you not seeing about this? That makes that hard to
That
track.
is large and far away.
Like,
Exactly
and you
what
can
you
also
said.
see
I
with
don't
your
see
eyes that it's not streaking across the sky at like as if it was close 2,000 miles an hour. So clearly it's far away, right? It's not close to you.
How would you know? How would you know?
You can check with
You
parallax. from
just
being on the ground.
there is no
You can-
parallax.
You can.
There's not even a radius, Scooby.
What do you mean there's no parallax? Do you know what I mean by measuring with parallax? When you move to the left and to the right, objects that are far away from you should move a certain distance away.
Assuming you're on the globe.
didn't move.
Yeah.
That's to calculate how
move.
far
This is
anything
what-
is. That's how they
Roger,
calculate how far
Roger.
stars are. That's how you can calculate
Shut up.
most celestial objects
Shut up for a
that are in a
second.
frame of reference.
Shut up for a second.
Well, he asked for the explanation, so I gave it to him like
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
five.
but you're deviating, they're deviating is clownish. So Roger, do me a favor, run this guy through the 3 points, because it's
Right.
clearly a severe lack of comprehension of reality.
So
And everyone, be quiet.
what was his name? Gooby. Oh yeah, Gooby. Gooby. Yeah, this kind of behavior doesn't help you, right?
What?
I don't know. Just shouting your name. It's just weird.
Okay.
It's just this trollish behavior doesn't help you at all, right?
My name's
Doesn't-
Gooby.
Yeah.
Let's move on from criticizing each other and making something productive here.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, be like Yazzie.
I just wanted to point him out on his behavior, right? We're all here, human beings. Acting like a clown doesn't help you, Gooby. So the first thing I wanted to ask you,
questions like he's 5
Yeah.
is acting like a clown.
Yeah, you're acting like a clown, Gooby. Next, the first question.
Explain things like that to a grown adult.
The first question I want to ask you, Gooby, is how did they ever measure the curvature of Earth? Right? They claim it's a ball with the radius of 3959 miles. Who has ever measured the curvature, and by which method has it been done? Surely somebody did it.
I can run by a few methods. For example, boats disappearing
Just
below
one.
the horizon, buildings disappearing below the horizon
Just
when they're
one.
a distance away, images from space. I can keep going. I'd rather say more than one.
No.
Elementary school.
After accounting for refraction, you can do proper laser tests and see that the Earth is actually curving around it.
Well, then show us a method, Gooby. Show us a method. Who has done it, and by which method, so we can verify it and do it for ourselves.
I'll give you an easy one. NASA, and by being in the International Space Station and observing.
Yeah, that's not something we can do for ourselves, Gooby.
Well, it makes it hard when you're on the surface of the Earth.
Oh, well, they told us this dimension.
Probably on the surface of the Earth. There you go. Watch a boat.
Excuse me, Gooby, you just said it's hard on the surface, but you said you watch boats disappear over the curve. So it can't be that hard on the surface.
Gooby, that's not what I
was just saying when you
Gooby, that's not what I asked, right? Surely
boats
they gave us
the horizon. Relax.
Okay, so give us this measurement, right? And method how they done it.
You follow a boat that's traveling away from you with a camera.
Yeah. Okay.
And it will slowly drop below the horizon.
Okay, so who measured the radius? Because you need to know the radius to calculate the curvature drop over distance.
So it's funny because
we're talking about direct measurements
whatsoever.
of the surface, right? Sorry.
You don't even need measurements to test this because this is direct observation.
You need.
Okay, so if I show you,
that's not what I'm saying. You can use measurements, but this is something so easy that you don't need science to actually show.
So I show you if I show you something happening over
below the horizon as it travels away.
I'm not done.
Roger,
yet. I'm not done. Yeah.
Roger, sorry to interrupt you. I want to tell you about the question. You should formulate it like this: who was the first man in mankind history that measured the curvature?
Make me have to talk about Eratosthenes, so I think we shouldn't divert to that. Let's just address.
Why not?
So,
why not?
Because I want to. We can talk about it right after.
No.
I want to ask how on the flat Earth model would a boat sink below the horizon?
Yeah, we have tons of demonstrations.
Talking about the first. Yeah.
We can talk about them right after. I just really want to know how on a flat Earth model does a boat disappear below the horizon?
You're not conducting this conversation, Gooby.
That's the
right.
You're
not conducting this conversation, Gooby.
I understand. I'm not conducting it, but are you refusing to answer that question?
Okay. So, Gooby.
Just give him the black swan, dude.
Oh, he jumped.
Yeah, what he did was actually come back here. He came back and he's actually learned himself a technique to deflect from the questions, from the 3-point questions.
Yeah,
he definitely was through these questions before.
He's going through one of the stages of denial, the anger stage.
Yeah. He lived up to his name, only it'd be more appropriate if it was Goober.
Yeah. When I asked who was the first man who ever measured the curvature, he did say Eratosthenes, so he knew the argument.
Yeah.
Not the question. That's not really the question. Who was the first? It's who have ever done it. Because he wants to know if anybody has the information.
It's the same, but being more explicit so you don't let them room to deflect, you know.
But that's a non sequitur saying the boats go over the horizon because that's not what you asked them.
And for anybody who is listening, is due to perspective. It's been shown. Like
Doesn't
I don't
matter.
know.
Showing the black swan destroys that. Doesn't matter. You don't even have to show that.
Yeah.
You show them black swan. If they can't get that, then there's no hope for them.
Yeah.
The black swan requires comprehension, though.
And come
Are
on,
you still there?
Guys.
Am I still there?
One thing.
Yes. Sorry.
Oh yeah, my
Oh.
Discord is hanging. I can't do anything. I'm about to get it kicked up. Go ahead.
Sorry. One thing I want to make an a point about that picture of that comet is that in that picture you can see like a rock, a perfect picture of a rock being lit by a light source
from behind. Yep.
The funny thing is that they say it's frozen mud, yeah, and on that part where is hit by the light, yeah, which is shined by light, it's becoming hot, and vapor particles evaporate from it, yeah, which would make it actually not be so clear, you know. When you take a picture when there is fog outside, mist, you can't see the objects in such high detail.
Get. You want me to simplify it for you?
Yeah, sure.
It's from one of those old movies about aliens and dinosaurs.
Oh yeah.
It's just a
Exactly.
story.
Yeah. But when I look at that picture, I saw that you can see the rock like you took a picture in a clear day, a normal atmosphere. But if you take a picture of boiling water from above, you cannot clearly see the water because of the vapors, you know, the water vapors which are rising. They obstruct the image. Yeah.
Yeah, I banned that mofo. We don't need him.
You see that light tail, you know, like coming right next to the rock, but the rock is crystal clear image.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
It's traveling at around 2,000 miles per hour, but the photo has no blur whatsoever.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Da Vinci.
Anyway, it's just non sequitur. There's no radius. There's no gas pressure without a container. He could show pictures from Narnia every day. He didn't want to go into. He wanted to point at space pictures to prove the ball, right? So using the radius to prove the radius. Oh my god.
And you know, they say those comets are actually frozen mud. So those particles which are evaporating from it is not just water vapor, it's also like sand, dust particles. And you cannot take a clear picture. I mean, if you go in Saudi Arabia and encounter a dust storm, yeah, try to take a picture of a building when there is a dust storm. Sandstorm.
Some fucking AI or something is deleting memes off of my phone. It's pissing me off.
What?
Where do you have them saved?
Just what?
I'll save them and they'll be there all day or for 2 or 3 days, and then I'll go to look for a specific meme and it won't be there, and I'm like, what the
Are you
fuck?
saving links, or are you saving screenshots?
No, I'm saving. I'll download the meme and save it, right?
How is it possible? Like for real?
I don't know. I give.
Your system's
I'll give an
compromised,
app.
or you're linking it to a software that's just going around. Because you know how we do this in Discord, right? You'll go back to your old images and they'll be removed because they've decided to ban some GIF or whatever, right? It might be that, or your system is compromised.
Or
I
you
think
may have some app which is managing your storage.
And it's pissing me off.
You know what? When you and that's why I called him, right? I called him. He was like, "Gooby, Gooby." It's ridiculous, childish, and just showing how he's not here to learn, right? He's just here to troll.
Yeah.
And
That's
create
why
conflict.
I pulled it back to that, because it was clear that he wasn't addressing it. I was like, how has no one done 3 points with this guy? Probably have already by the sounds of it, but it was just a more efficient way to get rid of the clown. This is why you discipline your children, people.
These kind of people have never been disciplined.
And it's all because of the space love, the love of space, right? The indoctrination that they have. Oh, I want to go to space. I want to populate Mars. Elon, pick me, pick me.
They want to populate Mars. They can't find one woman for themselves. What the fuck?
Yeah, Roger, was it you who said earlier about the test and about how you justify your answer?
Mm-hmm. I guess so. Yeah.
That's absolutely correct. Because imagine how funny it would be that they given all this rhetoric, right? And then they're given an exam, and they give all their rote answers like they're doing here, and then they're asked to determine it. Now, obviously, they're not going to get as triggered with the exam, but they're still probably going to end up writing similar response. Well, this is a malformed question, blah blah. They wouldn't know what to do, and they would fail. I don't know. That idea just makes me laugh so much that they haven't even considered that. Hold on a minute. How did I come to this conclusion?
Yeah.
That should be your number one with everyone. How? Show me. Explain to me. Run me through your logic.
And this guy was here. Yazid was a breath of fresh air, right? He was asking questions and taking it in and looking at it, but then you have people like this gooey guy that come in and just throw shit and hope it sticks, right?
Yeah.
my favorite was what's the solar system? And he goes, "Oh my god." He didn't realize. He didn't realize that he was actually given a correct answer. It's his god.
Yeah, he posed as an expert in the solar system, and I asked him the formula for the volume of a sphere, because you can't have a solar system without it, you know. Also, you can't do any quantum mechanics without this formula. It's very important.
Oh well. He's dead. Who's next? Okay, Roger, you're next.
Earth Club.
Congratulations. You are now a spaceman.
Rocket Man.
I just wanted to quickly say to Get Beget, I'm sorry, way back, Get Beget. I thought you were a Glober in here a long time ago, and I was like, whoa, 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 this is our house. It is not a globe. And I got mad at you. And I also I wanted to say to the Glober earlier that came in and spoke up on that image the other guy shared. I appreciate that he's at least listening in to the VC.
Yeah, don't worry. You're flat man, Ken, right?
Correct, Amundo.
Yeah,
happens a lot
I
with
know you
Get
very well. Your family with capital FE from Flat Earth.
Beautiful.
Don't
Thank
worry.
you, man.
Yeah.
Much love.
Bless you.
The thing that can help with Get Beget is to actually assume more often than not that he's being sarcastic to take the mick out of the Glober. But if you don't, if you're not aware of that ahead of time, then you're like, what is he talking about?
Yeah. Yeah, the problem with these people is I always, from early childhood, I had this mindset which fascinated me, the fact that once a man gets his mind corrupted, how do you become aware of that? So you always have to assume that your mind, your knowledge has been corrupted and you are being tricked, so yeah. And I like to often search in people's mind, and to point them those things which blind them. Yeah. I've seen many people being scammed. I was a crook, I was a scammer, and I know about these things.
Gotta be a criminal to know criminal, right?
Yeah,
That's why police officers are so good at it.
Yeah. And they ask, why would they lie? Because look, I posted a plasma TV image on eBay for sale. I fooled a Japanese guy to send me $4,000 for that plasma TV, which was like a third of the original price. And next day, after I spent all the money, he's sending me email asking me about tracking number, and I tell him, oh, I changed my mind, I'm gonna send you the money back because someone is offering me more. And then he sent me another 2,000. So if I wouldn't lie, I wouldn't have get more money.
You're
So-
slick, man. You need to teach classes. This is how you really play a mark.
Yeah. So when I hear them, why would they
That's
lie?
fucked
That's
up, Get
like
Beget, bro. I'm
you
glad you told
want
me
to
that
be scammed on and on. Yeah. But yeah, truth is not gonna be sweet on you. Never.
And if you spent that 4Gs in one day, I'm just gonna assume it was a fun fucking day.
Oh yeah, club night.
All the coke you can do. He's going around going giggity.
Those things with
Giggity,
the
giggity.
motive.
Right? Going to the club. Giggity, giggity.
Yeah, I got a question about the dome.
The dome that we're in, or your dome?
The dome that we're in.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No, it's just a general question because I see videos sometimes claiming that it's like a balloon hits the dome or something. Like, is that for real? Like in your opinion, or are they just trying to get views or something?
What balloon hits dome? Do you have any specifics on this?
I think he's talking about a balloon hitting somebody's head.
I was very plain in the way I asked the question, and I'm just saying I've seen videos.
I've seen that video.
That claim that.
I've seen that video.
Yeah,
I don't recognize that video.
Okay, yeah, that's all I wanted to know.
I think what happens with the balloons is they come to an end of a life and then they pop, and fall. And then there is a video of an independent rocket that hits something at, I believe, 73 miles above the Earth's surface. But what it hits, nobody can really determine.
I'd like to see the rocket video.
It's a go
To be
fast
honest,
rocket.
did you
Yeah,
know
me
that
too, me
thunder
too.
actually hits from the ground up? It's going from the ground up and it hits the dome.
What's going from the
From the lightning
lightning?
strikes from the ground up. It strikes from the ground and it goes up. And it hits the
Some lightning
surface
does.
of the dome.
We don't know
And
that.
then when it hits the surface of the dome,
Stop making assertions you cannot. You can
No,
verify.
as I was arguing with someone about this not too long ago, there was literally a thunderstorm the other day, just like there's one today, and that's exactly what I saw. I saw it go
Yep.
bottom up.
Turn
There's no
yourself up,
question.
Elijah.
Right.
Coming in really low.
That's been proven. It goes from the bottom. You can't
Yeah,
verify
I
what
do
it's
agree. I do
there are
agree
videos from
that happens,
pilots that
Elijah.
recorded thunder. I mean, not thunder,
No.
recorded the lightning striking from the bottom, hitting the surface of the
Right.
dome.
Great. That's great, dude. You still can't verify it, is what we're saying. That's all I'm
Yeah,
saying. You cannot
exactly.
verify that shit, dude. That's it. We don't live in that world of
One assertion is correct.
Hold up.
That lightning
There's
may
a
do
little
come from the
confusion
bottom.
going on in the
Hold
room.
on. I'm
You
talking.
can actually
Hold
see
on.
it.
I'm speaking. Yeah, I'm speaking. So yeah, we can definitely say some lightning does come from the bottom, but we cannot. Yeah, definitely not assert the other thing because we don't know what's the distance to that specific location of the container.
Oh, I see. You're meaning about what he's saying about it striking the dome. I get you.
Right. Exactly.
And from my body of knowledge on lightning, it's electricity. There's ground to sky, sky to ground. There's ball lightning. There's different forms of lightning.
Yeah, I was thinking of it in the sense of
Sprites, elves.
like arcing. You know, sometimes the point that the arc ends at is a lot brighter. I don't know. There could be a bunch of different explanations for it. I don't know.
Cursed. I linked you some videos in the live stream voice test.
Yeah, I see now. I'm checking them out.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you have sprites, right? Which is a weird phenomena where they where this lightning seems to hit something or how do you say this? It moves along something.
But it doesn't go further as that supposed layer. Yeah. There is a certain layer that no sprites go over. Yeah.
Right.
That's what we can say.
There's also elves.
But you're having fun.
No, it's not a joke. There's also called elves.
It said elves right on this video.
There's also a phenomenon called elves.
Oh, is that the classification for a different phenomenon?
Yeah, it's a different type of lightning there.
I just posted a video in the live stream by Audio Slave called I Am the Highway. And in the video, there's a time lapse of lightning moving super slow. It's amazing, the image. And plus, it's a really good song, good lyrics.
Yeah,
I thought you were talking about Legolas.
Is it the one with the red spirit lightning?
Red Spirit.
No. It's Chris Cornell from Soundgarden and his second band called Audio Slave, and the song's called "I Am the Highway," and it's like super slow-mo time lapse, the lightning, and it just the way. Oh, it's so beautiful, man! I'm telling you, check that video out.
Oh, it's quite a bad quality, by the way. It's 480p.
Check out the elves. The elf looks actually pretty interesting because they spread out differently. It's the last part on top. Sprite comes down from like a surface. The elves look like they spread out from on top or on a surface.
Right, where is the elf on this picture?
It's on the live stream.
That's the ring part of it. Okay.
Yes, that's the elves.
Okay, yeah, that's beautiful, by
Right.
the way. Yeah.
Also want to just say R.I.P. Chris Cornell. He was probably taken out by the cabal.
Like most musicians. Yeah.
Him and his wife were exposing like Biden type websites and shit, you know? Epstein type information.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, you said taken out by the Kabbalah.
Oh yeah,
Correct.
I've
Correct.
got a nice
Oh my.
something.
Who was that? That
Chris Cornell, Chris and Vicky Cornell, they started a foundation to help victims and survivors and expose people that were doing those types of things. And yeah, he was taken out.
Yeah. Chris Cornell was. Yeah. Wow. Oh my god.
I'm looking, he died in 2017. Is this the songwriter, the singer?
Yeah.
Mhm.
From Soundgarden and then later Audio Slave. Very good artist. Lots of interesting music. One of his favorite tracks I have is Can't Change Me. But that I Am the Highway one, there's some really amazing lightning footage in that video. Another really good song too. Yeah, sorry, I wasn't trying to detract from the convo. I posted the video because of the lightning footage, because the topic was lightning.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. I'm just trying to find out how they, what is the narrative to as he died. So what do they claim in the articles about him? How did he actually die?
Well, he was found in his hotel room. He supposedly tried to hang himself. There was a red turn, like whatever he hung himself with was red, and that's a sign that the cabal is silencing you, you know? They're trying to say he might have taken an extra Ativan, which can cause suicidal thoughts. He was not suicidal. He was looking forward to the next performance and the next show.
He has 3 children and a beautiful wife. Why
Yeah,
would he
yeah.
hang
And
himself? What the fuck?
and the two of them had started a foundation to bring light to the evils that are out there, like the Epsteins of the world and whatnot. So
Child molesters, yeah.
yeah, so that's why they didn't like what they were doing, and they killed him
Oh
for
my
sure. Yeah.
But this is so disgusting, when you hear about these kind of stories.
Made it look like he might have committed suicide, right?
Might have, yeah, sure. Yeah, but that's the same kind of thing they say about Jackson.
Michael?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was taken out too.
He. Allegedly, you people are so ignorant.
Michael did nothing wrong.
Obviously he didn't, by the way.
Yeah, I wasn't there, so I wouldn't know.
Well, his, like, I don't know, 200-person family was all the time on Neverland,
All I.
So
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's just this story doesn't make any sense. The only proof that they tried to bring to the court was one picture of him and some younger guy, and the younger guy didn't have any shirt on, and they were hugging, and that was literally the only proof that they showed in court. And it, when the accusation was over, then Michael's lawyer stood up and told the audience and the judge that that kid is his fucking cousin. So
yeah, all I can say is this here: there was more than one accusation. There was two. He dangled his kid over a balcony by holding it by the ankle.
That was pretty weird.
I listen. I'll say this: he paid his way out of the consequences both times. I saw an interview with. Hold on. I saw an interview with a a maid that worked with him for years, and she said she had seen things, and she just kept her mouth shut and did her job. And one day she walked into the room, and her son was sitting on his lap, and she quit after that day. Now, I don't know, man. I'm not the judge. I wouldn't let him babysit my kids.
You got the tabloid version of the story, man.
Well, hey, look, I took information from different places, not just one. So,
Macaulay Culkin.
That's tabloid. He's right. He's exactly right, dude.
You heard what Macaulay Culkin said about the guy?
No. It was a former cleaning lady of his.
No, I'm asking you. Have you heard
what
Macaulay Culkin said about Michael Jackson?
No.
Well, maybe you should.
Well, I don't know.
Well,
It's not for me to judge him, right?
You're talking about the cabal.
He's not here no more, so.
Right. So you're talking about the cabal and Chris Cornell, but did you see what they did to Macaulay Culkin? How he's into drugs and everything?
Yeah.
And he was real good friends with Michael. So you see what I'm saying? So they destroy everybody's lives. Anybody who comes against them, man. It's not.
Yeah,
just
fraud's
one-
right. I mean, if
not just
you
one
already
guy.
have this opinion of Chris Cornell, you got to look back into Michael Jackson, man.
Yeah, no. Hey, guys, listen. I wasn't trying to go either way. I'm saying I don't know. It's up for the big guy upstairs to judge, Michael, right? All I can say is when I saw certain information, I see him dangling his own kid over a balcony. I'm not going to say I think it's okay for him to babysit my child. That's all.
No, we all thought the same thing when we read that stuff too.
Well, you saw him dangle the kid, didn't you?
Of course.
That doesn't mean it, dude. You understand what kind of life he came from? He was
you gotta get the
so
whole picture, man.
bro. He was so abused by his father. The guy doesn't even know how to be a man. I mean, he's
I know his dad was a piece of shit. I know that. But it's anyways, I just think along the terms of breaking the chains, I didn't have a really good upbringing when I was younger, so I know better. I'm not going to repeat what I saw, right?
The way I see it is we don't have any proof Michael did anything harmful to anybody, but we have a lot of proof about all the harmful things everybody done to him.
Yeah.
He's not even dead.
Fame itself is fucked up, so I don't know.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we don't know if he's dead or not. Could be not.
I think the way his sister was crying when they spread his ashes was real. So I'll let him rest in peace. I'm just saying.
Sure. Okay.
You've been putting too much trust in women, my dude. You never heard of crocodile tears?
Oh, I guess. Yeah. Anyways, it is what it is.
They are in the.
And it's all speculation. And it's all speculation.
Yeah, even with Chris Cornell, maybe he did do himself in. I don't think so, but that's what we've been told.
But what we do know.
We do know that the Earth measures flat.
That's it. And that Roger has an underground Eden operation.
Do I?
Oh yeah. I also know this. There was a supposed 1%er that tried to go against the 1%ers, and they destroyed him or whoever it was. They didn't, whatever they tried to do, they weren't successful, and they're no longer part of the quote unquote club. So it's not just whoever in fame, even one of their own that tries to expose what they're up to, they can do whatever too, right?
But Corey Feldman made like a huge documentary, like last year or maybe 2 years.
Oh
no, last
yeah,
year.
Corey Feldman's awesome from the Goonies.
Corey Feldman, yeah. He was abused, and his body was abused also when they were doing films back in the 80s, I think.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And it took him like, I mean, Corey Feldman, it took him like 10 years to get together the money to make the documentary. And it's not because of the documentary, but because of the supposed laws, problems that will come after you put out such documentary. So yeah, it's a fucked up world that we are living in.
That's one thing is for sure, right?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, we have like it's coming summer, and they tell us, yeah, the cases are down 33% now. Imagine that.
33 again?
Yeah.
Oh my
yeah,
god.
yeah.
Oh my god.
It was
They have
today.
to put that
I don't
66 or 33 everywhere, right?
I don't you get these pop-up message, right? And I don't click them. I never clicked them, but today I did, and I saw the 33 decline. I'm like, oh, okay.
Oh man. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they make fun of it. They make fun of you, not knowing what it means.
Alright, guys. Got called a troll today.
Hey.
Called
Which
a troll
one?
on Reddit today.
Ah.
Don't know which one. But he was suffering a bit of cog dis in the end, I think, because the insults started coming out. So here we go. Oh, it's good. I do try my part on Reddit though, every now and then. Yeah. But yeah, it was the first time I got called a troll.
How dare you?
That was the guy earlier with the comment thingy?
I think so,
You caught him. Nice. It's so pathetic when they do this kind of shit.
I hate when I'm in Cog Dis and they ask a question and I answer, and then the answer's not enough, and they're telling me to provide more information. I'm like, look, man, do your own fucking research, you know? If you want to stop at the belief that satellites are real, then that's on you, not me.
Funny enough, that's how I ended the thing on Reddit. I said to him, just Google photographs of satellites and ask yourself honestly, do they look real? I haven't had a response yet.
So, like, I just posted a meme that'll be part of the answer. I'll be like, it's called triangulation. It's actually ground positioning system, not global. Words are powerful. And then what do you mean? Explain this, explain that. And then I'll be like, look into it yourself, man. I already told you what it was. Right? And then they want to just stop at the satellite answer. Morons, anyways.
Yeah, it's like if we can't explain every aspect of physical reality, then it's not true. It's like they need a story. It's like, you know what I mean? Like we're not allowed to say that we don't know how the sun, goes around the sky, why it, circles the sky. They need a story.
The sheer lack of humility.
The one guy types in, "Oh, so they have cell towers in the middle of the desert?" And I'm like, "Who the fuck is in the middle of the desert using fucking Google Maps?"
Okay.
Like a caravan of 20 guys, not one of them has a cell phone for any sort of ground positioning system location. They just travel by the stars. And this guy's asking, "Oh, so there's cell towers in the middle of the desert?"
Does he ever thought about how television worked back in the 50s?
Can they not clock how the satellite phones are bigger than the normal phones, yet they both apparently use GPS? Like, does it take that much reasoning to go, I wonder why the antenna is so massive?
I think a television question I was putting in the YouTube comments was how I got a flat Earth job offer, because color television was available for commercial use December 17th, 1953. And it's like, why would they film the moon? Was available for commercial use over a decade before, or exactly a decade before, or whatever, you know?
That's not what I meant. What I meant is that you guys in the US have such a huge continent, right? And they were spreading the signal to all of the continent. Everybody should look into how they did that back in the 50s or even before that. It's called you will find words like the ionosphere. They were bouncing back the signals from the ionosphere. There weren't any GPS satellites or anything like that. And they weren't, ground cable based. They used the supposed ionosphere to bounce back the signal to long distances. Which we, by the way, know that the ionosphere, what is it and how it supposedly looks.
What baffles me is how the people who are actually building these things, they don't get it.
Oh, they do. They just get their money and move on. They don't
no,
fucking care.
No, they don't. The engineers who are responsible for these things completely buy it, man. Not everyone, of course, but a good majority of them. They're completely convinced that what they're doing is something floating in space. It's like, dude,
So
you're the
there are
one. You're
different
the one who
people.
has. In that, but this is the thing, right? You're talking about how the signals propagate and all that stuff. You just look into the protocols of 1G to what we're at now, 6G, whatever, right? The people who actually understand that telecommunication side, how is it that they don't clock that what they're building is operating in reality and what they're imagining is not?
No, they know. Of course they know.
They don't. I've spoken with them. They do not. They're fully convinced, man.
You spoken to impersonators, and I can prove it to you.
No, spoken to engineers.
Well, what was their proof that they are actually engineers?
That's not the point. I already knew they were engineers. The thing is that there are people who are doing this, have a high level of understanding of these signals and how they work, yet they're completely confused. Then my comment was, that's what baffles me. Because it's just like, wait, hold on a minute. But, I guess I would probably just blanket that with, self-deception is a powerful tool.
Sorry, I had some company for a moment. I think we went from Lightning to MJ to back to Flat Earth again. I don't know.
Well, there hasn't been anybody talking since you left.
Yeah, I know. I noticed that. That's why I unmuted and said hello.
You posted like 10 memes one after another.
I know.
What the hell's that?
I was like trying to do good ones, you know.
Yeah,
that one of the floating things for GPS in the ocean. It's part of it because I lost the original fucking meme.
Yeah, it's grabbed down. Yeah.
I hate that shit, man. Something's compromised my shit. Sometimes I'll have this thing, it's constantly on the screen. We disabled voice recognition and this and that, and I'm like, and I'll trying to type and it's still there. Oh, it's so annoying.
Mate, you can reverse search for images in Google. So that means that
there's
you
probably
can, you know that, right? Okay.
There's probably a PDF in here for flat Earth memes too, eh? Like in the server. Yeah, PDF storage. I should check that out. Sorry, guys. I'll just mute for a moment. Go ahead. Speak amongst yourselves. I lost that Michelle Thayer one. She's a complicated rock. I want that one back somewhere.
This is not the same, but it's quite similar.
Thank you. See, and then it's like, I see that, and it's not hard to connect the dots when I see this meme that you just shared. For me, personally.
Yeah.
It's like, nope, we're on Mars analyzing the soil.
What the fuck? Obviously that. Oh my god. Yeah. Wasn't it
Thanks,
like 5
Roger.
years ago that Elon Musk put out some PR campaign that he wants civilians to go to Mars and you can, apply for it? What was the ending for that? So who's going to Mars? You and me or who? Nobody.
Oh, fuck. It's
It
going to
was a
be his
PR.
homeboys. It's going to be his homeboys from his secret society and his fucking university and all that, you know? Semper,
No.
you know, they're fucking Alpha, Omega, whatever fucking
No,
thing
but
he
what I
was
mean
in.
is it was conducted 5 years ago. And we heard nothing since then. It's a fake story altogether.
I'm pissed now. None of them are actually leaving. I wanted them to go.
But I would want them to go, yeah, to F themselves, for example, yeah. Just imagine how much money you can get from your government for doing these kind of shit. Because that's what they are doing, by the way. That's why SpaceX is aligning itself with NASA, when previously they said they wouldn't.
I'll tell you this much, ladies and gentlemen. Fucking up here in Canada, man, they just arrested Maxime Bernier. They've arrested 3 pastors just for holding a fellowship. At least the one church has gone underground. Different times we're living in, that's for sure. I was out and about the other day and went into the Shoppers to grab a few things. And my uncle came in with me to see what would happen because I don't mask up. It was interesting. He was standing there with his mask on. He's already been vaccinated. I don't know.
So now he will live. Okay.
Hi guys, you alright?
Hey.
Just wanted to ask a question. What do you guys think about the vaccines? Like, what's your thoughts on them?
Well, we're not really supposed to discuss it here in the live stream. We're supposed to keep it on topic, but I mean, it's only a personal opinion. These are only personal opinions. We're not giving medical advice, but I don't recommend it.
Yeah, it's better not to talk about it. The server is for Flat Earth. Powers that be won't allow us to talk about it. Servers have been shut down for less. So, yeah, there's enough on the internet to make up your own mind. And if you do want to talk about it, yeah, jump into another room. This is being live streamed to YouTube, so.
Yeah, chill VC or something. Chill VC or something, yeah.
Oh my god, is your name Armitage? Oh my god.
Armitage?
Yeah.
But why? Why do you say? Why do you say it like that?
Are you kidding me?
In what sense?
You know exactly. We were talking about Mark Armitage like a few hours ago.
Huh? Mark? What's that? Mark Armitage?
Yes.
Who is that guy? I don't think I know who he is.
Well, it's a pretty not common name, is it? Oh my god. When did this Armitage guy get VC verified?
So, sorry, my bad. I missed that. I didn't really hear you. I had to put my phone on speaker. What did you say? Who's Mark?
Yeah, he's been here for I think a week now, maybe 2.
Who, me?
Okay.
So, who's Mark Armitage?
I'll show you in a moment. I think it's his name, but I'm not sure if that's his name. I'll have to look it up.
Okay, and let's suppose it was his name. What is it about him that's not good?
It is his name, and there's a story there that we just talked about, like, I don't know, a few hours ago with some other guys. You know, the guy with the soft tissue in the T-Rex bomb.
The guy with who?
With the soft tissue in the T-Rex bomb.
Sorry, bro. Can you say it a bit slower?
Yeah, so T-Rex bone.
T-Rex bone.
Yeah, dig up.
The gap.
Do some science, and soft tissue comes out.
I'm not understanding you, bro.
Oh my god.
So basically, because of the extracted soft tissue out of a bone, they speculate that this bone wasn't 6 million years old, or that the dinos.
Fossilized.
It's a live stream. I posted it in live stream, the basic story.
What's the main points of contention here? I'm not understanding it.
You have the same name as him, so that's quite interesting. That's it.
What's that? Sorry.
Let me sum it up for you real quick. This gentleman, Mark Armitage, was using mass spectrometers and working with these pseudoscientists in dating things and fossils and dinosaurs. So he tested a broken bone. They opened them up now since the 90s, since Mary Schweitzer had to transport a femur that was too big to carry by helicopter. And every time they test the tissue inside the bones, it comes back 99% closer to literally a biblical account than it does to their old Earth radiometric dating methods. For example, the femur bones that have been tested obviously have soft tissue in them. When Mary Schweitzer first found this, she didn't believe it because obviously they knew that nothing would ever last and stay soft and malleable for 65 million years. So Mary Schweitzer admits, I had to test it 17 times. Because they didn't believe it. And they tested it 17 times and it was soft every single time. The bone wasn't even fully fossilized, proving it was only a few thousand years old. So a few thousand years old versus 65 million years old, it's 99% in favor of us, literally 0% in their favor, proving that all the dating methods are fake. Mark Armitage was fired because then when he found the same discovery 10 years later, he was using a mass spectrometer and the dating method said it couldn't even be older than like 20,000 years old, which is still not true. But using their dating method, it came back thousands of years old, not millions. And of course, he made this public and he was fired. Thanks, Mark Armitage.
Are you his son, by any chance?
So Mark Armitage is a good guy then, by that account.
Yeah.
No, I've just been in the conversation for a long time. I've been studying this since 2007.
Do you guys believe dinosaurs are real?
Okay, well, hold on. This is a scary topic.
My.
Hold on. Okay, so let's look at a saber-toothed tiger. Let's say they lied about the saber-toothed tiger because of the ages, because of where they found it. It doesn't mean cats aren't real. Okay, yes, they lied about dinosaurs, but giant lizards are real. Most flat earthers know that there were giants in history. That's all dinosaurs are giant lizards. Yes, they lied about them. They were just giant lizards. They didn't live millions of years ago. Yes, none of the bones in the museums are real. They don't put real bones in the museums. There is some that are fake. Every single one that has been claimed to have feathers, that is a hoax. That's fake. There's no such thing as a feathered dinosaur. Reptiles don't have feathers. So yes, they lied about everything, but they were called dragons throughout all of history. They are mentioned in every culture more than any other animal, and some are still alive today. There's even there's cultures now, actually, not ancient, that are in Africa and Australia that talk about them literally just 100 years ago in their cultures. The Africans still talk about them today. One is named Mokele Mbembe.
Yes.
The other one,
yes.
So there's a few different ones that are still alive. They're just big lizards. Yes, everything they said about them is a lie. But dinosaur just means terrible lizard, and I can guarantee you on my life there are some terrible lizards.
Wow.
Yeah, many people have different opinions on it. Not all the predators agree that. At least what they describe, Triceratops and this. No, everybody agrees because they'll find like one bone and say, "Hey, this is a piece of an Oompa just example." But they were species that were messed with back in the days, and were other species as well.
Yeah, do you know when the dinosaur word itself was first invented?
1841, Sir Richard Owens.
That's
Before
right.
that, they were
Before
called
that?
dragons.
Yeah.
Yeah, dragons.
Yeah.
Obviously, dragons throughout all of history. So Behemoth and Leviathan would be the best examples. God actually loves his creation, Behemoth, so much. He says this is the first or the chief of his ways. It eats grass like an ox, it has a tail like a cedar tree. Its strength is in the loins of its belly. Its bones are a brass or bars of iron. So this is a dragon named Behemoth. Behemoth just means beast of beasts. So it is the number one beast. And it makes sense. This is literally, we know that if giant lizards were real, they would be the most dominant creature ever. And it's not a coincidence that you have all these stories from English folklore, Russian folklore, Japanese, Chinese, Australian about these large reptiles that people were sent out and had to kill because they were a menace. They killed your livestock. They killed your kids, hide your wife. These were the most dangerous animals in history. And they even sent hunting parties out. The oldest one that I know of is actually in the Palestrina mosaic, showing an African tribe hunting down one right in the middle of it in the Nile River. And this is a 2,000-year-old mosaic.
That's really compelling. That's really compelling.
And the dragons, thunder still. So I went ahead and made a meme. I put it in voice check. Look at this little lizard creature here. This is a very special reptile. It's not a normal lizard. If this thing was just 10 feet long, it would be the most impressive creature. It would be more impressive than a crocodile or an alligator. This thing literally has armor in a sense that you can't even pierce it. If this thing got 15 or 20 feet long, spears would not be able to penetrate this animal. You'd have to kill it in the eye. You'd have to hit it in a special spot. So just this creature, increase the size and you have the most amazing animals in history. There's a dragon right there.
Yep.
Is that a real creature?
That is a real creature, sir. Yes, it is. And it bites its tail in a defensive mechanism. If a predator attacks this creature, it bites his tail and it creates literally a circular design so it can roll away and act like it's dead.
Wow.
Also, type in frilled lizard, which I use as a meme all the time. In the 80s, when they discovered that they found the frilled dinosaur. They even put it in the movie Jurassic Park. Then they go, oh shit, it's still alive today. We were just kidding. So they had to take that back, say it's not a dinosaur, and they really didn't look like that because it's still alive today. Just type in frilled dragon lizard. It's still alive today. They used to portray it as a dinosaur. So all they were doing was portraying a larger version of a literal reptile that's still alive. You can find them in Australia. And again, if that thing runs on two legs, so hint, hint, it runs on two legs. That if that thing was 20 feet or 30 feet long, elephants would be running for their lives.
What's it called? A frilled lizard?
Correct, frilled lizard. There's many. There's also the basilisk that also runs on two legs, and I've personally owned a water dragon. Those run on two legs. They can swim like a fish and climb a tree like a cat. And they're tameable.
Why don't we have the giant one? Why don't we have the giant-sized versions of them today, Ben?
They were all killed off. They've been killed off for thousands. They've been killed off since the Tower of Babel. They've been killed off for 3,500 years. How long does it take off to kill a kind of a creature? It takes us now 50 years. We can wipe somebody out. We can wipe out a creature. So 3,000 years is more than enough time.
That's astonishing.
If you notice in history, they have all these recipes that include dragon blood, dragon tooth, dragon eyes. What are they talking about? They're talking about these large reptiles. That's it. There's no magic or mystery. There's no wizards involved. There might be some fairies. I don't know yet. There's fairies alive today if you walk down the street. But these are just real creatures. This is just this was normal reality. Nobody went, oh, do you believe in dragons? No, they were feared. It wasn't something you even wanted to talk about. It was just such a terrible nuisance. It was just normal parts of their lives back then. You can also look up stories of Herodotus finding the dragon bones and piles of these bones in Egypt. It talks about the flying fiery serpent chasing people. God sends them actually to protect his children sometimes. So God even uses dragons. Man, they're throughout all antiquity.
Would the serpent be considered as a dragon?
No, it would technically have. It really couldn't. It has to be some sort of creature. Usually, in our technical terms, a lizard is not a serpent, but all serpents and all lizards are reptiles. However, a lizard can't really be a dragon, but they call it a flying serpent. So if it's if I add on a special feature,
now you're confusing him.
I know if I say it's a flying serpent, now we do have a dragon because we have limbs. You need limbs for wings.
And you see in the Bible, in Genesis, it says when God's given out the curse to the serpent, one of the curses it says that on your belly you shall go.
Sure.
and I'm just inferring that before that moment he had limbs. Maybe the serpent did have limbs and was considered a lizard in some way. Or
well, actually, that word. Well, the word is not translated correctly. It's actually dragon.
What, serpent?
There are different ways. Yeah, if you look at the Hebrew, it's a dragon. They're saying dragon.
Mm-hmm.
You're kidding me.
Nope.
Nope. Welcome to the Great Deception. Yeah. Even though it is the word of God, if it is the word of God, it will be perverted by Satan. You see, Satan doesn't have to mess with those other books because they're trash. Satan messes with the Bible because it's the word of God. And even though he's perverted it, we can find out what it really says. And thank God we have the Hebrew, we have the Dead Sea Scrolls, and we know it's the word of God.
He hasn't managed to burn all the information about it, so we still have it.
You mentioned when talking about the historic giant lizards or giant dragons. I don't know. He was talking about, when everyone feared them. I don't know if you were just saying it in jest, but you said hide your wife. Did they?
Yes, you would. Right, jokingly. No, don't go to serpent seed. No, I'm not. Yeah, is that where you're going?
Yeah, that's where I'm going. Yeah.
Okay, I don't. How could I tell? It was a joke. It was hide your wife because you don't want your wife to be eaten. Don't send your wife out to pick berries when there was a 45,000-pound dragon outside. Even if it's here's the deal with reptiles, guys. Even if it's an herbivore, they still eat people. Actually, I have tortoises. Tortoises eat living things as well. They don't care. They're like a bulldozer. They're just going to go and chomp and stomp. They chomp and stomp. They're actually not really herbivores. They're all omnivores. So even the ones that don't actually rely on a meat source will still eat you and your livestock. Thanks. That's a dragon.
So back to the point I was trying to lead you on to.
There is no serpent seed.
So what is that? Just another perversion in the Bible then?
Because it doesn't say it. It doesn't say it. You have to add that to the Bible. The Bible does not say Eve had sex with the serpent.
I know, but it says it will put enmity between.
Yes.
It says that.
Correct. Enmity. That's right. Not compatibility. Not they can have sex. It's incompatibility. You see, it's the opposite. Yeah.
So if that's that is leading on to the same point. If he went on his belly. If he went on his belly, that suggests that there was a time where he could walk, or he had limbs, or he had something that added to his mode of transport, other than just being his belly. So if the curse was that he went on his belly, and now you're saying that the curse is that they will put enmity in terms of they will be incompatible. That also suggests by circular reasoning, that there was compatibility for
no, it's
because I personally don't know.
Hold on. It's spiritual. We're talking. That's why God says you are of your father, the devil. It's not a physical. It's a spiritual. The bloodlines didn't get messed up until after that. That's if there was a bloodline issue before the sons of God came down and found the daughters of men fair and beautiful and had perversions with them and made new offspring. That would be irrelevant. So that would be a serpent seed if you want to use that term. I don't use the term serpent seed, but yes, it is the bloodline of the devil because of the fallen angels. It has nothing to do with a serpent having sex with Eve. That's why it said she knew Adam and bare Cain and Abel. It doesn't say anything about her having sex. It's a spiritual separation. So it is you are not compatible with your father, the devil. That's why there is that lineage, but it's a spiritual lineage. She did not have sexual relations with Satan.
So it still, once again, it doesn't make sense. So is God saying that before they were compatible with the devil, and now they're no longer compatible with the devil? Because
it means that they don't get along. No, it means there's enmity. They do not get along, so they will be fighting. There will be a war perpetually until the end.
Was there not a war beforehand between the devil and mankind?
No, they obviously got along. That's why Eve listened to him and said, "Okay, I'll take the fruit and eat it." Obviously, that's not a war. They were getting along just fine.
And that's why you shouldn't and can't really trust a woman. No, I'm just jokes, just jokes.
Just good joke, good perfect time. Yeah, and it was the man's fault because the man blamed God. You see, that was the ultimate sin. It wasn't everything wasn't ruined when Eve took that fruit, and then when Adam ate it, it's when Adam blamed God. But you gave me the woman. That was the biggest mistake men have ever made, is blaming God for giving you a woman. How stupid and pathetic was that?
But at the same time, you have to realize that they were children. So that's what a child would do. That's a childlike response. You understand?
I'm a child now.
Right. But what I'm saying is mentally. So like you have a 5-year-old or a 6-year-old or 7-year-old. You know, if you find out they did something wrong, they put the blame on something else. They won't take responsibility. That's a childlike response, because usually when they haven't put in that position before, this is how the reaction is. You know, so it stems from that. Because they had never known sin. They don't know sin. They didn't know anything about it. I mean, they knew not to go to this tree and not to do this and whatnot. But other than that, that's all they knew.
Yes, they didn't know they already had the ability to sin. So the pop quiz question is, did God tell them to be fruitful and multiply before or after the fall?
Oh, before the fall.
Exactly right. So before the fall, they were told, be fruitful and multiply. So we don't know how long that time was. It could have been 150 or 200 years, to the point where then they took the fruit. They could have been well behaved for 100 years, or maybe they were well behaved for 6 months. I don't know. I can't give you a timeline, but we have no idea how long they were in there before they screwed up.
Right, and time works different, because in that time there was no time. Time didn't exist for them. Maybe as far as mortality, but other than that, not mortality in the sense that they would die. I mean, if they didn't eat of the tree of life, then yes, they would. But other than that, they
Of the
had
knowledge of good and evil.
well, not that one. There you have the tree of life, and then you have that one. You know what I'm saying? So
right.
The tree of life is what was the sustenance. That was to give them immortality.
But can I ask something? So on the fourth day, God created the sun, right? So this would circle around our flat plane. So time would be observable, right? Or I mean, they would see the sun
Well, yes.
every day. So then time would be there. I don't know.
Well, let me explain. Right, fraud is kind of correct, because there was time. However, they were not decaying, so there might have not been entropy, because Adam and Eve were not aging. However, obviously there was time, because the evening and the morning were the first day. They were made on the 6th day, and of course the 7th day God rested. And then after that, we don't know how long they were in there before they screwed up.
8 years. So before
There's still no record of time. The only reason we record it now is time to record now because of sin. And the rest of it never would have been recorded. Other than
day. You got to go by the day.
It was always recorded. It was always recorded. It was always recorded, because when God said, "Let there be light," and it was the first day, that's recorded.
Well, the reason is for the Sabbath. The Sabbath is the main reason for this whole time record, basically, because God created there 6 days. 6 days out there later, shout that labor. 7th day is the Sabbath, right? So you're supposed to rest.
It wasn't because of the Sabbath, because it wouldn't matter if it was the first.
It did. Let me finish. You understand that God rested on that day. So everyone's supposed to rest on that day. You see what I'm saying? So that's a day to rest, because God rested from creating all His works here. So that's the day for us to spend time in communion with the Lord. Even before we sin, that was going to be the requirements. You understand?
I just wanted to add to the conversation. As long as my mind's healthy and I'm learning something new each day, I feel childlike, I guess, as long as I'm learning something new. And if you ever felt like you knew everything, just think how boring that might be.
Well, God does. He's not bored.
Well, no, I mean, as a person, to know every single thing, wouldn't that kind of be boring? I don't know.
I don't think so, because let's say you have a lot of skills. I mean, the greater your skill set, the more active you are. You see, and the more you can contribute to the world on a whole. I mean, to friends and family. So you're always the more you can help. I mean, the more enriched your life becomes. So the more you can help people, I believe, is what learning is all about. Because if you learn just to help yourself, what's the point? So if you're not out there helping others, I mean,
and
that's what gives you purpose, I think,
Yeah, I agree. But and then there's some things I don't really want to know or need to know. Like a small example, and this it turned into a big thing once, and thankfully a couple guys jumped in and came to my defense. Like somebody sent me an image, and I, didn't like that, and said don't do that, and they sent me this code. Oh, it's legal now, and I'm like, I don't care. And at least they don't, they only did it the one time. But it's like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to.
What was
Some
that,
things
marijuana?
I'd rather not know,
What is marijuana
Well,
free
if
now?
I
It's legal. What's right? You
No,
keep
no,
smoking.
no, no. It was an anyways, it just doesn't. And if you know me, if I know you, like if I get to know you for a while, and you're like, I'll give an off example. I hate muffins. I really don't like muffins. They upset me. They disturb me. If I found that out about you, I wouldn't start sending you images of muffins and me eating a muffin or somebody
Oh, I
eating
see
a
what you're
muffin
saying. I see what you're
or a
saying.
muffin fight. You know what I mean? And if images of muffins and muffin fighting or like throwing muffins around was illegal at one time and now it's legal, I wouldn't start sending them to you because now it's legal. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you. Totally understood.
note to self: don't ever send them a muffin. Just kidding.
Yeah, that was just an example anyway. Thank God muffins are still legal.
Can I ask a question?
We're listening.
What are your guys' thoughts on water and where it came from?
Possibly the ground.
Huh?
Well, it depends
It's
on
a
what
horizontal
you
plane.
go with. I mean, it depends if you believe in the Bible or you believe in something else. So, I mean, most of us believe in a creation thing, so we have to come from that aspect. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'd like to say I believe in the Bible. I would. I mean, I do believe in the Bible. I've got really.
Well, if you look at the Bible, the water came first before the land. You know, so you got the void, then you have water. It's God's spirit moved upon the waters, and then there you go. From there
Yeah.
on,
Where did it come from? Because in the creation story, it was never created. It was
Well,
already there.
Yes.
it was.
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't
was.
created. It
Well,
says
it's in the
No.
beginning. God created the heavens, right? What comes
Yeah.
from the
No,
heavens?
it's before that. It was before that.
No.
The
It
God
says in the
moved upon the
beginning,
surface of the water.
but it goes in the
God.
beginning. God created the heavens and the earth, right? When He created the heavens, He doesn't mean He just. This is because if y'all don't read Jubilee, y'all won't understand this part. Because in Jubilee, it tells you everything He created on the first day, which includes everything of His throne, meaning the angels of the presence, the spirits of the frost, the spirits of the water, the angel of the waters. So the water, where does the water comes from? It comes from His throne. That's how it got filled. Is there not a river that flows from the heaven?
Apparently so. Yeah.
Okay. So where that water was going?
You're just drawing
Not
a
a conclusion.
conclusion from
No,
something.
I'm not. Read Jubilee.
From something
Read
here's the
Jubilee.
thing. Right, but here's the thing, right? So there's lots of books outside of the Bible claiming to be
No, Jubilee.
outside of the Bible.
Yeah, Jubilee was created. Was in the Bible. Was taken out.
All right. Well, this is what I'm saying.
It was who
These are
wrote it?
Listen, hold on, bro. Hold on. All I'm saying is these are unverifiable. You cannot verify that is the case. All I'm saying to you is you have to have a you can't. It's not totally verifiable. Basically, it's not absolute truth because you don't
Actually,
know.
I could give it to you by scripture.
You can read it and accept it as truth for you, but you cannot tell other people that that's the ultimate truth. You see what I'm saying?
I can give it to you by scripture. Did God not create everything?
Here's the thing.
Did God create in the Bible in scripture? Hold on, in Isaiah, doesn't it say? In Isaiah, doesn't it say that God created everything, good and evil?
Okay, all I'm saying to you is you cannot quote it as truth when you have not fact checked the whole record of it. You understand?
Oh, man.
You can accept it as truth for you, but you cannot force other people to believe it. You see what I'm saying? You can give an opinion. Well, I read this book and so, right? So
I mean,
let me give you an example. I'm 7-day Adventist, right? So as a 7-day Adventist, we have a book outside of the Bible as well, but it's spoken of in the Bible. So if I were to tell you to read that, and then you say, "No, I don't want to believe that book because I don't believe in that person," that's
What book is
that's
that?
fair. That's
yeah,
fair.
what book is it?
That's Spirit of Prophecy, right? And that's Revelation 12:17 and Revelation 19:10. So I have there's proof of that in the Bible, right? So all I'm saying for you is you cannot accept everything.
But that's not necessarily proof. You're just saying that the
Right,
apparent
exactly,
book.
exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm doing the exact same thing he is. So that's why I don't come in here telling people
No,
to read
he's on a
this.
different. He's on a different perspective. At least the book that he's referring to, he's saying that it was once included in the Bible. It was
No,
and
but no, it was not.
and it was.
That's what he's being told. See what I'm saying? That's what you're
What
being
are you
told.
talking about?
That's what I'm just. Hold on.
Who wrote Jubilee? Who wrote Jubilee?
Listen, all I'm
The
saying to
snake
you,
people.
you
It looks
cannot.
like a Pharisee might have wrote Jubilee. A
You
Pharisee might
cannot
have wrote
really?
prove that to be
Jubilee. Yeah.
to
Who
be
do you
the
think
case.
wrote it, Elbow?
You
Who
cannot
wrote
prove that
Jubilee?
to
The
be the case.
Bible also, the
You see
Torah
what I'm saying?
also
That's
is
all I'm
No.
written
saying.
by the snake
Okay.
people.
I'll wait for Fraud and Elbow to get done first.
All I'm saying is you cannot prove that to be the case. You can accept what people have told you to be the case, and that as far as you can go, right? That is as far as you can go. To sit here and say it's absolute truth is false. You can't do that, bro. That's all I'm saying.
But I think he's coming from a different perspective than you are in terms of how you would quote your Spirit of Prophecy book to be true, because who's to say that I'm not too clued up on what you mean in terms of the Spirit of Prophecy was referenced in the Bible, but what you're saying
twice, and it tells you who the people are. There's more. If you read it, you'll understand what I'm talking about. But all I'm saying is just
But
because
I could easily just make up a book.
but the
Not make
same
up a
thing.
book. I
What
could
I'm
easily
saying
just
is
write.
the same thing.
Oh,
I could
you
write.
can easily
I could
make
write
up
a
a
book
book, but
and just say that's what
I tell you a
referring
book
to.
which
Yeah, but let them
wait.
get this conversation. They're having a conversation. Just let them speak. Just the two of them, real quick.
All I'm saying, dude, is you cannot just because all right, you want to take his side and say, all right, well, it was removed from the Bible. How do you know that?
I'm not picking sides. I'm just.
You are picking sides. You're saying what I'm saying is not the same as his. It's exactly the same. Neither one. You cannot verify that it's truth. You're saying you can read it and accept it as truth, but you cannot verify it. That's between you and God, right? So as a man, I'm not supposed to impress my views upon you who doesn't believe the same way I believe, right? Just because I believe it to be true doesn't make it true. That's all I'm trying to get you to understand. Just because
I
he
understand.
said
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're
he
saying.
removed it from the Bible doesn't mean that it was actually done. Doesn't mean that was true. Like actually I was saying, Satan has attacked the Bible in so many ways.
I agree.
So many ways you don't know. You don't know, right?
This is a point where I would
The
like
Bible,
to add something.
the Bible per se,
Sorry.
it's a new. I'm gonna say a new type of thing because it was scriptures. Back in the days, it was just scriptures. There were scrolls.
Yeah, I was gonna go on to-
Whole load
back
of
in
them.
the days there were tablets.
There were
gold,
scrolls.
solid gold.
There were scrolls.
You don't know the Dacian people. You don't know the Dacian people. They had
I'm not talking about the
solid
Dutch.
tablet gold, which those scrolls, the Sumerian tablets or the Dead Sea Scrolls, they are inspired from the Dacian people.
The who people? Sorry.
They were actually born in the northern lands of the Danube River. Yeah, they got born there, and then they migrated. The Pelagian people, yeah, they spread all around the world, and they took that knowledge with them, writing and everything. The word civilization root is rooting etymologically in the Proto-Latin language. It is not nor not Greek language nor Latin language can pride itself with the invention of the word civilization or culture. It is the only language that can pride itself with that. And the guy earlier said that he can make up a book. He can easily make up a book. But I tell you, a book which you will never be able to make up. And that is a book which weighs 15,000 tons of gold approximately, yeah, written on solid gold tablets. One tablet is weighing 10 kilograms of gold, solid gold. Make it. Because no
Are you saying that the
nation
spirit of
in this
prophecy?
world ever had. No,
No,
listen.
he's on
No
something else.
nation in this world can pride itself to have had their whole knowledge and history written in solid gold. Neither their art, nothing. They had a few gold artifacts of worship, but they did not have that much gold. So the book
Anyways,
which is
I
from
could
God,
prove you.
where is written the word of God, has been stolen almost 2,000 years ago by the Roman Empire. You have to thank to them for doing
Anyway,
that.
I can prove to you there was the God created the waters because God created also an angel of the water.
Yeah, that's true.
And I can prove this by scripture, by biblical scriptures in Revelations 16:5.
Well, the biblical scripture that we
Hold on.
have
Hold on, I was
today
talking to
is
Fraud.
corrupted.
I was,
Yeah,
I was
go
talking
ahead.
to Fraud, and Fraud,
Sure.
so Fraud in NIV version says, "Then I heard the angel in charge of the water
It was
say,
me.
you are just these."
It was me
you
that
are,
said that God didn't create water.
Oh, yeah. But I'm saying that.
You're talking about.
Listen, guys, I don't agree with him, but just let El Boliqua talk. Just let him go, please.
And in the scriptures in Revelation 16:5, can you read it? What does it say?
See, here's the thing.
And I heard the angel of the waters say, "Thou art righteous, O Lord, which art and was and shall be because thou hast judged thus." In Jubilee, it tells you that God created the heavens, the angels of the waters, angels of He created everything, pretty much everything. Was that?
How is it possible for waters to talk?
No, it didn't say the waters talk. It said angels of the water. The angel of the water.
Right. Now read it again.
Right. This is Revelation, right?
Yes.
Revelation is all symbolical and metaphorical, bro.
Right. Okay.
No, it's not all symbolical metaphor. There's some. But
It's both.
Exactly. Very, very little is literal, right? So when it talks of waters in this way, that means people. That doesn't mean water.
Oh, it doesn't. Not in this one.
Really?
So
not in this one. You tripping?
I would have
doesn't water have memory?
This is why I don't get into it, because like the Spirit of Prophecy is very in depth about explaining things, certain things, right? So you would have to accept that these writings are from this woman who was so-called ordained by God, quote unquote, if you believe it or not, explains a lot of things that we are not supposed to understand, because God doesn't give it to the individual person. He gives it to one person, and that person spreads it to everyone else, right? This is how he's done things throughout the entire Bible, from the record of Moses all the way down, right? Noah, you had Noah. Noah preached to the people, and after Noah, you had Abraham, blah blah blah, and he had one person that basically gave the information to the people. That's why that's how you avoided all this controversy of what to believe, because it was one person ordained by God to do these things. And then after that, he gives a group of people, was the Levites, right? So the Levites were the only ones that could basically carry the ark, all things of that nature, right? Anything that came, they were the ones that went straight directly before God. You understand? So there is a way the Lord does things. So that's why when people try and forget the Old Testament and just supplant the New Testament without going to the Old Testament, or vice versa, the Old Testament not accepting the New Testament, this is how you run into problems. So you have to take the whole thing and understand it from the beginning to the end. So if you understand how God always works with his people, this is what you have to understand. His people, not everybody else, his people. That's how you have to look at it.
You're pointing to a racist God.
No, because man separated himself from God. God didn't do that. Man did. Man divided himself from the
That's true. Mankind, you see, God does not see a man or mankind as one and the same thing. Mankind is Satan.
We have adopted
a group of people. A group of people represent Satan. But a single man is a man. It is not Satan, actually.
The only other place I've heard that argument.
Yeah.
The only other place that I've heard the argument that there's a separation of man and mankind is with people who believe in a pre-Adamic man, so as to say that there was man before God made Adam.
What are you talking about, dude?
Literally, I asked the same question. I'm not saying I agree with it. And most of the points that I've put forward in this conversation, I don't necessarily agree with them. I'm just trying to find out more.
Noah was saved in the ark because of what?
Because God was regretful with the creation that with where man had ended up in terms of what they were doing. They were doing a lot of foul deeds against one another,
So
against
Noah was the
themselves.
only one, besides his daughters and their husbands, that believed the Lord was going to end the world with a flood, because he had created something that he became very wicked, and he decided, I'm going to end the world. But he told this to Enoch first, right? Enoch spread the word, right? And then so Enoch went up, and then Noah took over. So God, he's long suffering. Can you imagine the length of time those men lived? God was telling people, trying to woo them back to him, and they decided no. What I'm saying is, this is how the separation between men. You have the men of God, and you have man of man. You know what I'm saying, man that follows man, but you have men that will always follow God. But the ones that will follow themselves will always outnumber those who follow God, right? Just like in the flat earth, community here we have. Very few of us in the real world. How many in your family believe in the flat earth? One out of what? 1,000? You know? I don't have one other family member that believes the way I do. And there's some of them are very open-minded. So I'm just saying, it's usually the minority, bro.
I get your point. I just don't think that directly relates to. I don't think that directly relates to your point in terms of man of God is separate to mankind, and that's why there's a delineation of the two. I'd be more.
This is why you read the Bible, right? It says, "Cease from man because his breath is in his nostrils." Right? There's all kinds of parables in the Bible and Scripture telling you not to follow man. God says that so many times. I don't have all of them.
But what does that have to do?
Man
what does
as
that
a
have to do with there
plural.
being two
Man
different
as a
types of
plural.
mankind? You keep mentioning these points in support of God and in support of good over evil, and I get that. There's wickedness in the world. Yeah, I get that. But how does that directly transfer to you saying, okay, so that means there's two forms of mankind, the ones that follow God and the ones that don't?
Oh, you want
right. There's only two sides.
You want a scripture representation? Is that what you're looking for?
Jesus said you are either for me or against me. So there is only two sides. If somebody's on the fence, if you're not for him, you're against him. If you're on the fence, you're helping out evil. If you stand by and you allow evil things to happen, well, you're on that side as well.
I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. I don't think you're understanding the question I'm asking. I'm not talking about there being sides. I'm not talking about there being sides whatsoever. I'm talking about, are there several different kinds of man?
What do you mean?
The same way that you've got different kinds of the same species. I don't think I've used that in the right way.
So
there's loads of different kinds of flowers.
Yes, you have, for
there's loads of different
example.
kinds of cats.
Hold on,
we're not talking about whether we're not. Wait, just let me finish. So I can really understand that you are understanding what the question I'm asking. There's loads of different types of cats. Some may be herbivores, some might not be. Some may be good cats, some might not be. Some may be good and evil. Right? That's
right.
fine. Granted. but I'm talking about in terms of the kind that
No,
they are.
we're not talking
Is
about
there
race.
is
We're
there
talking
is
about
there a
race.
mankind?
really?
No,
Is
there's
there?
only one kind. No, one.
Okay, right, yeah, that's what I would agree with. But there's other people that would suggest that there is a pre-Adamic man.
Oh, but
I don't agree with
that's
that.
not
I
biblical,
personally
though.
don't agree with that
That's
because
not
obviously I follow the lines of
What does that
creation.
have to do with this? What is it? What does the pre-Adamic assumption religion have to do with this?
I don't know. I think someone just mentioned the word mankind, and they mentioned about how there's two different kinds of man. So
Well, there are two different. Just like if I have one pit bull that ate, a person, I'd have to, put that dog down. The good pit bull that doesn't eat people gets to stay in the family. It's that simple. They're the same kind.
no, that's not two different kinds. That's two pit bulls.
I
One
didn't
good
say
and one
there's two
bad.
different kinds. There's not. I just told you
Um,
three. There's not two different kinds of men. There are men of God and men of their father, the devil. They're the same kind of
yeah.
creature.
Yeah, if you get
I
into
was the
small details
one
like
who said
personality trait,
who mentioned mankind.
the personality
Sorry.
trait that started. Hold on, get. If you go with the Bible
Yeah.
representation of it, Adam and Eve had two kids. One was, but they had more, but they had the ones that were represented as
63.
humankind was Cain and Abel. Both were given the same opportunities. One chose to go one way, one chose the other, right? So that's basically how this thing went down. You understand? So you're always going to have that separation throughout life, throughout our plantation on this plane. You're going to have that separation. Just one will outweigh the other in forms of numbers.
Yeah, Adam and Eve had 63 children in total.
That's if you go with whatever book you believe in. Don't just say stuff like that, dude, without referencing.
Yeah,
the fact
wait a
that you
minute,
believe
wait
in
a
something
minute,
else.
wait, yeah, whoa, wait a minute. They have 63 Who counted them, first of all? And you know that they were producing other people before Cain and Abel. That's why it said her birth would increase. You can't multiply by 0, guys. So good luck counting how many kids they have.
Right. So if you're gonna believe some book,
Wait, what do you mean? They had. You're saying that Cain and Abel wasn't their first offspring.
What does that? Right. Let's look at the word. What does it say?
It says your birth will increase in pain. That doesn't mean that she's already given birth.
No, read it again. That's not what it says. Read it here. I'll pull
Your
it up.
pain
for
will
you.
increase in childbirth or whatever. Well, okay, you tell me.
No, it doesn't just say the pain will increase. It says the childbirth will also increase.
That doesn't mean she already had childbirth.
Yes, it does. If it's going to increase, that means that she was already having persons. They just didn't. They weren't born physically. This was before they had sex. Yes.
What?
Oh yeah. Look at the
What
Bible.
are you talking about, man?
It's in Genesis.
Genesis what?
Dude, how do we always get back to the Bible? Let's just get back to fire, man. Come on. This is just gonna go, blue pill, red pill, green, blue. It's just no, dude. That's why I don't like doing this because we're all agree on everything. Just certain things we don't. But what's important we agree on for right now. You know what I'm saying? I don't like doing this.
Well, a point I want to add is someone said, questioned the mankind, like there's many kinds of men and stuff like that. And the Greek mythology is actually confirming this to us by saying the soldiers of Hercules.
Okay.
Hercules took the dragon's teeth, he threw them on the land, and they germinated and raised an army of beings which look like man inside and outside. They look like man. And later, these they are called the Kagani. And
Dang it, why you gotta go off track?
No, let me finish. Later, they have been cursed to die just like men. So this makes them, gives them the state of men also, if they follow God's laws. So they have a chance for redemption and stuff. They look exactly like us, inside and outside. But what makes you a man is being humane, not acting it. If you're acting it like the Hollywood hypocrites, yeah, that means you are not a man.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Well, okay.
There wasn't a separation of man.
I think it's arguable that a man and human it's arguable that they're two different things.
Being humane is not just like you get born like that. No, you learn it.
With that
Okay,
same
let me read this just for
understanding.
the record real quick. Just let me read this for the record real quick. So because I know people are upset about this, they don't know what I'm talking about. So 3:16, unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. You cannot multiply by 0. Thanks for playing.
What's 0 to the power of 0?
0.
Nothing.
No, it's 1.
Nothing.
0 to the power of 0 is 1.
Nothing.
0 to the power of 0 is 1.
What
That's
do you
nothing.
mean?
That's not reality. 0 plus
0
0,
to the power of 0 is 1.
There's nothing there. That's
What's
not
1
reality.
multiply that?
You
Matter. I
can't
don't have to
prove
ask
it.
the word. It says right here,
0
thy
to the
sorrow
power
and
of
thy
0 is
conception
1.
will
Put that on Google for you. Put that in
It
Google.
doesn't matter. I don't need Google. I believe the Bible. That's fine. I just accept the word of God. Thy conception will multiply. Thanks.
Yeah, doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that does not mean that that does no. Now shut up. That does not mean that does not mean that okay. Out of 0, you're gonna have more pain. No, every time you have more pain, you're just gonna get painful.
That's
Every
the
time you have.
point. There's no 0. It says your conception.
Who was
will
the first
multiply.
baby?
Doesn't give us the
One
name, does it? Doesn't
Okay.
give us the name.
You
Does it say Cain and Abel are the first? Does it say Cain and Abel are the first? No. See?
Wow, no, because Adam and Eve were the first.
Conception will multiply. There it is. Genesis 3:16.
Well, that can go either way, but the thing is, everyone's first is good and initially good because they're created by God. Then they fell, and then they initially they can be saved potentially as well.
It doesn't say that conception will multiply. It says, "I will greatly multiply thy sorrow
and thy
conception."
Yes, and thy conception, not sorrow in conception, and the conception. Yes, multiply
that can go either
and
way,
thy
that one.
sorrow and the conception. That's what it says.
It's a good point, though, but it can go. I think it can go either way.
I don't think it
You can't multiply by 0. You can't multiply by 0. Sorry.
But it doesn't really matter too much. It's not like a big issue.
Yeah, I
It's
have
not
a
gonna-
problem with this
not gonna change
0
much.
at the power of 0. If I have 0 apples and I multiply them by 0 times, yeah, by no time, I will suddenly get out of nowhere 1 apple.
Yeah, but why didn't God mention those children that she had before? Because he only mentions Adam and Eve had Cain and Abel. He didn't mention any other.
No, it doesn't say it. It said after the fall, he knew Eve. They knew each other. Yes.
I don't agree with Pillbox in that. I know in Genesis.
There's no mentioning of any other children.
Hold on. And in Genesis 5:4, it says, and all the days of Adam were 900 years, and he begot sons and daughters, right? So he does say that later on. I don't know about before. I don't agree with that because I don't see that scripturally saying that God said Adam and Eve had children before Cain and Abel, but they had children after them. They had more after them. So that I do know for a fact because the Bible. Well, for a fact in the Bible.
Well, there's plenty after you.
Yeah, they had Seth, the third
Doesn't matter
child.
too much though. What matters is the origin of evil. Where did evil start? It didn't start initially. Everyone was good, and there weren't these bad people. And you're not humane by your choices. You're humane by because all fallen. We all fallen, but we have good and evil in us. All of us are. I mean, there's a lot of good people that don't know God, that don't know Jesus, that don't want Jesus, that are good people in themselves. They're just generally good because God made that goodness in all of us inherently. So even if you don't come through the cross and become a child of God, you can still be a good person and trust in your own goodness.
No, you can't be a good person.
It doesn't save you though. You still
Man
end
does
up.
not have
Hold
the
on.
evil
Let
inside
me get this
him.
out. I might have to recant that statement because I remember when Cain was cast out and he was afraid for his life. Why would he be afraid
That's
for his life?
right. Thank you, Frog.
Right. So there were others. They had more children. Yes, they did.
It's because no, it's not. Wasn't because of that. The only reason he said that is because when he knew people they were going to multiply in the land, he was still going to be alive for
Well, that's
900 years.
possible. That's possible too. Yes, I
Okay, Fraud.
I'll accept that.
Fraud, real quick. So
Yeah.
God tells Adam and Eve, be fruitful and multiply. This is before the fall, you see. And
Right.
then after the fall, God tells them, now your birth pains and your childbirth will increase after the fall. So they were making people before the fall, but they weren't having sex. There was no sexual relation before the fall.
So
after
how were they
fell.
having people?
I almost
How
had
were they?
I know. If you let me talk, I'm explaining. So then
Bro,
after
get
the
out
fall,
of here.
okay, well, this is what the Bible says, and that's why I get to believe it. So after the fall, they knew each other, meaning they had sexual relations, and the birth pains now increase and the conception increases. So are we to assume that Adam and Eve didn't listen to God when he told them before the fall to be fruitful and multiply? I guess you'd have
Of
to.
course, they had sex before the fall, but
No,
could
they
have
did
been
not.
that could have
No, they
been
did not.
enabled that
They
they
did not
had
have sex before the fall. No,
before
they
they
did
left
not
the
have sex
garden.
before the fall. No, they did not have sex before the fall.
Yeah, you were
Of
able to
course they
make
did.
babies without. You were able to make babies without having sex before the fall.
Oh my
That's-
gosh,
that's-
yeah, because we know how beings are before the fall.
I can't do this anymore.
Yeah, we know how beings are before the fall.
Great.
Oh no, we
What,
don't. They were
man?
spiritual. They weren't physical in the flesh like we are. It was before the fall. It was heaven on earth.
They
There
were
was no.
made of flesh.
It wasn't
Let's
like
see
the
if
flesh.
we can
after
anchor
the
They
this
fall.
weren't
speculation to
spiritual.
something from
They
the
were naked.
Bible.
They were not
realized they were naked.
spiritual.
Man,
Well,
yep.
that means what? After the 8th, they became meat.
They realized they were naked. Mm-hmm.
But did the
Same.
Bible said that when they ate the fruit, they became meat?
Be fruitful and multiply was
That's
before
just
the fall.
no.
Bro,
That's not what I asked you. Is that what I asked you? Is that what I
It is,
asked you?
can't understand. That's the point. You
No,
can't understand it.
you not just really. That's just
I
be,
didn't
it's
say
just
that.
be to sell it.
No.
That's just you being a seller.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's what you believe.
Sorry, that's what it says.
That's what you.
They
That's what
knew
you
each other, then they
believe.
knew each other. So watch this. So they became. Watch this. They became fruitful and Did they become fruitful and multiply right before the fall? And then after the fall is when they first have sexual relations. So good luck trying to explain it.
How long were they in the garden?
There is no date. There's no time.
Oh, so you can't say, oh, that same day that we're gonna have babies right there and then. Okay, but then you just making assumptions, man. You know, you are because you're saying they're making spirit babies.
You're adding to the word. It says
You're the
be
one
fruitful
adding. You're
and
the one
multiply.
adding to the
No,
word.
you are. It
What the
says
hell are
be
you
fruitful
talking
and
about?
multiply, and they did not have sex until after
Did
the
they?
fall. That's
Did
what the
they
word
say
says.
they had any babies before they left?
So they didn't listen to God. God told them to be fruitful and
Oh,
multiply.
did the Bible say? I'm asking you. Did the Bible say they have any babies before they left?
God said, "Be fruitful and
I understand.
multiply."
I
Yes,
understand what
that's
it
God
says.
said. Right.
Yeah,
It doesn't
so
say what
but
happened. It was a
it
demand.
says
It was an order by God.
okay.
It doesn't tell us what happened. It says after the fall, your
Ask your
pains
question.
and your childbirth
Oh my God.
will
The
increase. There you go. That's the Bible says.
XO. Does the Bible say
you're,
they
you're,
have?
you're jumping to conclusions because
Yeah,
just
he's
because
definitely-
it said that it's going to
No, you're
multiply.
not listening. That's what the word
No,
says.
you're not understanding it. You're not understanding it correctly. Just because it says it's going to multiply their sorrow in childbirth or whatever, or in conception, that does not mean that it was going to be a sorrowless, a conception or childbirth without sorrow. Maybe God knew already that she would experience some sorrow when her childbirth is to come. And now he's saying, okay, well, now that you've done this, I'm going to greatly multiply. So you're saying, oh, you can't multiply by zero. That's a jump to a conclusion. It's a jump to a conclusion.
Nope, it already happened. It says the birth pains and the conception will increase, multiply.
Well, that doesn't mean it's happened before. It just means
Yes,
that her
it
birth
does.
pains.
It says they are
How?
going to multiply. It's increasing. You
Yeah.
can't increase from
Do you
zero.
understand when
There
you
is
have
no
one baby, it's painful. When you have your second one, it's even more painful than the first one.
Yes, conception will
Okay.
increase. They were told before the fall to be fruitful and multiply. They did so by assumption. There is no details on what happened. I would assume that they listened to God. Yes. Then it says that after the
Well,
fall,
then it would have
that
told you
her
there was children.
conception will increase. So then, so watch this. Fraud realized, wait a minute, Cain went out and found somebody else. Where did those people come from? Those were the
You
beings.
didn't find
before the
anybody
fall.
else. You didn't find nobody else.
Oh, there weren't civilizations out there? They didn't go and meet people? He didn't find a wife?
So there
Who was
was
his wife?
pre-Adamic men then.
Who was his wife?
You're telling me, did he find a wife or
Who
not?
was
I
his
asked you a
wife?
question.
Who was
He
his
found
wife?
his wife from one of his sisters.
Probably
was
one of
his wife?
Adam's descendants,
It
probably his sister.
It was
Correct.
his
Probably.
sister.
Probably.
There's an
From one of his
assumption.
sisters.
Probably.
Probably, huh? Probably. That's Bible, right? Probably. It sounds like an evolution book.
Well, it
Yoda
looks
would
like they
know.
noted the male descendants, but not the female descendants. So I think there's an apocryphal book that said he married his sister Lulua, and it was Cain, Abel, Seth, Adnah, and Lulua. Two girls and 3 boys.
We're trying not to add books to the Bible right here. We're just trying to go strictly biblical. We're not using any outside books. We're just going from the scripture itself.
Sola Scriptura.
Cain died. Did Cain died?
Yeah, of course.
When?
If he didn't die before the flood, he surely died during the flood.
Well, I don't want to get too deuterocanonical
So
with
you
outside
mean-
books,
you
but
mean- no, wait,
maybe there are other
wait,
books
wait.
that were inspired that weren't
in the
included
Bi-
in the canon.
Didn't
The
God
Bible
put a protection on Cain?
That was so he couldn't be slain. They didn't say death was given to all
Yeah.
men.
Slain.
Slain
Killed,
means
yeah?
someone's gonna kill you, yeah. But he died, probably died
Yeah.
of natural causes.
So that means he can die?
Of course.
Oh,
Once
really?
you were pushed out of the garden, dude, you had no more contact with the tree of life.
No,
That was your sustenance.
I'm only trying to find out if you really believe the word in the Bible, or you see, in my research, I kind of found Cain. He's
Bro,
living in
you just told us about
USA,
Hercules
in
and the
the
dragon.
Death Valley.
Come on, dude. Dude,
Yeah,
stay within
that's
the
a
lines of the
metaphor.
Bible, man.
Do you
Just stay
know
within the. Yeah,
what
I
the
know that,
dragon's
but
teeth are?
you're right. But just stay within the lines of the Bible, please. That's all we're trying to do. That's what we're trying to do here, man. We're not trying to add.
Well, I'm trying to tell you that you live in Satan's world, governed by Satan. How can you have the true religion, of God of life, in his kingdom?
Good dude.
Do you think he would
Then we're
allow it?
all lost, bro. If there's no way for God to penetrate Satan's
That's
kingdom,
nonsense.
we're all
The devil
fucking
doesn't
lost.
own the world. God owns
Oh,
everything. He owns the devil too. The devil is just the ways and means party for those who don't love
What do you
God.
mean God
The
owns
devil
it?
is a Mickey Mouse.
God
He doesn't even
left
feature.
the world.
It says in the
He
Bible that
does
the devil
not
is
dwell
used as
in
well.
the world
The devil is
because
just
it
a,
is
it's just a, it's
filthy,
a
it is
pawn.
defiled.
with
The world
Jesus.
You're
He
making
sent his
the
son
devil out to
Jesus
be
like
the
he
good
is
guy, but
still
he's actually
active
nothing.
and still taking part in the world. So
The devil is
it
not
doesn't
even
look
a
like he's
deal.
left if Jesus is a
He's
thing.
already defeated at the cross. He was defeated 2,000 years ago. He's not. He doesn't even feature. Who's the devil? What? Who cares about the devil? You're making a big mountain out of a molehill here. He's already
The devil's still
defeated
the prince of
long
this
ago
world.
at the cross.
He's
So
still the
Well,
prince of this
he's
that's
world.
the
nothing.
problem because
By
you see
making him
the
out to be.
devil as a person,
All right, we can
while
move on from
he
this
is not.
conversation. We can move on from this conversation. We can, if y'all want to keep continuing about talking about scriptures, we could go to Bible study or whatever. Let's go back to flat Earth.
Yeah. Flat Earth is kind of quiet subject.
Well, that's what happens when we
we all know
destroyed
it's
when we destroyed the globe. We have to wander to other topics.
Armitage, do you have a question about flat Earth?
Not really.
Okay.
So, what do you think of the shape of the Earth?
Sorry?
What do you think of the shape of the Earth?
It's flat.
What gives you that assumption?
There is completely no curvature whatsoever. There's no curvature
Give me 3
whatsoever.
proofs. Okay, so you say there's no curvature. That's one. What's the second one?
I think that is the one and only proof. It's a killer proof. It's a killer
It
proof.
is a killer. It is one killer proof.
You
You're
can't
right.
you can't have a ball with no curves. It just doesn't work.
Maybe it's too
I was
big.
I was gonna say the globe's kind of like that girl you didn't introduce to any of your friends when you were with her, and then you just kind of ghost her.
Oh my god.
What's his second
Oh,
proof?
actually,
Armitage?
his answer was very true. Like you cannot have a ball without curvature. That is a true
It's
statement.
that's 100% facts.
Yeah.
I can't argue with him. That's the killer. Yeah, you're 100% right.
No way. It's just not
What's
possible.
what is your second proof though? What is your second evidence that the Earth is not?
Do you have another one? Yeah.
Bridges.
Jones?
Have,
Oh,
they don't
no.
they don't
Okay.
they don't account for curvature. Bridges don't account for curvature.
I see no curve.
Well,
Yeah, that's also about the shape, but what about the motion?
But I seen a curved
Okay,
bridge.
the motions, right? Okay, yeah, the motions. Gosh, there's so many on that.
Yeah.
There's no Coriolis effect. Well, if there is, then when a plane takes off, there's no way that a plane can land on a moving. And then you've got to think about the atmosphere as well. It violates the second law of thermodynamics. There's no way atmosphere can exist next to a vacuum without a barrier.
Pressure. Yes.
The gas pressure that's just completely impossible.
Well, you're a flat earther now.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I still haven't got that roll on my thing, but I'm not really too bothered about that. I'm not really.
Yeah, I mean, how long you've been here?
A week now, I think. About a week, maybe more.
yeah, and how long have you been looking into this matter?
How long have I been looking into flat Earth?
Yeah.
I'd say about 4 years. 4 years or so, maybe more.
Yeah.
Usually, we used to, ask 3 questions and usually give them the flat earth roll. But we, the admins and mods have decided that usually takes about 2 weeks period, until we see you active and speaking to people to actually give you a flat earth roll because a lot of stuff has been a lot of posers
Sorry.
Go ahead.
So have you ever debated or argued with an actual globe earther?
Yeah, a lot.
Nice. Okay, nice.
A lot. I've definitely opened a couple of people's eyes. They walked away from that conversation maybe not knowing that the Earth is definitely flat, but the question had definitely opened up in their mind for them to think.
Planted the seed. You planted the seed.
Yeah, planted the seed. They knew that maybe the world isn't what they thought it was, or maybe things don't work the way they thought they worked, and now they have to try and find a new system that will make the globe model work. Because curvature is just such a big thing. It's just such a big thing. The ball Earth being a spinning ball as well, it wouldn't make sense. Flight paths would be half the time. Flight paths would take half the time if it was going from west to east as opposed to east to west. If I ever got that right. If GF was spinning.
Yeah, there will be Coriolis issues. The Earth was spinning. Interferometers devices would show us that we are in motion. Because whenever we are moving, we are actually doing it inside a magnetic field, electric field, and electrostatic field. And this is why interferometers actually help us. They make the best instruments for measuring velocity. motion.
Okay.
Once you move inside the electric field, you can detect it, the motion. But if you are still, if you are not in motion, also that you can detect. And I mean, I worked as a CNC machinist for very big auto industry, German auto industry, and I used high precision, ultra precision interferometers to measure metal component parts. I was supposed to achieve this ultra precision components. Yeah, so you measure like the surface, the micron surface of a metal, yeah, which I machined it. So I've seen that this interferometer was showing me 1 micron split into 1,000.
Okay.
So, but you know, when I was measuring that part, if you like hit the table, yeah, with your hand, you will affect the measurement, like small vibrations and stuff. Also, the temperature in that room was controlled, always constant. It was a special room where you measured these parts.
Okay, but what's the connection to Coriolis effect?
Well, these interferometers should show you that, yeah, you are in motion, you know, but thanks to Einstein, he forbid us to use these instruments to prove that we are not in motion. The world, the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And what's your take on this, Armitage? Like, what's the problem with the Coriolis, in your opinion?
It's not the Coriolis effect, if true, then it's not seen in reality.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, but they would tell you that everything is moving with the rotation, so that's why you cannot detect it.
then there's no Coriolis effect.
And there's no exactly.
Yeah, very nice. Okay, good.
You know, actually,
But
if
then they tell you that the bullet actually moves because of the Coriolis effect. It diverts from your target, right?
Yeah.
That's the
And
other thing that they tell you.
So they juxtapose themselves all the time. All the time. They
So
want to
yeah,
have it both ways.
exactly.
They want to say, "Oh, you can see a ship go over the curve at the beach," and then they want to say, "But the Earth's too big to see a curve." It just makes no sense.
Exactly. It's called doublespeak.
Double speak. Yeah, that's it. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's very
What else
good that
was I
you
going
see
to think
that.
about?
Well,
yeah,
do
when
you know
you
anything about the photos from Earth? For example, from that were supposedly taken in space. You know, the photos. Do you
All
have
of
any
them are
take on
photoshopped.
those?
All of them are photoshopped. All of them.
Yeah, can you show it, by the way?
Yeah.
Can I show it?
That they are photoshopped in a way, yeah.
Yeah. If you put them into Photoshop and you play with the levels, you play with the contrast and stuff, you'll be able to see where they've edited things or.
Nice, you know exactly what you're
where they.
talking about. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The saturation levels. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can
And
see
NASA,
like when they copy pasted the different
exactly where they've
images,
copied
you
and
see the
pasted
square
images
box.
onto it.
Yeah.
The square box, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what would
But
you say about the
also,
very old photos that were supposedly taken in the 60s and in the
On the
70s? For
moon.
example, the very first blue marble.
Oh wait,
Those
the
are
blue marble
analogs,
or
right?
the moon photos?
No, I mean any kind of analog that was taken, analog image that was taken back in the 60s and 70s, because that's what they're gonna tell you. That
As
it's
for the
not
blue
all
marble,
images are.
you've got repeating clouds. I think
No,
on
no,
one
no,
of
no,
them,
no, no. Before that, there are
before that,
analog images.
The 72 picture, yeah.
they had the shadows are go in conflicting directions, so that it shows more than one light source.
Okay, so you
Which
don't know
means-
that argument, right? Actually.
Okay,
You're
maybe
just
not.
trying to come up with something. Okay. So the
No,
basis
I
for
thought
that,
that's what I
yeah.
was referring to. Go on, sorry.
Yeah, so the basis for that is that you can anytime show, for example, anybody on YouTube, that guys can make anything they want realistic within, for example, Photoshop by using the brush tool, only the brush tool, nothing else. And it was achievable in the 60s. There were very great artists who could, actually make a painting on a canvas of the earth, and then they took a photo of it, for example. It's not a certain proof.
And they did it by using special camera angle positions. Then in front of these cameras, they placed a round little window, yeah? And behind that, they placed this painting of the earth, and they used also special lightning. So yeah,
Armitage, do you know
it was
Charlie
a
Chaplin?
studio setup, yeah.
The actor.
Charlie Chaplin, yeah, one of the greatest directors, actors, filmmakers, whatever you want to call him. He was actually
Yeah.
considered as a genius. Do you know why?
No.
I'm gonna show you. It's quite genius, by the way.
Okay.
So there were, back in the 30s, 40s, 50s, they were using special effects. And nowadays, especially, you just told me that you know how Photoshop works, you know what layers are. You know what compositing means. There are different layers. And they did the same thing, just analogly.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea how they did that?
No, how would they do that with analog?
Well, I just posted a video. It's like 1.5 minutes, and it's containing one of the techniques that Charlie Chaplin used to do. It's ingenious.
I'm having a look now.
Okay. I'm gonna wait for your reaction.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at it too. I'm curious.
Oh my gosh.
Is it genius or not?
Wow.
It's great, right?
Wow.
Fucking good.
That's amazing. That's actually amazing.
And he came up with this idea, with this technique, by the way. So that's why he was considered, even within the industry of filmmaking, as a genius. And this is the 1930s we are talking about, So this is how they did it back in the day. There weren't Photoshop, there were no After Effects, Blender, or anything like that, but this they could do anytime.
And in those times, this kind of movies made some people like really believe that if they fall from a building, they can actually survive. So they threw themselves, Yeah.
No, I'm not sure about that, but it's a great technique, nevertheless.
Yeah.
That was really good.
Wait. Before you scroll away, you need to hear this. Republicans across the country are moving.
So yeah, like very much. Oh my god, I'm gonna mute. Okay. So I wanted to show you, Armitage, how did they actually did it regarding the moon. Because NASA put out some photos from back in the 60s that this is exactly what they were doing.
So did they just go into a high altitude plane, or I can't remember exactly how it is, but they're either in a room or on a plane or on some type of aircraft?
No. It's
They're
not.
in a room.
It's multiple videos that they stitched together. So one of those they made it this way. I posted a picture in the live stream.
I thought you were talking about the part where they block out a part of the window with some circular type of object.
Oh, that was in the 80s. That was in the early 70s and the 80s. Yeah. This is way before that. This is 60s. Yeah, but that also, you are right. So there was, what was the name of that little documentary? Because there was a whole documentary.
A funny thing happened on the way to the moon?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one. That is the documentary that contains the kind of thing that you just mentioned. Yeah. So they actually gone up to quite high, for example, with a simple flight, and they just had a hole on the bottom or on the side to the bottom, and they, yeah.
It blocked all the windows so no light was coming through, so it made it look like they was in space when they took the picture.
With the hole, yeah. And they lined up the camera, yeah, and that's it.
The deception is so clear. It's so clear. I don't understand why everyone isn't a flat earther. I don't understand it.
And that's what I tell people. People here usually think, especially the older guys, that the flat earth is not spreading. Yes, it is. YouTube had to actually make, how do you call it, banners right below the flat earth movies. Yeah. Any kind of video is on YouTube talking about flat earth now, for the past 1 week or 2 weeks maybe, has a banner right below it, trying to explain that flat earth is not real. Now, what does that tell you? It tells you that it's spreading. They have to put the banner there.
What, so you think more and more people are searching up flat earth videos?
Yeah, and they are lying about the statistics. When you look up what is it, statistical data about flat earth nowadays, it's bogus. They are hiding the views.
How do you know that?
Well, they can do it anytime. But for example, I have friends who are actually YouTube content makers. And sometimes you can see, how they call it, the socialblade.com is a statistical website for any kind of social media platform that collects data out from APIs, if you know what those are. And, you can pay quite a good money every month to have like very detailed statistics about any kind of social media platform, any channel, any Facebook page, anything. And usually you will find that there are views that are, for example, minus 50,000.
50,000?
Minus 50,000.
Yeah.
How can you get minus 50,000? I tell you how. Either you deleted the video yourself, or if you didn't, then it means they took it away for some reason.
That's crazy.
That's not crazy. Every Flat Earth video has way less views than they had like a few years ago. The same videos I'm talking about.
Yeah. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I get what you're saying now. And
So
I just
they
feel,
have. Yep.
I feel sorry for people because now more than ever they are spreading misinformation like wildfire, so it's even harder to get your hands on. If I was to put into like all the stuff that I've watched over the years, all the things that I've seen, I don't think I could find them anymore. If I was to put them into YouTube to try and show a friend, I just have to talk from experience now. I just have to talk from knowledge, and then point them to certain things that they can look up for themselves, like actual things. But if I was a newcomer into this, I'd probably have to rely on like a Discord server like this, because other than that,
Yeah.
if
you go to the main media outlets, you're not gonna. In fact, you'll be
You won't
swayed.
find it.
Yeah, you won't find the truth at all.
And when you search these terms in YouTube or Twitter or Facebook or whatever social platform, they show you exactly the opposite and flatter society stuff and all this Simon Dan or the clown, you know.
Well, I made a little statistic for myself. Whenever you search something within the lines of flat Earth, the first 50 or 60 videos are about debunking it, not explaining.
Yeah.
It's not the videos that were 5 years ago that you would find 5 years ago.
They show you all those crazy claims. Why is flat Earth stupid? Why flat Earth cannot exist? You know, like the most stupid argument. Yeah.
I'm annoyed with how the government takes it. To be honest, the cheek and audacity that they have not to. If they're gonna stand by the globe model, then at least prove it to us. And definitely, when I was first becoming a flat earther, it was very reluctantly so. I almost felt offended and betrayed by the government, or by the authorities of science, that we have not got verifiable evidence. We haven't got a single photo, and we haven't got anything to measure the curve. And those two things for me were so simple, given the vast amounts of technology that we have today. If they cannot at least do that for us, then what's the point of them even standing by the globe model as being fact? They might as well just admit, okay, it's just theory, because we haven't got any evidence to prove it, and all the evidence that they try to put forward is just not evidence. It could all be all this flat Earth this, flat Earth that, or whatever. It can all be put to sleep in an instant if they just show picture or a video clip of someone in the ISS space station, which we know is completely fake. If they could just show a simple video zooming into the Earth, you can see a globular Earth, you can see helicopters taking off and landing upside down, ships traveling on the side of the globe. It would be so easily disproved, but they just can't do any of that. And
nah, that could be easily fake too.
Do you think? I don't think so.
Oh, positive, man. I could do that in After Effects, like right now.
Yeah, the close-up can be faked very easily, but if we would say that you have to prove me by actually zooming in, now that's a different question.
Yeah.
I think Armitage meant that, actually zooming in.
I could do that in After Effects.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. That's pretty hard to do. Yeah, that's pretty hard to do. I know.
No,
I know for a fact.
No way.
In After Effects, you can have somebody. And remember, they're never gonna show you everything live. That's one.
Man, if you can do it, please do it sometime when you have some time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
because it's fucking hard.
As a matter of fact, I think I could show you a tutorial video Copilot zooming in on Earth from outside the globe, just using pictures of just photograph pictures.
Top down. That's a top down view. We are not talking about the top down. That's where.
Yeah. I understand. But what would it take for you to invert the images and show you somebody zooming in from the other way around? Remember, this is just pictures.
No, we are talking about moving. That's why it's
invert the image backwards, and you can see things the opposite way. How are you gonna? How is that different?
It would be
Yeah, but
obvious. That's what I'm telling you. It would be
It
obvious
wouldn't.
where the
It
cuts are.
wouldn't.
Where
it would be so obvious. The transition of the frames.
that's why
Yeah,
they don't do
that's
it,
so obvious.
man. You have to realize that's why they don't do it because
I'll
it's
show you.
very fucking hard. Because it's very hard. I know what you mean. The top-down view. I've seen it. I used that, by the way, like many times. That's why I know what I'm talking about. So that's a top-down view. It's like zooming into the center of the Earth. That's a top-down going. You can do that, yeah, by simply putting pictures over pictures and then zooming into those. That's right. But we are asking for a zooming into the edge, like upside down movement, as we
And
are
then
zooming
movement,
in.
exactly movement as well.
You
You'd have to
would
get
you
all
would
the
need a
clouds.
huge supercomputer to be able to actually calculate because it has to be made in 3D, in Blender, in Maya, or something like that. And that's a huge picture that you have to produce.
I've got a thought.
That's why they don't do it. If it was so easy, they would have done it, believe me.
I've got a thought for you guys, or a question.
Yep.
And I was just thinking this to myself one day. If we was to video call and I was upside down, would you be able to tell?
Tell what?
If we was to video call, not actually, genuinely to do it right now. I'm just saying, hypothetically, if you was to video call someone across the world, let's forget about that. I'm moving too quick. Let's say we're in the same city, right? And we was to video call you, so video call one of your friends right now, and they were upside down. Would you be able to tell?
That they are upside down, or
Yes.
tell what? That's the part I don't get.
Would you be able to tell that they're upside down?
Yes, the answer is yes.
Right. So if I video call someone in Australia or China or just any flipping person that's on a different angle of the globe that I'm currently tangent to, I should be able to see that difference. They'd either be 45 degrees to the left, or maybe 180 degrees if they're completely on the opposite side of the world than I am. That it should be a complete 180-degree flip in the video. All the buildings should be upside down, all their faces.
Why would they, by the way? If they claim that there is such a thing as gravity that always points towards, not down, but the center, that's a whole different idea, altogether, whole different theory. The gravity doesn't go down, it goes to the center. So that means that the camera's gimbal that is within the camera is the same for him as to me.
Well, if that's the case, then flipping that won't make sense. That just I won't think that would make sense, because then flipping a camera wouldn't do anything. But it does. When you flip a camera, it does.
Yeah, but the gravity is based on the gravity. For if you are talking about them, they call it gravity, and it's based on gravity.
Okay, well,
it's not like they are upside down. They are not upside down because the gravity is towards the center.
They're upside down in physical relation to where I am.
If you would look at yourself and the other party from the outside, then you can say they are opposite. But regarding gravity, from the viewpoint of the gravity, you are the same. If it was real, it's not real, by the way. We are not talking about if it's real or not. It's not real at all. Yeah. But that's their argument, and in theory, they are right about it. They are right about it. It's just not reality. They have never been proven the actual gravity. They don't even fucking know what it is in the first place. Second, they only know what it does, and it turns out they don't even know that nowadays. So, so they actually fuck themselves over and over again. The Newtonian gravity is not the same as the Einsteinian gravity. And now they made some new devices trying to detect it with lasers. So they are not even sure about the Einsteinian anymore. That's the real problem.
It's just such a big can of worms. It's such a big can of worms, and I don't. But it baffles me, really. It baffles me completely. It completely baffles me, and it makes me very upset makes me very, very upset, very annoyed, very
Yeah.
frustrated.
Oh, dude, yeah, I know there's no upside down on that one, but how hard would it be just to show that? Oh, I'm filming from over here, gonna zoom into Australia, and I mean there you go. You have clouds. The dude has everything on that. I mean, zoom in, all it does is pictures of Australia. I mean, all I had to do is put a picture of Australia, Sydney upside down, and I mean, how hard would that be? It's way too simple. It could be fake, no matter what.
No, what I need is an actual flag on the moon showing through some
Oh no. I was talking. No, I was talking. No. I was talking. I was talking. No. I was talking about the upside down video of Earth. It would be easy to fake. This guy does a zoom in of the Earth, but to America, we're supposed to be right side up, or yada yada yada. I mean, it'll be easy enough to fake.
But they never told you it's upside down. It's just the opposite. If you view from the outside, but we're not talking about that because they have the gravity. So that's their getaway car.
That. But gravity. You're saying that all you need to do is have a video showing you somebody zoomed in to Australia or wherever and seeing ships upside down or whatever. I think that would be way too easy.
Moving slowly, zooming in with an actual optical zoom. Yeah, that's
how close can you zoom in with a camera? That's another thing.
Have you seen the P1000, for example? That was like, I don't know.
If you wouldn't even be able to see the ISS where they say if it's 250 miles away, it's way too small. Can you imagine having to see a person?
They say that the moon's 100 and they say that the moon's like 130,000 miles away, and if you see I don't know if it's
250,000 miles away.
250, but didn't they change it and say it's now in the Earth's atmosphere? Didn't they change their mind?
They're saying that Earth's atmosphere encompasses the moon.
Yeah, that the moon's now in the Earth's atmosphere.
Yep.
So, all right. So the moon is still in the same distance, then, is it?
Yeah, same distance. Just the atmosphere just got extremely higher,
extremely larger. Okay, all right. 250,000 miles away. That even helps my point, to be honest.
It's ridiculous.
If the moon's 250,000 miles away, 250,000 miles away. That. Oh my gosh! I don't even want to go about the sun. 250,000 miles away. That is a long way away. And if you look at the Nikon P1000, you'd find that the zoom on that. I don't know if it's that model in specifically. I don't know if it's a Nikon P1000 specifically, but I've seen a couple of zoom ins where they're zooming in onto the moon, and you can literally see the details of the moon. I mean, there's times where the moon. Yeah, but you should be able to see a flag. Honestly, if there was a flag on that moon, you would be able to see it the way that zooming goes in.
That's what I'm talking about. They should point the Hubble telescope or whichever they want. They should point it at the fucking moon and show us the flag from the side, for example, or from the top, whatever. I don't care. They never done it.
And it never will.
Obviously not. No. By the way, you know why they do not ever show you on the ISS footages or any kind of other photos that was supposedly made in the space? Why don't those ever show stars or other satellites? Do you know why?
Why?
Well, if they would fuck it up, because satellites move in such directions that we can actually look it up, because there are websites. There is a website for the ISS. Where does it go? How does it go? When can you see it from this point or that point? And you can search any kind of information about those kind of things for other satellites. So if they would make just one photo, only one, in which you see another satellite,
people's
and it's not at the right place. It's not exactly at the right place where it should be, or the stars that are not at the very exact right place as they should be. Then it's all over, because that would actually prove that it's not a real photo. Right? They won't risk that. That's why they don't put any kind of stars or the satellites on any photos that they make in the space.
You never get to see the fourth wall on ISS. That's another thing I've realized. You know what I mean by the fourth wall?
Yeah, the space behind the camera. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
They never turn it around. Yeah.
They could easily turn it around. I mean, just such simple things. I really don't know how they're able to connect. I don't know how they've got Wi-Fi all the way up there. That doesn't really make sense to me. I mean, I suppose if things are supposedly working by satellites up there, then they should probably have a stronger connection than we do down here.
You never heard about Wi-Fi on a flight plane?
Yeah, but they're much higher than a flight plane.
Well, I do not think so.
The ISS. They're supposedly, allegedly, are much higher than a flight plane. They're in lower orbit.
Well, if we are talking about faking it, you can imagine it that they could be anywhere.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just talking about allegedly. If they were that high, it would be. Gosh.
Well, how did they? You know how you guys say, "Hey, why can't they just turn it around and take a picture of this?" Well, how would they turn it around? How would you go about having a satellite point at something and take a photo of it?
In the first place, yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, they tell you that if you stand on a skateboard and you have a huge weight in your hand and you throw it away, then the skateboard moves away. So that's how space. You heard about that?
No.
So supposedly in a space rocket that is outside in space, it can move because if it puffs out something from any side of it, then because it puffs it out, it actually moves itself.
Is that their explanation for space for us?
Yes. I saw videos about it, professors from universities and from high schools teaching this to the students by standing on a fucking skateboard, having a ball in their hand, and then throwing away the ball, and they move a little bit with the skateboard. Which is nonsense. It happens, but it doesn't happen because you throw it away.
Is that the bending of space-time?
No, it's not that. No, it's actually some kind of velocity that is created within the system that you are in. That's
okay,
fucked
so
up.
they're not going to claim that proves the bending of space-time. Okay.
No, we're not talking about that. No.
Have you talked to some of these Globers that make the claim about what proves these things?
Who, me?
What do you mean by these things?
The people will say because something falls, therefore balls fly around each other. I'm just, they use anything to justify their belief system. You know what I mean? They'll say, well, what's gravity? And they'll say, well, how do you explain when I drop my phone, it falls? Well, how does that have anything to do with balls flying around each other? Yes, things fall. That doesn't mean balls gravitate towards one another. That's my point.
Gravitate through one another. Yeah, that's the Cavendish experiment that you are actually talking about. It's called the Cavendish experiment. The Cavendish experiment supposedly proves that two masses are attracting each other. But the problem is that the Cavendish experiment never worked. It was never demonstrated, actually. Never.
Well, don't you think engineers that build things like micrometers and jet engines that require, they're going to reach 100,000 RPM would notice if everything just gravitates towards everything? Don't you think they'd notice?
Obviously. And then there is a problem with the gas, right? Any kind of gas. Why do gases go just wherever they want if there is a gravity?
It's worse than that. Why do dust particles go wherever they want? Why do spiders fly? Why is it when if I take an ant home and drop them off the side of a building, every single one will land and be fine. They'll rebuild their home if you drop them off a skyscraper. So obviously things don't have a mathematical average of falling. In fact, the smaller things get, all of a sudden they defy gravity just for being small.
It's crazy.
Well, that's how it seems like, yeah. The only thing that is
gravity selective.
Right. When you make a fire, a bonfire, and all this mass is going up to the sky, all these millions of particulates of wood aren't going down. Well, that's the end of gravity. It's over. Don't even have to talk about gas. I talk about matter going up. Thanks for playing.
They have one video with Brian Cox. You know about Brian Cox? Has anybody heard about that guy? Brian Cox. That's actually his name. That's actually his name, by the way, which is already ridiculous.
What a coincidence,
yeah. But he was the one that got into the NASA's, is the world's biggest vacuum. There is. It's supposedly somewhere underground, protected by, because you need a huge pressure. And it's like, I don't know, it's quite a big room. And they can depressurize it, so they can actually make it quite a good vacuumized space. And there was only one video, only one in the past, I don't know how. How long have we been making videos? 120 years. And it's only one video actually showing, or trying to show, that if you take away atmosphere, like you take away all the particles you can, then the gravity makes anything fall at the same speed. Has anybody seen that video?
I think so. Was it like they did a
I'm gonna
feather
post it.
and
Brian Cox.
Brian Cox, he's paid off, man. He's paid off. I think he knows the answer
Sure.
to that.
That's
knows the
okay,
answer to
but when we talk about this kind of stuff, we have to explain why. It's not enough to say that, oh well, he is paid off. I can say that about you, and you can say that about me. So
Yeah. Okay. Brian Cox claimed to have proved Einstein by having two vacuum chambers at different altitudes from sea level and there being a difference in the rate of drop. Problem is, he is debunked by every single zero-G flight ever taken because they don't need to account for his variance. They still just drop at 9.8 meters per second to get the zero-G effect.
That's
yeah,
it.
but what I'm talking
Feather
about
and the bowling ball.
is
I've seen it.
the feather and the bowling ball made by BBS. They are quite big, and even if it's BBS2, by the way, so it's not the main one, it's still quite a big company.
Yeah, that's one of his tests.
Good money.
He does another one which he doesn't show on camera or recording, but that's part of his claim where he claims to have validated Einstein.
Okay, I tell you what. So this video that I posted is actually showing you the supposedly same rate falling for the bowling ball and the feathers at 2 minutes and 57 seconds. Now the problem is there is only one shot of it, and it's cut. You know what the problem with that is, right? So there is a cut, like two cuts in it. They show the close-up with the bowling ball and the feather, and it suddenly cuts out to a wider angle, and then when they land, it's a closer angle again.
Yeah.
So there are two cuts for the same motion. They cut it 2 times.
There's a lot of things wrong with this whole thing, but that them falling at the same rate is not him proving Einstein. When he moved or found himself another chamber, as per his claim, at a higher altitude, and they dropped slower, that was what he claimed proved Einstein, which is debunked easily.
Okay, but this one, everybody's seen this because there is 20 million views on this video. It was made 7 years ago and 20 million views. Well, it's not that much, but it's quite good still. So what I'm trying to say in this live stream is that you have to look at the actual footage where they showing you the actual fall. There are 2 cuts in it. One close up when it starts. When they fall together, it's another shot. And when they land, it's another shot. It's fucking easy. So they recorded the close up, the beginning of the fall, and they only had to count for like, I don't know how much is this. It's like 1 meter. They had to make them fall for the same rate. They cut away. They have the After Effects. They put on 2 images, the bowling ball and the feather. They make them fall together in After Effects. You can do that anytime you want. And then they show you the close-up again when they hit in. And that's it. That's it. And that's not proof. Proof would be a continuous footage without any kind of cut. That's what we call proof, not this. This is I don't know, it's clownery, if there is such a word. And again, this is the only time that this vacuum was used to prove Newtonian gravity in 120 years.
Okay.
So this is fucking ridiculous.
David Weiss is offering 2 Bitcoin for anyone to prove that the Earth is round.
Right.
David Weiss.
Yeah, I've been watching it. I've watched 3 of Dave Wise's recent uploads, and yeah, that's right. He's offering 2 Bitcoins. The people that he's talking to, though, man, not one of them know their model. Not one. And they start off at the beginning saying that they've done a lot of research and it all makes sense to me what the scientists say, fits my reality, blah, blah, blah. And then when Dave Weiss asked them like the circumference, radius, speeds, they don't even know it. So you think, what research did you do if you didn't get the basics first of your model? Bloody hell.
Yeah, most of them do not know it. Yeah.
Yeah, very frustrating. Very frustrating, because they're on, and their attitude and demeanor is, we are completely and utterly wrong. I'm open-minded, he says. I'm open-minded, but and Dave Weiss explains that none of us know what the sun is really, and the moon is not being reflected by the sun, and that's how we get the light. No, he explains that, but we still don't know what the moon is. But this idiot's saying, can you, the only reason why, it's making me hard to be convinced is that, the sun and the moon, you don't know what the sun and the moon is, and I still need more convincing with Antarctica, because he explained to him that in Antarctica, you do not see the sun for 24 hours. There's no videos there. There are no videos showing the sun for 24 hours, but you can get it in the Arctic Circle, the North Pole, right? And he goes, he doesn't even understand that point, this guy. It's just silly listening.
This world's a joke.
It really is. Listen. He explained it basically. He said, look, you know the difference between sunlight and daylight, right? So, 24 hours, that means you can see the sun for 24 hours. Guess what he says? I would assume so. What do you mean you assume? The sun is there for 24 hours. There's no assumption. That's what it is. What a wally, Just didn't get it, did he? And then daylight is daylight. Okay? Down in the South Pole, you only get 17 hours of sun. But the sun goes away, but there's still a little bit of daylight left. Doesn't get it, does it? Pissed me right off, that did.
Don't be pissed off about them. They're actually acting like childs all the fucking time.
Well, yeah, of course.
Like 5-year-olds.
Yeah, they don't want to
Literally,
look. You
yeah.
can see that they don't want to admit that they're wrong.
So they obfuscate about nonsense. Yeah.
They just don't want to admit that they're wrong. You know, you can see it on their faces that they lie. They start lying. What was it? The black brother said he saw the Elon Musk rocket land on the platform. I thought, well, no one was close enough to see that shit. But he said he saw it. You know, Dave Wise Dave Wise went onto their show. I think his name was Killer Priest or whatever. Stupid name. I would never call somebody with the name Killer. I just said, look, give me a name or I'm not even going to have this interview. I don't want to call you Killer, okay? Or I don't want to call you King. I'm not going to be using those words to mean you. So sort your name out or I'm gone, mate. Get real here. Stupid, silly little names you make for yourselves. Don't expect me to join in those silly games, yeah? Right. Give me your name or a better username. That's what I'm like. I refuse to call anybody Killer.
Jen, real quick, let me talk to you about this guy.
Are you
Jen.
saying that Dave Weiss had a news? He has a video out recent?
Yeah.
Elijah, this guy that Jen is talking about, Jen, I saw this conversation. One of the guys, I think the bigger dude on the left, listen, guys, this is what he said. He said, well, I have found river rocks that are round. How do you explain that?
What?
What?
I'm not kidding. Yes. Yes.
What?
I wish I was joking. He said, I have found river rocks that are round. How do you explain that? No, this is not a joke. I'm not kidding.
This guy's sick in the head.
You can't make that up. I'm just listen, if I made that up, I would deserve to die. This is insanity.
This world is a joke.
Oh, honestly, you know?
I'm not kidding, bro. The problem is, guys, that the interview is like 3.5 hours long and it's almost unbearable. It's unbearable
No, it's
to listen
5
to people.
hours.
Well, right. Once I heard, well, what about this river rock that's round? I knew I couldn't take it anymore. I had to leave.
Yeah.
I was embarrassed. I said, look at my black brothers. Look at them. Look. Clueless. I mean, to the point where you're lying now.
That's what I said, Jen.
Yeah. Oh, fuck me, man. This is a joke. You know what? The thing is, if I was there, had I been Dave, I would have said, look, I don't care for the condescending tone. Yeah? You this, you, yeah. Look, yeah, we're supposed to be having a debate. So if you're going to give me the you, I'm gone, man. Okay? Calm down and listen to what I'm telling you and then acknowledge it. Acknowledge you understand. Explain to me what I'm saying because you're not. It's not going in. It's bouncing off and then you're bringing your fantasy into the thing, expecting me to believe that. Silly. It was really annoying. Really annoying. Man.
No, they have to go there when you don't have an argument, an actual argument that makes sense and it's relevant to your argument, for example. When you don't have that, they have to go there. They have to use ad-homs. They have to call you names. They have to make up this kind of shit that no, it's ridiculous.
When I'm debating people, I don't say I'm bringing you an argument. I am bringing you facts and irrefutable truth. It's not even an argument. It is not subject to your argument because you cannot disprove what I'm telling you. That's the point. It's not an argument, my friend. The truth versus your fantasy ball. That's what's happening here every day of the week. It's not a theory. Flat Earth is not a theory. Flat Earth is not, what's the other word I like to use? The words escape me now. Okay? But it's not Flat Earth is not a theory. That's for sure. And we've got nothing to do with the Flat Earth Society. So, people tend to say that, you're bringing an argument. No, I'm bringing you facts against your stupid argument and fantasy is what's happening here today, folks. Every day of the week on this Discord.
Chokers.
Yeah. Get out with that nonsense. Theory. No. How does the seasons work on the flat Earth? As they've worked for eons before humans came. Okay? We live on the flat. How do they work on your impossible heliocentric ball, please? Explain it. They don't even know because they haven't looked. It's a joke.
It's a joke.
Yeah. And the way that he came in, I'd done a lot of research. All the scientists, everything they say makes sense. Yeah. Nothing he verified for himself came out of his mouth. It was all secondhand. Somebody else told me, and it made sense. Dave Wise, on the other hand, experiments, proofs, provable, repeatable every time, following the scientific method. Yeah, right down
they
to the
don't have
maths. Go
they
ahead.
don't have proper citations ever, almost ever. Yeah.
Right. That's right. And then they're getting upset in their little seat, in their little fucking studio. They're getting upset because you're not agreeing to their fucking fantasy. All the interviews that's today, I wish I could have been there because my interview would be making reverberations. I think you'd see the mic explode. That's what would be happening, the noise would be coming out of my mouth. I'm telling you, I'm not going to be amicable. I'm sorry. You're expecting me to believe something that Einstein could not prove. Do you understand that? Einstein couldn't prove the spin of this earth. Are you an Einstein? Yeah? Well, prove the damn thing you believe then, man. Show me. You can't, can you? Right. So it's a belief. And a belief is not knowing. Just because some scientist told you and you haven't checked it, you're the fool here, man. Okay? Bloody hell. It really, really frustrates me when I see these people. They let too much fly. Too much silliness fly. I'm not like that, man. I'm picking up on every little silly thing they do. I'm going to pick them up on it. And then I'll embarrass them with aeroplanes and how easy they fly level without experiencing any curvature. And you're telling me people are upside down on the globe. Yeah,
well, and
that's
what
what
I
you
love
are
is
saying.
I
Go
love that
ahead, please.
Einstein's hair debunks gravity right there.
Yeah. Yeah, you know.
The inspiration
I
for
mean, his hair
hairspray
is like
for all
literally
women.
sticking up. How does
Yeah.
that work?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, think about, and then look, listen, Mr. and Mrs. Why is it we don't have any videos of this fantastic, phenomenal ball with aeroplanes flying around, ships flowing underneath the ball? Why don't we have this? And the actual spin of the Earth spinning on its axis, on that tilt. Why don't we have this? We'd all have it on our cover, on the screens. It'd be an amazing thing to see. We haven't got one image of this thing, one video. Doesn't that mean something, folks? What does that mean?
Oh, wow.
Come on, man. And you know, recently I heard, how can you flood a ball biblically? Biblically, how can you flood a ball? You can flood a bath and overflow it, but you can't flood a ball, can you? You're looking at the great floods that happen, supposedly. Right. You know, that can't be happening on a ball, can it? Honestly, these people just don't think, you know. I'm not religious at all, but there you go, you know. So, yeah, you check into Dave Wise. He's doing what he's done. Dave Wise has given up his job with this satellite company and his partners 5 years to pursue the flat earth. That's what he's done, okay? So he's gone headlong into doing flat earth debates anywhere and everywhere. That's why he's popping up a lot recently. He's stopped working and he's doing flat earth 24/7 there now. Okay, guys? So he says.
Unfortunately, Jen, not all questions deserve an answer. The problem with these characters that David was talking to is that they believe obviously the same exact lies that every 11-year-old that dreams of going to space believes. So it's the same deception. The issue is that it has convinced these men, because I don't see a lot of women asking these stupid questions. These men have been convinced that God is man, because once you ask another man, well, how does the sun work? You're obviously assuming this man has the power of God, because only God would know how the sun works. So you think men can be gods, and they don't even realize it, Jen, that they literally are asking questions only God can answer. That's how literally destroyed mentally and psychologically these people are.
Yeah. And they ask, well, okay, what you say you don't know what the stars, what are the stars and planets? I always say they're there merely as decorations for your delight. Now get out there and start making a good world, will you? That's all they are. We can't go there. So obviously they're pretty lights for your enjoyment. What more do you want from the Creator? He's giving you food, substance, water, and now he puts some decorating in the ceiling for you at night so you can suck your thumb and go to bed. Yeah? Now get the fuck out of here, guys. Start making a good fucking world, will you? Hurry up. Move it. Fuck. Do you know what I mean?
Keep the change, filthy animal.
Yes. Honestly, man, these people are so far removed from the meaning of living that they haven't got it. Even the clothes they wear don't even match. You can tell they're in such a fashion state of affairs, mess. The clothing, no idea. Big brazen men looking effeminate with all the little pretty bracelets they've got on. Do you know what I mean? I mean, come on, man. You know? Muscular, proud man, but he's got these pretty little feathery type bracelets on his wrists. I'm thinking, man, are you looking at yourself now? Fuck, and you don't even know your own model? Don't get me wrong, I believed the heliocentric model 100%. But the reason why I believed it is because I didn't check it. It was given to me as a child. I took it as a given as a child and carried that all through my life. So I didn't check it, but once I checked it, it was brought to my attention 6 years ago now. 5 minutes, I was smacking my head. Of course, because by this time, I'd looked into all the supposed conspiracy theories, right down to the moon landings, everything. That the flat earth was the final piece of the jigsaw puzzle. For me, that was. And it only took 5 minutes, and I realized, of course, they didn't go to the moon, so how could they know? It's of course, so they've lied about. I'm pacing up and down in this very classroom. Wow.
Do you know what I think is interesting is I feel like, and maybe the guys can answer this question, I feel like men have a harder time accepting there's a creator than women. I just feel like women, you see a lot more, at least this might just be personal, but I've seen a lot more women that are devoted to their religion. There's kind of like a saying, you can never get a man to, you can't get a man to divorce his job. You can't get a woman to divorce her God. So why do you guys think men have a hard time? Not all men, obviously, but a lot of men have a hard time with the creator.
Well, it's only because women are the one. Look, we are born of women. We are born from a woman's womb, mother's womb. Yeah, that's why the women are that close. Yeah, that's it for me.
I see.
That makes sense.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I think it is.
It's funny that you say that because when I told my mom and when I told my sister, they were like, "Huh, okay, all right. We'll talk about it later. That's interesting." But my dad immediately went to distances to planets and all of this, that, and the third, like immediately.
Yeah, you see?
Yeah.
I do.
With my family, my dad lost his shit. My mom, once I brought up the parallels in the Bible, she was like, "Okay, I'm listening."
You want to know why I think that is? I think it's because the men have a duty to protect the women.
Yeah.
And so the men on a subconscious level know that they've sent their sons and daughters to this system, having experienced it, found out that they knew about it and didn't do anything about it. And now you have to say, well, sure, everything is a lie, and I as a man let it slip by. Hell no. Hell no. The sun is 93 million miles away, and that's that. You're not going to tell me I was weak. That's the way I see it.
You're correct, Elijah, because it's pride. It's always pride. Absolutely right.
Yeah, absolutely right, Elijah. That's it, you see. Man has to be all-knowing. None can do anything, anytime, any place, anywhere. You know, he's all-knowing. He has to know everything, you know, and that's the problem because he doesn't know a single thing. when he's thinking like that. He's missed everything. Clueless. Remember, we are bombing, blowing, shooting, killing, destroying, burning. That's all happening right now. Boom, 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 boom. Grrr, grrr, grrr. Boo, 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 boo. That's happening right now. Man-made destructive weapons and machinery being brought to bear. People are leaving their countries in drones. Yeah? It's going on as we speak. Man's world.
Wow.
That's why none of these leaders are
I think that's why so many men are struggling. I mean, women are obviously, we're batshit crazy too in this in these last days. Like, but I think men are really struggling because it's like you don't have that connection with the father. You know, like that's a son and father relationship is just, it's really special. You know.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of these men are just really like missing that relationship to have with the father, you know.
Well, I mean, look, I had that relationship. Go on, Elijah. Go.
You
Go
also
on, Elijah.
have to admit that you're a slave. Like to say, yeah, the earth is not a ball and it's a flat. How, like, what other thought could you have as a man other than, holy shit, I've been saying all this time, if I was born this and that, I'd never let him whoop me. Like, I hear that all the time. And now you realize, oh, you are a slave. Oh, you never would have done shit. You're a bitch.
Yeah.
You always been, you always will be.
That's right. That's right, Elijah. That's what I'm saying. Like I said, I don't know, was I talking here the other day about, this morning on another channel. I was on another channel earlier on this morning. Basically, I'm fed up of like what's happening in Myanmar, right, Burma, because they're fighting for democracy, so-called democracy, but what they don't realize is that democracy is actually dictatorship masquerading. No one's had democracy except for the ancient tribes who are still alive today. They had democracy, yeah. But we in the first world, we were born into slavery instantly. As soon as you come out your mother's womb, you're a slave and you're on the treadmill to become a slave. Okay, with the rest of your mothers and parents and uncles and aunties and relatives. Okay,
Wow.
so Myanmar now, you know, they want to fight for democracy, but that's not what you want. You don't want democracy because that's still another prison for you, actually. Okay, so you know, people they're just lost out there thinking democracy is something good. No,
but almost finding out that you are. Like, it sucks that you find out you're a slave, but I was thinking about this yesterday. It's like we're all orphans and we are working in these like sweatshops. Okay. We're all like children orphans. And we've been told this lie that our parents were like traveling freak show people. Like they were just bottom of the barrel, a disgrace to society. And then one day you find out that your parents actually are the highest king and queen of the whole world. And you find out that those are actually your parents and you're actually royalty. And even though you're stuck in this like slave labor camp, you feel like, I don't know, you just feel better about yourself because you're like, wow, I'm actually special. I'm not supposed to live this way. I'm stuck living this way right now, but you know, like that's just kind of what I feel like.
Yeah, and that's right. That's how you should feel. You should feel very special because without the women, no one's getting born. Okay, so you know you need to feel very special. Unfortunately, as a woman, when you look around you and all that destruction, you think, "Oh, look at what man has gone and done." That's what I'd be thinking if I was a woman. You know, really.
Oh, women have their fair share. Look at all this WAP and this.
Yeah.
This
No, I agree with that, but the hardcore, terrible stuff, the hardcore killing, children being killed in their homes with their families blown up, real killing. I'm talking the real. Look, what's going on is drastic, man. What's happening out there? There is no need for people to be dying today, but yet people are dying. Yeah? And that's only because the foolish slaves are voting for their leaders. And when you look at the leaders lined up, Every single one of them is overweight, out of shape, ugly, crazy, foolish people with the money. They don't even know how to dress. Look at them. Look at them. Look at the world leaders. Line them up. Look at them all. Horrible bunch of people. Yeah, man. Look at the world leaders. Don't look at the world leaders. All of them lined up. Biden and everyone. Johnson. Putin. Puke up. You know, and the rest of them. It just makes you sick. These old fucking bastards. You know, running the world. Ruining the world, should I say. Not running anything. They're ruining the world. Running. To think, you know, on their signature, a war can start and people are dying left, right, and centre. Honestly, man. You know, like I said, I don't expect any of you guys to be voting. That's for sure. Because if you do, well, I don't know why you're here. Really do not know. If you think this economy is something that's worth rescuing and it's the economy and all this shit, I really don't know. Because the economy is what's devaluing the human race. So, you know, you've got to stop that nonsense. Stop that completely. Run away from that. It was already in place for us already, this beautiful earth. Flat earth with all that thing, it was running smoothly. Now we got to pay to exist on it. And we are paying.
Well, the moral of the story, Jen, I just got to say this. Moral of the story is that some of these very large flat earth channels, so to speak, make a grave error in trying to answer questions that are designed to let them hide from the topic. And these guys, you know, unfortunately, David Weiss falls victims to this because he wants to say, I have an answer for everything, but that's simply not true. And the best thing to do is to start rationalizing with people to tell them, how could you expect me to have an answer for you when they don't have an answer for you and they have trillions of dollars and billions invested in these you know, advanced technologies that should be able to give you answers. So how could I give you an answer if they don't even have a claim and they're basing it off of a presupposition? So these questions, when they're asking, well, how do you explain the sun, or what about the stars, or what about two celestial poles? All of those are designed for them to allow them to hide from the topic and what we can prove, because everybody can prove and literally experience a plane of existence under the heavens. That's it. That's all we ever experienced. So they're asking you to not prove what they already experienced because they already experienced that. So they're going to hide from that and say, well, what about this, that, and the other thing times infinity? Because that's all they want to do is hide from the topic. And if these flat earthers continue to try to give them answers, which are also made up BS, they're just going to assist these people in hiding from this topic.
Yeah. Because I don't like going into that realm of speculation because I just think it's just a waste of time at this point. You know, well, I mean, sometimes maybe you might come out with something if you do speculate, but it has to be clearly said to the individual, this is purely speculation. I don't know what's going on up there. I can't know. I'm not up there to even begin to understand. And I didn't create this earth. So how can I know this? Nobody, I always say that no human being knows. No one knows, okay? We cannot know. They don't like to hear those words, but I tell them, we cannot know. We didn't create this. What we should know is what we can see and what we should be protecting. What is the meaning of your life? And the meaning of your life, part of that equation is look after this earth for those who are not yet born. That's your job and responsibility. Now, how are we doing that? If we're allowing wars to go on and the human race to be killed, every single human being on the earth is responsible for that, and we will get our punishment for that. Why didn't we stop the wars? Sorry, it's going to happen. If we ever meet the Creator, that's what he's going to be asking. What were you doing when children were being blown up over there? When you know it was totally against what I created you for. How did you go about trying to stop that? You know, and there's going to be some bloody questions to answer there. Yeah, whilst you was playing your Xbox and whatever. Because I'm trying. I know we're all trying. But that's what's going on, yeah? You know, it's time to really, these are the times where you've really got to stand up, really, you know? I know we're only small in numbers at the moment and we're growing, but that's okay. But that's the rest of my life will be dedicated to talking like this all the way through to whoever I meet. That's how it's going to be. they will know about the flat Earth and then the unnecessariness of the wars that have gone on that we've all been a party to. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Jin, if I tell you of earthly things and you believe not, then how should I tell you of heavenly things? And that's really the crux of this argument. The sun, moon, and stars are heavenly. They don't have to abide by the entropy law that we live in. The sun isn't losing energy. Last time I checked, the sun is always hot. It's a record-breaking 104 degrees yesterday. I'm from Phoenix, Arizona. It was 120 degrees in the 90s. The sun isn't getting any cooler. Therefore, the sun does not have to abide by the laws in which we live because they are heavenly. These are heavenly bodies. So they are outside of what we can test. But the masses have been convinced that men are gods and they can tell you what heaven is. In fact, they'll tell you heaven doesn't exist. It's actually a vastness of nothing. And the reason why this is so significant, Jen, you have to realize why this is such a big deal. And the Bible, it says that the bottomless pit is below us. Well, they told us, and they have taught millions and billions of people, that the bottomless pit is above us. Everything is inverted. Satan does a very good job of deceiving people. And they have convinced everybody that the Bible is the opposite of reality, even though I know the Bible is true. So this magical space vacuum destroys the idea of heaven, destroys believing in heaven, and tells you that, no, it's not heaven up there. It's the bottomless pit. Well, that's funny because there's a reason why God said the bottomless pit was underneath us, not above.
Yeah. No, I agree with what you said.
I got Neil deGrasse Tyson backing you up on this, and this is how he debunks creationism.
Wow.
Go ahead, Dre.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
I dropped it in the text. You can look at the video. I can't play it.
Oh, okay, right. Thank you. Yeah. Wally.
Scripture says the sun will turn black and the moon will turn red.
Yes, very good. The quote from Neil deGrasse Tyson is, how do I disprove creationism in one sentence? The sun, moon, and stars took millions of years to form, not in 6 days. He's exactly right, admitting that the entire heliocentric model is evolution. Thanks.
Yeah.
Magical balls forming in space. That's evolution.
Yeah.
And that's why in every single evolution textbook, it starts off with the Big Bang, the inception of an accidental singularity event caused by gravity, magically making itself and everything in existence, exploding at the speed of light and making magical balls in space. And eventually pond scum, germs, amphibian reptiles, and fish formed on these magical balls and then turned into internet heroes wearing furry costumes that think they live on a ball and that are here to argue with us every day. God bless them.
Yeah, I've got a student. She's my age. She's 59. She teaches English as well. So what she does is she marks the English examination papers. Okay, so I assist her in doing that and making sure that the students have put the right answers down. But I told her like 6 years ago, I told her that the Earth is flat, blah 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 blah, and to show me the real satellites and show me some real pictures of Earth, and she still keeps trying to bring me around to well, look, this is taken from the ISS, but I said, I explained to you, and you agreed that if they didn't go, because you agreed that they didn't go to the moon. So if they didn't go to the moon, how can they put an ISS up there? What are you doing believing in that when you know that the rockets never took them to the moon and you know that they can't go to Mars and you don't believe in evolution, but then you're showing the ISS? Don't you think there's a discrepancy in your stance? Right? And the Earth is not a spherical ball. So that image is CGI. Look at how blue it glows. It's glowing like this image in particular was glowing like the moon illuminates. Okay? I said that you can see that is not the Earth. Clearly, because that's a CGI image of the Earth from the ISS that is not up there anyway. Oh, and then she said, I said, yeah, okay. I mean, come on. Think logically, if they didn't go to the moon, how can they be up there falling around the Earth and falling around the Earth? Yeah, I mean, just beggars belief, you know, and you just had to succumb to that again. I said, look, start thinking properly because you're wasting time. You're never going to find a real image because there isn't any. There aren't any. Yeah. Okay.
I think evolution is debunked by itself, really, because how does the law of entropy work out alongside evolution? How does the world progressively attain order whilst becoming more chaotic as well? It makes no sense.
Correct. Once you understand, right, here's the fact. I've seen this every time. Once you actually understand evolution, that's when you realize it's not true. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we
none of
we
these
would see all
people
these things
understand.
happening. Yeah, we would.
The point is, they don't understand their own belief system. Jen, I'll just say this real quick. They don't understand what evolution requires. They don't even know what it is. That's why they tell you, well, aren't you different from your parents? That's evolution. No, that's called normal reproduction. They'll say cats making kittens and eagles making eagles and birds making chicken eggs and chickens making chicken. They say that's evolution. So they're even admitting they don't have evidence for something evolving. They'll say everything's staying the same as evolution now. That's how stupid they are, which is not evolution.
Not evolution, is it? No, exactly. They haven't got a clue, have they?
And the reason they had to start saying this is because 30 years ago, Stephen Jay Gould admitted there's no evidence for it. And that's why he had to come up with the term punctuated equilibrium, which assumes that the crocodile gives birth to an egg and out comes a bird. Because there's no evidence for gradual change. Well, they didn't like that one.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So it's time to call them out now. It's time to call them out and call them for what they are, lunatics.
Now here's my watch this. Here's my cheat code, Jen. This is confusing because a lot of us are still deceived by the terms that they brainwashed us with. There's no such thing as adaptation, but this is how they convince children of evolution. They first teach them in kindergarten. Don't you think things adapt, little Billy and Sally? And little Billy and Sally shake their head yes. And then by the first grade, they go, well, you already admitted they adapt. And with enough adaptation, they evolve, right? And that's how they convince you of evolution. There's actually no such thing as adaptation. We know this because the necessary antecedent for survival is already having the ability to survive. So if something survives, automatically that proves it already had the ability. There is no adaptation, period.
Yeah.
Well, personally, I have nothing against adaptation, but I am very opposed to the term evolution and that our origin is bacteria and we have a common ancestor which is monkeys. I have a very I'm very against the idea that we have a common ancestor and that we came from bacteria. But
I understand.
have no problem with the evolution part and the.
You meant adaptation.
Yeah,
he meant adaptation.
Adaptation.
Okay, all right. This is directed towards me. Just let me say this real quick. It's a lot of echoing. The problem is that adaptation is evolution. That's my point. They fooled people to think adaptation is something else. There is no such thing as adaptation in nature. If you'd like to give me an example, I can show you why it's not adaptation.
As an example, I was talking about small things like, let's say, for me, I live in a very hot climate, very close to the desert. I don't like cold. I hate the cold weather. I prefer to stay in a hot climate. You cannot say the same thing about people who live in Norway or Canada in the northern part. So they are accustomed and they are adapted to.
No adapted.
Okay
they already no adaptation. No adaptation. Sorry, you can't sneak that in. There's no adaptation. They already live there. If they didn't have the ability to already live there, they would either have to move or they would have died. There's no adaptation. People go, creatures go where they can live, not where they can't, and become stronger and adapt.
Yeah. So if we take my whole family, like my wife, my kids, and we all moved to a very cold part of the Earth, like Canada or Norway. My wife would prefer to stay there, and I would prefer to go back. So my wife can adapt or accustom to.
Nope, she did not adapt. She already has the ability to live there or not. There's no adaptation.
Well, she may have adapted in the way of like, you know, warmer clothing.
That's not but Jen, hold on, but Jen, here's the point: that's not biological adaptation. If I learn to play the guitar and I adapt to the guitar, that means I already have the ability. So again, it's by necessary antecedent. There's no such thing as adaptation. In the beginning, God said it was good, not it has to get good or it's going to eventually be good enough. No, everything is already good enough to survive in the environment. If something doesn't have the ability to survive, it's going to die or it has to leave the environment. If the crocodile runs out of places to go get water, right? So if the crocodile runs out of a water source, it's going to die, not adapt. There's no such thing as adaptation. If my wife wants to live in a very cold environment and I can't, well, then she can because she already had the ability to live there. If I go there and I can't live there, well, obviously I can't live there. That's also not adaptation. So either way, if it survives, no adaptation. If it dies, also no adaptation. There's no such thing as adaptation. This is how they've deceived us.
In my personal case, I was born in the UK, but I'm an African, right? So I can live in the UK, no problem at all. All the seasons are nice. I go to Africa, I live there, no problem. I love the heat. So I can live anywhere on this earth. Cold, warm.
You're just human.
Tropical.
You're just human.
Yeah, because I'm human.
That's
exactly.
Humans can do that.
Yeah, I can do. For sure.
Yeah, if I buy a Chinese water dragon, which I have, if I own a Chinese water dragon, I have to change the water, make sure that its humidity is up, and make sure it has a perfect environment. Because if I just let it go in this environment that it's not used to, it's going to die. There's no adaptation of anything.
Yeah, it's going to die. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
Hey, so we're still in the Bible. Is that what's going on? I left and came back, and Get was talking crazy. Is he still talking crazy?
No, we had to crash that Honda. Sorry.
Sorry.
Thank God.
Why Honda?
And the reason I know this in my medical dictionary, it admits this, and it's kind of a puzzle secret. This is how they hide it. So if I go to the definition of evolution, it describes the theory of that all, plants and animals come from a common ancestor, yada, yada, yada. Then it says C, natural selection. So go back to that part of the book of this medical dictionary, C, natural selection. Okay, natural selection, the theory that animals can best suited to their environments that are already adapted for those environments. So right there in the term natural selection as used for evolution says that adaptation is the key to evolution. And that is them being honest because that's what they require. And that's how they've confused millions of people because people think adaptation is something other than evolution. It's not. Adaptation is evolution, period.
Right. And evolution is not what we have. Is that right?
You can't even get a definition for it. Try to anybody who believes in evolution, just get a definition from them. Start there. Watch what they say.
Yeah. Yeah, never thought that. I never agreed with Darwinism. No.
Let me read this to you real quick. Let's find natural selection.
Oh, go on.
Okay. I can always find these things when I'm not under pressure. As soon as I'm under pressure, I can't use a book. A mechanism of evolution proposed by Charles Darwin. It states that the tendency for survival and reproduction of organisms is most likely to occur in those who are best adapted to their environment. There it is.
Yeah. Survival of the fittest.
So, and on top of that, here's the reality. Here's what's crazy is that natural selection is true. Things are naturally selected in nature. So that ensures that the cats continue to make kittens, because if the cats that are born are removed from the gene pool, then only the strong kitties continue to procreate. That guarantees that those kitties are going to make more kittens. And that's how natural selection works. Natural selection is absolutely true. The strongest or the most already able animals and organisms already have the ability to survive. If they get removed, that's not going to change the ones that already survived. Natural selection. So it actually disproves evolution. So natural selection is true, adaptation is not.
Right. Yeah, so now can we stop blowing up all the...
I have a question about this natural
God.
natural selection, and is it the same as survival of the fittest?
Pretty much, yep. It already has the ability to survive. Those can survive, will survive, then will be guaranteed to make babies of the same kind. Yep.
So what happens to a species? They claim there was a period when bacteria was asexual, and then it converted and created, or whatever the term they say, into a
Well, it's just a claim,
sexual
like you
species.
just said. It's a claim. It's a claim.
Yeah.
So,
Yep,
So
just a claim.
that claim is wrong, because I think if it was
Correct.
like that, all species after the species that have asexual reproduction would be asexual. We would all be asexual. We wouldn't need a partner to pass our genes. So if we say that survival of the fittest is true, then this confirms the idea that species with asexual reproduction is far more higher in chances to live and to pass on the genes and to be more
Right.
dominant than the sexual, because it's easier and it's faster and it doesn't require a partner. So in
Right.
that logic, we will have we should be seeing more species with asexual traits than the species that have sexual traits.
Let me ask you a question real quick. Can you define species for me?
A type of a living thing?
No, but look up a dictionary. Get a real definition for the word species, because it's also a fictional word. There's no such thing as a species, as a species requires a speciation event, which has never happened.
Okay, let's change the term then to a term more suitable. Creation. Can we say
the
creation?
kind? It is a kind. So if it's a kind, it's a kind, right? So it's a dog kind, cat kind, octopus kind, eagle kind. Eagles can't even make pigeons. You know, go on.
If there was such thing as survival of the fittest, then we should see kinds that are asexual more than the kinds that are sexual, because asexual reproduction is faster and more efficient than sexual reproduction.
Well, there is survival of the fittest, but there is no adaptation. So the germs or viruses that exist continue to procreate asexually and make viruses or germs that are already dependent on the existing gene pool or allele frequencies of the existing genes, which guarantee it stays the same kind.
So why don't we see that that's the dominant kind in Earth?
Everything already works in a symbiotic relationship in nature because they already have the abilities. However, man can kill things off, things can be destroyed, but there will never be anything added or new creations or new kinds added to existence. So the ones that are already with the abilities or that have the highest ability to survive are already living, and that's why they're surviving.
Yeah, I know why they are surviving. The question was why aren't they dominating, and why aren't they the majority of the creation or the kind?
The ones that are the majority are all already the apex of the symbiotic relationship in nature.
So, for example, there are some lizards in the desert, and we have a kind here in our desert, a kind of lizard that can, not always, but can reproduce without a partner. We call them in my language, we call them dhab. So this kind can lay eggs, and if it takes too long to find a partner, it can reproduce without a partner. I always wondered why.
Some frogs can do that. Some frogs can do that, dude. I mean, that doesn't. How does that? What does that mean for you? If something can,
Jurassic Park.
you notice it's only like a frog type species or some type of some salamanders possibly can do that. But I know some frogs, if there are no males in the area or whatever, they might change sex and whatever such or blah blah blah, vice versa. That doesn't mean that that's gonna happen to humans and animals. I mean, frogs are a different type of creation, you know what I'm saying? So I mean, just because you see it happen here doesn't mean all of a sudden now everybody can possibly do this. I mean, I don't understand why you're gonna make that leap, you know what I'm saying?
I'm not making that leap, dude. You did not understand my question. My
But it
question
seems like
was,
that's where you're going because I mean, what do
no,
you
what
believe
I'm
in?
going.
Is my question. What do you believe in, honestly? Because I mean, if you're getting all these weird questions, I mean, what do you believe in? Do you believe in creation or do you believe in something else?
No, I believe in creation. I just had a question. Why aren't these kind of animals and creations? Why aren't they more dominant than what they are right now?
But that's a ecological environmental question. You know what I'm saying? That's something that does with landscape and topography. I mean, temperature. You know, vet. How much verdure is around the. You know what I'm saying? Like how much human intrusion. All of these variables and things you have to look into, man. I mean, it's just so many variables when it comes to something like that.
Yeah, because this guy called the XO said that natural selection exists, and if
correct.
Well, I mean, look at it like this. I was watching this guy put a camera in a bird's nest. The bird in the nest, there were 8 eggs. Guess how many birds hatched? And guess how many birds were left after that?
only the few first ones that hatch that can dominate.
One. All of them hatched. Only one bird was left. You know why? Because he smothered the rest.
Yeah, that happens. I used to raise birds.
Right, but it happens, but that doesn't always happen. Sometimes 6 survive, sometimes 4. It just depends on which bird, which one is not going to let the other one push them around. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes that just happens like that. But that's not necessarily natural selection. That's survival of the fittest, right there, right?
Yeah, right. It's survival.
They
of
are
the
synonymous.
Okay, well then they're the same thing.
Right. If it happens in nature, remember, no human intervention. You know, let's just say that the eagle had a bunch of eggs, but then some animal came, ate most of the eggs, only one survived. That's natural selection. It's actually luckiest that survive. You know what I mean? It is what it is. That's just nature. If an eagle is born with an issue with its wing, it's probably not going to do as well. Natural selection. That's it. That guarantees the strong eagles continue to make baby eagles. So no evolution. Yeah.
But I find that fascinating. That happens in the bird world, right? Where the one of the bird the biggest one will will smother the rest and try and kill them. But you don't see that on the mammalian level. Like when it comes to like animals, like say take lions and a pride. You know, it just depends on if the baby's strong enough to survive it. It's you know what I'm saying, like it has nothing to do with the other ones trying to kill it. You know, it's just that's fun. I find it strange.
Lions do
Yeah,
kick out
often.
the male lions, though.
Well, I'm talking about once the mother has the children. You see what I'm saying? I'm not talking about like if another lion steps in and takes over the pride. I'm just saying, you know, when the babies are born, they're not trying to kill each other. You know, they're not trying to off each other. But in birds, that's what they're literally trying to do. They're trying to off each other. In every one I've seen, in every type of nesting for any type of bird, there's usually that survival of the fittest. The other one's trying to get all the food and doesn't care about the other guy. You know.
Yeah, that's very true. You can with the lions, you can see the males, even though they get kicked out when they're uh, starting to get adult and want to get horny with the ladies, but before that, when they're babies, they're allowed to stay there and no problem.
I have seen water buffaloes trample and kill baby lion cubs because obviously they know that those lions are going to eventually. I can't tell you that's what I know, but obviously there's a reason. Why would they be killing baby lion cubs? They're angry at the lions. I can make that claim. And obviously it's not like the lions were hunted by a predator. They were killed for the anger of a daddy buffalo. Natural selection.
Yeah, they just know what the lions are going to become. So they're like, yeah, we need to stamp these guys out.
And another weird, crazy thing that happens is that then I've seen the mother, I would have to assume here, speculation, that she understands this is her investment. Then she eats the dead cubs. And no, atheist, that's not okay for people to do that. I know, that was crazy. I was shocked. I was shocked at it. Yep. Mother ate the cubs. Yep.
That's actually not uncommon with many animals for the mother to eat the babies if they die or something like that.
Yeah, but I'm curious is because like a lot of stuff has changed because of human intrusion, right? We've changed because of our pressing into areas we don't belong, because we want to, build more area for cow grazing. All this. Animals have changed their habits. You know what I'm saying? Like certain lions that are in the desert that never used to be in the desert, like grouping together, like male lions, and it's just a lot of things that had never been seen before are seen now.
Yeah.
But that's only strange if you think of humans as being separate from nature, which has been a psyop to make us think we're not part of nature, but we are.
Yeah,
we're
but
part
we're
of this
screwing it
higher
up.
nature.
We're screwing up nature. That's
No,
the
I don't
problem.
believe that. Yeah,
No,
there's
dude,
only
all right,
very
think about
few
like
select. There's only
look
a
at
select
take
few people. Wait, there's only a few select people that are screwing it up, and it's not the regular, just the general people. It's the ones that have the
it's not the
ability.
natives. It's not the natives. It's not the natives.
Exactly.
That's correct.
Yeah.
It's
It's
the
the
invaders.
it's the corporatocracy.
Yeah, they
They're
invaded everywhere and they fucked up everything.
Mm-hmm. Well, they don't have the power to fuck up everything. Literally, they don't.
Well, what they've done is
if you believe that, you believed part of the lie that is telling you
listen,
that,
bro,
because that's
I
where it
get
came
it.
from.
Yeah, that's fine. But that's just like the idiots out there taking this damn vaccine and thinking and wearing a mask after they've taken it and thinking that this is normal. I took a vaccine shot, but I'm gonna still have to wear a mask.
I don't even
But I
care
took
if
the
they do
shot.
it. I think that's
But what I'm saying is
natural.
this
Is
is the
natural
kind of
selection.
people we're dealing with. Right, but this is the kind of people we're dealing with. So this is the
No.
majority of human beings walking around on this planet now. The
Yeah,
majority
that's
believe this stuff. That's the problem.
Planet? What's a planet?
This
What's a
round thing
planet?
that
Yeah,
people
what's a
tell us
planet?
we live on.
There ain't no planet. Yeah.
I don't know, that's what I've read.
Yeah, that's this whole part of the thing, the whole psyop. The people that are ruining everything and taking all the resources, stealing everything and polluting, are the ones that are telling you that you're being the polluter. That you need
and
to
that's
reduce
why
your
that's
carbon.
the problem.
They're the one. Yeah, they're the same ones.
Well, no, but the thing is, we're the problem because we're believing them. We're the problem.
For
That's like it's
believing
like
them.
one.
Yeah. For
It's
believing them.
one guy out of like 10,000 that's just an instigator and a liar. and everybody's like, yeah, I believe that guy. You know, it's just like, come on. I mean, what's
Yeah,
wrong with you
that's
people?
amazing.
I mean, these people literally have no power. We have the power, but it's just they've usurped it, you know?
Yeah, men got you into this mess, and men are not going to fix this mess.
Hell no. Hell to the no. You've seen what we do when we get any power. You've seen, everybody sees it.
Yeah, land of the free, home of the brave. You're not even allowed to grow plants like tobacco or cannabis or
collect
hemp.
water. You can't collect water. Are you fucking
That's
kidding
illegal.
me?
I'll get you out of there for a while.
I think like Bong and some others have said, some people will just never see what's what.
Yeah, so fraud about earlier. Don't forget, it's Genesis 3:16.
Okay, yeah. I remember that one.
Well, that was a topic change. Oops.
Freaking get be getting his craziness. I just couldn't take it anymore. It's like, I just gotta go, man. I gotta get out of here, dude.
So I took a little excursion yesterday. I got on my bike, and when I got on my bike, I had intended to go to the beach and spend as long amount of time as I can because it was really freaking hot. So my speedometer, which is kind of bizarre, said 717. Then I took my ride and I went. I spent like 4 hours. I took my binoculars with me. I looked at the horizon. There was big waves, so that was really interesting to see what I was looking at. When the waves are big, they end up becoming like this wall that, like, because of the highest frequency waves, whatever they are, then there seems to be this wall and you don't see the horizon over them. Now on other days where that is much lower, you can see way out there, you know. So that was a trip. Took a couple pictures of the sun. But anyway, the point is I went through all my whole entire ride and got back, spent like 4 hours at the beach, rode back right before it got dark, and get all the way back home, and my speedometer's at 734, and that's 17 miles, and 3 and 4 equals 7. I was like, what? And it wasn't like I had the whole route planned out, like I took a little extra ride at the end, like wasn't thinking about that at all. Just really odd. You ought to see my pictures of the sun, though.
I was a little confused for a minute. You were giving distances, and I was thinking times. You were gone for 4 hours. You got back. It was only 7:36. Like,
Oh no, yeah, no. I stayed out there till like 7 o'clock. You know, it was starting almost to get dark. Not quite, but pretty cool. Took some shots. The sun was really low. Someone care to explain that to me?
Wow.
Yeah, really. Look at that.
That was your camera, your phone camera?
Yeah, my cell phone zoomed in all the
Nice.
way. I think that one zoomed in all the way.
Wow.
See, it's hard because see all those rings that are behind the sun or look like they're behind it? And then there's
Yeah.
that one little light focal point. That thing is always there.
How you gonna call that glare?
Underneath it, you
Oh,
mean?
that, oh, that's just glare. How you gonna call?
Yeah.
Like, look at that. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, what is that thing, man? I'm astonished.
You know, the only other things that create that effect are the lights that we make here.
Here's another one. I think this one's a little further back. I could be wrong. Let's see. Can't remember. I took 3 shots. It was late in the evening. It was literally like 6:30 or 6:15. And that big row of clouds was coming in. It got cooler much faster. So I didn't stay till the sunset. It was like getting too cold for me. Yeah, that one's further back. Not zoomed in on that one. Yeah, what the heck is that? It's just bizarre. Without, like, I can understand how the camera's going to make that. The camera's going to make these something happen, but for it to make that, like, why? Why does it?
Beautiful, beautiful beach too.
Yeah, I choose I choose a place that's away from the front where everybody sits. Like I'm back. Literally, I'm about a half a mile from the shore. Actually, on the right, that's a channel way. So I don't mean I'm closer to that shore, but out to where the actual waves are breaking is about half a
Is
mile.
way in the background, like, right?
Yeah, like if you were going
Yeah.
straight and then you see a jetty out there, like almost a little to the left of the center.
Yeah.
If you went straight that way, that's where the waves are breaking. Just past that jetty. Off to the right more, actually. Let's see. Yeah. The right side is like the channel way, and then to the left, more to the left, is where the beach, where the waves are breaking. Let's see, what did that third one look like?
That's wild. That like beam too that goes on the diagonal there in both of them. That's neat.
Let's see if this is the same one. Oh no, this is a zoomed in one coming up here, I think. Hold on. This one looks different. No, that's not it. That's one we put.
So, Sonny, real quick, there's some Globers in the YouTube chat who won't present even a claim to when Earth curvature was directly measured, and that's kind of the crux of the argument here. Another gentleman, I think his name was the Jolly Man, was pointing out that Cavendish completely dismissed gravity by saying it would only affected by such a tiny percentage, completely removing their own theory from their paradigm. But of course, they won't address that, just like they won't address the fact that there's no measurable Earth curvature. So trying to speak to people with logic that are hiding from logic, Mr. Jollyman, never works, obviously, and it just makes good examples of what happens to people when they believe in a cartoon religion.
I mean, how can you consider yourself intelligent if you don't understand logic or use it in your everyday life? I mean, I don't get that.
Right. Well, their job is to hide from it. That's why they hide from morality. So the whole point of justifying their evolution religion is so that they don't have accountability. So you're trying to talk sense into somebody who doesn't want to have sense. They don't want to have accountability. They won't want to have reality because reality means morality.
And then they deny that as well.
And then
My
they'll say,
mom,
well, go
sorry, my mom will say, Chris, you can't save everybody, you know, like some people, you just can't save them. I guess you can't help people that believe in exoplanets and shit, you know, like.
Well, it's the classic story of, I'm going back to the Bible here, of Cain and Abel. They both had the same opportunities. Imagine now being beings that your everyday company with angels, you get to talk to God on a personal level, but yet you still choose to do evil in the sight of God, right? So I mean, if Cain could do it, surely it would be, these people here are as far from God as you can imagine, because he was in the presence of God, so, and he still chose evil. So I guess you're right. Your mom's right. You can't save everybody. You really can't.
Yeah, absolutely. Because look at what's going on, man. Oh, yeah.
But I hate how they
Yeah.
lie and pretend like they're not. You are an evil person.
Yeah.
Just own it. Just own up to your wickedness. Don't be. If I was one of those people, I would own it. You know what I'm saying? I would own it. I wouldn't pretend. But I guess that's a symptom of that type of delusionary thinking, because you become a liar as well. So.
You end up lying to yourself. Of course, you're no longer living the truth. You are a liar and the whole embodiment of lying. So everything you do is lie. You're having a shave you're having a shave and having a wash, so you're ready to lie in a few moments. It's just one never-ending lie, their life. You know? After I've had a dump, I'm going to be lying.
Well, that's what you have to do. That's what you have to do, because that's what relativism requires, that, you know? That's the whole thing. The whole problem is the disease is relativism. It's all related, I believe.
Yeah.
And the whole
Yeah, I
heliocentric
agree.
lie, it goes with all the rest of it, all the other little subtle lies, the lies covering up for other lies, the preconceptions that you have to lie about,
Yeah, why is it that somebody comes in the room and spends 20 minutes to me lying to me about their own belief system and then asks why the government would lie?
I know.
Obviously, it's just a literal psychotic question. It's not, they're not asking an honest question. They're doing that to justify their own lies. Nobody in their right mind would ask why the government, who's a known lying organization, would lie. It's literally just to hide from reality because they're liars. And that's why the psychopath in the YouTube channel right now said, oh, is that where your model's based off of? No information. Well, when did I ever declare a model? I don't need a model. So they have to straw man you and claim a model for you so that they can attack the straw man. The fact that the whole point of this is to stop thinking you need a model. That's the whole point of reality. I don't need a model to understand reality. Can I not believe cats make kittens without a model? Can I not believe that flies make maggots if I don't have a model? No, that's the point. You need a model because you live in a cartoon. You live in a cartoon, so you require a cartoon model for your belief system.
Yes.
So you need one cartoon model replaced with a new cartoon model. And I'm saying, no, that's the point. You need to stop living in a cartoon. Psychopath. Thanks for playing.
Yeah. Thank you very much. That was excellent. Yeah. Because that's what they're doing. They're living in a model, not living in reality. When you live in reality, you don't need a model. Reality is your model, if you will. That is what you're living. I'm living real. Model. Huh.
I don't know why it's so
Model of
hard.
lies, because you can't prove curvature.
I don't know why it's so hard for them if, like, okay, so gravity isn't what I was told, move forward. It's like when you were told Santa wasn't who you thought they were, you moved forward. Why do you need
Oh,
to?
wait. What, man? No, wait a minute. Then you need to explain how those presents arrived under my tree if Santa isn't real. See, that's the next question. Are you saying that my dad lied to me and that Santa didn't eat the cookies? I saw the crumbs on the empty plate. That's going to be the next claim. I saw the crumbs on the empty plate. What do you mean Santa didn't eat the cookies? How did I get those presents under my trees? Why did Dad have to clear the chimney the night before? What are you saying that this is all a giant conspiracy, Flatman?
Yeah, yeah, I know.
That's the point. I don't have to. That's the point. You guys, when they come in and they start asking you to explain things, that's the point. You don't have to explain anything. They are the ones that have to explain everything. If they want to live in a cartoon model, it's up to them to make the explanations. I don't have to explain anything because I can prove all of your literal beliefs and explanations in cartoons are wrong with 2 words: flat Earth. That's it. Thanks. And that's why they're scared to death of the shape of the Earth. You can't get one to even acknowledge when Earth curvature was measured. They'll just lie through their teeth to hide from it. And then once the psychopath lies, then you point out the lie, and then they'll say what this guy does in chat and says, "Oh, well, I'll give you $1,000 if you prove when I lie." You just said I had a model. I never claimed a model, so you lied. Point proven. Thanks for playing.
I
90%
recently,
90% of them.
I recently got used to pointing out when they go to the shore to say the boat's going over the curve, and we show them we can pull it back into view by zooming in, and it's not over a curve. They'll start saying, "Well, if it's flat, I should be able to see Australia," and it's like, okay, you're totally glaring over the fact we just proved the curve isn't here. Who cares if you can't see Australia? There's no curve that you said was here.
Right. If the Earth is flat, then I have Superman magical eyes that could defy the laws of nature, and I can just see through everything for thousands of miles. Yeah.
Yeah,
If the
but
Earth
they
is flat.
just
If the Earth is
yeah, yeah, and they also just go right over the fact that the curve isn't there that they said was. Now they want to see Australia.
Fly around like Superman.
Ironically, it can be seen. It's called radar. The Duggar radar system in Russia goes across the entire Atlantic Ocean from Ukraine to the eastern seaboard of the United States. It's about 5,000 miles flat. Thanks for playing.
Ouch.
Do they know that radars can see farther than you can, Globers? Do you know radar can see farther than you? And do you know where the radar points? It points at the horizon because that's where we see things, and the radar can see things past your visual limit of the horizon. That's why we invented radar. in hundreds of videos, text chats, the YouTube chat right now, the Discord chat, there's not one glober telling us when Earth curvature was ever directly measured. There isn't even an attempt for it. So while they hide from their own claims, they're going to ask you for things that have nothing to do with you. They're going to ask you for straw men that we don't claim because they have nothing but attempts to divert from the topic.
You know, you guys going along with reality are really screwing up us people that want to believe in a complete fairy tale fantasy. I mean, you're really messing it up because we want to believe that nothing really matters. Space monkeys. Oh, pardon me, rat space monkeys. Yeah, so stop going along with reality. You guys going along with reality, asking for actual measurements. I mean, come on, you know? We're just trying to live happily along with our fantasy world. Spinning globes that defy all physics. Yeah, so you people that are talking about reality, you're really screwing it up. Why don't you believe like we believe? You just gotta believe. See, you just don't understand because you don't believe in the fantasy space world. It's like when you're asking some of these people direct measurement, it's like there's some kind of breakdown in the communication inside the brain where they go, has a freaking glitch. Like the conceptual abstraction center does not recognize actual direct measurement. Does not compute, does not compute, does not compute, does not compute.
Those goddamn radio waves shooting straight lines across the flat plane of the Earth. Quit debunking the globe Earth for us.
Yeah. How dare you say that a laser shoots straight? Wouldn't that mean that all the militaries that use lasers to shoot things straight across an area, or to, like, they would be obsolete?
I mean, I can challenge these people, and you know what they're going to do. I just challenge these people in chat right now, Sonny. You know, for the past 15 minutes, not a single attempt to even tell us when Earth curvature is not only measured, not a single attempt to tell us when it's measured, and not a single attempt to tell us when it's visible. There isn't even a claim. Don't you think NASA could probably afford, let's assume this. I think NASA could afford even a nice iPhone to put on the rocket so that we could get a literal video of the start to finish. There isn't even a claim for it. There's not one rocket launch in history. Here's the point, Sonny. There isn't one rocket launch in history that shows us when the curve starts. Thanks.
I know. I agree. Not even a claim. I would love to see any kind of literature. Yeah, any kind of literature at all, anywhere, that makes a claim of the curved Earth.
It would be used as an altitude indicator in flight school. Like, oh, if you can see the curvature, you know, when you're doing this, then you know you're at, 40,000 feet. No, there isn't even a claim for curvature being seen.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why it doesn't exist in a single manual of when you can see curvature. And then, of course, Google, though, says, oh, you can see it about at 35,000 feet. Well, we only have 1 billion photos from airplanes that show it flat. So I guess that doesn't work. And that's not NASA's claim. That's why they know they don't have a claim. All you have to do is ask any glober, at what altitude and perfect conditions do I have to ascend to see the curvature start to appear? And watch the laughs roll out.
Right. So let's say you're flying in a small aircraft and you're flying towards a mountain. And let's say the mountain is 1,500 feet high. Just use a ballpark, 1,500 feet. And you are 20 miles away. No, let's make it 40 miles away. 40 miles away from the mountain. You would need to know like how the curvature makes that mountain different than what you're seeing. If there's a bulge there that's underlying the medium level of the surface you're flying over, you would need to know that information. It would be crucial, actually. Otherwise, your trajectory would freaking intersect the freaking ground at some point. Quite possibly. When you weren't expecting it. It would be something that would have to be calculated in. Well, sorry, it's not. That's what we mean by there's no claim.
Correct. There is no claim. Also, on the HUD indicators, since the 60s, they have a HUD indicator in fighter planes. The F-14 that was designed in the 60s and of course entered service, I think, in the 70s, had a very special and unique missile system called an AM-54, which was known as the Phoenix missile. It was the most powerful and fastest and longest range missile, air-to-air missile in history. The missile had literally a target acquisition range of over 100 miles. So when the F-14 pilot acquires a target with the radar system has to show physically with the digital readout, the HUD, the heads-up display, where the target is. It's very important for the heads-up display not to tell you where the target is, kind of. It has to tell you directly where the target is. And when the target is lit up, obviously by the radar, based on the radar cross-section of the enemy target, the icon of the HUD appears right in front of you, straight out to the horizon, no matter what the distance, because the air warning and control radar systems, the air warning and control system radars go out to 250 and 500 miles, again, showing the HUD, literally showing you the physical location of the target on the horizon, straight out and flat.
Right. So therefore, heads up display, not heads down.
Got him. Yep.
You never are looking down at the horizon, which you would definitely see on a ball. You would keep looking down the higher up you went.
Right. The
Further
target indicator, right? The target indicator box around the target. Let's just say it's a MiG-25 Foxbat at 175 miles away. The air warning and control and the J-stars are telling the F-14s and the F-15s where the target is. So they look in that direction and the target is on their HUD. The target box is not below or lower than the horizon. The target box is always on the horizon. I'm sorry, there's no way out of this. The entire military requires a flat, non-rotating Earth, just like everybody else in history. Sorry, guys. Thanks for playing.
Otherwise, nothing would work. Nothing would work.
The flat Earth works just the way it's supposed to be.
Exactly.
Right. The point is no explanation needed. Even though I just did a diatribe, I don't have to do that. I don't have to explain it because that's how everything already works. However, of course, we do explain things because we try to help them. But the point is they are the ones that require an explanation. We require no explanation because it's already dependent. Remember, they're asking you to prove what they already experience. Let that sink in. Prove to me I'm not spinning.
I know, exactly. As if we have the burden of proof. Like,
prove it, and then they'll say, prove it. Why are you hiding from the question, flat earther? Prove I'm not spinning.
I know.
Haven't you seen, I found this river rock. Would you like to explain why this river rock is round? Stop hiding from the question, flat earther. That's what they do. That's their only tactic.
Yep.
Where's your model? Stop hiding from the question.
It's all it's all about them avoiding their own claim, literally.
Precisely. If I make no claim, I don't have to make any answers. I have to give no explanations. So that's what this is, an atheist paradigm they're living in. These people are not God believers. If you notice, the vast majority of these people are atheists trying to hide from morality. And that's what they do. Not only do they hide from morality, they hide from their own religion. They hide from their own belief system, because an atheist knows once they give an answer for their belief system, it's over, because then you have to stick to it. And that's why they admit, well, I don't believe in absolutes because it's subjective. So it's just a literal, just circular reasoning spiral of stupidity that these globe earthers live in. It's not, they're not looking for truth. They're looking to see if they can find a flat earther and make them say an error or make a mistake or forget the dot and I, then they can make fun of the flat earther. That's what it has to do. It has to do with the proud look and them being very prideful and them trying to find more excuses to justify their cartoon belief system. Same thing with the concavers. What is with these concavers? They're like roaches all over the YouTube chat now. There's like 3 or 4 of them now. It started off with Paul Coran. Now he's got Gaza and Giza and Dopey and Sneezy out there with him. And same thing. Talk to a concaver, ask him for a claim. You get no claim. Oh, but there's a rectilinear experiment and it proved that the poles were tilting towards each other and it made the rope up. Oh, okay. So because I do laundry and I dry my clothes outside, and because the clothesline sags, therefore the earth is a concave ball. No thanks.
It's a sickness. It's delusional.
Unbelievable. Yeah, it's amazing where truth always is. You got one side claiming there's a magical ball. You got the other side claiming they live inside of a magical ball, and the truth is in between. The reality of our stationary plane of existence under the heavens and in the waters. And that's what this is about. The correct, actual, in reality description of Earth is not flat Earth. The Earth is under the heavens and in the waters. That is the correct description. (1156) west of the Rockies, south of the 33rd parallel, just north of Mexico. We sit under the stars, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the end of the internet. You have been deceived by a satanic, evil, and perverted cartoon religion that you learned about on television. And I'm sorry, but that is not reality. And now you finally have the choice to be honest with yourselves and be honest with the children and people around you to why it's not okay to believe in such things. You finally get a chance to have a life, guys. Please take advantage of it.
Finally.
But it doesn't affect my life, because if the earth is flat, how's it going to affect my life? It doesn't affect. Well, yeah, because you already depend on a flat stationary plane of existence. It's really not going to affect you much physically. This is a spiritual change that you need to go through, not physical change. And that's why they're scared to death, to be honest with themselves, because if that mental paradigm gets destroyed, then they have to rethink everything. And that's why the best thing about flat earth is actually that it doesn't have to give any explanations. It is itself a flat plane of existence. That's what nature shows us. There is no explanation required, just like I don't have to explain why cats make kittens. It's the same thing. It is reality. A moment of silence for the television, evolution, cartoon, religion. Where's Creation Bear? Gotta play taps. Here, let's go back to the chat. I'm gonna make a prediction. The chat is in no danger of getting a claim for direct measurements of Earth curvature. Let's see what happens. I mean, that's amazing. You guys are going to have to give me a profit tag, Sonny. Why don't you start asking the moderators of the Discord channel if I can have a profit tag, because it's so easy. Every day I can just literally predict what these people are going to do. even warn them that they're going to do it, and they still do it, Sonny. Can you believe it, Jen? No wonder these people are so angry. Could you imagine a Christian, which is, of course, we're the most hated people, a Christian predicting your moves, letting you know they're going to predict your moves, and then you still make the move the guy predicted? I mean, that's why these
Yeah.
people they're in such anger. They're in turmoil. Their literal
Yes.
lives just melt away. And it's because literally they're robots. We know everything they're going to do. We know what they're not going to do. There's no chance of them ever talking about direct measurements of curvature. They're scared to death of their own claim. It's so sad because there isn't even a challenge. And that's why this is pathetic, because there isn't even a debate. Well, how do time zones work if the Earth is flat? Well, we have these things called clocks. They've been around for some time. I don't know if there's any ball clocks that I know of in history. I'm sure somebody could make one, but if you can know how a clock works with the two hands going around it on a flat surface, that's the closest thing to how time zones work. I mean, amazing. Look at all clocks have to be flat too. That's great. All sundials have to be flat. Weird. Everything involving knowing the time requires a flat stationary surface to calculate the time with. That's amazing. What a coincidence.
Funny that a clock has a face.
All clocks.
Yeah. Clock face is a face of a compass that has a floating needle in it that points to a direction off on the horizon. It has to be it's floating on the level that's related to sea level, like all the other liquids that are sitting still here, even in your coffee cup. You don't notice any fluctuation at all. If your cup of water, glass of water, whatever it is sitting still, your sink of water, I don't care what it is, there is no movement of that surface if it's undisturbed. If it's just sitting in a still room somewhere, still place where it's not affected by winds, temperature changes, it's going to be sitting there perfectly still. There's a good reason for that.
Ball clock. What are ball clocks? That's what a chick's got on her end table. Like, you only lasted 6.5 minutes, according to my ball clock.
So anyway, I did not see. I saw one person on the beach that was retarded enough to be covering their face, and only half covered on that account. You'd have to be an absolute retard. Let's go to the beach, honey, and let's breathe our own freaking exhaust. That sounds great. What a great way to get freaking fresh air from the ocean is covering up your face. Don't you agree, honey? Uh-huh, that's right. That's me. Because I'm concerned about health, so that means we need to cover up and help everybody else to be safe by not breathing in fresh air.
The best air too, right at the beach. Like that's the best stuff, but they're inhaling their exhale.
Freaking ridiculous, man.
I think Duke 319 wants to say something. But he's muted. He needs to be like unmuted or something.
Yeah, if you could join the VC check-in, Duke, and go through the VC check-in process, we can unmute you in the live stream then.
Don't be shy, Globers, into YouTube. The water is nice and flat.
He needs to be unmuted for like the VC check-in though. Hello?
Hello, hello.
Yeah, I think oh, I don't think he's here anymore. Oh, here he is.
Was it Duke 31? Hey Duke, you have control of your mic. I see you lighted up. I don't hear anything. Um, Fix your mic issues and then go to VC check-in and somebody will check you in. Jazzy is here. What's up, Jazzy? That verified? Acid.
Yeah, Minion8109, I think your name is, in the YouTube chat. Go to the description of the video, right below the video you're watching, I'm assuming, and try to join the Discord, and then it should be easy from there. But obviously, you got to join the Discord, talk to some people, get verified, and then you can come in to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Thanks.
Some people don't like when you make fun of their cartoon globe Earth model. I know if I had a model that I worked so hard on that didn't equivalate to reality, I would be slightly embarrassed. Yep, it's a model so terrible that even a 5-year-old can debunk it. So that's right, we've been lied to our whole lives about something.
So, and also along with that, one claim, any one claim at all, anyone, a globe claim. XO and I are going to be the archivists. We're gonna get all the claims. We're gonna provide archiving of all the globe claims. So bring in your claims. We're waiting for the first one. We're still waiting.
Yeah, no, I just feel really bad that I've been lied to my whole life. But,
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
First it was Santa, now this.
So listen, the other thing is to, like, once you discover that, like, it gets pretty deep there in that subject, but if you could find one thing along with any globe claim of the spherical earth, bring in any claim of hold on a second. Oh, of one thing they haven't lied about. That, yeah. I want one proof of something they haven't lied about.
Good one.
Yeah. But that's okay. I'm resolving my understanding of where I live, and that is provides me all the nourishment I need spiritually. I know that there's a creator. I know I'm part of his creation, and Earth is still. I'm grateful. I know what I know. Like, I didn't. None of us really chose that we know of to be here. I didn't choose to be who I am. Like, we're here for a really specific purpose. Like, and I think a lot of it has to do with just observing, just noticing where we are and realizing these fundamental truths about where we are and who we are. That's it. It's the most important thing. I know it's kind of quiet, but I was going to say I noticed some really interesting things about the movies I've been watching lately. I just go back, watch these movies, and look for the programming that's in it. And I'm discovering some pretty interesting things. You know, I mean, none of it that we didn't already know, but like one of them, it seems to be a theme, is that you can be a drunk and do superhuman things, because it shows these movies. It's just incredible, man. Like these super spy movies, and they're all drunk. They're all drinking all the time. Like, showing you that they're doing things that would be like the top-notch technology-wise of being able to function, and like.
Probeer voor je uit 45 kg woman and go hand-to-hand combat with a man and put him in his place.
Yeah,
Lol.
after you're already shot in the abdomen. It's insane, man. So that's what they got, a bunch of people that are out there believing everything that are on these movies. Believe it or not, that's where they're getting their science is from the movies when they come in here. It's like all this created thing of what science is and what you like, what to think about, like how to treat people and things like that. It's just all mixed up. What a bunch of chaos, you know?
Yeah, but it started really gaining speed with the Harry Potter craze when children were put under the, they were
Spell.
sold the idea that you don't have to live in reality.
Yeah,
You can
the
live in a world
spell.
where
Yeah,
there's magic,
yeah.
superheroes.
And that's been going on subliminally, like with like Disney for years and years and years. You know, right? Most of us know about that.
Yeah, and it's slack parents who just leave their child in front of the TV. They've got no idea.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a video the other day that says to parents, all these shows here, you need to be aware of what is in there because you're letting your children watch it. Cartoons.
Like my latest thing now, it's really funny that even the Flintstones knew the Earth was flat. I love that.
What, the Flintstones movie?
The Flintstones cartoons, you know?